The June sunlight was scorching to the point of excess. Outside the examination hall, cicadas on the rows of plane trees screeched themselves hoarse, as if they meant to shatter the entire summer with their cries. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves and sifted into the classroom, scattering flickering patches of light across Du Yi's desk. After writing the last word of his English essay, he did not rush to cap his pen, but instead flipped through the exam paper from beginning to end once more. The multiple-choice bubbles on the answer sheet were shaded in neatly and precisely. He went over the reading comprehension answers again, and the handwriting of the essay was relatively tidy, at least more orderly than in his usual mock exams. In his mind, he assigned an estimated score to each section, then added them up into a rough total. It should be enough. Du Yi leaned back against the chair and let his gaze roam over the classroom. Above the blackboard at the front still hung that red banner, 0 days until the Gaokao. The numbers on the countdown board had been wiped off several days ago. At that time, the class monitor had to stand on a stool and rub at it hard with an eraser several times before the one finally disappeared. Now only a faint smear of chalk remained on it. The bulletin board at the back was densely covered with signatures the Blessings classmates had written to one another in the days before the exam. May you top the ranking list, win from the very first battle, perform beyond expectations. Phrases like these appeared again and again. His own name was there as well, encircled by a big heart that Chunhao had drawn around it. Beside it in crooked handwriting was a line: Du Yi must get into a 985 university. The fan overhead creaked as it turned, churning the stifling air. The invigilator sat behind the lectern, an elderly teacher with graying hair and reading glasses, his gaze sweeping over the exam hall from time to time. His expression was calm. After sending off batch after batch of seniors, he was long since accustomed to this atmosphere. Du Yi capped his pen and set it gently on the desk. 3 years. From that September of his first year of high school until now, over 1,000 days and nights. Every day he rose at 6, and after lights out at 11, he would still study formulas by flashlight under the covers. In winter, there was no heating in the classroom. His fingers, stiff with cold, still had to grip the pen and work through test papers. In summer, the room was as stifling as a steamer basket, sweat soaking patch after patch of his papers. It was all over. There was none of the surging exhilaration he had imagined, nor the overwhelming relief that would bring tears. It was merely that something inside him, stretched tight for so long, suddenly slackened. Like a bowstring drawn taut for 3 years, finally loosing its arrow. What happened next would depend on the arrow itself. The sharp clang of the bell ending the exam suddenly rang out, its piercing sound cutting through the entire teaching building. The exam is over. All candidates must immediately stop writing, turn their papers face down on the desk, and remain seated while the invigilators collect the scripts. Du Yi stood up and handed over the stack of papers that carried 3 years of effort to the approaching invigilator. He packed his stationery pouch and walked out of the exam hall with the flow of people. The moment he stepped out of the teaching building, sunlight crashed down on him, forcing him to narrow his eyes. The air was thick with the baking smell of asphalt and the scorched scent of sunburned grass. The school gate was packed with parents who had come to pick up their children, some holding sun umbrellas, some carrying bags of fruit and drinks, some craning their necks to peer anxiously inside. A mother in a floral dress spotted her child and rushed forward to pull the kid into her arms, her voice thick with tears. It's over, it's finally over. Your mom can finally stop worrying. Watching this scene, the corners of Du Yi's mouth curved slightly. His parents had not come to meet him, not because they didn't care, but because he had told them in advance not to. If you come, I'll be distracted taking care of you, and waiting outside is suffering anyway. Just wait at home, and we'll eat together tonight. His father had thought it over and found the reasoning sound. His mother, though uneasy, had agreed in the end. Du Yi, over here. A familiar voice called from the side. Following the sound, Du Yi saw Chunhao standing beneath the largest plane tree by the school gate, waving wildly at him, the grin on his face nearly reaching his ears. Chunhao had been his deskmate for 3 years and was his best friend at this school. True to his name, he was open and unrestrained in temperament, talkative, quick to laugh, loyal, with slightly above-average grades. His greatest hobbies were playing basketball and reading Xuanhuan novels. How did it go? Chunhao trotted over and clapped him hard on the shoulder, the force making Du Yi stagger half a step forward. Not bad, normal performance. Steadying himself, Du Yi returned the shoulder pat. What about you? Don't even mention it. Chunhao's face fell at once. That final killer problem in math. I couldn't even understand the question, so I left it blank. 18 points gone. I wrote the character for solution and then gave up. It really was a tough problem, said Du Yi. You thought it was hard too. Did you solve it? I solved it, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Chunhao looked even more stricken. When someone like you says, not sure, it usually means it's right. I'm doomed. Math is going to drag my score way down. Du Yi did not respond to that. He knew that Chunhao didn't truly care about the difference in their scores. His heart was broad. Any disappointment he felt would dissipate on its own in less than 3 seconds. Sure enough, Chun Hao quickly tossed aside the matter of grades, slinging an arm around Du Yi's shoulders. Forget it, no point thinking about it. The exam's over anyway. Come on, let's hit the internet cafe and team up for some games. My treat. If we don't cut loose after the Gaokao, then when? Not today. Du Yi shook his head. My family is waiting for me to come back for dinner. True, you've got to have a proper meal at home today. Your mom's definitely making braised pork, right? Probably. All right, another day then. Chun Hao did not insist. The two of them walked toward the school gate as they talked. There were so many parents picking up students that the sidewalk was jam-packed. They had to turn sideways to squeeze through the crowd. What are your plans for the summer? Chun Hao asked. First, I'll wait for the results, then go to the Magic City to check out some universities. I want to apply to Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Magic City. Nice. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Isn't your sister in Magic City too? Yes, she's at Magic City Performing Arts University. Perfect, the two of you can reunite there. Chun Hao sighed with envy. I want to get into a school in Magic City too, but my score probably won't make the cut. Anyway, don't turn off your phone over the summer. I'll be calling you out to play ball whenever I feel like it. Okay, deal then. We'll keep in touch whether or not there's something going on. I'm heading off now. My mom's making dumplings tonight. Chun Hao waved and ran off in another direction, his backpack bouncing up and down on his back. Watching his friend's retreating figure, Du Yi smiled, then turned and headed for home. He had walked this road for 3 years, between home and school, and home through spring, summer, autumn, and winter in all kinds of weather. The shops lining the street were the same old faces. The fruit store owner sat on a plastic stool in the doorway wearing a white undershirt, fanning himself with a worn palm leaf fan. A lazy orange cat sprawled at his feet. The stationery shop still had a red good luck on the Gaokao banner, hanging at the door, its color faded by sun and rain. Steam billowed from the bun shop's bamboo steamers. The proprietress was loading steamed buns into plastic bags, the heat fogging her face. Nothing had changed, and yet somehow everything felt different. As Du Yi walked past these familiar storefronts, he suddenly realized this was probably his last time walking this road as a high school student. In just over 2 months, he would be dragging a suitcase onto a high-speed train bound for the Magic City, leaving behind the small county town where he had lived for 18 years. He did not feel much attachment to this little county town. Young people always yearn for a larger, farther world. Yet this road he had trodden for 3 years, these shops he passed every day, those familiar faces still stirred in him a faint, indescribable emotion. He drew in a deep breath and quickened his pace. At home, his parents were waiting for him. The Du family lived in an old residential compound in the county town in a 6-story slab building with white ceramic tiles on the exterior, a style popular in the 1990s, some tiles already peeling away. One of the motion sensor lights in the stairwell was broken, so at night they had to grope their way upstairs in the dark. But the location was good, close to the school with markets and supermarkets nearby, convenient for daily life. He climbed to the 4th floor and took out his key to open the door. A wave of the aroma of food washed over him. "Xiaoyi, you're back." His mother called from the kitchen, emerging a moment later carrying a freshly stir-fried dish. She was still wearing the same floral apron she had used for years, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Yeah, Du Yi changed into slippers and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Several dishes were already arranged on the dining table: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried, seasonal greens, cold cucumber salad with a large bowl of tomato and egg soup in the middle. 4 dishes and 1 soup counted as quite a sumptuous spread for the Du family. "Your dad came home early from work, especially today," his mother said, as she set out bowls and chopsticks. There was a faint note of cautious probing in her tone. "Xiaoyi, how did you do on the exam?" "Pretty well," said Du Yi, taking a seat at the table. "I performed normally. Oh, I should at least make the cutoff." That's good, that's good." His mother clearly let out a breath of relief, the smile lines on her face smoothing out. "Your dad was so nervous last night. He couldn't sleep, tossing and turning and stealing half my blanket." "What nonsense are you talking?" Father Du lifted his head from behind the newspaper, pushed up his reading glasses, and cleared his throat, trying hard to keep a stern expression. "I stayed up to watch a football match." "Since when do you watch football?" His mother exposed him without mercy. "I watch it occasionally." Father Du folded the newspaper and set it aside, picking up his chopsticks. "Xiao, how many points do you think you can get?" Du Yi thought for a moment. "Hard to say exactly, but I should be able to get into Magic City University of Finance and Economics." Father Du nodded, pressing his lips together. He failed to entirely suppress it, and a barely noticeable smile crept onto his face. Seeing his father's attempt at nonchalance, a wave of warmth rose in Du Yi's heart. He knew his father simply was not good with words. All his life his father had expressed his care through actions rather than speech. Getting up early on winter mornings to warm milk for him, turning the television volume down to almost nothing before exams, dressing meticulously for every parent-teacher meeting, and attending even if he sat in the last row and barely spoke to anyone. That sense of solemn importance was something Du Yi had always taken to heart. "Xiaoyi, have you really thought it through about applying to a university in the Magic City?" His mother picked up a piece of braised pork, its glossy surface quivering, and dropped it into his bowl. Your sister is there so the two of you can look after each other. That puts my mind at ease. But the Magic City is far from home, and you've never been far away since you were little. To suddenly go so far. Mom, I'm already 18, Du, he said with a smile. 18 is still a child, his mother insisted. But since you want to go, I support you. A boy should go out and make his own way in the world. Father Du set down his chopsticks and for once launched into a rare extended speech. Choosing a university and a major is the first major decision of your life. Since you've made your choice, it means you've thought about it carefully. Your dad isn't well educated. Ooh, I don't know much about university rankings and such. But remember one thing. Whatever road you choose, your dad will support you. The only thing I hope is that wherever you go, you'll keep your feet on the ground and not float away. Looking into his father's earnest eyes, Dewey nodded. Dad, I'll remember. After dinner, he helped clear the dishes and then returned to his room. It was a small space, a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe just about filled it up. His desk was piled with senior year review materials. The cover of 5 years Gaokao, 3 years mock exams, was so battered it had curled at the edges. His math error notebook was crammed with red ink annotations, and his English vocabulary flashcards were bound with a rubber band, their corners worn fuzzy. On the wall hung a night view poster of the Bund in the Magic City, which his sister had mailed him in his second year of high school. In the photo, the banks of the Huangpu River glittered with lights. The Oriental Pearl Tower and the skyscrapers of Lujiazui were reflected in the water, dazzling like another world. Every time he looked at the picture, he would imagine what that city was like. Now at last he was going there. Sitting down at his desk, he took out his phone and saw several messages from his sister Du Yao. The earliest one had been sent that afternoon. Well, you're done, right? How do you feel about it? After that came a barrage of stickers, a little yellow figure beating a drum like mad, a wide-eyed cat staring at the screen, a cartoon character jumping up and down in excitement. The last message had arrived half an hour ago. Why aren't you replying? Don't tell me you bombed the exam and are hiding somewhere crying. Smiling, he typed, it's over, and it felt good. I was eating just now and didn't look at my phone. The reply came almost instantly. Really? That's amazing. I knew my little brother would be fine. You scared me to death. I thought you'd done badly and were too embarrassed to tell me. Listen, I've been refreshing my phone since rehearsal ended. My roommate thought I'd gotten a boyfriend, ha. Reading his sister's machine gun stream of messages, the smile on Du Yi's lips deepened. That was just how she was. Her emotions came and went quickly. When she was happy, her words rattled out like a submachine gun, as if she wanted to use up every exclamation mark she owned. Which university do you want to apply to? Are you coming to the Magic City? Come to the Magic City. If you come, your sister will treat you to all the best food. Du Yao sent another message. Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Aya. Du Yao sent a long voice message. When Dewey tapped it, he heard his sister shrieking on the other end. Magic City University of Finance and Economics. That school's cutoff score is really high. Are you sure about this? With your grades, you could get into an even better university. But the University of Finance and Economics is really, really good too. The finance major has limitless prospects. Another message followed at once. Most importantly, you are coming to the Magic City. When you get here, I'll take you to the Bund, to the City God Temple, to Zinni Andy. I'll feed you everything delicious in the Magic City. Okay, sis, wait for me. You bet I'll wait. My little brother is the best. Du Yao's words brimmed with pride. Mom and Dad must be over the moon, right? Mom definitely cried, didn't she? Mom didn't cry. Dad said he couldn't sleep last night because he was watching football. Uffed. Since when does Dad watch football? He only likes the evening news. Du Yao was laughing so hard she could hardly type. Tell him to drop the act. Happy is happy. We're all happy. The siblings chatted for quite a while until voices from the other end called Du Yao out. I gotta go rehearse. There's a dress rehearsal for a stage play tonight. You should get some rest early. Tell me as soon as your results are out. Okay. You take care too, sis. Don't push yourself too hard. Got it, you're even naggier than Mom. Good night. Good night. Setting his phone aside, he lay down on the bed, hands pillowed behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. A fluorescent light fixture hung from the ceiling. The tube was old and flickered several times before it came on. In just over 2 months, he would no longer see this light. Nor would he see this little room again. The Magic City. The University of Finance and Economics. His sister. The future. These words spun around in his mind like a cluster of bright lights. He closed his eyes, a faint smile still on his lips. What he did not know was that the turning point that would change his entire life awaited him this very night. Night deepened. Outside the window, the cicadas gradually fell silent, replaced by the occasional distant bark of a dog and the steady hum of the air conditioner's outdoor unit. Nights in a small county town lacked the never-ending clamor of a big city. After 10 o'clock, the streets were almost completely quiet. Having finished his shower, he changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts and leaned back on his bed. The air conditioner in the room was set to 26 degrees. The cool breeze it blew out felt pleasantly refreshing. He was not sleepy. The looseness that had settled into his body after the college entrance exam still lingered, making him reluctant to bring the day to an end so soon. He took out his phone and idly scrolled through the news. Some of the exam answers had already been posted online, but he did not open them. Yet another celebrity scandal popped up, and he flicked past it. An esports team had just won a world championship, sending the comment section into a frenzy. His fingers slid absently across the screen while his mind hovered in a half-empty state. Suddenly the screen flashed without any warning. It was not the snowy flicker of a bad signal, but a precise blue radiance folding inward from the edges toward the center like some kind of special effect. Dewey thought it was an advertisement popped up by some app and was just about to swipe it away when the entire screen changed. All the app icons vanished. The wallpaper disappeared as well. The whole screen turned into a deep, unfathomable blue, so pure it held not a single speck of noise, like gazing into a starless night sky. Then a line of white text floated up from the exact center of the screen: Godly Tycoon, monthly sign-in system, binding in progress. The font was unlike any preset font on his phone. The strokes were clean and decisive with a faintly luminous texture, as if the words had been written directly onto the screen with light. Dewey froze. What the hell? He instinctively tapped the screen with his finger. No response. He pressed the side lock button. The display remained that deep blue, the line of text fixed squarely in the center, utterly unaffected. Dewey straightened up. Had his phone been infected with a virus? No. That handset had been with him for nearly 2 years, and he had never installed any shady apps or clicked on strange links. An ad. A web pop-up. Some new prank software. His fingertip hovered over the screen as he hesitated over whether to just power it off and reboot. At that moment, the line of text changed on its own. Binding successful. Host information confirmed. Name due, age 20, current status college entrance examination completed, awaiting enrollment. The system will automatically sign in on the first day of each month and issue rewards. The host is requested to check and receive them in due time. A Novice Supreme gift pack is now being issued. Please confirm receipt. Dewey stared at these lines for quite a while. Binding. Host. System. Godly Tycoon. Monthly sign-in. Novice Supreme gift pack. Taken separately, he understood every word. He had watched plenty of web novels alongside Chun Hao and was no stranger to the system genre setting. But those belonged to fictional plot schemes concocted by authors for their readers. Now that the same setup had manifested on the screen of his own phone, Dewey's first reaction was not excitement, but a complicated emotion. A blend of absurdity, wariness, and a faint curiosity. He thought for a moment, then tapped the confirm receipt on the screen. Whatever it was, he might as well take a look first. If it turned out to be a prank, he could always have the phone reflashed later. If it was some kind of scamware, he would simply refrain from entering any personal information. The interface on the screen flickered once. Then his phone vibrated. It was not a system pop-up, but a text message from the bank. The sender was the official number linked to his bank card, identical to the notification he received every month when his salary was deposited. Dewey opened the message. It was brief, yet he read it 3 times before he was sure he had not miscounted. Dear customer, on June 8, 20XX, at 2217 your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of RMB 300,000. Current balance RMB 300,012,456. 32. 300 million. 300 million yuan. Dewey set the phone down on the sheet, then sat up, took a deep breath, and picked the phone back up to read it again. The digits had not changed. He counted the zeros 3 times. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions. 300 million. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Dewey felt his heart pounding furiously, the drumming in his chest, so loud it was as if he could hear it with startling clarity. He instinctively pinched the inside of his thigh, an old habit from childhood, a trick he used whenever he suspected he was dreaming. Pain. Sharp and unmistakably real. This was not a dream. Forcing himself to calm down, he exited the message interface and opened the banking app. His fingers trembled as he entered his password. He mistyped it twice and only got in on the 3rd try. On the balance line, the figure was displayed with perfect clarity: 300,012,456. 32 yuan. The length of the digits before the decimal point held his gaze for a long time. It was real. The money was real at his disposal, genuinely sitting in his bank account. Before he could recover from the impact of this astronomical sum, the phone buzzed again. This time it was an email. Dewey opened the email app. A new message lay in his inbox, its subject line starkly declaring confirmation of actual control transfer of Shanghai Group. He tapped it open almost on instinct. The body of the email was long, densely packed with legal clauses and business terminology. Share transfer agreement, registration of change of actual controller, board restructuring proposal, shareholding detail sheet. Dewey could not fully grasp more than half of it, but he understood the key lines on the final page. Shareholder Dewey. Shareholding ratio 100. Corresponding registered capital all. Nature of control, sole actual controller. Below that was an attached summary of assets, the last row bearing a bold figure estimated total assets of Shanghai Group as of last month approximately 1.2 trillion yuan. 1,200,000,000,000. Dewey flipped the phone face down on the bed, stood up, and paced a few circles around the room. His room was small, 5 steps from the door to the window and 5 steps back from the window to the door. He walked those 5 steps back and forth, his mind buzzing as if filled with 10,000 bees. 300 million in cash. A group valued at 1.2 trillion. 100% control. What did all of that amount to? It meant that a boy who had just finished his college entrance exam had overnight become one of the wealthiest people in the country. It meant he could buy this street, this housing compound, this entire county town, if not far more. It meant that for this life, the next, and the one after that, he would never again have to worry about money. But none of that was what truly mattered. What mattered was that all of it existed in reality. After several more laps around the room, his heartbeat finally began to settle. He sat back on the bed, picked up his phone, and reread the email from beginning to end. This time he read with great care. Every clause, every number, every legal term, he weighed carefully in his mind. In high school politics class, he had picked up some rudimentary knowledge of economics and law. He could not grasp everything, but he could roughly judge the nature of the document. It was a legally binding instrument for the transfer of actual control. Once he signed to confirm, Shanghai Group would, in the eyes of the law, be his. He set the phone down and considered a single question. How had all of this come to be? There was only one answer: that system. The inexplicable, godly Tycoon monthly sign-in system that had bound itself to his phone. That so-called novice supreme gift pack. 300 million in cash and a trillion-level conglomerate were merely the novice pack. Merely the beginning. Dewey leaned back against the wall, tilting his head up. The wall was cool. Even through his t-shirt, the chill seeped into the skin of his back. He thought of the 4 words monthly sign-in. The system would automatically sign in on the first day of every month and grant a new reward. In other words, this was only a starting point, though every month thereafter would bring something new. Dewey closed his eyes, drew in a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had changed. It had not turned ecstatic, but calm and razor-sharp, as if someone had suddenly been shoved to the edge of a cliff, and instead of panicking began to carefully observe the terrain below, searching for the safest foothold. He began with the first task, cleaning up traces. He took screenshots of the bank text and the control transfer email and stored them in an encrypted folder. The password was a complex 16-character mix of numbers and letters which he committed to memory. Then he deleted the text message and the email and cleared his call history. Once he finished, another question surfaced in his mind. Shanghai Group. The name rang faintly familiar. He was pretty sure he had seen it in financial news. He opened his browser and searched for Shanghai Group. The results flooded the screen. Shanghai Group, headquartered in Pudong New area of the Magic City, had core businesses spanning 6 major sectors: property development, commercial operations, financial investment, technological innovation, high-end manufacturing, and culture and entertainment. Under its umbrella were 5 first-tier subsidiaries: Shanghai Real Estate, Shanghai Finance, Shanghai Technology, Shanghai Entertainment, and Shanghai Industries, with a total workforce of more than 80,000 employees. Last year, its revenue surpassed 300 billion, placing it within the top 100 of the Forbes Global 2000. On the official website, there was a photograph of Shanghai Group's headquarters, a glass-clad skyscraper rising into the sky in the most bustling financial district of the Magic City, a huge star-shaped logo crowning the roof, gleaming in the night. That building was now his. Everyone working in that tower was in one way or another working for him. Dewey closed the browser, leaned against the headboard, and folded his hands across his chest. He began sorting through his thoughts, prioritizing by urgency and importance. First, the system was real. There was no longer any need to doubt that. The bank's text message, the encrypted legal documents in the cloud, and the publicly verifiable information about the group formed 3 converging lines of evidence, mutually corroborating one another without a flaw. Second, his identity was currently safe. Through some mechanism he could not yet comprehend, the system had with immaculate logic allowed all relevant parties, bank's group executives, to know of and accept this transfer of control without any of them taking the initiative to leak it. He remained the same ordinary Dewey who had just finished his college entrance exam. Third, and most crucial of all, he had to guard this secret. Absolutely no one could be allowed to know. Not his parents. Not his elder sister. Not his best friend. Not anyone he might meet in the future. It was not that he did not trust them. On the contrary, precisely because he cared about them, he could not let them know. Once wealth of this magnitude was exposed, what followed would be endless trouble. Kidnappings, fraud, media hounding, and the complete distortion of every social relationship around him. His family would be dragged into a world they were utterly unprepared to face, and he himself would forever lose the possibility of a normal life. He would become a symbol, not a person. He did not want to live like that, not yet at least. He wanted to attend Magic City University of Finance and Economics to experience campus life as an ordinary student, to play games and eat hot pot with his roommates, to fall in love in a normal way. And then, without anyone knowing, quietly wield a terrifying power capable of shaking the economy. That to him was the most elegant way to live. He picked up his phone again and glanced at the deep blue system interface. It lay quietly suspended in the background like a slumbering guardian. A thought occurred to him. He summoned it with his mind. And sure enough, the interface popped up, responding directly to his consciousness without any need to touch the screen. A few concise lines were displayed on the interface. Host, signed in this month, yes, countdown to next sign in 23 days, current assets 300 million yuan in cash, 100 equity of Shanghai Group, special notice system binding, is permanent, non-transferable, and irrevocable. Upon the host's death, the system will vanish. That final line, non-transferable, irrevocable, settled something in a corner of Du Yi's heart. At the very least, it meant that no one could wrest this system from him, nor did he need to worry about it suddenly disappearing someday. He closed the system interface and set the phone down on the nightstand. Outside the window, true silence had finally descended. Light from the street lamp slipped through a gap in the curtains, casting a thin orange line across the ceiling. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow the world would still be the same world, but he would no longer be the person he had been yesterday. On the third night, Chen Feng sent over the group's detailed information. On his phone, he received an encrypted notification from a communication app he had never used before. According to Chen Feng, this was Shanghai Group's most secure internal encryption platform, the channel through which all sensitive information and strategic directives were transmitted. He waited until his parents had gone out for a walk before opening his laptop and logging into the platform. The data pack was over 3 gigabytes in total, divided into more than a dozen folders, each containing dozens of files. Chen Feng handled matters with meticulous care. He had assigned numbers and tags to every single file, and even attached a reading guide advising to go through them in batches according to their importance. First opened the organizational chart. The structure of Shanghai Group resembled a colossus. Its roots were Shanghai Holdings Group Co., Ltd. Headquartered in Pudong, Shanghai. The trunk was formed by 6 core functional departments: the Strategic Development Department, Financial Management Center, Human Resources Center, Audit and Supervision Department, Legal and Compliance Department, and Administrative and Logistics Center. The crown was made up of 5 major business segments spanning real estate, finance, technology, entertainment, and industrial manufacturing. He examined each segment one by one. Shanghai Real Estate, the business that had founded the group and the segment with the largest asset base at present. It encompassed 4 business lines: commercial real estate development, residential real estate development, property management, and commercial operations. The group had projects in more than 20 cities nationwide, and in the Magic City, it owned several landmark buildings, including a 5-star hotel, a high-end shopping mall, and 2 Grade A office towers. With total assets of around 400 billion, it was the cornerstone of the group. Shanghai Finance, the profit core of the conglomerate and the segment that would demand the most of Du Yi's attention. Under its banner were 5 financial licenses: Shanghai Bank, holding a private banking license as Shanghai Securities, Shanghai Insurance, Shanghai Trust, and Shanghai Fund, managing assets of more than 300 billion. Shanghai Bank, approved for establishment 5 years ago, now had more than 30 branches nationwide and assets approaching 100 billion. The financial segment's net profit last year accounted for nearly half of the group's total earnings. Shanghai Technology, the youngest segment and the fastest growing. Its primary focus lay in artificial intelligence, cloud computing services, semiconductor design, and new energy technologies. It controlled several star-level tech subsidiaries, one of which, specializing in AI chips, had just received a national-level innovation award the previous year. The segment was still in a cash-burning phase, yet its valuation had already exceeded 100 billion, and it was regarded as the group's future growth engine. Shanghai Entertainment. This was the segment that drew a few extra glances from Du Yi. This segment comprised a film and television production company, a cinema chain, an artist management agency, and a film-themed amusement park. Its revenue scale was respectable, but profit margins were low, propped up mainly by the cinema chain, while the production and talent management businesses were barely profitable. In his mind, he placed a mental marker on it. This segment would be one of his key areas of focus in the Shanghai Industrial, the manufacturing segment covering high-end equipment manufacturing, new materials, and automotive components, served as the group's stable source of cash flow, with annual revenue of roughly 50 billion. After finishing the organizational chart, he spent more than an hour browsing through the financial statements of each segment. The numbers were immense, the concepts abstract. 800 billion in revenue, 200 billion in net profit, 300 billion in assets under management. Such figures truly required time to digest for a teenager who just a month ago had still been working on high school math problems. But Du Yi had one advantage: he possessed an innate sensitivity to numbers. In his mind, he transformed these abstract data sets into concrete relationship diagrams. Real estate was the bloodstream providing steady cash flow and heavy assets. Finance was the heart amplifying that cash flow into profit. Technology was the brain determining the direction of the future. Entertainment was the face shaping the group's public image. Industrial manufacturing was the skeleton keeping the entire structure from collapsing. The five segments depended on and supported one another. It was a meticulously engineered commercial empire. Du Yi then opened the list of senior executives. The group's current CEO was named Shun Hanlon, 56 years old, who had worked at Shanghai for 22 years and was one of the veterans who had followed the founding chairman in starting the business. He had risen from a grassroots project manager to helmsman of the group, and his understanding of the company surpassed that of anyone else. In his photo, he wore the standard face of a middle-aged elite. A square jaw, thick brows, temples lightly flecked with gray, dressed in a dark blue business shirt, his gaze steady and keen. In the remarks, Chen Feng had written, President Shun has an extremely strong sense of belonging to the group and impeccable professional ethics. Through the system's mechanisms, he has already been made aware of your identity and has stated his willingness to follow your arrangements at any time. His exact words were, before leaving, the old sect master instructed me that what is destined to arrive will arrive. My duty is simply to fulfill my own responsibilities. For a while, Du Yi pondered this term, old sect master. Clearly, when the system bestowed this gift pack, it had already implanted a self-consistent background narrative into the awareness of all relevant personnel. In the cognition of Shun Hanlon and the other senior executives, the old sect master of Shanghai Group had long since arranged everything, and Du Yi was the chosen heir. As for what kind of relationship this heir had with the old sect master, why he was so young, why he had never appeared before, these questions had likely all been given some explanation by the system that they could accept. That was a good thing, which spared him a great deal of explanation. Du Yi continued scrolling. The heads of each segment were also listed with photos and resumes. The head of real estate was called Zhou Jiangwo, trained in architecture and known for his tough style. The leader of the finance segment was Lin Ruoqing, a 45-year-old woman with a near-perfect resume, having worked on Wall Street and in Hong Kong. The head of technology was Xiao Ran, a tech fanatic who appeared not yet 40 with a resume that read PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, postdoctoral fellow at MIT. Du Yi ran through their faces and names in his mind. These were the people who in the future would report directly. He closed the executive list and then reviewed the information on several key projects. One project caught his attention. Tinching Pictures, a film production company under Shanghai Entertainment, was currently preparing a historical costume drama adapted from a popular online novel with an investment budget of 200 million. The project was still in its preliminary preparation stage. The director and leads had yet to be decided. Du Yi marked this project. His elder sister, Du Yao, had only just begun her career in the entertainment industry and needed good projects and good opportunities. If the script proved solid, and if he could secure a suitable role for her, there was no rush. These matters had to be advanced step by step. Du Yi rubbed his slightly sore eyes and glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It was already close to 11. His parents were long since back. He could hear the television in the living room broadcasting the evening news program his father loved. He closed all the documents, cleared his browsing traces, and shut the computer. Then he leaned back in his chair and sat in silence, thinking for a long time. From what he had seen tonight, Shanghai Group was an aircraft carrier in every sense of the word, immense in scale, complex in operations, with a presence in virtually every field. To command such a colossal vessel, one needed more than 100% equity. True ability was indispensable. He thought of the fact that in less than 2 months he would be reporting to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Finance as his major. What had originally been a choice made out of interest had now become a compulsory course he had to master. He needed a systematic framework of knowledge to understand the logic of finance, the rules of commerce, and the art of management. He lacked neither money nor power, but he needed capabilities that matched that power. Shun Hanlon and the others appeared loyal and competent for now, yet Du Yi was not someone who placed all his hopes on others. He did not intend to be a hands-off proprietor, but a true helmsman. Fortunately, time was on his side. The course load in his freshman year would not be too heavy, and he could use his spare time to gradually familiarize himself with the group's operations. During the 2 months of summer vacation, he could also lay a solid foundation, finish reading the necessary materials, and map out all essential situations. Du Yi stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Outside, the county's streetlights glowed dimly. Now and then a car passed by, its headlights sweeping across the street before vanishing. A family was sitting under the locust tree downstairs to catch the night breeze, children running circles around the trunk while the adults fanned themselves and chatted. An utterly ordinary scene. Yet to Du Yi it felt as though he were standing at the junction of two worlds. The plain tranquil small county outside the window and the data vault of a trillion-level empire he had just unlocked behind him. He drew the curtains shut, turned off the light, and lay back down on his bed. In the darkness, he thought of that 300 million in cash. He had not touched the money yet and did not even know how to spend it. But there was one thing he knew for certain. That sum together with the new rewards the system would grant him every month would become the resources with which he built a safety net for his family and for everyone he cared about. His parents' retirement, his elder sister's career, the future partner and friends he would one day meet. All those he cared about. He would never again allow anyone he cherished to suffer humiliation because they lacked money. Never again. Eyes closed, he let out a quiet smile in the darkness. It was not a smug smile, but one of grounded reassurance. It was as if a man who had once stood on the ground gazing up at the stars had suddenly discovered that he was already standing upon them. Yet his footing remained perfectly steady. The cicadas screeched incessantly outside the window for the entire month of July. On the surface, Du Yi's daily life looked no different from any previous summer vacation. Sleeping in until he woke up naturally, sometimes accompanying his mother to the market in the morning, playing basketball, or going to the internet cafe with Chun Hao in the afternoon, and in the evenings sitting around the dinner table with his family eating and watching TV together. One evening at dinner, his mother said, "Xiaoyi seems steadier this summer than before." Du's father glanced at Du Yi without commenting, merely picking up another piece of rib and placing it in his bowl. Du Yi smiled without offering any explanation. He knew exactly where his change lay. In past summers, he would always feel somewhat listless and bored, as if time crawled too slowly. He could not wait for school to start, to go somewhere new, for life to undergo some kind of change. Now things were different. The last thing he wanted was change, at least no change on the surface. The first thing he did every time he woke up was check whether the balance in his bank account was still there. He had been doing this for 2 full weeks, and each time that string of numbers appeared on the screen, his heart would still race for a few seconds. Then he would spend an hour handling the group's documents that Chun Feng sent over, reviewing, annotating, and sending them back through an encrypted platform. Those documents covered an ever-widening range of topics: new project initiation proposals from the real estate division, quarterly risk control reports from the finance arm, financing plans from the technology segment, and film and television investment schemes from the entertainment department. At first, he found them extremely hard to digest. Those specialized financial statements and legal terms stood before him like a wall. He recognized every word, yet strung together, they became incomprehensible. He had to look things up as he read. What was a debt-to-asset ratio? What was EBITDA? What was a valuation adjustment mechanism? What was a VIE structure? He bought a stack of introductory books on finance and management online and piled them on his desk, forcing himself to chew through them every day. Some of those books were painfully dry, but he discovered a pattern. Once you understood that all this knowledge was directly tied to business worth 1.2 trillion, no matter how tedious the content, you could still force yourself to read on. After 2 weeks, he could more or less understand balance sheets and cash flow statements, and he had formed a preliminary overall grasp of the group's organizational structure and business logic. In a recent report, Chen Feng wrote, "President Du's learning speed is truly impressive." Dewey replied with a single line, "I am still far from adequate." This was not humility. The more he learned about this business empire, the more acutely he understood just how far he was from truly being able to steer it. The kind of judgment and experience that Shun Hamlin had accumulated over 20 years could not be caught up to by reading a few books. Fortunately, he did not need to reach that point in one step. He could take 4 years of university to study slowly, to seep into the system bit by bit, and by graduation complete his transition from a merely nominal owner to the one truly holding the helm. Of course, during this process, he also had to do one more thing: be an ordinary college student. At 4 in the afternoon, when the sun's glare had softened, he rode his bicycle out of the house. The basketball court was in a community park next to the school, with a concrete floor and hoops whose nets had long since rotted away, leaving only bare iron rings. Several boys about his age were already shooting there. "Dewey, over here." Chun Hao waved at him, a basketball tucked under his arm. 3 others stood beside him: Zhang Lei Wei and Zhao Xiaoping, all regular basketball buddies. "What took you so long?" "We already played 2 games, Zhang," Lei said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Something came up at home, Du," he said as he parked his bike and flexed his wrists. "Come on, 3 and 3. I'll team up with Du Yi and Li Wei. Zhang Leiyu and Zhao Xiaoping take Chun Hao." Chun Hao was already dividing up the teams. When he played, Du Yi threw himself into the game, running, passing, shooting, fighting for rebounds. Before long, sweat had soaked through his t-shirt. This pure physical exertion made him feel wonderfully at ease. For once on the court, he did not have to think about financial statements or group strategy, only the rim and his teammates. After more than an hour, everyone was exhausted and collapsed onto the steps by the court, gulping water. "The exam scores should be coming out soon, right?" Zhao Xiaoping asked. "Should be in the next few days," Li Wei said, screwing the cap back on his bottle. "Nervous?" I'm okay, Dewey replied. Of course you're okay, Chen Hao rolled his eyes. Our homeroom teacher's been telling people you probably did the best in our class. Seriously, Zhang Lei leaned in. I heard it from old Wang in the class next door, Chen Hao said confidently. He overheard in the office that Du Yi's estimated score was even higher than last year's top scorer from our school. Damn, doesn't that mean you're practically guaranteed a spot at Modu University of Finance and Economics? Li Wei slapped Du Yi on the shoulder. When you're out in Modu in the future, don't forget your brothers here. The scores aren't out yet, don't jinx it, Du Yi said with a small smile. On his way home after the game, he rode past a familiar lottery shop. A red banner hanging at the door fluttered slightly in the evening breeze, its slogan. Warm congratulations to this outlet for winning second prize in the Super Lotto, already faded. He stopped and gazed at the banner for a few seconds. In the past, he would occasionally buy a lottery ticket, 2 yuan scratch it idly knowing he would never win, yet still harboring that tiny thought of what if. Now he no longer needed that what if, yet he found that the feeling of spending 2 yuan to await a miracle was in its own way rather precious. People are always like this. Once they have something, they stop valuing it. But Du Yi refused to allow himself to become that way. He mounted his bicycle and continued home buying 2 jeans of peaches and a bunch of bananas when he passed the fruit shop. The fruit seller knew him and asked while weighing the fruit, Xiao Du, how did the exam go? Not bad, uncle, he replied. So modest. Your mom came yesterday to buy vegetables. She couldn't stop smiling. Must have done great. Du Yi paid with a smile. When he got home, his mother was busy in the kitchen. He set the fruit on the table, washed his hands, and went in to help pick vegetables. No need go watch TV, his mother shooed him away. I'm idle anyway, he said. His mother did not insist, and the two of them busied themselves together in the kitchen. As she chopped, his mother chattered about everyday matters. The son of Aunt Lee next door had also taken the college entrance exam this year, and apparently had not done well, planning to repeat. Sister Wang from her work unit was getting her daughter married off, and the bride price had taken ages to negotiate. His father had been busy at work lately, working overtime every day, and his back was acting up again. Du Yi listened, responding now and then. This simple, mundane, everyday life was what he most wanted to protect. After dinner, he returned to his room and turned on the computer. Chen Feng had sent over another batch of documents, among them a project list from Xinhua Entertainment's subsidiary Tianqing Pictures. Du Yi opened the ancient costume drama project and carefully examined the script outline and information on the main creative team. The script was adapted from a well-reviewed online novel about a heroine who rises from a commoner to an imperial female official. The main plot wove together court intrigue and romance with a richly drawn female lead and a clear growth arc. The director chosen was a middle-aged man named Lu Chuan, who had made several well-received TV dramas, respected within the industry but not considered among the top tier. The producer, surnamed Zhao, had a resume that looked solidly average. Neither the male nor female lead had yet been decided. Studying the project information, Du Yi thought for a moment, then sent Chen Feng a message regarding this costume drama project. Has there been any progress on casting the female lead? We are still in the selection stage, Chen Feng replied. The production team leans toward using a traffic actress with a certain level of fame. The investors have not given clear instructions yet. I've gone through the script. The heroine is a young girl in the early chapters and later an experienced court official. If you cast a traffic actress in her 30s, the early part will feel very off. What is President Du suggesting? Tell the production team to select based on merit and prioritize fit with the role. Age, acting skills, and temperament matter more than traffic. Understood. After sending that line, Du Yi paused, then added, also keep an eye out for a newcomer named Du Yao. She's a fresh graduate from Modu Performing Arts University, currently working as an extra and supporting actress. Okay, President Du. Do you want us to approach her proactively? No need. If a suitable role appears, give her a chance to audition, but don't offer her any special treatment. Let her earn it with her own ability. Understood. Du Yi closed the chat window. He knew he was being exceedingly cautious, but he did not want his sister to feel that her opportunities were bought with his connections. He knew his sister's character all too well. She might accept a meal from her younger brother, but she would never accept him paving her road with money. What she wanted was to be recognized for her own strength. The opportunity Du Yi could give her was fairness. Of course, he would also make sure that within this fair, competitive environment, all those sordid, unspoken rules had no place. The day the results were released was a cloudless, sun-drenched day. Harsh white sunlight spilled over the road outside the window, softening the asphalt until it seemed to melt ever so slightly in the heat. Du Yi had been dragged out of bed by his mother at the crack of dawn, though in truth he had hardly slept at all. He had woken before first light, lying there listening to the rustling murmur of his parents talking outside. In the kitchen, his mother was cooking porridge. The sound of the lid being lifted was soft, as if she were afraid of waking him. When she saw him come out, she looked a little surprised. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? She asked. Once I'm awake, I don't feel like lying down, he replied. After washing up, Du Yi sat at the dining table. Plain rice porridge, salted duck eggs, 2 small side dishes, and the bamboo steamers of soup dumplings his mother had specially made were laid out before him. He ate slowly, his sense of taste seemingly dulled compared to usual. No matter how long he chewed, he could not tell whether the salted duck egg was too salty or too bland. In the living room, the wall clock ticked on second by measured second. That day his father, in a rare departure from routine, had not gone to work. He sat on the sofa with a morning paper in his hands. One glance told Du that the newspaper was upside down. "Dad, the paper's upside down." Oh. Du Fu hastily flipped it right side up, cleared his throat, and raised it high again, hiding his entire face behind its neatly squared edges. His mother poked her head out from the kitchen and caught the scene. The corners of her mouth twitched as she did not laugh out loud, only exchanged a meaningful look with Dewey. After breakfast, Dewey went back to his room and turned on the computer. His mother followed him in and set a cup of warm water by his hand. She kept saying, "There's no rush, you can't check until 9, yet her fingers were twisting the corner of her apron, working the fabric into several deep creases. Dewey looked at the cup, lifted it, and took a sip. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cool. Water she had poured precisely to match the time she knew he would get up, left to cool to perfection. The second hand of the wall clock jumped forward 1 notch at a time. Dewey stared at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the computer screen, watching the digits crawl toward 9 o'clock. 8:59. At some point his father had come to stand behind him, as well, the newspaper still clenched in his hand, its edges crumpled from his grip. 9 o'clock sharp. The score inquiry system, as expected, froze. Dewey refreshed again and again. The page kept spinning in circles, the tiny loading icon whirling until it made his heart race with irritation. His mother muttered a soft "What's wrong with this thing?" then hurriedly covered her mouth as if afraid that her complaint might somehow affect the system's operation. 9:03. At last the page loaded. Dewey's gaze skipped over the dense list of subject names and landed straight on the bolded line of numbers at the bottom. In that instant he himself was stunned. It was nearly 20 points higher than he had estimated. It was the sort of score that if spoken aloud would sound like pretentious humble bragging, a result their small county high school had not seen in many years. He turned the monitor so his parents could see. Du Fu fixed his gaze on the number, his lips moving slightly, as though silently reciting it over and over. Then his father slowly set the crumpled newspaper aside, took off his reading glasses, put them on again, then took them off once more. "Good," he said. Just that one word, but the tail end of it quivered. His mother's tears were already falling. She made no sound, simply covered her mouth as tears slipped through her fingers and dripped down, blooming dark, uneven patches on her apron. Dewey stood up and gently wrapped his arms around her. Her shoulders trembled faintly in his embrace. Feeling it, he felt his own eyes begin to burn. "What are you crying for?" Du Fu said beside them, though his own voice sounded slightly off. He turned away, quickly rubbing the corner of his eye with the back of his hand, then pulled out his phone. "I'll call Xiaoyao. Right now?" He dialed. The call was picked up after only 2 rings. "Hello, Dad. Have the results come out?" "Have they? What's the score?" came his daughter's eager voice. Behind Du Yao the noise was chaotic, as if she were in a rehearsal hall where someone was calling out 5-minute break. Du Fu opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for how to put it into words, and simply shoved the phone into Du Yi's hand. "Sis, the results are out," Dewey said. What is it?" she urged. He reported the number. There was a second of silence on the other end. Then came Du Yao's piercing scream, the volume so loud it made the phone's speaker crackle with distortion. "Oh my God. Dewey, what kind of celestial being are you? With a score like that, are you planning to ascend to the heavens? Did you secretly drink some genius potion behind my back?" she cried. "Ah," she shrieked again. "Keep it down, sis, I'm going deaf," he protested. "I can't keep it down. I want the whole world to know my little brother is a top student." Her voice was a jumble of laughter and tears, thick with a nasal catch. "Where's Mom? Is Mom crying? Put Mom on the phone." Dewey switched the call to speaker. Their mother took the phone, her voice still choked with sobs. "Xiaoyao, Mom. Did you hear? Your son, my little brother. He scored this high. Why are you crying? This is a good thing. Our whole family should be setting off firecrackers to celebrate. When I wrap filming and come back, I'm treating you all to a feast. No, you should come to Modu, and I'll treat you here. I'll be getting my acting fee soon," she declared. "You haven't even officially graduated yet. Where's this acting fee coming from?" Dewey said on the side. Soon. Once I'm famous, it'll be a matter of minutes." The call went on for nearly half an hour. His mother gradually calmed down and began discussing with Du Yao how they should celebrate. His father listened nearby, occasionally cutting in with "Don't waste money." Du Yao insisted that when she came back, she would cook a celebratory feast for her brother, whereupon their mother immediately said, "You'd better not cook. With your culinary skills, your brother and I still want to live a few more years," sending the entire family into laughter. After hanging up, he looked at the flood of stickers Du Yao had sent. An army of little yellow figures pounding on drums, a cat howling up at the sky, and a bold poster declaring "Awesome." He smiled and replied, "Sis, focus on your rehearsal. Don't get so excited you forget your lines." No sooner had the message been sent than his phone rang again, this time with a call from Shanghai. "Dewey, have you seen it? Everyone's talking about your score in the group. You're not human. You're a beast. You're my idol." Chunhao's booming voice exploded from the receiver. "I just went to the homeroom teacher's office to get some materials," Chunhao went on. "The teacher is over the moon, said your score is the highest our school has seen in nearly 5 years. Dewey chuckled. "How'd you do?" "Me? Not bad, I guess. 10 points higher than I predicted. I should have no problem making it into a first-year university. But compared to you, I'm trash," Chunhao said, abruptly changing the subject. "Anyway, down to business. Come out tonight. Everyone wants to celebrate. You're not allowed to refuse tonight." "All right," Dewey agreed. "Settled then. 6 o'clock at the usual place. Don't be late." After hanging up Dewey walked back to the living room. His mother was filling a plastic bag with candies and sunflower seeds, saying she was going to take them to work and hand them out to her colleagues. "This color is good for boys, steady and elegant," she said with certainty, as if she were a mother choosing armor for a warrior about to embark on a battle. Sunlight streamed in through the window, falling over his parents. Leaning against the doorframe, Dewey watched them, and a clear thought rose in his heart. This was only the beginning. From now on, he would give them days that were prouder and more at ease than today. On the evening of the second day after the results were announced, Dewey and Du Yao had a video call. When the screen lit up, Du Yao's side was pitch black, only a blurry silhouette could be seen moving. Then with a click, the desk lamp turned on, and Du Yao's face leaned close to the camera. She wore a lopsided bun on her head with messy strands of hair sticking out everywhere and a cartoon t-shirt with a washed-out stretched collar. "Brother, I was so excited yesterday, I couldn't sleep all night." Her voice was bright and crisp like a string of popping firecrackers. "I almost messed up my lines during rehearsal today and got stared at by the teacher several times." Dewey leaned against the headboard looking at his sister's exuberant face on the screen and couldn't help the corner of his mouth lifting. "You almost messed up your lines. Didn't you say that play's lines were your best?" "That's on normal days. Yesterday was a special situation." Du Yao leaned back, propped her phone against a water glass on the table, then sat cross-legged on the chair. "When I told my roommates about your score, they didn't believe me and insisted I was bragging. I sent them a screenshot of your grades, and they were all dumbfounded. My roommate Xiaoyu said, 'Did your brother secretly take some smart pills?' I said, 'Bullshit, my brother has been smart since he was a kid. He could recite Tang poems at 3 and do arithmetic within 100 at 5. Sis, the one who recited Tang poems at 3 was you, not me." "Really?" Du Yao was taken aback for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. "Anyway, it's all the same. The Du family genes are just good." Dewey laughed. That was just how his sister was. When she was happy, she took all the credit. But Dewey knew that her pride at this moment was entirely for him. Since they were kids, his sister was the one who protected him outside, spoke up for him in front of their parents, and secretly slipped him snacks when he did poorly on exams. Her dream was to shine on stage, but before that she had learned how to be a good sister. "Brother." Du Yao suddenly leaned close to the camera, her tone shifting from excitement to seriousness. "Have you filled in your college application? Where's your first choice?" "Modi University of Finance and Economics Finance." Du Yao's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth as if to say something particularly grand, but in the end, she just raised both hands above her head and made a crooked heart shape. "It's settled then. You'll soon be a person of Modu. When you come, I'll take you to eat delicious." She began counting on her fingers. "There's a local Shanghainese restaurant near our school. Their braised pork is absolutely divine. Every time I go, I have to fight to get the last serving. There's a Shengjian bun shop near the bund. Thin skin, lots of soup. The first time I tried it, I bit into it without experience, and the soup splashed all over my shirt. That white t-shirt still has a stain. And the Xilong Bao at City God Temple. You have to queue for half an hour, but when you finally taste it, you feel the wait was worth it." She counted seriously with that sisterly tone of unquestionable arrangement. Dewey listened without interrupting. "Sis. Huh. Are you having a hard time in Modu?" Du Yao's voice caught for a moment. On the screen, she blinked, then turned her face away, pretending to organize things on the desk. The desk lamp cast a soft light on the contour of her profile. Her jawline was similar to Dewey's, not very rounded, but cleanly shaped. "What are you talking about? There's nothing hard about it." She gathered a few pages of script, aligning the edges, moving much slower than usual. "We're young, we have to work hard. I've taken on several extra roles recently. They're the kind that flash by, but the director said my blocking is very accurate, even more professional than many veteran extras." "Sis. Huh. After I come, you won't have to carry it alone anymore." Du Yao's hand stopped. She stared at Dewey on the screen for several seconds, then pursed her lips and blinked rapidly. "What's wrong with you today?" Her voice was much softer than before, with a hint of suppressed nasality. "Saying things like that. You almost made me cry. If my eyes are swollen tomorrow, how can I be on camera?" "You didn't cry." "Almost." Dewey smiled. He looked at his sister's stubborn bright face on the screen and made a promise known only to himself. Sis, your dream doesn't need to rely on luck. With me here it will definitely come true. By the way, brother. Diao suddenly remembered something, leaned closer to the camera and lowered her voice. Let me know before you come to Modu, they'll pick you up. I've been saving up lately, and when you get here I'll treat you to a good meal. Didn't you just say your living expenses were enough? Enough and being able to treat you to a big meal are two different things. Du Yao said with an air of righteousness. Your sister may not be famous yet, but I can still afford to buy my brother a meal. Don't be polite with me. Being polite means you don't see me as your sister. Okay, pinky swear. She extended her little finger and wagged it in front of the camera. There was a faint chipped layer of light pink nail polish, the cheap kind from a convenience store. He also extended his little finger and touched it across the screen. Pinky swear. After hanging up the video, he leaned back against the headboard and put his phone aside. The night outside the window was very still, occasionally broken by a dog bark from afar. The desk lamp in the room cast a warm yellow light on the ceiling, leaving a small patch of soft shadow in the corner. He opened the encrypted folder on his phone and tapped on the Shanghai Entertainment Sector materials that Shen Feng had sent earlier. Tianqing Films, Shanghai Cinema's artist management company. These names were quietly arranged on the screen, each representing an undeniable resource in the entertainment industry. His sister was still out there running as an extra, relying on her own strength, going from set to set, competing for one role at a time. She didn't know that her brother already had resources that could save her years of detours. But he also knew his sister's personality. She was too independent and never wanted anyone to pave the way. In high school, when she wanted to study acting and their parents disagreed, thinking the entertainment world was too chaotic, she worked hard and got into Modu Performing Arts University on her own without spending a penny to pull strings. Over 3 years of college, she auditioned for dozens of crews, was rejected countless times, and never once complained in the family group chat. If a big company suddenly tried to promote her out of nowhere, she would definitely be suspicious. He thought for a moment and sent Shen Feng a message. Does Shanghai Entertainment have any film or TV projects in preparation? Script must be solid, team must be reliable. Yes, Mr. Tianqing Films has a costume drama project called Phoenix Cry for the second half of the year with an investment scale of 200 million. It's still in the early preparation stage, and none of the main roles have been cast. Don't approach her proactively. If there's a suitable audition opportunity, let the production team release casting information normally. Whether she gets selected or not depends on her own ability. Understood. He put down his phone and turned off the desk lamp. In the darkness, he remembered his sister's words from earlier. When I become famous, I'll have your back. He let out a soft laugh toward the ceiling. Sis, actually, you don't need to wait until you're famous. I can have your back right now. You just don't know it yet. July 1st. Just past midnight, he was awakened by a clear prompt sound from deep within. The sensation was peculiar. Unlike the external stimuli of a phone alarm, it resonated from within his mind, as if someone had gently tapped a triangle in a corner of his thoughts, the echo lingering softly. He opened his eyes and summoned the system panel with his mind. A deep blue interface unfolded before him with letters appearing one stroke at a time, exuding a unique, faintly glowing texture. Godly rich monthly sign-in system. July sign-in has been triggered. This month's sign-in rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 limited edition Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The only one in the world, customized with serial number 001. Car color deep sea black, interior obsidian black with titanium alloy. Currently stored in the private garage A07 in the magical city of Pudong. Keys and electronic credentials have been stored in your encrypted cloud account. Included with the car, 2 sets of customized car covers, a full set of original maintenance tools, and 5 years of free on-site maintenance services. 2. Ownership of the Cloud Top 1 penthouse apartment. Address 68th floor of the Cloud Top 1 building, XX Road, Pudong New District, Magical City. Construction area of 820 square meters, usable area of 720 square meters. Layout: 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, with an independent study, audiovisual room, gym, and wine cellar. Rooftop amenities: infinity heated swimming pool, helicopter landing pad. Property manager's contact information has been synchronized to your address book. He looked at this information and sat up in bed. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. He had seen news about this car online. Bugatti's tribute to commemorate the brand's 110th anniversary, limited to just 1 unit, globally priced at over 100 million renminbi. At that time, he and Chunhao had come across this news during a break, and Chunhao remarked such a car would just collect dust in a garage. He replied, those who can afford it probably don't care if it gathers dust or not. Now this car belonged to him. And there was that Cloud Top 1, the penthouse apartment in the core area of Pudong. 820 square meters, occupying the top floor of the entire building. He had seen the name of that building in financial news, which had made waves when it was launched. The price per square meter was enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in his hometown. He placed his phone on the bedside table, his hands resting behind his head, looking at the ceiling in the dark. The last time he lay like this watching the ceiling was on the night the system was first bound to him. That day his heart raced like a drum, his mind swirling with thoughts of 300 million in cash and a $1 trillion conglomerate hardly allowing him to sleep throughout the night. And today he received a supercar worth over 100 million and the most expensive penthouse apartment in the magical city. His first reaction was not ecstasy, but a calm tinged with confusion. He realized he was adapting to this rhythm at an astonishing speed, as if his psychological threshold had been continuously elevated by the system, and once it reached a certain height, even the largest numbers no longer fazed him. This might not be a good thing, Dewey thought. He had seen what happened to those who became rich overnight from news, buying luxury cars, partying in nightclubs, living extravagantly only to fall back into poverty or even accumulate massive debts after a few years. If wealth suddenly fell upon someone, most would be stunned. He did not want to be that kind of person. He turned over and lay on his side, beginning to seriously plan what he needed to do next. First, he needed a reasonable excuse to go to the magical city. Getting familiar with the school in advance was a solid reason. His college entrance examination scores were out, applications were submitted, acceptance was basically secured. It was entirely normal for a soon-to-be college student to visit the city where he would be living. Secondly, once he arrived in the magical city, he needed to act low-key. The Bugatti could stay in the garage. He could occasionally take it out to get familiarized. The Cloud Top 1 could serve as his base in the magical city, but during school he would still stay in the dormitory. What he needed was the significance behind these two assets. Having a house and a car in the magical city meant he had established a real foothold in this city. The next morning, he brought up his desire to visit the magical city at the dining table with his parents, just to check out the school, get familiar with the environment. So I won't be flustered when school starts. His mother paused for a moment while serving food. Going alone? That's quite far. Mom, I'm 18. 18 is still a child. His mother put down her chopsticks, her tone filled with that unique, unshakable worry that only a mother has. The magical city is so big and you don't know your way around. Where will you stay? What will you eat? What if you encounter bad people? My sister is over there. She didn't come back for the summer vacation, so she can show me around. This statement had an effect. His mother's expression softened a bit. Although Du Yao was also a student yet to graduate in his mother's eyes, his sister had been in the magical city for 3 years and was already considered half a local. Du's father put down the newspaper and glanced at Du. How many days will you go? 3 or 4 days, I'll be back soon. Du's father nodded, saying nothing more. He counted out 10 red bills from his wallet and pushed them across the table. 1,000 yuan, spend it wisely. Call your mom when you arrive. Du took the stack of money. The bills were slightly warm from his father's touch, their edges a bit crumpled, likely having been in his wallet for a long time. He had 300 million in his account, but the weight of these 10 red bills seemed even heavier than that 300 million. Thank you, Dad. What are you thanking me for? Du's father picked up the newspaper again, shielding himself behind it. Du neatly folded the 1,000 yuan and placed it in the innermost compartment of his backpack. He would not spend this money. He would keep it as a reminder. A reminder that no matter how much wealth he possessed, this was the true starting point. On the night before his departure to the magical city, Du sent a coded message to Chen Feng. I'm arriving in the magical city tomorrow. Arrange something, handle it discreetly. No need to pick me up, I will go myself. Understood, Mr. Du. The entry procedures for the Cloud Top 1 and garage access have all been completed. Is there anything I need to prepare in advance? No need. Just organize the important documents that need my review. I'll take time to look at them once I arrive in the magical city. Got it. Du put down his phone, opened his suitcase, and began packing. He didn't bring much, just a few changes of clothes, a laptop, a charger, and a copy of his admission notice. The suitcase was mostly empty. His mother would surely fill it up when she saw it tomorrow. Sure enough, the next morning, when his mother saw his empty suitcase, she turned and went straight into the kitchen. When she came out again, she had 2 jars of homemade chili sauce, a bag of local specialties, a pack of cold medicine, a bottle of essential oil, and 3 pairs of newly bought socks. Mom, it's summer. Why would you have me bring cold medicine? Can't you catch a cold in summer? The air conditioning in the magical city can be really cold. You've always had sensitive airways. All right, I'll bring it. Du stuffed the items into the suitcase one by one, not arguing. He knew these were his mother's ways of expressing care. She might not have billions of assets to give him, but she had her homemade chili sauce and carefully chosen cold medicine. These items, just like the 1,000 yuan from his father, were all that the Du family could provide. At the time of departure, Du's father accompanied him to the entrance of the community. The taxi was already waiting by the roadside. The driver was helping to load the suitcase into the trunk. Dad, you should head back. Du's father stood on the steps at the entrance of the building, nodding. The morning light shone on his graying temples. He squinted, his lips moving, and finally said, "Call me when you arrive." The taxi started, and Du-yi watched his father's figure grow smaller through the rear window. Du-yi's father stood on the steps for quite a while. He only turned to enter the hallway after the car turned out of the community entrance. Du-yi turned back, taking a deep breath. The road ahead was still long, and he had already taken the first step. The high-speed train sped across the East China Plain for nearly 6 hours. Du-yi sat by the window, headphones, and watching the scenery outside retreat frame by frame. From the wheat fields of northern Anhui to the industrial parks of southern Jiangsu, from the silhouette of Jinshan in Zhenjiang to the shimmering waves of Taihu Lake in Wuxi, the terrain became increasingly flat, the buildings denser, and the color of the sky shifted from a clear deep blue to a slightly grayish blue illuminated by city lights. Around 2 in the afternoon, the train slowly pulled into Hongqiao Station in the Magic City. Du-yi, with his ordinary black backpack, exited the train. The atrium of the arrival hall was high, and the sunlight filtering through the glass ceiling carried a unique luminosity of a big city, bright, clean, and untainted. People around him hurried by the wheels of their suitcases, making a clattering sound on the polished floor, while those waiting for arrivals stretched their necks to look at the signs they were holding. Du-yi followed the crowd out of the station and hailed a ride-sharing car. "Driver, take me to Pudong." The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "Where in Pudong?" Du-yi provided the address of Yunding-no. 1. The driver's eyebrows twitched slightly, looking at him again. This time he lingered for a second, then said nothing and started the car. The ride-sharing vehicle departed from Hongqiao, passing through the Yan'an elevated road, heading east. Outside, the Magic City unfolded like a slowly unrolling scroll. First, the modern buildings of the Hongqiao business district, then the old villas and sycamore trees of the inner ring, and finally the clusters of skyscrapers along both banks of the Huangpu River. The Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and Shanghai Tower lined up in the afternoon sun like 3 pointers leading to the sky. Du-yi leaned back in his seat, quietly watching the scenery outside. This city felt more vibrant than when he came 2 months ago. His previous visit was a hurried house-hunting trip, but this time it was a true arrival. The car stopped in front of Yunding-no. 1. Du-yi got out and looked up. The more than 60-story building was not the tallest in Pudong's skyline, but its design was special. The facade was not the common blue-gray glass curtain wall, but rather a darker, subtly warm-toned stone paired with floor-to-ceiling glass, giving it a steady and understated appearance. The automatic doors of the lobby slid open silently. Du-yi walked in. The marble floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the crystal chandelier and the uniformed front desk staff above. A faint cold fragrance enveloped the air, a kind of uncommon scent. Not the strong commercial fragrance of hotel lobbies, but a more restrained, woodsy, and cool aroma. Before Du-yi reached the front desk, a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit hurried over to greet him. The man appeared to be around 45, of medium build with meticulously styled hair. His smile was just right, neither sycophantic nor perfunctory, exuding a polite respect cultivated through good professional training. "Hello, Mr. Du. I am the property manager of Yunding-no. One surnamed Zhou. Your check-in procedures have been completed. Please follow me." Du-yi nodded and followed Manager Zhou to a private elevator at the back of the lobby. The elevator door was matte black metal with only a card reader beside it, and no floor buttons. Manager Zhou swiped a black induction card, and the elevator door slid open silently. The interior decor of the elevator continued the understated luxury feel. Dark wood veneer paired with matte black metal strips, and the floor was covered with thick carpet, making no sound when stepped on. The walls were polished to a shine, reflecting silhouettes. This apartment is the only penthouse unit at Yunding-no, one occupying the entire 68th floor. It has an area of 820 square meters with a usable area of 720 square meters. It features 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, along with an independent study, a media room, a gym, and a wine cellar. On the roof is an infinity pool and a helicopter landing pad, your private space inaccessible to other residents. Manager Zhou spoke at a measured pace, clearly articulating every number. Du-yi listened with a neutral expression, occasionally nodding. The elevator stopped at the 68th floor. The moment the door opened, Du-yi's first sight was light. A full arc of floor-to-ceiling windows extended from the floor to the ceiling, and the afternoon sunlight poured in unreservedly, filling the entire space. Outside was the Huangpu River, its surface glinting like scattered gold in the sunlight, while the skyline of Lujiazui across the river resembled a three-dimensional painting, with the glass sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower shining brightly against the blue sky. Du-yi stood at the elevator entrance, gazing for several seconds. Then he stepped into this space that belonged to him. The living room had a ceiling nearly 6 meters high with a massive crystal chandelier hanging above. It was not the traditional kind of luxurious chandelier, but rather a design with a strong modern feel, countless slender crystal columns hung down from different heights arranged in a large circular formation, with light emanating from within the columns scattering into a soft, warm white glow. The floor was dark hardwood expertly crafted to the point where seams were nearly invisible, offering a substantial and solid feel underfoot. The living room is approximately 120 square meters with a height of 5.8 meters. This arc-shaped floor-to-ceiling window is made of 3 layers of laminated bulletproof glass, effectively blocking ultraviolet rays, noise, and thermal radiation. The curtain system is intelligently responsive, automatically adjusting the angle based on the outdoor light, and can also be controlled by voice. Manager Zhou stood half a step behind Du Yi, maintaining an appropriate distance. Du Yi walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, hands in his pockets, overlooking the Huangpu River below. From this height, the cargo ships on the river appeared as toy models, while the traffic on the opposite bank transformed into a string of slowly moving ants. Manager Zhou, Du Yi said. Yes. How many floor-to-ceiling windows are there in total? In response to Mr. Du, there are 12 floor-to-ceiling windows in total, distributed among the living room, master bedroom, guest bedroom, study, and gym. Each window's glass is custom curved with invisible seams at the joints, making it impossible to see any stitching from the interior. Du Yi nodded. He turned around and began to explore other areas of the apartment. The study was on the east side of the living room, sharing the same floor-to-ceiling window with the master bedroom. The study was approximately 40 square meters with floor-to-ceiling solid wood bookshelves on 2 walls, and in the middle was a Tumterlong custom desk made from a single slab of timber, the growth rings clear and visible. Du Yi's fingers glided over the desktop, smooth and warm to the touch. The soundproofing in the study has been specially treated. When the door is closed, external sounds are mostly blocked out. The bookshelves are made of North American black walnut, and the constant temperature and humidity system will automatically adjust the temperature and humidity in the study to protect the collection. I don't have that many books. There will be in the future, Manager Zhou replied with a smile. The media room was on the other side of the living room, without windows, and all the walls were wrapped in dark gray, sound-absorbing material. The projector has a 4K resolution, and the screen spans an entire wall capable of electric rise and drop. The sofa is from Zawashi's first-class line, equipped with electric adjustment and massage functions, accommodating 6 positions. As Du Yi walked in, the automatic sensing lights slowly brightened, adjusting to the softest brightness. The audio system in the media room is Dolby Atmos with 16 independent channels. The soundproofing is at a professional recording studio level, allowing you to watch movies and listen to music here at any volume without disturbing other rooms. The gym and wine cellar are at the other end of the hallway. The gym has limited equipment, but each piece is top tier. A treadmill, an elliptical machine, a set of adjustable dumbbells, and a mirrored wall. The wine cellar is small, temperature controlled at 14 degrees with humidity maintained at 70%. The wine racks are still empty, waiting for the owner to fill them. The master bedroom was the last area to be viewed. When Du Yi walked in, the first thing he saw was the large bed. Its width estimated at over 2 meters, with a headboard made from a single piece of deep gray upholstered leather, and the bedding was pure white Egyptian long staple cotton, fluffy enough to resemble clouds. The master bedroom also had a full floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view as expansive as the living room, but slightly angled, allowing a glimpse of the curve of the Huangpu River. The master bedroom's walk-in closet is on the left, approximately 30 square meters, already equipped with custom wardrobes and shoe racks. The master bathroom is on the right, featuring a double vanity, a separate shower room, and a window-side massage bathtub. Du Yi entered the master bathroom and saw the bathtub beside the window. It was embedded next to the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing one to enjoy the river view while soaking in hot water, with privacy ensured by one-way translucent glass. No view from outside, yet complete visibility from within. He scanned the entire master bathroom, noting that all the faucets and shower heads were matte black with a superb texture, heavy in hand. After touring all the rooms, Du Yi returned to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Manager Zhou stood quietly beside him, waiting for his feedback. Very good. Just 2 words. Manager Zhou nodded slightly. I'm glad Mr. Du is satisfied. If you have any needs, you can contact me anytime through the mini program or directly. 24-hour butler service is a standard feature of Yunding No. 1, and your dedicated butler team is already in place. Understood. How do I get to the garage? It's on the 3rd basement level. I will take you there. The two took the private elevator down to the basement. The garage corridor was wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side, with sensor lights that automatically illuminated a soft, warm glow as one walked, by making the entire corridor resemble a VIP passage at a high-end car exhibition. Each parking space was separated by partition walls, forming independent garage units with excellent privacy. Manager Zhou stopped in front of the garage door numbered A07 and swiped the induction card to open it. As the lights turned on, Du Yi saw a completely deep black supercar. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. It quietly stood in the soft light, its smooth body lines gleaming with a subtle glow, the Bugatti emblem on the shield-shaped grille crafted from pure silver standing out against the black body. Its shape was both elegant and aggressive, the front low and the body compact and elongated, with the continuous taillights at the rear resembling a slender arc of light. The entire car had no unnecessary decorations. Black was its only language. Dewey approached, extending his hand, palm pressing against the hood. The metallic touch was cold and smooth, the impeccable German craftsmanship leaving no room for flaws. It was real. He owned a Bugatti. The keys are here. Manager Zhou presented a delicate black leather box. The fuel tank is full. The accompanying dedicated technician team will provide regular maintenance. You can schedule service appointments via the mini program. If you need a driver, the property can also arrange that. Dewey opened the leather box, revealing 2 car keys. The keys had a design completely different from ordinary car keys. An exquisite metal plate engraved with the Bugatti logo, and a line of small text, La Voiture Noire 001. The only one in the world. He placed the keys back in the box and closed the lid. Thank you, I can manage on my own. All right. Feel free to let me know if you need anything. Manager Zhou slightly bowed and took 2 steps back, leaving the garage space for Dewey. Dewey circled the car, then opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. The seats were wrapped in genuine leather, featuring memory and massage functions, automatically adjusting to the driver's physique. The steering wheel felt very solid, made of leather and carbon fiber. At that moment, he had his first intuitive sense that this car has real power. He sat in the driver's seat for several minutes, not starting the engine, just holding the steering wheel and gazing at the wall of the garage, feeling the tight fit of the seat against his body. Then he remembered something. Today was July 2nd. The sign-in reward for July 1st was a Bugatti and Yunding No. 1. In 29 days, it would be August 1st. What would the next sign-in reward be? He stored the car keys, safely closed the Bugatti's door, and took the elevator back to the top-floor apartment. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, he sent a message to Chen Feng. I've arrived. They'll check the group tomorrow. No need for fanfare, just looking at documents and projects. All right, Mr. Dewey. They'll take care of it. Dewey put down his phone and gazed outside. The Huangpu River turned into a golden silk ribbon in the afterglow of the sunset, while the skyscrapers across the river began to light up with scattered lights. This is his city. This is his starting point. On the first night staying at Yunding No. 1, Dewey did not sleep soundly. It was not because the bed was uncomfortable. The mattress of the master bedroom was a custom memory foam, perfectly contoured, and lying on it felt like being cradled by clouds. Nor was it because the environment was too unfamiliar. This apartment was too quiet, so quiet that he could hear the sound of his own heartbeat. In the 820 square meters of space, he was the only one present, and even the air felt excessively empty. He just needed time to adjust, to adapt to this overly soft bed, to the dazzling night view outside the window, and to the absurd possession that had suddenly fallen upon him, which was completely irrational. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Dewey woke up on time. This was the biological clock he had developed in his senior year of high school, which would not easily be disrupted even during the summer vacation. After washing up, he made himself a latte using the coffee machine in the kitchen. This coffee machine was provided with the apartment made in Italy and had a dozen modes to choose from on the control panel. Dewey studied the instruction manual for a while, finally selecting the simplest latte mode. Holding the coffee, he stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the Huangpu River in the morning light. A thin layer of mist had risen over the river in the early morning, and the sound of cargo ships' horns pierced through the fog, muffled, carrying a dampness with it. The skyscrapers across the river appeared hazy in the morning fog, like a group of silent steel giants. After finishing his coffee, Dewey changed his clothes. Not the t-shirt and shorts from yesterday, but a neatly ironed white shirt and dark trousers. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a pair of leather shoes which his mother had taken him to buy before the college entrance examination, saying you need to dress appropriately for university. The soles were still stiff, making them a bit uncomfortable to walk in. Today he had to step out under a different identity. Not as the Suntobe College student, Dewey from a county in Anhui, but as the actual controller of Xinhui Group. At exactly 10 o'clock, Dewey arrived at Xinhui Building as agreed. He did not drive the Bugatti. The car was too eye-catching, parking it at the foot of Xinhui Building would be like hanging a neon sign. He took a regular ride-hailing car departing from Yunding No. 1 and arrived in less than 20 minutes. Xinhui Building was located in the core financial district of Pudong, standing 48 stories tall, with a fully glass curtain wall that reflected dazzling light in the morning sun. The star-shaped logo on the rooftop was the visual focal point of the entire building, visible from a distance. The main entrance of the building featured a 3-story atrium lobby with security personnel and receptionists in uniforms standing at the entrance, while employees coming in and out wore standardized IDs and hurried along. Dewey did not enter through the main door. He went around to the underground parking entrance and used the black access card that Chen Feng had sent to his phone to swipe open the private elevator. This card had the highest level of authority, allowing access to any floor of the building, including the top-level executive office area. The elevator stopped at the 47th floor. As the door opened, a middle-aged man of medium build wearing a dark blue shirt was already waiting at the elevator. His posture was upright yet relaxed, with his hands naturally hanging in front of him, resembling a seasoned professional manager. His posture was upright yet relaxed, with his hands naturally hanging in front of him, resembling a seasoned professional manager who had weathered many storms in the workplace. General Manager Du, I am Chen Feng. Welcome. Du shook his hand. Chen Feng's palm was dry and warm, and the handshake was just right. Neither weak nor strong, neither humble nor arrogant. His gaze lingered on Du's face for a moment, revealing a fleeting curiosity, perhaps surprised by the youthfulness of the new boss. But more so, it was a professional, unreserved respect. Assistant Chen, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, it's my duty. General Manager Du, please follow me. Chen Feng stepped aside to lead the way, walking half a step ahead of Du. This distance was perfectly measured, not a servile following, nor an equal side-by-side, but a proper distance that allowed for questions while not obstructing the boss line of sight. The corridor was long, with glass-partitioned conference rooms and executive offices on both sides. Through the glass, one could see people inside holding meetings, some passionately discussing something while pointing at a PPT, others drawing dense charts on whiteboards, and some standing by the window lost in thought with coffee in hand. Occasionally, someone would stand up from their desk to greet Chen Feng, saying, "Hello, Assistant Chen," and then their curious gaze would sweep over Du, probably assuming this young man was a new intern. Du paid no attention to those gazes. His focus was on the atmosphere of the offices on either side of the corridor. Here the pace was fast, everyone was doing their own thing, and there was no idle chatter in the break room or loafing at desks. It was a rhythm driven by an efficiently running organizational machine, where every gear meshed precisely. This floor is the office area for the core departments of the group headquarters, including the Strategic Development Department, Financial Management Center, and Legal Compliance Department. Your office is at the end of the corridor, and the entire eastern side is your exclusive area, physically separated from other departments to ensure privacy and quiet. The door to the president's office had no nameplate. Chen Feng opened the door and stepped aside to let Du in. The office was large. So large that Du felt that sitting behind that desk would make him look particularly small. The entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows faced the Huangpu River, offering a view even broader than that of the master bedroom at Yundingno. 1. Here one could see the large bend of the Huangpu River and the vast misty waves merging into the Yangtze River in the distance. The desk was made of a single piece of dark solid wood measuring over 2.5 meters in length, and the surface was so clean that there were hardly any extras, just a slim monitor, a phone, and a leather pen holder with a few pens inside. The sofa area was furnished with a set of deep gray imported leather sofas and a marble coffee table, with a few contemporary ink wash paintings hanging on the walls, characterized by a minimalist and stark style stamped with a vermilion seal. These paintings are original works by contemporary artists collected by the group. Chen Feng noticed Du looking at the paintings and added, "The previous chairman enjoyed collecting art, and the group has a dedicated art investment fund." Du walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, hands in his pockets, and stood silently for a while. The perspective from this window was different from that of Yundingno. 1. Yundingno 1 was homey, private, perfect for leisurely sipping coffee in slippers. This window, however, was for business, overseeing the landscape, meant for decision-making. Standing here, one would feel not as if they were admiring the scenery, but as if they were in control of it. Assistant Chen. Yes. Does President Chen know him here today? Yes. President Chen said if you need him, he can come over at any time. However, he has a meeting with the municipal government this morning and may not be back until the afternoon. No rush. First, bring me the important documents that need my review, sorted by priority. They are already organized. Chen Feng took a tablet from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. Your permissions have all been activated. From today onwards, all major decisions requiring the highest authority will be pushed to your workstation. The monitor on the desk can also log directly into the system. Du took the tablet, walked behind the desk, and sat down in the wide leather chair. The backrest of the chair was perfectly contoured to fit his spine. The headrest height was just right, and the cushion's softness was between that of a sofa and an office chair, both comfortable and conducive to staying alert. Chen Feng sat down in the chair opposite him, maintaining an upright posture with his hands folded on his knees. He did not initiate conversation, quietly waiting for Du to speak first. Du began to review the documents on the tablet one by one. The first one was an investment proposal from Shanghai Real Estate regarding a commercial complex project in Pudong with a total investment amount exceeding 6 billion. Du spent about 15 minutes reading through it, using the stylus to annotate several key data points. ROE calculation assumptions were overly optimistic. The impact of competing projects in the surrounding area was not included in the risk assessment, and the leverage ratio of the financing structure was too high. These analyses were not based on his previous instinctive feelings of something being wrong, but on a systematic knowledge framework provided by the business all-rounder skill set. He could clearly identify the problems and articulate them using professional terminology. This project should be put on hold for now. He turned the tablet towards Chen Feng, asked them to supplement their analysis of competing projects and provide a stress test report. Especially regarding the leverage ratio, the current financing structure is too sensitive to interest rate changes. If interest rates rise next year, the cost of capital will consume at least 3 percentage points of net profit. Understood. Chen Feng took the tablet, glanced at the annotations, and his brow slightly furrowed. That was a subtle expression of being impressed by the professional analysis. Okay, General Manager, I will forward this to the real estate sector this afternoon. The second document was an annual asset allocation adjustment proposal submitted by Shanghai Finance. After reading it, He did not make direct annotations, but asked Chen Feng a question. What does General Manager Lin Ruoqing think about next year's macroeconomy? Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. He probably did not expect a young man who had just turned 18 to ask such a question. General Lin believes that next year the monetary policy will likely maintain an accommodative tone and interest rates still have room to decline, so he recommends increasing allocation to fixed income assets and reducing allocation to equity assets. My judgment is the opposite. He placed the tablet on the table. Interest rates indeed won't rise in the short term, but the strength of the economic recovery is stronger than the market expects. If the GDP data for the third quarter exceeds expectations, market sentiment will switch rapidly and equity assets will welcome a period of valuation recovery. I recommend maintaining the current equity position and not reducing it. Understood. Chen Feng was silent for a few seconds and then spoke. General Manager, your judgment is based on an analysis of export data and consumption data. He did not elaborate further, but spoke with conviction. Asked General Lin's side to produce another stress test report examining the opportunity cost of the current reduction plan if GDP growth exceeds expectations by 2 percentage points in the third quarter. Got it. He continued to review a dozen more documents. Shanghai Technology's proposal for acquiring an artificial intelligence startup, Shanghai Entertainment's plan for summer movie scheduling, and Shanghai Industries' feasibility analysis for building a factory in Vietnam. He examined each one carefully, not rushing, not forcing himself in areas he did not understand. Whenever he encountered uncertainty, he would ask Chen Feng, and if Chen Feng could not answer, he would ask them to note it down to supplement the information later. From 10 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, he hardly left that chair except for a simple meal that Chen Feng had sent up from the cafeteria at noon. At 5:30 in the afternoon, he closed the tablet and rubbed his forehead. That's it for today. Processes for the documents I've approved should be advanced as directed. Those on hold should have departments supplement materials, and those rejected should include my reasons. Any objections can be brought up. Understood, General Manager Chen Feng stood up. President Shun returned this afternoon and has been waiting for you. Are you free to meet him now? He nodded. Chen Feng walked to the door and quietly made a phone call. In less than 3 minutes, there was a gentle knock at the office door. Come in. The door opened, revealing a 56-year-old man with graying hair, but a vigorous demeanor. He wore a deep gray business jacket, no tie, but his shirt was buttoned up neatly. His face was square, his gaze steady, and his pace was neither fast nor slow, each step firm, exuding a quality of someone who had been through the ups and downs of the business world for decades, having seen it all and handled it all. Shun Hanlin, CEO of Shanghai Group, has worked at Shanghai for 22 years and is a veteran who has fought alongside the first generation of founders. He stood up, and the two faced each other for a moment. Shun Hanlin's gaze lingered on He's face for a few seconds, revealing scrutiny, curiosity, and a complex emotion that He could not fully comprehend. Then Shun Hanlin slightly inclined his body and took the initiative to extend his hand. General Manager, I am Shun Hanlin. President Shun, please take a seat. The two sat down in the sofa area. Chen Feng poured tea for both of them, then stepped outside the office, gently closing the door. Shun Hanlin picked up the teacup, not in a hurry to drink. He looked at as if seeing someone who had finally appeared after a long wait. The old chairman told me something before he left. Shun Hanlin's voice was deep and slow, carrying a texture polished by the passage of time. He said the person who is meant to come will eventually come. Let me guard this place well and not let it fall apart. He listened quietly, not interrupting. I asked him then, who is the person meant to come? He said, you'll know in due time. Shun Hanlin put down the teacup and looked at calmly. I've been waiting here for 3 years. Now you have come. And Shun Hanlin locked eyes for a moment. From this veteran's gaze he saw loyalty. Not loyalty to a specific person, but loyalty to this group, to this cause. The background setting provided to him by the system was very clear. Shun Hanlin had a strong sense of belonging to Shanghai and a solid professional ethic. President Shun. He spoke his pace not fast, but every word was steady. I just took over, and my understanding of the group is far less than yours. I will need to seek your guidance on business matters in the future. I am young and inexperienced, but I am serious about this. Shun Hanlin slightly squinted, as if savoring the sincerity and measure of Du's words. Then he smiled. Not the kind of professional polite smile, but a heartfelt smile from an old veteran seeing a reliable young person. You are too modest. Chen Feng told me about the documents you approved today, the stress test for the real estate project, the judgment on the equity position of the finance sector, the integration suggestions for the AI company acquisition. These are not things that someone ignorant of the field could write. Shun Hanlin raised the teacup to his lips for a sip, his tone becoming a bit lighter. I was wondering whether the new boss would be an inexperienced kid who knows nothing. It seems I was overthinking it. He smiled slightly. There is a difference between theory and practice. I have some foundational knowledge, but managing a trillion-yuan group is still far from my reach. Having this awareness already surpasses most people. Shun Hanlin said earnestly. General Manager, rest assured. As long as you trust me, I will teach you everything I know bit by bit. The two continued to chat for nearly an hour. Shun Hanlin recounted the history of Shanghai Group, how the first generation of founders started trading during the early reform and opening up, then seized the opportunities in real estate and finance to grow and strengthen, and finally the strategic transformation in recent years towards technology and entertainment. He spoke vividly, not like someone reading a report, but as an eyewitness narrating every battle he participated in. He listened attentively. He realized that Shun Hanlin was not just deeply experienced, more importantly, he had a keen business acumen. He advocated for the group to enter the finance industry 20 years ago, began laying out in the technology sector 10 years ago, and emphasized the long-term value of the entertainment sector 5 years ago. These decisions seemed risky at the time, but looking back, each step was well-timed with the pulse of the era. President Shun, I would like to ask a question. Please go ahead. Why has the group's entertainment sector never expanded significantly? I reviewed the financial reports, and the profit margins of Tianqing Film and the talent agency business are both below the industry average. Shun Hanlin sighed, his expression becoming somewhat complex. The entertainment sector is very deep. He set down the teacup, hands folded over his knees. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of people. The film and television industry has its own set of rules. Having money does not guarantee success. We have also tried to invest heavily in the past, but encountered many, how should I put it, non-commercial obstacles. Some circles are very difficult for outsiders to penetrate. What kind of obstacles? For example, casting. You think a role should be played by the best actor, but the investors want to push their own people. For example, scheduling. You think a film of high quality should have more showings, but the cinema chains have their own interests to consider. For example, talent management. After all the hard work you put into cultivating a talent, once they become popular, they are poached by other companies, and the cost of breach of contract is pitifully low. Shun Hanlin shook his head. In my lifetime, I have been involved in real estate, finance, and technology, but to be honest, the entertainment industry is the most headache-inducing for me. Shun Hanlin looked at his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Then I will await your arrival. Left Shanghai building after. Shun Hanlin looked at his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Then I will await your arrival. Left Shanghai building after 7 o'clock in the evening. He did not have Chen Feng see him off. He took the elevator down to the first floor, blending into the stream of people leaving work. The glass curtain wall building behind him shimmered with dazzling lights in the night, and the star-shaped logo on the rooftop shone particularly bright against the darkness. He stood on the street for a while, gazing at the building that belonged to him, contemplating Shun Hanlin's words. The entertainment sector was indeed very deep. His sister Du Yao was about to wade into these murky waters. But he was not afraid of the depth. He now had money, resources, and a platform. More importantly, he had an identity that no one knew about. He could stand in the shadows, clearly seeing the actions of everyone in the light, and then strike at the critical moment. He hailed a ride-hailing car back to Yindingno. 1. Sitting in the car, Du's phone lit up. It was a message from Du Yao, brother. I auditioned for a supporting. The director told me to wait for the notification. I feel optimistic. Below was a laughing emoji with hands on hips. Dewey smiled and typed back, sister, you will definitely succeed. Which production team? A costume drama. It's a big investment. It's called Feng Ming. Dewey's fingers paused for a moment. Feng Ming. Tianqing Film's key costume project this year. He had just seen it in documents this afternoon. Sister, is this production team reliable? I hope so. The director is Lu Chuan, and I used to be an extra in his team. He is very nice and especially serious. Moreover, this time the casting is completely open and transparent without any messy internal selections. I think it's quite fair. He looked at the words, open and transparent, and the corners of his mouth bent slightly. That's good. Sister, prepare well, and wait for your good news. Absolutely. Once I'm selected, he'll treat you to a big meal. He put down his phone and gazed at the sea of neon lights outside the car window. Sister, you will never know how this open and transparent came about. But you don't need to know. Just pursue your dream. The rest, leave it to me. He had spent 5 days in the Magic City. During these 5 days, he accomplished many things. He spent 2 days processing documents at the Shanghai building, held 3 meetings with Chen Feng and Shun Hanlin, studied the Bugatti owner's manual in the underground parking lot for an hour, and even took some time to visit the Magic City Finance University, where he stood outside the school gate for 10 minutes gazing at the tree-lined path and the red brick teaching building. However, the most significant task he undertook was transforming Yinding one from a delivered property into a truly livable home. It sounded simple, but it took considerable effort. On the morning of the second day, he went to a nearby large home goods store. Pushing a shopping cart through the store, he placed items in it like an ordinary person who had just moved into a new home. Toothbrushes and toothpaste towels and bath towels, shampoo and body wash, kitchen pots and pans, and a few potted plants. The cashier, a young girl, smiled and asked, "New home," seeing his cart full of items. He nodded, paid, and carried the items back to Yinding 1. He bought only ordinary brands, not opting for the expensive ones. The towels were pure cotton from the supermarket, the bath towels were from the discount section, and the shampoo and body wash were the most common ones found on supermarket shelves. It wasn't that he couldn't afford better, he simply wanted to maintain a sense of simplicity in this home. If even the towels were worth thousands, his life would completely detach from reality, and he would gradually forget who he was. On the third day, he made another trip to the supermarket to fill the refrigerator. He bought eggs, milk, vegetables, meat, several packs of frozen dumplings, and a few boxes of instant noodles. He couldn't cook anything too complicated, but he could manage boiling noodles, scrambling eggs, and frying a steak. The cold storage area of the supermarket was well air-conditioned, and he stood in front of the freezer comparing which brand of frozen dumplings offered better value. One was from Wan Chai Pier, and the other from Xin, with a price difference of $3.50. After some thought, he chose Wan Chai Pier. Since he didn't lack money anymore, he decided to treat himself a little better when it came to food. On the fourth day, he went to the electronics market to buy a printer and several storage boxes. The printer was placed on the desk in the study, and it would be used for printing course materials and documents in the future. The storage boxes were categorized and placed in the cloakroom, kitchen, and bathroom. On the fifth day, he spent an entire afternoon walking through the apartment, memorizing which switch controlled which light, the direction of each window, and the opening direction of each door. In the 820 square meters of space, it took several minutes to walk around. He used his phone's memo to jot down some small items he needed to buy: a coat rack for the entrance hall, 2 outdoor chairs for the balcony, and a peeler for the kitchen. After completing these tasks, he stood in the center of the living room looking around, and finally felt that this space had begun to take on a hint of home. On the coffee table lay a half-read magazine and a used cup. The kitchen countertop was adorned with a coffee machine and a toaster, and the desk in the study was piled with several newly purchased introductory books on finance, while the refrigerator was stocked full of food. It was no longer a show apartment. In the evening, he took a shower, changed into a clean t-shirt and shorts, and settled down on the living room sofa to watch a movie. The projector in the media room delivered excellent picture quality, and the surround sound system was finely tuned and rich, with the bass not overwhelming and the treble not harsh. He was watching The Shawshank Redemption, a film he had seen several times, each viewing offering new insights. When he saw Andy crawl out of the sewage pipe on a stormy night, arms outstretched to the pouring rain as he gazed at the sky, he pressed pause. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The Huangpu River at night was even more enchanting than during the day. The dazzling lights of the skyscrapers in Lujiazui across the river were reflected on the water's surface, transformed into flowing shards of gold by the ripples. A cruise ship passed slowly, its lights tracing arcs of brilliant colors in the darkness. Further away, the cable-stayed Yangpu Bridge glowed with silvery light, resembling a giant harp spanning across the river. The entire Magic City lay beneath his feet. He stood by the window for a long time, recalling Andy's words from the film, "Hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things." He felt that his situation was the exact opposite of Andy's. Andy was wrongfully imprisoned, digging a tunnel to freedom for 20 years, whereas he had yet to enter the world, but already possessed an entire empire. Andy had to contend with the high walls of prison, while he had to contend with wealth itself. For those who suddenly become wealthy, their greatest enemy is not external envy, but their own inflation. He had seen too many such examples. Lottery winners going bankrupt years later, those who inherit vast fortunes becoming useless, and those who suddenly gain power turning into tyrants. He would not allow himself to become such a person. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of the night view He sent the photo to Du Yao with a message, "Sister, the night view in the Magic City is truly beautiful." Du Yao quickly replied with a selfie. Dressed in ancient costume adorned with intricate hair accessories and heavily made up, yet her smile was carefree and radiant. The background was a replica of an ancient building at a film studio with dim lights and the ground strewn with prop boxes and wires. Right? I was also stunned when I first arrived in the Magic City. It was that feeling. How should I put it, that this city is so vast and I am so small? But it was also thrilling feeling like I was going to put down roots here. Sister, have you settled down now? Sort of. Halfway settled. I ran into a film crew today, and the director said my performance has improved. But the competition is fierce. There were over 20 people auditioning with me today, several of whom are already established in the industry. Sister, you can definitely do it. You've been auditioning since your freshman year and haven't given up after 3 years. If you can't make it, then there won't be anyone successful in this industry. Du Yao took a while to reply this time. Little brother, did you take the wrong medicine today? You've been sentimental twice in a row. Are you trying to make me cry? Then she sent a meme, a cat covering its eyes with its paw captioned, "Don't say any more, this cat will get shy." Dewey chuckled and typed, "Get some rest early." Yeah, you too. Good night. Dewey put down his phone and drew the curtains. Lying on the big bed in the master bedroom, he closed his eyes and went over his plans for the past few days in his mind. The documents from the group had already been processed, and there was no need to go back in the short term. The apartment was already settled, and everything needed had been purchased. He had also visited the Magic City Finance University, and the campus was even more beautiful than he had imagined. He would return to his hometown the day after tomorrow. There was still over a month left in the summer vacation. He wanted to spend quality time with his parents and then await the arrival of September. In September, the university would start. He would soon step through the gates of the Magic City Finance University. No one would know who he was. No one would know that he held the control of $1 trillion empire in his pocket. He would sit in the lecture hall, just like all the 18-year-olds, taking notes, doing homework, and preparing for exams. Meanwhile, in unseen corners, he would be controlling a business empire. On August 1st, just past midnight, the system's prompt tone resonated precisely in Dewey's. He was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a copy of Monetary Finance borrowed from the school library, the pages open to Chapter 3, discussing the theory of interest rate determination. His roommates were already asleep. Wang Hao's snoring resonated from the lower bunk, rhythmic and steady. The faint light filtering through Li Bowen's curtains indicated he was likely burning the midnight oil over some academic paper. Lin Shen lay sideways with headphones on, the glow from his phone illuminating his face, probably messaging his childhood sweetheart. He set the book down and summoned the system panel with his thoughts. The deep blue interface unfolded silently before him. August sign-in triggered. Monthly sign-in rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received comprehensive business skill package. Skill description: this skill package encompasses all core areas of business, including economic theories, management principles, financial engineering, marketing, strategic planning, business negotiation, financial statement analysis, tax planning, portfolio management, and risk control. Once loaded, the host will gain a comprehensive business capability equivalent to that of a top-tier global business school MBA program, combined with 10 years of practical corporate experience. The knowledge structure includes, but is not limited to, fundamentals of macroeconomics and microeconomics, corporate finance and asset pricing models, deep analysis of financial statements, corporate mergers and acquisition strategies, multinational enterprise management, practical business law, international trade rules, supply chain management and operations research, organizational behavior, and human resource management. Would you like to load immediately? He stared at the description, remaining silent for quite a while. The last reward was a Bugatti and a Yunding, one top-tier configurations on a material level. This time the reward was the very ability to wield those material possessions. He suddenly realized that the system's logic was far more profound than he had imagined. It wasn't merely about showering the host with money and objects, but rather a planned step-by-step transformation into a true business magnate. Money and assets are weapons, but knowledge and capability are the ones who wield those weapons. He took a deep breath and chose load immediately in his mind. In that moment, he felt as if a door that had never been opened had swung wide in his mind. It wasn't pain nor dizziness. It was an extremely dense, rapid, and orderly sense of fulfillment. Countless pieces of information surged into his consciousness like a precisely orchestrated data stream, then quietly and methodically found their place. Principles of economics settled into the realm of macroeconomic analysis, theories of management found their way into organizational behavior and strategic decision-making, while the mathematical models of financial engineering tucked into the corner of quantitative analysis. Each piece of knowledge was not an isolated fragment, but rather carried a clear context and practical application, scenarios unfurling like a vast interwoven network in his mind. He grasped every link in the monetary policy transmission mechanism, from central bank open market operations to commercial bank credit issuance, leading to corporate investment decisions in the real economy. He understood the valuation models in corporate mergers, the due diligence processes, transaction structure designs, and integration risk management. He comprehended the commercial essence behind every item in financial statements, why accounts receivable turnover could reflect a company's channel power, and why goodwill impairment often signals post-failure in mergers. He understood the anchoring effect at the negotiation table, the application of BATNA, the rhythm of concessions, and the hidden costs of cross-cultural communication. These weren't mere memorized points of knowledge, but rather capabilities imbued with a sense of practical reality, as if he had personally experienced them and learned from them. It was as if someone had thrown him into a virtual business world, allowing him to serve as a corporate executive for a decade, then compressed all that experience and insight into this skill package, loading it into his brain. The entire process lasted nearly an hour. When the last batch of information settled due, he opened his eyes, feeling as if the entire world had changed. He glanced down at the copy of Monetary Finance in his hands. What he had been pondering just moments ago about the theory of interest rate determination now appeared as clear as elementary arithmetic. More critically, he not only understood the theories in the book, but could also automatically associate them with specific application scenarios in the real financial market, such as the impact of Federal Reserve interest rate hikes on emerging market exchange rates, the effect of LPR reforms on the net interest margins of Chinese commercial banks, and why yield curve inversions are leading indicators of economic recession. He gently closed the book, leaning back against the headboard. The dormitory remained quiet. Wang Hao turned over, mumbling indistinctly in his sleep, while a sliver of light still seeped through the seams of Li Bowen's curtain. No one knew that in this ordinary university dormitory a person had just completed a cognitive leap from an ordinary student to a business elite. He picked up his phone, opened the encrypted platform, and pulled up several documents that Chen Feng had previously sent, but he had been hesitant to address. The first document was a proposal from Xinhui Technology regarding the acquisition of an AI startup. The target company's valuation was $1.5 billion, and Xinhui Technology planned to acquire 70 of the shares through a combination of cash and equity. Chen Feng's note stated valuation slightly high, recommended to wait and see. He had felt it was indeed a bit pricey at the time. The company had only generated over $300 million in revenue last year, and its net profit was still negative. But now, as he reopened the acquisition proposal, his gaze swept over the list of technical patents, the core teams, resumes, customer retention rates, revenue growth curves over the past 3 years, and trends in gross margin changes, forming an entirely new judgment. That price was not only not expensive, it might actually be a bargain. The 3 core patents owned by this company, the energy efficiency optimization algorithm for edge computing chips, the distributed AI inference framework, and the low-power neural network accelerator design, precisely complemented the existing AI chip business of Xinhui Technology. Although their revenue was not substantial, their clients were almost all leading intelligent hardware manufacturers, with a 100 renewal rate among the top 5 clients. Though their gross margin was dragged down by R&D expenditures, when solely considering the cost of core business, the gross margin was actually on a steady rise. More importantly, their core team had all signed long-term non-compete agreements and retention incentive clauses, establishing robust technological and talent barriers. If the acquisition could be completed, Xinhui Technology would create a complete closed loop in the niche market of edge computing chips, from algorithms to chips to application scenarios, while competitors would need at least 3 to 5 years to catch up. He spent half an hour rewriting a detailed analysis commentary. He utilized the newly acquired knowledge of mergers and acquisitions, providing specific valuation correction suggestions, including the rationale for selecting key parameters in the DCF model and sensitivity analysis, detailing post-acquisition integration strategies from merging technical teams to redefining product lines, and even analyzing potential risks in antitrust reviews and response plans. After finishing, he reviewed it himself. The logic of the writing was rigorous, the arguments substantiated, and the use of professional terminology precise. 2 weeks ago, he would have never been able to produce such work. He clicked send to return the commentary to Chen Feng. Then he flipped through the other previously set-aside documents, annotating each one. One proposal on supply chain finance was rejected by him due to the logical flaws in the credit transmission mechanism of the core enterprise. Another proposal on overseas real estate investment was approved with a note to recommend proceeding, accompanied by a detailed currency risk hedging plan. Having completed these tasks, it was nearly 2 a.m. He placed his phone on the headboard and closed his. The newly loaded knowledge would flow on its own during quiet moments, like a vast library organizing its shelves in the dark, all information arranged in an order he couldn't fully perceive, yet vaguely sensed. He could feel the knowledge connecting and corroborating with one another, forming an increasingly dense and robust cognitive network. He recalled what his father had said before the school year began. No matter what you encounter out there, if you get tired or face difficulties, come back anytime. Dad, I'm not tired. I'm becoming stronger. In late August, the remnants of summer still lingered in the air of the county town, yet the winds in the mornings and evenings carried a hint of early autumn's chill. The edges of the phoenix tree leaves began to turn yellow, resembling old paper scorched by time. In mid-August, He received his admission notice from the Magic City University of Finance. The bright red EMS envelope bore an embossed golden photo of the school's main gate. Red brick pillars, century-old phoenix trees, and an ancient school sign gleamed warmly in the sunlight. The letter felt heavy in his hands, not merely because it contained a ticket to a prestigious institution, but because it carried the hopes of 3 generations of his family. Looking back 3 generations in the Due family, no one had ever attended a proper university. His grandfather worked at the county's agricultural machinery factory, while his father spent his life in a repair shop. No one expected the Due family to produce a student who would gain admission to the Magic City University of Finance. His mother held the envelope, reading it over and over, gently tracing the embossed school emblem with her rough fingertips, her eyes alternately glistening and reddening. She carefully unfolded the admission notice and placed it prominently on the television cabinet alongside Dewey's second prize trophy from a high school math competition and a family portrait. After arranging everything, she stepped back to take a look, feeling it was crooked, and adjusted it twice more. Now our family can truly bring honor to our ancestors. His mother murmured to the admission notice, her voice soft, as if afraid to wake something. In the last week of August, He began packing his luggage. His mother almost wanted to stuff the entire house into his suitcase. The new bedding and sheets were chosen together by the mother and son at the best home textile store in the county. She spent nearly an hour in that store, feeling every type of fabric with her hands before selecting a set of pure cotton flannel bedding in a light gray color, simple and unadorned. "This color is good for boys, steady and elegant," she said with certainty, as if she were a mother choosing armor for a warrior about to embark on a battle. The winter down jacket was the thickest one bought last year during a sale, and she had been reluctant to wear it, the tag still hanging on. She folded it neatly and placed it at the very bottom of the suitcase. Though winter in the Magic City isn't as cold as here, it's damp and chillier than the dry cold in the north. Your father went on a business trip there once and complained about how it made his bones ache for half a month after returning. Cough medicine, fever reducers, stomach medicine, band-aids, and medicated oil were organized into several transparent pouches, each labeled with awkwardly written instructions. 1 packet of cold medicine at a time, 3 times a day. Take fever reducers when above 38.5 degrees. Stomach medicine half an hour before meals. The handwriting was that of his mother, and for some words she couldn't write, she used pinyin instead. There were also 2 jars of homemade chili sauce, which she had spent an entire afternoon concocting in the kitchen. Bright red chili flakes danced in the bubbling rapeseed oil, with Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and cinnamon added in succession, filling the room with a pungent yet enticing aroma. His mother stood at the stove, stirring slowly with one hand, while rubbing her eyes with the other, having been stung by the chili. Dewey approached to help, but she waved him away. "You can't help, stand back and don't get burned." The finished chili sauce filled 2 glass jars sealed tightly with layers of plastic wrap before screwing on the lids. She tucked them into the corner of the suitcase, worried they might break during the journey, wrapping them in her sweater for extra protection. "Open them when you get to school. They can be used with rice or noodles. You can't find this flavor outside." There was also a bag of stir-fried rice candy, a specialty from home, made by Aunt Zhang next door, tightly sealed in a plastic bag. His mother continued to pack items into the suitcase, taking things out and rearranging them, as if playing an endless game of Tetris. He stood by, watching the suitcase fill up without intervening. He knew this was his mother's way of expressing her reluctance. She couldn't accompany him to the Magic City, couldn't cook for him every day, couldn't check his forehead for fever when he was sick, so all she could do was pack everything she could think of and that he might need into the suitcase. These bedding, clothes, medicine pouches, and chili sauce were her most tangible expression of maternal love. 2 days before departure, his mother busied herself in the kitchen for an entire afternoon. Braised pork was her specialty and Dewey's favorite dish since childhood. The pork belly was cut into squares the size of mahjong tiles, blanched in cold water to remove impurities, and drained. She heated oil in the pot, added rock sugar, and slowly cooked it over low heat until it turned amber, then added the pork pieces to stir fry until colored. Adding cooking wine, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, star anise, and cinnamon, she poured in enough water to cover the meat, bringing it to a boil before simmering on low heat. She stewed it for a full 2 hours until the meat was tender and flavorful, easily falling apart with chopsticks, and the sauce thick enough to cling to the spoon. Sweet and sour ribs were another favorite of Dewey. The small ribs were cut into inch-long pieces marinated with cooking wine and salt for half an hour, then coated with a thin layer of starch and deep-fried until golden and crispy. In another pan, she prepared the sweet and sour sauce with sugar, rice vinegar, soy sauce, and cornstarch, simmering it until thick and glossy, then added the fried ribs, tossing them to coat each piece in the shiny sauce. Steamed perch was his father's favorite. The perch had been bought fresh from the market that morning, still lively. His mother skillfully cleaned the fish, scaling, gutting, and washing it in one swift motion. She made 3 slashes on the fish's body, stuffed it with ginger slices and scallions drizzled with fish sauce, and steamed it over high heat for 8 minutes. After steaming, she garnished it with chopped scallions and red chili strips, pouring a ladle of hot oil over it, causing the aroma of scallions and fresh fish to explode in the kitchen. There were also cold cucumber salad, spicy sour shredded potatoes, and tomato egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were the familiar home-cooked meals Du-yi had enjoyed since childhood. She even specially selected a free-range chicken from the market, brought from the countryside by an acquaintance, a hen that had been raised for over a year. After cleaning the chicken, she placed it whole into a clay pot, adding goji berries, red dates, angelica, and ginger slices, and simmered it slowly for 2.5 hours. The broth turned golden and clear with a thin layer of oil floating on top, and the aroma wafted all the way to the hallway. "That's too much, Mom," Du-yi said, gazing at the full table of dishes, unsure of where to start. "Eat more," his mother said, placing the largest piece of braised pork into his bowl. The piece of meat, marbled with fat and lean, glistened in a dark sauce, trembling as it settled onto the white rice, leaving dark, oily streaks. She added another piece of sweet and sour ribs, scooped a serving of tomato egg drop, and filled his bowl with chicken soup, piling the contents high. "Once you get to the Magic City, you won't be able to eat Mom's cooking anymore. The braised pork outside doesn't use rock sugar, and it's not fragrant. The ribs outside don't taste like this. You've always been picky. You put down your chopsticks after a few bites of anything that isn't good. Don't starve yourself over this. The Magic City has everything. But can it really be the same?" His mother set down her chopsticks, her voice suddenly lowered, her fingers unconsciously grasping the corner of her apron. She twisted the apron corner in her hands, then stood up and turned to the kitchen to get the soup. Du-yi noticed her shoulders slightly shrugging as she turned, and he quickly wiped his face. His father sat opposite him, unexpectedly pulling out a bottle of bullion. Not the cheap erguotu they usually drank, but the bottle that had been sitting in the cupboard for 7 or 8 years, its packaging slightly yellowed and covered with a thin layer of dust. He wiped the bottle with his sleeve and carefully twisted off the cap. He poured himself a small glass and filled Du-yi's glass halfway. The liquor swirled in the transparent glass, clinging to the walls, exuding a rich and mellow aroma. "From today on, you are an adult." Du-yi's father raised his glass, his expression more solemn than ever. His fingers were rough with thick knuckles, and the crevices of his nails still bore indelible stains of machine oil, marks left from decades of work at the repair shop that no amount of washing could erase. These hands had supported the family and raised a university student. "I don't have any grand principles to share with you. You've studied more than I have and know more than I do. Just 3 things. Du-yi also raised his glass, his rim slightly lower than his father's. "First, when you're out, safety comes first. No matter what happens, your life is the most important. Don't play the hero, avoid conflicts, and if you encounter bad people, keep your distance. Reporting to the police is more effective than fighting. Second, be sincere with people, but maintain boundaries. Never harbor ill intentions, but remain wary of others. I won't stop you from making friends outside. But remember, sincerity begets sincerity. If you can't get it in return, then let it go. Don't offer your warm face to someone else's cold backside." Third, his father suddenly paused. His hand holding the glass trembled slightly, causing the liquid to ripple. He took a deep breath, clinked his glass against Du-yi's, producing a crisp sound. The sound echoed in the quiet living room for several seconds like some ancient and solemn ritual. Third, no matter what happens when you're out there, whether you're tired, feeling down, bullied, or don't want to continue, always come back. This family will always have a pair of chopsticks waiting for you. Du-yi tipped back the small glass of liquor. The liquid burned his throat, traveling down to his stomach, warming his chest. Yet he held back the cough, looking into his father's somewhat murky but still resolute eyes. "Dad, I'll remember. Remembering is good." Du-yi's father finished the remaining liquor in his glass in one gulp, then turned to serve himself some dishes, struggling several times before finally picking up a slice of cucumber. That night, Du-yi did a final check of his luggage in his room. He placed his laptop in the shockproof compartment of his backpack, neatly arranging the charger, headphones, and power bank. The admission notice and all necessary materials for enrollment, copies of his ID card, household registration, a passport-sized photo, and letters of introduction from the party and youth league, were placed in a transparent folder, separately tucked into the bag he would carry. On his desk, there were still stacks of review materials for senior year. The cover of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations was already creased with dense red pen markings on the math era notebook, still vivid in his mind, and the English flashcards bundled together with a rubber band their corners worn. Then he saw the poster of the night view of the Bund in the Magic City on the wall. The corners of the poster were already curled up, and he used clear tape to stick it back. The day of departure was a bright sunny day. The morning sun squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, drawing a slender golden line on the floor like a gentle knife, splitting the room into light and shadow. The air was filled with the unique coolness and dryness of early autumn, mixed with the first hint of sweetness from the osmanthus flowers blooming downstairs. The osmanthus trees had been planted by Du-yi and his father when he was in elementary school, and now they had grown tall enough to reach the second-floor window. Du-yi woke up even before the alarm clock. He lay in bed listening to the chirping of sparrows outside the window. Those sparrows had lived in the locust tree downstairs for several years, holding their daily morning meetings with their incessant chatter. Then he turned over and got out of bed to wash up in the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror, and he seemed just like any other day, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt and dark long pants, his hair freshly washed, still carrying a faint scent of shampoo. He gazed into his own eyes in the mirror. His expression was calm, devoid of the excitement before departure or the sadness of parting, only a quiet, assured determination. However, after today, he would leave this home he had lived in for 18 years and step into a larger world. In the living room, his mother had already set the breakfast table. Today's breakfast was particularly lavish. Thick golden millet porridge floated with a layer of rice oil. There were 2 boiled eggs shelled and placed on a small plate with steam still rising from the white egg whites, and the pan-fried dumplings were freshly made the night before, filled with pork and cabbage with crispy golden bottoms meant to be dipped in vinegar. There were also 2 small stir-fried dishes and a bowl of steaming soy milk. The soy milk was freshly ground by his mother at 5 in the morning. The soybeans had soaked overnight and were blended into a smooth milk in that old soy milk maker that had been in use for nearly 10 years, then filtered through cheesecloth to remove the dregs, sweetened with white sugar, and stored in the enamel jar he had used since childhood. The exterior of the enamel jar had chipped in several places, revealing the dark gray iron beneath, but it was scrubbed clean, feeling smooth and warm to the touch. Eat more, you'll be hungry on the road. His mother sat beside him, watching him eat, not touching her own chopsticks. Her hand rested on the table, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface, a disordered rhythm. She watched Du-yi as he picked up his food, drank porridge, and ate the dumplings, her gaze greedy, as if wanting to engrave this moment into her bones. Du-yi dipped the dumplings in vinegar, savoring one after another. The vinegar was the old vinegar brewed at home, tangy with a hint of sweetness, the perfect match for the dumplings. He ate earnestly, knowing that this might be the last time for a long while he would sit at home eating breakfast made by his mother. His father had taken a half-day off today. He wore a slightly faded but crisp white short-sleeve shirt, sitting on the sofa while looking at his phone. The screen displayed the weather forecast for the day, and he stared at it for a long time. So long that Du-yi suspected he wasn't really looking at the weather, but needed something to occupy his gaze. His thumb occasionally swiped the screen, but the frequency was too low, hardly resembling actual reading. "Dad, the weather is pretty good today." "I saw." His father put away the phone, stood up, and walked to the balcony. He stood with his back to the living room for quite a while, his shoulders slightly heaving as if taking deep breaths. On the balcony hung a row of freshly washed clothes, gently swaying in the morning breeze. He reached out and touched one of them. It was Du-yi's old t-shirt that he had changed out of yesterday, now washed clean. The time to depart had come. His mother helped Du-yi carry his suitcase downstairs. The suitcase was too heavy, she carried the handle in one hand and supported the bottom with the other, taking a few steps to rest, muttering, "Why is it so heavy?" but resolutely refusing to let Du-yi take over. His father had already hailed a taxi at the community entrance. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, helping to load the suitcase into the trunk. His father watched from the side, occasionally instructing, "Master, place it down gently, there's a glass jar inside that might break." The driver smiled in response, lightening his touch. His mother stood at the entrance, clutching the edge of her apron. She had previously said, "I'll see you downstairs," but then she did not move forward. A thin layer of green moss had grown on the steps at the entrance, and a few wild grasses had sprouted from the cracks in the cement, swaying gently in the morning breeze. "Mom, I'm leaving. Call home when you arrive." "Okay. Make sure to eat well in the Magic City. Don't be by whatever you want to eat. If the cafeteria food isn't good, eat outside instead. Don't suffer yourself. Remember to add clothes when it gets cold. Your dad said the winters there are very cold. If you catch a cold, don't tough it out. Remember to take medicine. The medicine is in that white bag, and I've written the instructions on it. Get along with your roommates, don't get into conflicts, and if you suffer losses, don't take it to heart. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell the family." All right, he's 18, not 8. Du-yi's father walked over, his voice a bit rougher than usual, like wood sanded with sandpaper. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the train." Du-yi got into the car and rolled down the window to wave at his mother. The taxi slowly drove out of the community entrance. He looked back one last time. His mother was still standing at the entrance, one hand gripping her apron, the other waving gently at him, her lips forming the words, "Be careful on the road." The figure of his mother in the floral apron grew smaller and more blurred in the rear window until it turned a corner and disappeared. Only the old locust tree at the entrance stood in place like an open green umbrella. He turned back, taking a deep breath. Something was lodged in his throat like a stone he couldn't swallow. He swallowed hard, pressing the stone down. His father sat in the passenger seat, not turning back the entire time. The two men sat in silence. Only the sound of the wind coming through the window. When the car sped up, the wind roared. When it slowed down, it softened, as if the city was speaking the unspoken words for them. The driver occasionally interjected with a few remarks. The weather is nice today, not too hot or cold. And there are quite a few people at the high-speed train station these days. It's the back-to-school season, along with a classic campus ballad playing on the radio singing about "You, my desk mate." Upon arriving at the high-speed train station, Du's father paid the fare and helped him take his luggage out of the trunk, escorting him all the way to the entrance. At the entrance, people were coming and going, some embracing to say goodbye, some wiping away tears, and others holding up their phones to video call family. A girl in a red dress was crying loudly while hugging her mother's neck, while her father stood helplessly beside her. Du's father handed the suitcase's handle to Du. That rough hand patted Du's hand lightly twice with a gentle force, as if patting a fragile porcelain. "Dad, you can go now." Du's father nodded, but did not move. He stood outside the entrance's railing watching Du take out his ID and ticket, lining up to enter. The line slowly moved forward, shifting a step every few seconds like a river flowing gently. Du walked a few steps with the crowd, turned back, and saw his father still standing there. His father waved at him briefly, the gesture quick, like someone chasing away mosquitoes. Then he rapidly turned and walked briskly towards the parking lot. His figure swayed twice in the crowd before disappearing. Du waved back, then turned to insert his ticket into the gate, stepping onto the platform. The high-speed train departed on time. The train's start was smooth, almost imperceptible, only the scenery outside began to slowly recede. Du found his seat by the window, placing his backpack on his lap, putting on his headphones, and watching the platform fade away slowly. The familiar buildings and streets. The bookstore he had visited with his sister when he was young, the post office with a red mailbox out front, the repair shop, where his father had been fixing cars for over a decade, each receding one by one, speeding up until they blurred into patches of color as if a page had been torn from an album. Expanses of farmland and factories began to appear in the suburbs, alternating between green rice fields and gray steel-structured factories. A white egret circled above the rice fields, its wings reflecting blinding white light in the sun. His phone lit up. It was a message from Du Yao. "Little brother, what time will you arrive? I have no practice today. I made time to pick you up. When you come out of the arrival hall at Hangzhou Station, look to the right, find the most conspicuous pillar. I'll be waiting right under it. I guarantee you'll see me at first glance." Below was a sticker of a little person wildly waving their arms, almost leaving a blur. Du chuckled as he typed, "Okay, sister, wait for me." The scenery outside transformed from the wheat fields of northern Anhui to the industrial parks of southern Jiangsu, then into denser buildings and elevated bridges. As the high-speed train crossed the Yangtze River, the river's surface shimmered under the afternoon sun, with cargo ships scattered like chess pieces on the water, while the chimneys and cranes on the opposite bank outlined a rough skyline. Passengers in the carriage came and went. Next to Du sat a middle-aged man in a suit who got off at Nanjing Station. Then a young mother, holding a child, boarded, the child leaning against the window, watching the scenery outside, babbling about who knows what. Du leaned back in his seat, listening to a quiet post-rock track through his headphones. The piano notes fell like raindrops. The guitar's sustain drew a long arc in his ears, blended with the rhythmic beat of the wheels grinding against the tracks like some sort of forward-moving march. The cities outside appeared and disappeared in succession. Nanjing, Zhenjiang, Changzhou, Wuxi, Suzhou. Each one much larger and more prosperous than his small hometown, yet none of them compared to the Magic City. By the afternoon, around 2 o'clock, the high-speed train slowly entered Magic City's Hangzhou Station. The speed dropped from 300 kilometers to 0, and the platform outside was already filled with waiting passengers. Travelers dragging suitcases, mothers holding children, business people in suits, a surge of people, various dialects and languages intertwining in the air. The ceiling of the platform was high, the lights glaringly bright, and the female voice on the broadcast was repeatedly announcing train information in both Chinese and English. Du adjusted his backpack and carried his suitcase, stepping off the train. The arrival hall of Hangzhou Station was as spacious as ever. The dome was tall and somewhat empty, with sunlight pouring down from the glass roof, illuminating the moving shadows into bright spots like a flowing impressionist painting. Various sounds echoed beneath the dome. The clattering of suitcase wheels against the floor, the excited shouts of long-lost reunions, the calls of the reception staff, shouting names while holding signs, and the cries of children, intertwining to create the first roar this super city sent to every newcomer. Du-yi wove through the crowd, searching for familiar faces among the receptionists. Then he spotted that figure. Du-yao stood next to a thick, white, load-bearing pillar on the right side of the arrival hall, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, and on her feet were a pair of slightly faded black canvas shoes. She stood on tiptoes, stretching her neck, peering toward the exit, her phone case sparkling, emblazoned with a custom message in large letters. My brother is a top student. One hand raised her phone, ready to send a message at any moment, while the other hand held a plastic bag inside, which could be seen a few packs of snacks and a bottle of drink. Sister. Du-yao's gaze locked onto Du-yi as she followed the sound. Her face lit up instantly. That brightness was not just happiness, but a radiance that illuminated her whole being. Her eyes squinted into crescents, her mouth stretched to the roots of her ears, her entire face glowing. She stuffed her phone into her pocket, pushed through the crowd, and trotted over to stand in front of Du-yi, tilting her head to scrutinize him up and down. You've grown taller and more handsome. She crossed her arms, striking a pose of scrutiny, nodding with satisfaction, but still a bit worse than me. Where did your confidence come from? Natural beauty. Du-yao nonchalantly flicked her ponytail, reaching out to take his suitcase. Give it to me, give it to me. You must be tired after sitting for over 6 hours on the train, right? I can handle it myself. Let your sister show off a bit. She stubbornly snatched the handle away, pulling it a few steps before the weight of the suitcase jerked her back, nearly causing her to topple over with the suitcase. Didn't you say you were strong? Stop the nonsense. Did you pack bricks in here? It's even heavier than... Du-yao steadied herself, switched hands to pull the suitcase, and linked her arm through Du-yi's like an overly enthusiastic yet unskilled guide. All right, consider it working on core strength. Let's go, sister is treating you to a meal. Today it's hot pot. The place we talked about last time. Plenty of beef tripe. She said this while pulling out the bottle of drink from the plastic bag. It was a chilled lemon tea with condensation still dripping down the bottle. Here, you must be thirsty on the road. I bought this for you, your favorite brand. Du-yi took the chilled lemon tea, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat, washing away much of the fatigue from the 6-hour journey. What are you thanking me for? Du-yao slapped him on the back. Let's go. If we dawdle, we'll have to wait in line at the hot pot restaurant. Emerging from Hongqiao Station, Du-yao tugged Du-yi towards the subway. Sis, didn't you say you were treating me to a feast? Why are we taking the subway again? Du-yi glanced at the sign pointing to the subway entrance and couldn't help but ask. He didn't actually mind the subway. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. But he was just teasing his sister. What's wrong with the subway? Du-yao flared up as expected, whirling around to glare at him, her expression like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The subway is fast and convenient. Do you think the streets in Modu aren't gridlocked? It's 3 in the afternoon now. Wait until rush hour and the elevated highways will have you questioning your existence. Besides, you'll be taking the subway to school every day from now on. Your school is in Yangpu. From Hongqiao, take line 10 and transfer to line 8. It's way faster than a taxi. Let me tell you, Modu's subway network goes everywhere. Once you learn it, you can go anywhere. This is a survival skill. As she spoke, she pulled out a transit card and swiped it through the gate with fluid precision. Right hand swiping left hand, pushing the turnstile, sidestepping through in one seamless motion. The transit card was a pale blue emblazoned with the Modu Metro logo, its edges worn and faded from years. Line 10 towards the city center. Du-yao pulled Du-yi onto the escalator and without wasting a moment began counting on her fingers, planning their route. We'll get off at East Nanjing Road Station, then walk about 500 meters to that hot pot restaurant. After we eat, it'll take you to school to register. From East Nanjing Road, take line 8. To Jiangpu Road Station, walk 10 minutes, and you're at the main gate of Kaida. A perfect route, seamless connection. Your big sis did her homework in advance. The carriage wasn't overly crowded, but it wasn't as packed as a can of sardines during rush hour either. About half the passengers were standing, each maintaining a relatively dignified personal space. The air conditioning was on full blast, cool air hissing down from overhead vents, sealing off the early autumn heat outside. Du-yao pulled Du-yi to a spot near the doors in the middle of the carriage, her suitcase resting against her leg. She chattered incessantly about her life in Modu like a tireless sparrow. Remember that Shengjian shop near our school I told you about? A food blogger went there recently, filmed a video, and posted it on Douyin. The next day the line stretched across the street. My roommate and I waited 40 minutes to get some. The owner saw me and laughed, saying, "Little girl, you're here again," then secretly gave me 2 extra ones. And those Xilong Bao at the city god temple. I discovered that if you go on a weekday afternoon at 3, there's hardly any line. The trick is to avoid meal times and weekends. Don't tell anyone. It took me 7 or 8 trips to figure that out. Oh, and there's this trendy hot pot place in Xiniandi. Their tripe is air freight daily. Dip it 7 times, and it's ready to eat, so tender. It's a bit pricey though, starts at 200 per person. But since we're celebrating, we're splurging. Once you're settled, they'll take you. No, I'm taking you today. The place we're eating at today is great too. Their tripe is fresh. He listened, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That was his sister. Though Shed struggled alone in this big city for 3 years, enduring many hardships, she never mentioned them. She only remembered the delicious food, the fun places, the handy tips, hoarding them like a squirrel storing nuts for winter, waiting to share them with her little brother when he arrived. He could even imagine her daily life in this city, riding the subway alone to casting calls, consoling herself with a milk tea after a rejection, rehearsing lines alone in a late-night practice room, encouraging herself with a whispered, "Do Yao, you can do this," discovering a great little eatery and saving it in her phone's memo, thinking of bringing her brother there someday. She swallowed all her grievances and saved all the good things for him. The subway stopped at Dong'an Road Station. The doors beeped and slid open with a whoosh, letting in a wave of new passengers. The once spacious carriage grew noticeably tighter, forcing standing passengers to shuffle closer, backpacks bumping against each other. He moved his suitcase inward to make room. Just then a girl slipped through the crowd and stopped not far from Yi's gaze swept over her, then stuck as if nailed in place, unable to look away. The girl wore a cream-white dress with a small bow tie at the collar, its ends resting on her collarbone. The fabric seemed to be a cotton linen blend with natural wrinkled textures. The waistline was perfectly cinched, the hem falling just to her calves, revealing a pair of well-proportioned ankles. She wore white canvas shoes, the same brand as Yao's, but better maintained, the uppers pristine and new. Her long hair was casually tied back with a plain hair elastic into a loose, low ponytail. The elastic was the simplest kind, a black round band with no adornment, but it only accentuated the pure blackness of her hair. A few stray strands fell by her ears, which she casually tucked behind them with her fingertips, revealing small earlobes and clean ear contours. A dark blue canvas bag hung from her shoulder, its strap long, the bag resting at her hip. A small handmade charm dangled from the bag, a crescent moon sewn stitch by stitch with pale gold thread, the stitches fine, and even the edges finished with a binding technique, as if made by her own hands. The spine of a book peeked out from the bag's opening, a blue cover with gold-stamped English title. Yi's gaze traveled upward to her face. Her features were delicate, but not ostentatious, her brows and eyes carrying a cool, aloof temperament. It wasn't the kind of cold that kept people at a distance, nor the haughty air of superiority. It was a quiet, reserved self-possession that didn't initiate conversation. Like the first breeze of deep autumn, crisp, not biting, invigorating, without chilling. Her posture was elegant, shoulders back, chin slightly tucked, neck long and graceful. It wasn't the stiff, deliberate stance of someone forcing themselves upright, but a natural, long-cultivated habit, as if she'd studied dance or deportment, or more likely, had been raised to stand and sit with poise. She happened to look up, her gaze meeting Yi's for an instant. An instant, perhaps less than half a second. Her eyes were clear, her irises light. Not pure black, but a deep brown with an amber tint, resembling a perfectly steeped cup of black tea under the carriage lights. Her eyes were long and narrow, the corners slightly upturned, her lashes not thick, but just right, adding a touch of gentle warmth to her cool gaze. In that fleeting exchange, there were no sparks flying, as in novels, no slow motion, heart-pounding as it was just two strangers in a crowded subway car who happened to glance at each other, then politely looked away. Like two leaves from different branches blown by the same wind onto the same water's surface, brushing past each other before drifting apart. The girl pulled the book from her canvas bag, leaned against the carriage pole, and began reading, her head bowed. Her page-turning was gentle and slow, her thumb and forefinger pinching the bottom corner of the page, turning it over carefully, then smoothing it flat with her palm. The habit of someone who naturally cherishes books. He recognized the cover. Blue background, white, gold-stamped title. The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith's classic economic treatise. It wasn't a popular economics primer for the masses, nor a self-help motivational book, but a genuine academic original requiring quiet word-by-word reading. An 18 or 19-year-old girl reading The Wealth of Nations on the subway. The image itself spoke volumes. He couldn't help but think of the days before the college entrance exam. While other classmates frantically drilled problems and memorized templates, he alone spent half an hour each day reading economics-related extracurricular books. His teachers called him off track, his classmates thought he was showing off, but he simply enjoyed it. He loved the feeling of understanding the logic behind how the world works through a rational framework. And this girl before him, her expression while reading The Wealth of Nations wasn't feigned. Her eyes moved slowly across the pages, occasionally furrowing her brow slightly, as if pondering the meaning of a particular passage. She was genuinely reading, genuinely thinking. Wow, The Wealth of Nations. Yao whispered beside him, nudging his ribs with her elbow. Looks like a real bookworm. Just like you, the nerdy type. Does Kaida specifically recruit people like this? He didn't respond. His gaze merely swept over once more. The girl leaned against the pole, swaying slightly with the carriage's motion, but her eyes remained fixed on the page, focused and serene, as if the crowded, noisy surroundings had nothing to do with her. Her fingers were long and fair, her nails cut short and clean, without nail polish, rings, or bracelets. When she turned a page, her index finger gently pressed the center, her thumb flipping the leaf with smooth, tender motion. He noticed her wrist was slender, the bone structure clearly visible, made even more delicate against the canvas bag strap. The cream-white hem of her dress swayed gently, with the subway's slight vibrations like ripples spreading on water. The little pale gold moon charm on her canvas bag also swayed softly, catching the carriage light, with a faint glimmer now and then. The subway stopped at East Nanjing Road Station. The announcement echoed, "East Nanjing Road Station. Please alight on the left side." The girl closed her book and slipped it back into her canvas bag. As she stood up, her gaze inadvertently swept towards He wasn't sure if she was looking at him or at the exit signs. Then she turned and walked through the crowd towards the doors. As she passed by he caught a faint, delicate, it wasn't perfume, too subtle for that. More like the lingering trace of a soft laundry detergent mixed with a hint of paper and ink and an indescribable, clean, fresh scent. She got off. As the doors closed, he saw her through the glass, standing on the platform, pulling out her phone. She stood behind the yellow line on the platform, her back straight, the cream-white hem still swaying from her walk, the little moon charm on her canvas bag spinning gently at her hip. The platform's white light shone down from above, casting her like a quiet sketch. Then the train started, the platform receded, and her figure flickered once before being swallowed by the tunnel's darkness. He averted his gaze, fixing it on the tunnel lights racing past the window. Under the high speed, they became streaks of orange-yellow light, flashing by in rapid succession like a hypnotic metronome. He had a strange intuition. That girl was probably a student at Modi University of Finance and Economics too. No reason, just a feeling. Like suddenly spotting a familiar tree in a completely unfamiliar city. It wasn't a sign, a landmark, or any directional guide, but you knew it belonged to the place you were heading. In it, you recognized something that felt close to home. Beside him, Du Yao continued chattering about the various dishes at that hot pot restaurant. How to blanch the tripe, how to pick up the duck blood, the perfect sauce ratio. From start to finish, she never noticed her brother had been lost in thought for several seconds. He didn't mention it either. Some things didn't need to be said. Du Yao took to the hot pot restaurant she had enthusiastically raved about all the way along Nanjing. The eatery was tucked deep within a narrow alley, its walls draped in lush vines whose leaves shimmered with a glossy sheen under the afternoon sun. Not even a proper sign marked the alley's entrance. Only a faded red lantern hung above the threshold, bearing a crooked ink-brushed character for pot in calligraphy. Had Du Yao not led the way, he would never have found this place on his own. A friend of my roommate's roommate discovered this spot. He's a true gourmand, dedicated to unearthing these hidden, unassuming eateries scattered across Shanghai. Du Yao pushed open the glass door with practiced ease. Wind chimes jingled brightly above the frame. She called out toward the counter, "Boss lady." 2 guests. The small dining room held only 7 or 8 tables, everyone occupied. Hot pots bubbled steadily, crimson oil churning vigorously as Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies released their pungent, intoxicating aroma, sharp enough to make one's nose tingle, yet irresistibly fragrant. The walls were plastered with sticky notes and Polaroid photos left by patrons, couples striking heart-shaped poses, dorm mates clinking glasses in group shots, and one young man proudly holding up an empty plate, thumb raised beside which someone had scrawled, 3 plates of tripe. My life is complete. Their tripe is fresh, not rehydrated. Same with the duck blood, incredibly tender. As she spoke, Du Yao swiftly ticked items off the menu with a pencil, its tip scratching crisply across the paper. And their shrimp paste. Handmade in-house. Distinct grains of shrimp meat, not that starchy, glue-like imitation you find elsewhere. These 3 are non-negotiable every time I come. After finalizing the order, she handed the menu to the boss lady and began preparing dipping sauce with practiced precision. Sesame oil as base, 2 spoonfuls of minced garlic, 1 of oyster sauce, half a spoon of vinegar, a pinch each of cilantro, and scallions, finished with several drops of Sichuan pepper oil. She filled 2 small bowls, sliding one across the table toward Dewey. Try it, my secret recipe. Even my roommates insist my sauce outshines the hot pot itself. Dewey accepted it and dipped a chopstick into the mixture, bringing it to his lips. The sesame oil was rich and mellow, the garlic sharp and fiery, the oyster sauce humiliates, the vinegar cutting through richness with elegant acidity, while the Sichuan pepper oil bloomed with a gentle, tingling numbness upon the tongue. Each layer distinct, proportions exact, truly superior to any hot pot dip he'd ever tasted before. How is it? Delicious. Just delicious. Can't you lavish me with more praise? I labored over this golden ratio for ages. Du Yao slid a plate of tripe toward him. Enough talk. Time to cook the tripe. Thinly sliced and uniformly cut, its surface bore a fine natural grain. Its color was a clean ivory white, not the bleached pallor of chemically treated cuts. With deft precision, she lifted a slice with her chopsticks, swirled it 7 times above the boiling oil, then submerged it exactly 8 times before lifting it out and placing it gently into Du Yi's sesame oil dip. Her movements flowed like those of a seasoned connoisseur. Taste it. This is their crowning dish. Du Yi picked it up and placed it in his mouth. Crisp yet tender, the tripe yielded with a delicate, satisfying crunch between his teeth. Simultaneously, the bold heat and numbing spice of the broth fused with the deep, nutty richness of the sesame oil. Complex, yet harmonious, layered, yet seamless. Its inherent freshness remained unmasked by seasoning, instead heightened and elevated by the very spices meant to dominate it. Well, Du Yi watched him, eyes alight with anticipation. Delicious. Again, just 2 words. Better than Mom's. Of course it is. Wait, no, that must never reach Mom's ears. Du Yi clapped a hand over her mouth, then burst into laughter. Honestly though, if Mom mastered this technique, our New Year's Eve feast would ascend to an entirely new level. Every holiday home, it's always the same repertoire: braised pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs. Delicious, yes, but after 15 years, even comfort food craves reinvention. Halfway through the meal, Du Yi ordered tripe twice more. Crimson oil churned steadily in the pot, steam rising in thick, hazy veils that softened the contours of her face. As she swirled tripe in the broth, she recounted her life in Shanghai, the blistering sun on film sets while working as an extra, waking at 4 a.m. to queue for auditions, weeping uncontrollably on the subway home after landing her first speaking role. Once during a rain scene filmed in winter, artificial rainfall drenched me completely. I stood there soaked, delivered my line. "My lord, this humble maiden is wronged," then collapsed dramatically to play dead. We shot at 7 or 8 takes. I stood shivering in icy water each time. When I got home, I ran a fever for 3 days straight. My roommate nearly rushed me to the hospital. She spoke with quiet detachment, as if recounting someone else's ordeal, all the while keeping a piece of tripe swirling in the pot. Du Yi set down his chopsticks and looked at her. "Sister, why do you want to act so badly?" Her hand paused mid-motion. The tripe lingered 2 seconds too long in the broth before she quickly retrieved it and placed it in his bowl, then spoke slowly, deliberately. "When we were little, every time Mom and Dad fought, I'd drag you to watch TV dramas, turning the volume up so loud we couldn't hear their voices at all." She lifted her glass and sipped plum juice. "Later I realized that in those stories, no matter how dire the trials, justice always prevailed in the end. The innocent were vindicated, villains punished, lovers united. Each arc resolved with grace and certainty. So I thought, if I could step into those stories and share them with others, perhaps someone enduring sorrow might glimpse hope and whisper, maybe everything will turn out all right after all. Wouldn't that be something beautiful?" She popped a piece of duck blood into her mouth, chewed twice, and murmured, still half swallowing, "Eat up. Duck blood loses its magic once it cools." Du Yi lifted the piece of tripe she'd prepared and chewed it slowly. He asked no further questions. He uttered no sentimental platitudes. He simply held this moment in memory. The silhouette of his sister bending over the steaming pot, her features blurred by rising vapor, her lashes dusted with tiny glistening droplets. Whether from steam or something deeper, he could not tell. After the meal, Du Yi insisted on paying. Du Yi watched as she withdrew several crumpled bills from her wallet. 150-yuan note missing a corner, which she carefully smoothed before handing it to the boss lady. When receiving change, she counted the coins, meticulously arranging them neatly before tucking them into her coin purse with quiet satisfaction. Du Yi observed silently, filing the detail away in his mind. "Let's go. I'll drop you off at school," Du Yi said, slipping her coin purse back into her bag. "Shanghai University of Finance and Economics lies in Yangpu District. Take line 8 from here. It's quick." They boarded the metro again, transferring from East Nanjing Road Station to line 8, then riding onward to Jiangpu Road Station. Emerging from the station, they walked 10 minutes down an avenue lined with towering plane trees until the grand entrance of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics appeared before them. Elegant red brick gate pillars rose solemnly, their stone capitals worn by time into soft, weathered relief. A vintage bronze plaque hung between them, bearing the university's name in bold, vigorous calligraphy by a late renowned economist. Beyond the gates stretched an avenue shaded by century-old plane trees, canopies so dense they fractured the afternoon sun into shimmering golden shards across the path. At the avenue's far end, the spire of a red brick academic building pierced the sky, its clock tower's hands pointing precisely to 4 o'clock. "Here you are, your university." Du Yi paused at the crossroads, gazing at the gate. Her voice softened, touched with unexpected gravity. Gone was the animated, effervescent sister from the hot pot shop, replaced now by a gentler, more reverent presence. She fell silent for a moment, her gaze drifting past the entrance. Over freshmen dragging suitcases alongside anxious parents, students pedaling bicycles, elderly professors clutching lesson plans. Each figure passing quietly through her field of vision. Brother, moi. When you got in, I called Mom and talked for a full hour. I cried the whole time. My roommates were terrified. They thought something terrible had happened, gathered around my bed, questioning me for half an hour. Her eyes rested on the bronze plaque, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Do you know why? He shook his head. Because I knew you'd get in. You've always been sharper, more diligent than I ever was. When I was in junior high, you were only in 3rd grade and already helping me solve math problems. During your senior year, you studied until midnight every night. Sometimes I'd text you and you wouldn't reply until dawn, saying you'd just finished another practice exam. Mom worried your body couldn't take it, so she asked me to talk some sense into you. I didn't. She turned to look at Dewey. Her eyes glistened faintly, yet her smile was radiant, warmer and more genuine than any she'd offered all day. Because I knew what you were chasing. Now you've caught it. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, majoring in finance. You earned this. It belongs to you. She reached out and lightly tapped his chest, right over his heart. I'm proud of you, brother. He met his sister's reddened eyes, and once again that familiar tightness rose in his throat. The same ache he'd felt that morning in the taxi. He raised his hand and rested it on her shoulder, feeling the delicate architecture of her collarbone beneath his palm. Sister, thank you. Don't be so formal. You're my brother. Yao sniffed, then slapped his back hard enough to make him stumble half a step forward. In an instant, the tender, emotional sister vanished, replaced once more by the irreverent, carefree Yao. All right. Go inside and register. What production? Phoenix Cry. The historical drama I mentioned before. My preliminary audition passed. I've got the call back tomorrow with the director himself presiding. Yao adjusted her ponytail, tucking stray strands behind her ears, her expression shifting seamlessly into fierce, focused determination. This time I will land the role. What part is it? 3rd female lead, a righteous martial arts heroine, bold and fearless. She's practically me. She struck a dramatic sword-drawing pose, nearly clipping a passerby, and grinned. Once I'm cast, I'll treat you to something even better. Good luck, sister. Absolutely. She waved cheerfully, then turned and strode toward the metro station, pausing halfway to call back, call me anytime. No matter how late, it doesn't matter. My phone stays on 24 hours a day. Her ponytail bounced lightly as she receded into the crowd, her white t-shirt fading gradually against the river of pedestrians, until finally dissolving into the throng at the metro entrance, indistinguishable among the many. He stood at the university gate, watching long after she disappeared. Then he gripped his suitcase handle and turned, stepping forward into the hallowed archway of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. The tree-lined avenue of sycamores was longer than he had imagined. The French sycamores on both sides had been growing for many years, their trunks so thick that one could not wrap their arms around them, with bark that was mottled and rough, bearing the cracks and mossy traces left by time. The branches and leaves intertwined above, forming a massive green archway that filtered the afternoon sunlight into countless fragmented golden spots densely scattered on the asphalt road. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow through, causing the golden spots to sway along with the leaves, resembling a ground scattered with dancing golden coins. He dragged his suitcase along this avenue. The wheels of the suitcase rolled on the asphalt, producing a rumbling sound that blended with his footsteps, creating a monotonous yet rhythmic cadence. New students and their parents occasionally brushed past him. There was a bespectacled boy panting as he carried a mountain backpack nearly as tall as himself. A girl with pigtails was chattering excitedly with her mother about the orientation of their dormitory, and a father and son team burdened with large and small bags passed him, by the father carrying a quilt on his shoulder, while the son held a basin and thermos, both striding energetically. As he crossed the tree-lined path, the view ahead suddenly opened up. In the center of a spacious square stood a bronze sculpture of a girl holding a book, gazing into the distance with an inscription at the base. Be knowledgeable and determined, question deeply, and think critically. Surrounding the sculpture was a neatly trimmed circle of boxwood, with several new students resting on the steps beside it, drinking water. To the north of the square was the registration point for new students. Several rows of blue tents were set up neatly, each with a welcome banner from its respective college hanging in front. Welcome to the School of Finance was the most eye-catching, with a red background and white text positioned closest to the main road. In the queue below, it was the longest, winding around 2 corners and stretching to the edge of the square. He found the line for the School of Finance and joined it. In front of him stood a mother and daughter. The mother, in her 40s, wore a well-tailored deep blue silk blouse and a matching midi skirt, holding a brown leather handbag that glimmered subtly in the sunlight. She was slightly bowing her head, speaking to her daughter in a slow, gentle voice, imbued with the soft cadence characteristic of Shanghainese women. The dormitory mother has already checked for you. It's a 4-person room facing south with decent lighting. The wardrobe is a bit small, so remember to bring back some of your seasonal clothes next time you visit home. The meal card has been loaded with money. Try the cafeteria's food first, and if it doesn't suit your taste, there are many restaurants outside the school. You were picky in high school, but you can't eat takeout every day in college. Mom, I know. The daughter's voice was light and succinct, each word pronounced clearly without any superfluous particles. She had her back to Do, wearing a simple white short-sleeve t-shirt and dark long pants, her long hair tied back, with a plain hair tie standing straight like a quiet poplar tree. Do looked at her back and felt a stir in his heart. It was her. The girl from the subway reading The Wealth of Nations. The line moved forward a few steps. When it was the girl's turn, the staff member in charge of registration was a senior wearing round-frame glasses and a working shirt from the Student Union of the School of Finance. She took her admission notice and ID for verification, found a name in the roster, and marked it with a highlighter. Su Qingwei. The senior read her name aloud, then retrieved a craft paper folder and a dormitory key from a nearby box and handed them to her Class 1 of Finance. Inside the folder were the campus card, new student handbook, and military training notice. The dormitory was in room 303 of Building 12. Just head north, and you'll see that light gray building. Thank you. Su Qingwei took the folder and key and turned around. Her gaze briefly met Du's, lingering for barely a second longer than their last subway encounter. Her eyes were still the clear amber color that seemed even more radiant in the afternoon sun. Her expression remained unchanged, neither surprised to recognize him nor offering the customary polite smile of strangers. It was merely a faint polite glance before she averted her gaze and turned to walk towards the dormitory with her mother. Du watched her leave for a moment. Her silhouette walked away in the dappled shadows of the sycamores, the cream-colored hem of her skirt swaying gently with her steps, the light golden crescent moon charm on her canvas bag swinging at her waist. Next, the senior's voice pulled him back. He handed over his admission notice and ID. The senior found his name in the roster, marked it with a highlighter, then looked up at him for a moment longer. Oh, so you had the highest score in this year's college entrance examination. Her voice was not loud, but several new students still waiting in line heard it, and numerous gazes turned towards him. He felt several pairs of eyes on the back of his head, feeling a bit uneasy, but his expression remained neutral. Here is your folder and key. Your dormitory is also in Building 8, Room 302. He took the items, thanked her, and pulled his suitcase towards Building 8. Building 8 was a 6-story student dormitory with light gray tiled exterior walls, and every balcony was adorned with freshly washed sheets and clothes fluttering in the wind like a display of flags at the United Nations. Below, a few ginkgo trees were still green, their fan-shaped leaves rustling in the breeze. A row of bicycles was parked under the trees, with a few fallen on the ground with no one to pick them up. He carried his suitcase up to the 3rd floor. The air in the corridor was filled with a mixture of laundry detergent, disinfectant, and fresh paint. A scent unique to the start of each September, marking the beginning of countless new students' college lives. The corridor was bustling like a market. New students were running around with their newly received basins and thermoses. Parents were squatting in the hallway helping their kids assemble simple shoe racks bought from the school supermarket, and 2 girls met in the middle of the corridor, squealing as they embraced, likely reuniting as high school classmates. The door to room 302 was half open. He pushed the door and entered, discovering that someone was already there. A round-faced boy with a buzz cut, dressed in a black Nike tracksuit, was squatting on the floor unpacking a large cardboard box. The box had been violently torn open halfway, with its contents spilling out. Several boxes of basketball shoes stacked high, and mechanical keyboards packaging caught at the edge of the box, a canister of protein powder tipped over nearby, and bags of puffed snacks poking their heads out from the box's crevices. The entire scene looked as if a small warehouse had been struck by a tornado. The boy looked up upon hearing the noise, his round face framed by large round eyes resembling a prairie dog just awakened from hibernation. He grinned, revealing a set of neat white teeth, stood up abruptly, rubbed his hands on his sweatpants casually, and extended his hand towards Dewey. Hey, someone's here. I'm Wang Hao, a local from Magic City. From now on we'll be roommates. Oh, what's your name, brother? Dewey. Dewey shook hands with him. Wang Hao's palm was thick and strong, and his handshake was so enthusiastic that it almost crushed Dewey's bones. Dewey. Good name. The character for E means perseverance. Wang Hao said while sizing him up, his gaze direct, yet not unpleasant. Where are you from? Anhui. Anhui is a great place. I went to Huangshan with my family last summer. The mountains there are incredible. Halfway up I thought I was going to die, but when I reached the summit I felt it was worth it. Wang Hao helped pull Dewey's suitcase inside, surprised by its weight. Damn, why is your suitcase so heavy? Did you bring a box of bricks to school? My mom stuffed it. All moms are the same. Wang Hao nodded in agreement and kicked his half-open box. My mom packed me a whole box of snacks. I told her I'm not going to a famine. There's protein powder too. I just mentioned to her that I've been working out lately, And she bought me 3 cans, enough to last me until winter break. Do you work out? Sometimes play basketball. That counts as having a fitness base. We can go to the school gym together later. I passed by and took a look. The equipment seems quite new. They have Smith machines, power racks, and a dumbbell area, but I wonder if it gets crowded during peak hours. He smiled, dragging his suitcase to his bed. The dormitory was a 4-person room with bunk beds above and desks and wardrobes below. The layout was compact, but not cramped. His bed was the one on the right by the window, which had good lighting. Looking out the window, he could see the tops of the ginkgo trees below and the red plastic track of the playground in the distance. He had just started making his bed when another person appeared at the door. A boy wearing thin-framed silver glasses stood at the door, holding a deep gray suitcase that looked quite expensive, with a dust cover hanging from the handle containing a suit. His features were somewhat refined, with very fair skin, his hair neatly styled with hair wax. He wore a deep blue Oxford shirt buttoned meticulously to the second button, with the cuff buttons made of exquisite silver metal, faintly displaying a family crest pattern. He stood at the door, not rushing to enter, but first surveying the dormitory. A thorough inspection of the ceiling, floor, walls, socket locations, network interface, and air conditioning brand, almost as if conducting a systematic environmental assessment. Then, adjusting his glasses, he glanced between Du-yi and Wang Hao, his voice calm and measured, carrying a polite, "Hello, I'm Li Bowen. I should also be in this dormitory." "Li Bowen, welcome." Wang Hao immediately switched to host mode, as enthusiastic as if the dormitory were his hotel. "I'm Wang Hao, and this is Du-yi. Our room 302 just needs one more person, and then we'll be complete. Come on, you can choose your bed first. Pick any of the 2 remaining." 4-person room. I thought it was a 6-person room. Li Bowen placed his suitcase against the wall, surveyed the dormitory once more, and finally chose the bed opposite Du-yi by the window. He opened his suitcase, revealing everything neatly packed. Clothes rolled into cylindrical shapes, arranged by color, books stacked in order of size, and a leather toiletry bag, with every zipper perfectly closed. The conditions at the university are excellent. A 4-person room with bunk beds and desks, and an independent bathroom. I've inquired, and this is considered top tier among universities in Magic City. Many schools still have 6-person rooms with communal bathrooms. Wang Hao leaned against the bed ladder, arms crossed, adopting the demeanor of a local, giving outsiders a primer on the local culture. "By the way, does anyone here work out regularly? We can hit the school gym together later. I train 6 days a week, alternating between chest, back, and legs, rain or shine. I'm focused on studying." Li Bowen took out a leather-covered notebook and a folding desk lamp from his suitcase, neatly placing them on the desk. The cover of the notebook was embossed with his initials in cursive letters. "I play basketball occasionally, he said, fluffing his pillow and placing it at the head of his bed. Wang Hao looked at Li Bowen and then at Du-yi, chuckling a couple of times. All right, one scholar and one warrior. Our dormitory will have both literary and martial talents. All that's left is the final person, or I wonder what type they'll be." Just as the words fell, a series of rolling sounds came from outside the door, the rhythm hurried and chaotic, as if multiple wheels were turning simultaneously. Soon after, a slender figure appeared at the doorway, dragging 2 boxes, one large and one small, while carrying a huge backpack on his back, making him look more like a prisoner of his luggage than someone transporting it. Hello. He dropped the boxes, panting as he shook hands with the 3 people, his movements swift, like he was high-fiving fans. "My name is Lin Shen from Nanjing, Jiangsu. Is this room 302? I didn't take a wrong turn, did I? I almost walked into 303. That dorm was full of girls, and it scared me to death. You didn't take a wrong turn. Room 302. Everyone's here." Wang Hao clapped his hands, his voice resounding like he was calling plays on a basketball court. "Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Wang Hao, a native of Jing'an in the Magic City. This is Du-yi, a top student from Anhui. This is Li Bowen, also a local. Come on, everyone, introduce yourselves. We'll be brothers for the next 4 years. I suggest we arrange ourselves by age. I'm 19, born in March. I'm 18, born in November," Lin Shen said. 18, born in June, Du-yi added. 19, born in January, Li Bowen said. So Li Bowen is the oldest in the second, Du-yi is third, and Lin Shen is the youngest. Wang Hao quickly arranged the order and then pulled out a chair, sitting backwards with his arms resting on the back as if ready to hold a formal meeting. "Let me set an example and formally introduce myself. My name is Wang Hao, with Hao meaning vast. I'm a native of Jing'an district in the Magic City and have never left this city my entire life. My family runs a chain of restaurants, primarily Sichuan cuisine, with over 20 locations in the Magic City. I won't mention the specific brand to avoid you asking me for discounts when you dine. Of course, I could give you a 10% discount, but any more than that, my dad would kill me." His tone was casual and natural. That kind of cheerfulness wasn't put on, it was cultivated from growing up in a bustling metropolis filled with vibrant life. However, Du-yi noticed several details. Wang Hao's basketball shoes were limited edition Air Jordans in collaboration with Off-White, with a dust bag tag still hanging from the tongue, The sports watch on his wrist was the latest Garmin Phoenix model retailing for over $8,000. And the protein powder he had opened was an imported British brand, a single, costing as much as half a month of a typical university student's living expenses. I don't have many hobbies, just three: working out, gaming, and enjoying good food. If anyone wants to go out to eat but doesn't know where to go, just ask me. Ooh, I have a living map of all the good restaurants in the Magic City. If anyone wants a workout partner, find me. Ooh, I guarantee you'll have abs in 3 months. If anyone needs a gaming teammate, still find me. I'm in the diamond rank of League of Legends, and I can help you level up. Now it's my turn. Lee Bowen adjusted his glasses, sitting upright with his legs naturally together, his hands neatly folded on his knees, as if he were undergoing a serious interview. Lee Bowen, with Lee meaning would, Bo meaning learned, and Wen meaning culture. I'm a local from the Magic City, residing in Suwei District. My parents both work in the government. Oh, I won't go into specifics about their departments and positions, as it's quite sensitive. In my spare time, I enjoy reading, playing Go, and studying macroeconomics and public policy. I'm quite reserved, and after lights out at night, I guarantee I won't make any noise. I hope to get along well with everyone and look out for each other. His speech was restrained, economical with words, but each word was pronounced very clearly. He noticed a luggage tag on Lee Bowen's suitcase from a prestigious international school in Shanghai. This school charges annual tuition starting in the 6 figures and has alumni spread across Ivy League schools, recruiting primarily children from influential political and business families. He also noticed that the buttons on the cuffs of Lee Bowen's shirt were not ordinary plastic ones, but custom enamel metal buttons subtly engraved with a family crest. His parents are civil servants. This category is broad, ranging from junior clerks in neighborhood offices to core members of the municipal party committee. However, from Lee Bowen's manner of speaking and behavior, it was clear that his family's background belonged to the latter category. Lin Chun. Wang Hao shifted his gaze to the youngest one. Lin Chun was just taking off his backpack, and something inside it made a clattering sound. He was of average height and slender build, wearing black-framed glasses, dressed in the standard blue and white checked shirt and dark gray khaki pants typical of engineering students, with slightly messy hair, as if he hadn't had time to comb it before heading out. He had 2 pens clipped in the pocket of his shirt, 1 black gel pen and 1 capacitive stylus. My name is Lin Chun, with Lin meaning forest and Chun meaning morning. I'm from Nanjing, Jiangsu. My dad runs a small business in the chemical industry. My mom is a high school Chinese teacher, so my Chinese grades have always been better than my math, but I prefer coding. He smiled shyly, revealing 2 shallow dimples on his cheeks. I'm a bit of a homebody. Oh, I enjoy programming, watching anime, and studying computer hardware. By the way, I have a girlfriend, a high school classmate named Zhao Shui, who's now studying Chinese at Nanjing Normal University. We're in a long-distance relationship. While you already have a girlfriend in your first year of college. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out from his round face. The chair almost tipped over from his sudden movement. We grew up together. Lin Chen's face turned from his cheeks to the tips of his ears, even his neck blushing pink. We've known each other since childhood, living in the same neighborhood, and we've been classmates from kindergarten through high school. We officially got together in our senior year. Bro, I respect you, Wang Hao said, giving him a fist bump with an extremely serious expression. Long-distance relationships are tough. Ooh, I hardly know any couples who can make it work. You hang in there. If you need emotional advice, feel free to ask me. Although I'm single, I have a wealth of theoretical knowledge. I've read several psychology books. You read psychology books to chase girls, right? Lee Bowen interjected, his tone calm, but with a sharp edge. Lee Bowen, you just undermined me. Wang Hao clutched his chest and pretended to fall over dramatically. I thought you were a serious person. Lin Chen laughed at their banter, feeling much of his tension dissipate. He adjusted his glasses and added in a low voice, actually, my dad's business isn't exactly small either. How not small? Wang Hao immediately leaned closer. Well, it's one of the top businesses in the chemical industry in Nanjing. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. I won't go into specifics, but my dad has always hoped I study finance so I can take over the family finances and investments in the future. But I'm personally more interested in computers, so for now I'm studying both. He silently noted this down in his mind. Jiangsu is a major chemical province, and Nanjing is home to several leading enterprises in the chemical field. To be ranked among the top private enterprises in the chemical industry in Nanjing, one would need a fortune starting at least in the hundreds of millions. When Lin Chun said his family business is not particularly small, that was modesty. It's your turn. Wang Hao shifted his gaze to the last person. He leaned back against the chair, thought for a moment, and spoke in his usual flat tone. I'm from Anhui. My family belongs to the ordinary working class. My parents work in the county town, and I have an older sister studying performing arts in the Magic City. I enjoy playing basketball and occasionally reading. Nothing special. He spoke with a calm demeanor, as if he were reading the weather report when he mentioned being from an ordinary working class family. Wang Hao nodded casually, clearly harboring no suspicion. Lin Shun was busy replying to messages from his girlfriend typing while smiling up at them to indicate he was listening. Only Li Bowen paused for a second longer, his gaze lingering on Du Yi's face, and a quick, barely noticeable glimmer of scrutiny flashed behind his glasses. That kind of gaze was neither judgmental nor skeptical, but rather the instinct of someone accustomed to observing details who, upon hearing information that didn't quite align with their expectations, instinctively conducted a cross-check. However, Li Bowen didn't ask anything. He simply pushed up his glasses, returned his gaze to the neatly arranged desk, and slowly picked up a lens cloth to wipe his glasses. Du Yi noticed Li Bowen's gaze, but didn't offer an explanation. He knew that children from Li Bowen's background were naturally attuned to reading between the lines and picking up on subtle cues. His notion of being from an ordinary working-class family might pass unnoticed by the boisterous Wang Hao and the preoccupied Lin Shun, but it wouldn't escape Li Bowen's perception. But that wasn't important. Li Bowen was the type of person who knew what to ask and what not to ask. All right. Wang Hao stood up, clapping his hands, his voice booming like he was calling plays on a basketball court. Room 302 is complete. To celebrate officially becoming roommates, I'm treating tonight. Let's go out for a feast. I know a local restaurant in the food street behind the school that serves amazing red braised pork. I've been eating it since I was little. That sounds too extravagant. Lin Shen rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy. Extravagant? Not at all. We'll be living together for the next 4 years. Our first meal has to be good. Anyone who doesn't come, I'll be mad at them. Wang Hao's expression was extremely serious, his round face slightly flushed with excitement, his round eyes wide open. And I said I'm treating, so don't try to split the bill. Trying to do that would mean you're not giving me face. In our family, face is more important than life. That's what my dad says. With that said, the others no longer. Du Yi looked at Wang Hao's exuberant demeanor, then glanced at Li Bowen, who was wiping his glasses, and Lin Shun, who was blushing while messaging his girlfriend, and suddenly felt a sense of steadiness he hadn't experienced in a long time. These 3 roommates, each with their own character and background, were just 4 individuals sharing room 302 in this less than 20 square meter dorm. Let's go. Wang Hao put his hand on Du Yi's shoulder and tugged at Lin Shen's sleeve. I'm telling you, the red braised pork at that restaurant is rich, yet not greasy, and melts in your mouth. Paired with their rice, I can eat 3 bowls. Li Bowen, do you eat fatty meat? If not, I'll order something else for you. I eat. Li Bowen stood up, putting his glasses back on, smiling for the first time. Red braised pork is one of the few high-calorie foods I'm willing to indulge in. That's great. Let's go. If we arrive late, we'll have to queue. Wang Hao pulled the 3 of them out, chattering away. Once we get to the restaurant, don't hold back. Order whatever you want. Today's budget is unlimited. Of course, don't order too much or I still have some living expenses left for this month. But if you eat it all, I'll only be able to mooch off you for the next 2 weeks. Weren't you just saying you were treating us? Lin Shen asked. I am treating. But after this meal, I'll be broke, so starting tomorrow you'll have to take turns treating me. That's called sustainable development. The 4 of them laughed and chatted as they walked out of the dormitory building. The sunset was just right, the golden red light spread across the ground, elongating everyone's shadows. The leaves of the few ginkgo trees downstairs rustled in the evening wind, and from afar the dull sounds of basketball hitting the ground and indistinct shouts echoed from the playground. This was the 302 dormitory's first. At 6:30 in the evening, Wang Hao led 3 people out of the school gate. The food street behind the Finance University was bustling with activity. The entire street was only about 300 meters long, lined with various restaurants and food stalls. The blue sign of Lanzhao beef noodles shone with cheap neon lights, while the steam from the spicy hot pot rose from a large pot at the entrance, blurring half of the street. The aroma of cumin from the barbecue stalls floated through the evening breeze, filling the street, and a bubble tea shop had a long line of over a dozen people at its entrance. The shop owners stood at their respective doorways, shouting to attract customers, their soft Wu dialect mingling with various accents, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a boiling pot of mixed stew. Don't be fooled by all this flashy stuff, Wang Hao said, striding confidently at the front of the line like a general leading his troops. These are all traps for freshmen. The truly delicious places are not on the main street. They're hidden in the alleys. He led the 3 into a narrow alley beside the food street. The alley was only wide enough for one person, flanked by old stone gate houses with slick green moss growing at the base of the walls and colorful clothes hanging from a drying rack swaying in the evening breeze. At the end of the alley, an inconspicuous wooden door had a faded sign hanging on it, Abao's Authentic Cuisine. The characters on the sign were handwritten with a brush, the strokes crooked, resembling the work of a child just learning to write. Don't be put off by the shabby exterior. The braised pork here is excellent, Wang Hao said, giving a thumbs up as he pushed the wooden door open. Inside it was small, with only 5 or 6 square tables covered with clean but slightly faded checkered tablecloths. The walls were adorned with old photographs of Shanghai, and a wall-mounted fan creaked as it swayed back. The owner was a man in his 50s from Shanghai wearing a white apron sitting behind the counter looking at his phone. He looked up when he heard the door open and smiled upon seeing Wang Hao. Little Wang has arrived. Brought classmates. Roommates. Wang Hao readily pulled out a chair and sat down. Boss, bring out your signature dishes. Braised pork, oil-splashed shrimp, fragrant herb greens, marinated fresh meat, sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of old chicken soup. 4 bowls of rice first. 8 dishes for 4 people. Lin Chen's eyes widened behind his glasses. What's there to worry about? We can take leftovers home if we don't finish. The first gathering must be sumptuous. It's a matter of ritual. Wang Hao waved his hand, exuding an air of authority like a chief steward. The dishes were served one after another. The braised pork was the first to arrive, served in a shallow bowl of blue and white porcelain, each piece cut into mahjong-sized cubes, glistening with a rich sauce perfectly arranged with the skin facing up. The fatty portions were translucent while the lean meat had distinct layers. As Wang Hao picked up a piece with his chopsticks, it quivered and the sauce flowed down along its fibers. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. It was rich yet not greasy, melting in his mouth, the sweetness of rock sugar and the saltiness of soy sauce layered on his tongue, finishing with a hint of anise aroma. He thought of the braised pork his mother made. She used white sugar, which was sweeter. This restaurant used rock sugar, giving it a richer sweetness. Both methods had their merits, but this piece of meat made him feel homesick. How is it? Wang Hao looked at him expectantly. Delicious. Again with that word. You said it was delicious when we had hot pot last time too. Can't you use a different word? Wang Hao lamented. Very delicious. That's it, you have a vocabulary issue. The oil-splashed shrimp was made from river shrimp, not large, but plump, with a crispy and shiny shell coated in a thin layer of sauce. When he bit into it, it cracked, and the shrimp meat was springy and sweet. The fragrant herb greens were seasonal, so tender they hardly needed chewing, with a faint aroma of wine, refreshing and palate-cleansing. The marinated fresh meat was an authentic Shanghai soup made by stewing cured and fresh meats together with bamboo shoots and tofu knots. Added the soup a milky white, so fresh it felt like it could be swallowed whole. I've been drinking this marinated fresh meat since I was a child, Wang Hao said while serving soup to everyone. The cooks at our place don't measure up to this one. My dad always says the most authentic homestyle dishes are often not found in big restaurants. They're found in these small eateries. Those big places focus on presentation, while these small shops focus on daily life. Your dad is a connoisseur. Li Bowen picked up the soup bowl, blew on it, and took a sip. Of course, if our family built its reputation on his words. Wang Hao said with unusual seriousness. My dad was a chef when he was young, not in any big restaurant, just selling rice bowls at the alley entrance. Later, he saved up enough money to open the first restaurant and gradually expanded. He often says that there's no secret to running a restaurant. It's all about quality ingredients, generous portions, and fair prices. If customers feel it's worth it, they'll naturally return next time. Then why did you choose finance? Because I can't rely on my dad for a lifetime. Wang Hao put down his chopsticks, his expression serious for a few seconds. I grew up in the kitchen, could recognize various seasonings by the age of 5, and could cook a few simple dishes by 10. But my dad said times have changed. In the past, running a restaurant depended on skills. Now it relies on capital. He wanted to expand the family business, but didn't understand finance, resulting in many losses. So I studied finance to help him manage the money and investments in the future. Not everyone can start from scratch like my dad, but at least I can ensure his legacy doesn't collapse under my watch. After finishing, he grinned, returning to his usual cheerful demeanor. All right, enough seriousness. It's our first meeting today. Oh, we should be happy. Come on, let's drink. Oh wait, no alcohol, then let's drink cola. Cheers to Boss Wang. He raised his cola can. Cheers to our room 302. Wang Hao followed suit. Cheers to 4 years, Lin Chen added. Cheers to every meal we have in the future. Li Bowen rarely expressed an emotional sentiment. The 4 cola cans clinked together, producing a chorus of uneven, crisp sounds, with foam splashing from the tops, creating small dark stains on the checkered tablecloth. That night, the 4 of them spent nearly 2 hours at Abao's authentic cuisine. The dishes were finished, several cans of cola were consumed, and the conversation flowed more freely. Wang Hao shared stories about how he got caught sneaking snacks in class in high school, and how he broke the principal's office window playing soccer and was dragged home by his dad by the ear. Lin Chun recounted how he held hands for the first time with his childhood sweetheart in the school library staircase, both nervously sweating, only to be caught by their passing homeroom teacher, feeling so embarrassed they wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide. Li Bowen surprisingly shared that he was isolated at school because of his father's status when he was young, and later learned to keep everyone at a polite distance, a habit he still couldn't shake off today. When it was Du's turn, he thought for a moment and shared some daily high school anecdotes. Playing basketball, solving problems, and funny stories about gaming at an internet cafe with Chen Hao. Regarding his family, he maintained his usual brevity, merely mentioning that his parents worked in the county and his sister studied in the Magic City. But when he spoke about his sister, there was a trace of unhidden pride in his tone. She's studying acting at a performing arts university in the Magic City, as she aims to become a movie star. Your sister is also in the Magic City. Let me introduce you next time. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Don't even think about it. I'm just saying you're so tense about it. As they were leaving, the owner, A. Bao, brought out a plate of osmanthus cake, the soft white cake dotted with golden dried osmanthus. He said it was made by a new chef, inviting them to try it. The osmanthus cake was soft and sweet, carrying a lingering aroma of osmanthus. Delicious, Dewey said. Another delicious. Wang Hao laughed loudly, slapping the table. Can you use a different word? Very fragrant. All right, I won't make it hard for you. Wang Hao stood up to settle the bill, mumbling with the owner at the counter for a while before returning with satisfaction. Let's go, brothers. This meal is on me. Next time it's your turn. Next time it should be me treating, Lin Chen said. In order of age. Li Bowen first, then me, then Du. That's called respecting the elders and loving the young, Wang Hao asserted. Respecting the elders and loving the young isn't used like that, Li Bowen said, expressionlessly pushing up his glasses. The four of them walked out of the alley, chatting and laughing. The night had completely enveloped the food street, the neon lights painting the pavement in a vibrant palette of red and green, the iron plate of grilled squid sizzling with white smoke, and the steam from the spicy hot pot obscuring the faces of diners. Occasionally, students riding shared bicycles weaved through the crowd, eliciting laughter and shouts. An elderly man selling balloons walked through the crowd, holding a large bunch of colorful balloons that jostled against each other in the night breeze, resembling a group of tethered clouds. Returning to the dormitory building, the four of them washed up and climbed into their beds. Wang Hao lay down and fell asleep in an instant, snoring softly, but evenly, like a small engine running smoothly. Lin Chen pulled the curtains, closed the light from his phone screen, casting a blurred blue and white glow through the fabric, likely messaging his girlfriend again. There was no sound from Li Bowen's side, but a warm light from a reading lamp seeped through the curtain gap. He leaned against the headboard, took out his phone, sent a few encrypted messages to Chen Feng, and dealt with several documents that needed his signature. Then he sent a message to Du Yao, Sister, I've settled in at the dorm. My roommates are all pretty good. One runs a chain restaurant locally, another is from a political family, and one is a wealthy second generation from Jiangsu. They're all really nice people. Du Yao replied immediately, wealthy second generation, political family, restaurant owner. How come your roommates are all so impressive? Did you walk into the wrong dorm? Dewey chuckled and typed, maybe I'm just lucky. Make sure to build good relationships with them. Don't be stingy, treat them when needed. If you run out of money, let me know. By the way, I performed really well in my second interview today. The director said to wait for a notification. I think I have a shot. Sister, you'll definitely get selected. I'll be waiting for good news. He put down his phone and closed his eyes. In room 303 next door, the lights must have just gone out too. The lights out time was 11 o'clock. The ceiling lamp in room 302 went dark, but the four small bedside lamps remained lit, each casting a small circle of warm yellow light on the bed curtains, like four fireflies floating in the darkness. The air conditioner hummed softly, set to 25 degrees, neither too cold nor too hot, just right for sleeping under a blanket. Wang Hao had just finished a game, tossed his phone beside the pillow, rolled over, and leaned on the edge of the bed, poking his head out through the curtain to look down. His hair was tousled from the pillow, sticking up in a tuft that looked like an antenna in the light of the bedside lamp. Hey, nobody asleep yet? No, Lin Chen replied, poking his head out from the lower bunk and taking off his headphones. Reading, came the sound of a book closing from Li Bowen's side. Let's chat for a bit. The self-introductions during the day were too formal. Let's start over, get real this time. Wang Hao cleared his throat and began in the tone of a late-night radio host. Welcome to room 302's Nighttime Talk. I'm your host, Wang Hao. Tonight's theme is your family, your past, your secrets. I'll start. I'll spill first. He paused, his tone losing some of its playfulness. My family runs a chain of restaurants called Hao Hai Shaoguan, specializing in Sichuan and Shanghai cuisine with over 20 branches in the city. On the surface, not bad, right? But you know, during the pandemic last year, 18 of the 23 stores closed. My dad almost sold the apartment in Jing'an to pay the suppliers. The dorm fell silent for a second. Outside the window, someone rode a shared bike past the chain, clattering crisply in the night air. What happened then? Lin Chen asked softly. We got through it. Wang Hao chuckled, his tone regaining its lightness. My dad has been through all kinds of storms. When he first came to Shanghai in the 80s, he had just 300 yuan to his name. He slept under bridges, waited tables, and was swindled out of money. He said as long as he was alive, the restaurants could reopen. By the beginning of this year, 15 of the closed stores had reopened and 3 new ones were being renovated. So when you see me laughing and joking, it's because I know the hardest days are behind us. No wonder you know so much about food, Dewey said. He recalled how Wang Hao had ordered dinner today. Not like a rich kid showing off, but with genuine knowledge about each dish, what ingredients were in season, and that the braised pork at that particular place used rock sugar instead of white sugar. That kind of understanding only came from someone who had truly spent time in the kitchen. My dad says if you don't love food, you shouldn't be in the restaurant business. How can you do it well if you don't have a passion for eating? Wang Hao rolled over and tossed the topic out. Li Bowen, your turn. You said your parents are civil servants. What specific ranks? Don't try to brush me off. I'm good at reading people. Li Bowen was silent for a few seconds. The bedside lamp cast his figure sitting up through the curtain, then he pulled the curtain open a crack, revealing half his face. Without his glasses, his eyes appeared longer and narrower, losing some of their usual cold distance. My dad works in the city government. I won't specify his position. My mom is in the Municipal Education Bureau. His voice was steady, as if reciting a statement he had practiced many times. My whole life, everyone around me has called me the deputy mayor's son. Teachers were polite to me because of my dad. Classmates dared not offend me because of my dad. Even some relatives came to visit just to ask for his help. He pulled the curtain open a bit more slowly, picked up his glasses from the nightstand, and put them on, as if the motion helped him organize his thoughts. I went to one of the top 3 international schools in Shanghai. You might have heard of it. Tuition is 6 figures a year. My classmates were all from wealthy or influential families, but I never felt like I belonged in their circle. They partied street-raced, went to clubs while I played Go, and read economics books in my dorm. It wasn't because I was well-behaved. It was because I knew I could enjoy all the resources and protection my father gave me, but I couldn't use them to indulge myself. That would be disrespectful to him. So you chose finance, Dewey said. Yes, Li Bowen replied, glancing at Dewey, his glasses glinting under the lamp. Finance is a field where you prove yourself by your skills. You can be someone's son, but if the 30 billion fund you manage loses money, it loses money. Even if your father were the president, he couldn't save you. I need a field like that. I need a place where I can be just Li Bowen, not the deputy mayor's son. The dorm fell silent again for a moment. Brother, I respect you, Wang Hao said, reaching out from the upper bunk and making a toast gesture in the air, though his hand was empty. I can kind of relate to what you said. My family isn't super rich, but at school I was always called the restaurant owner's kid, as if I knew nothing besides food. But my dad says every trade has its master. Running a restaurant to perfection is also a skill. So I've never cared what others think of me. You shouldn't either. Thanks, Li Bowen said, offering a rare smile. Subtle, just a slight lift at the corners of his mouth. Lin Shan, your turn. Wang Hao leaned over the edge of the bed again, turning his attention to the lower bunk. You said your dad runs a small business. How small exactly? Lin Shan took off his glasses and slowly wiped them with the hem of his shirt. Without them, his eyes were actually quite large, but from long hours of squinting at screens, faint lines had formed at the corners. He hesitated before speaking. A few thousand. Wang Hao's voice rose half an octave. You call that a small business? I did say it wasn't that small. Lin Shan put his glasses back on with some embarrassment and adjusted them on his nose. But all of that is my dad's. A few thousand. Wang Hao's voice rose half an octave. You call that a small business? I did say it wasn't that small. Lin Shan put his glasses back on with some embarrassment and adjusted them on his nose. But all of that is my dad's achievement, not mine. I've never been interested in chemistry. The bottles and jars in his lab just give me a headache. I love computers. In high school, I taught myself 4 programming languages and won first prize in the provincial informatics competition. But my dad says computers can be a hobby, though I should major in finance, so I can take over the company's finances and investments later. What about your girlfriend? Wang Hao asked. You are in a long-distance relationship. What are your plans? At the mention of his girlfriend, Lin Chen's expression softened, as if a soft focus filter had been applied to his face. Zhao Shui and I have known each other since kindergarten. Our families live in the same neighborhood, and we grew up together. She knows everything about me, and I know everything about her. In high school, she chose liberal arts, and I chose sciences. Every afternoon, she would come to my classroom door and wait for me to walk home together, rain or shine. One day it poured rain, and I didn't have an umbrella. She stood in the rain for half an hour waiting for me. Half of her. He paused, his voice softening. She wanted to apply to a university in the city, but her scores weren't high enough, so she stayed in Nanjing. We agreed on 4 years of long distance. She'll study her Chinese literature, and he'll study finance and programming. After graduation, she'll get her teaching certificate in Nanjing, and he'll gain a few years of experience here, then return to Nanjing to be with her. My dad's company can be managed by professional CEOs later, but there's only one Zhao Shui. Lin Shan, Wang Hao said, suddenly serious. Huh, you're the best romantic I've ever met. Can you write a tutorial for your sister-in-law? I mean my future girlfriend. You don't even have a girlfriend. That's why I need to prepare in advance. The whole dorm laughed. Even Li Bowen let out a chuckle, brief but genuine. After the laughter subsided, the 3 of them simultaneously turned their gaze to the bed by the window. Do your turn. Wang Hao's tone carried a hint of anticipation. I think you're the most mysterious one in our dorm. You said you're from an ordinary working-class family, but there's a feeling about you. Like, what? Like nothing really phases you, Li Bowen finished Wang Hao's thought. It's not a fake calmness, you genuinely don't care about a lot of things. Kids from ordinary working-class families aren't like that. Du Yi was silent in the darkness for a few seconds. He knew what Li Bowen was probing. This roommate was indeed sharp. The son of a deputy mayor raised on the fringes of officialdom, reading people was second nature. But Du Yi wasn't flustered. He had prepared a set of explanations long ago, not entirely false, just cleverly omitting certain key details. My parents do work in the county town, that's not a lie. My dad works at a repair shop and my mom is an accountant at a small company. My sister is at the Performing Arts University here in her senior year. She's still auditioning for roles not famous yet. He leaned back against the headboard, his tone calm and natural. But you're right, I'm not exactly ordinary. I won second prize in the provincial math competition in high school, and you know my college entrance exam scores. Maybe because I've always done well academically, I don't get easily flustered. That's it. Wang Hao was clearly unsatisfied with the answer. You think I have other secrets? I can't put my finger on it. Just a gut feeling. Wang Hao scratched his head. Forget it if you don't want to say, I won't push. We've got 4 years, you'll spill eventually. Du Yi smiled, but didn't respond. His secrets were too many. So many that even he sometimes found, but these secrets couldn't be shared with anyone, not to be mysterious, but to protect them, including these 3 roommates who in less than 24 hours already felt like brothers. All right, tonight's dorm talk ends here. Wang Hao yawned and checked the time. Wow, we've been talking for over an hour. There's the freshman orientation tomorrow. Good night, guys. Anyone who snores, speak up so I can prepare myself. I don't snore, Li Bowen said. Neither do I, Lin Chen added. Occasionally depends on my sleeping position, Du Yi said. Fine then, snorers bear with each other. Wang Hao retreated into his curtain. Good night. Good night. One by one the 4 bedside lamps went out. The dorm was enveloped in a gentle darkness with only a sliver of moonlight slipping through the curtain crack, painting a faint silver streak on the ceiling. From the distant playground came the occasional faint whistle, night runners greeting each other. Footsteps shuffled down the hallway toward the bathroom, water pipes hummed in the walls for a while, then all fell silent. Du Yi closed his eyes and ran through the day's events in his mind. Wang Hao, a local from the city, the son of a chain restaurant owner, cheerful and loyal with a father who had weathered decades of business storms and stood firm. Li Bowen, the deputy mayor's son, desperately trying to shed his family's label and prove himself through his Lin Shun, the only son of a chemical giant in Jiangsu, yet utterly uninterested in the family business, only wanting to quietly write code and grow old with his childhood sweetheart. 3 roommates, 3 different lives. And he was the one carrying a $1 trillion empire in his pocket. Du Yi smiled silently in the darkness. This dorm was getting more and more interesting. The next morning, the students of dormitory 302 collectively attended the freshman meeting of the Finance Institute. The meeting was held in the auditorium of the Finance Institute, where all 300 seats were filled, and even the aisle steps had people seated. The air conditioning in the auditorium seemed either broken or not set to a high enough level, and with 300 freshmen squeezed together, the temperature quickly rose to a level that made people drowsy. Several late-arriving boys had to stand against the wall using their freshman handbooks as fans to cool themselves. The counselor, surnamed Zhao, was a male teacher in his early 30s wearing round gold-rimmed glasses. He spoke with a Suzhou accent, his speech rapid, as if he were rushing to catch a high-speed train. He spoke passionately from the podium. Welcome everyone to the Magic City University Finance Institute. You are the most outstanding group from this year's college entrance examination. Being among the hundreds of thousands of examinees to reach here proves your abilities and efforts have received the most rigorous validation. But from today onward, everything from before is reset. I don't care how many points you scored in the college entrance exam, nor do I care if you were the class monitor or the student council president in high school. In the 4 years of university, what matters is who can possess real core competitiveness by graduation. The finance industry may look glamorous from the outside with people in suits entering and exiting the CBD, but in reality, it is incredibly competitive. As you sit in this auditorium today, in 4 years, some will go to Wall Street, some to Lujiazui, and some may not even find a job. Wang Hao sat next to Du Yi, nudging him with his elbow and whispering, this counselor talks like a pyramid scheme promoter with motivational speeches and scare tactics. Li Bowen, sitting on the other side of Wang Hao, expressionless, pushed up his glasses. Du Yi silently scanned the auditorium. There were over 150 students combined from Class 1 and Class 2 of finance, with slightly more boys, but a good number of girls as well. Most of them were dressed in newly bought clothes, their faces reflecting the freshness and slight nervousness of just starting university, like a group of hatchlings huddling together for warmth. Then he spotted Su Qinghua. She was sitting in the 3rd row by the aisle, wearing a light blue cotton shirt, her long hair tied back, simply sitting upright like a young poplar tree. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the side of the auditorium, perfectly illuminating her, giving her a thin, warm golden edge. She was writing something in her notebook, the pen gliding smoothly across the paper, occasionally looking up at the counselor on the podium before continuing to write. Du Yi's gaze lingered for a second longer. Then he withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the counselor's speech. Wang Hao glanced in the direction Du Yi had just looked, then let out a meaningful "oh." That "oh" stretched over 3 syllables, taking 2 turns, conveying significant information. You were looking at Su Qinghua. I wasn't. Come on, that look you had was exactly like the one I have when I see new basketball shoes. Focused, admiring, yet afraid of being discovered. That metaphor is quite strange. After the meeting, the counselor notified everyone to go to a designated classroom for the first class meeting in the afternoon. As Du Yi and his roommates walked out of the auditorium, Su Qinghua had already left. He only caught a glimpse of a light blue figure surrounded by several girls in the crowd, turning a corner and disappearing. At noon, a dormitory 302 had their first meal in the cafeteria. The cafeteria at the Finance University was much better than Du Yi had imagined. 3 floors over, a dozen windows with everything from local dishes to Sichuan cuisine to Western fast food. Wang Hao had once again entered food critique mode, criticizing everything from the amount of soy sauce used in the braised chicken pieces to the excess sugar in the tomato scrambled eggs, going on for 10 minutes, until the cafeteria Annie was so amused by his comments that she gave him an extra scoop of braised chicken. Wang, how do you want to become a food critic in the future? Lin Shen came over holding a bowl of Lanzhou beef noodles, nearly spilling the soup due to Wang Hao's analysis. A food critic? That's my dad's lowest expectation of me. My highest ambition is to open Haohai restaurant in every city across China and ensure that every branch maintains the same standard. Wang Hao said this while picking up a piece of braised chicken with his chopsticks, inspecting its sheen against the light before satisfactorily placing it into his mouth. The class meeting at 2 in the afternoon was held in a lecture hall on the 4th floor of Teaching Building 3. The hall was large enough to seat 150 people, but finance class 1 had less than 40 students scattered sparsely in the first 3 rows. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling buzzed softly, and the projector displayed a line of blue text on the screen. Finance class 1 first class meeting. Du Yi and 3 roommates chose to sit in the middle row. He noticed Su Qinghua sitting by the window, still in that light blue shirt with the same notebook spread out in front of her. The seat next to her was empty, and although seats in front and behind were occupied, that empty seat seemed to have an invisible barrier around it, repelling others. A few boys were secretly glancing her way, but no one dared to sit next to her. That girl seems hard to approach, Lin Shen whispered. She's a top student, which is normal. Wang Hao lowered his voice. I found out yesterday that Su Qinghua scored full marks in math and English in the college entrance exam. Her family runs a jewelry business and has a store near the city god temple. She's a definite rich girl and top student, which adds a lot of pressure. How do you know everything? Li Bowen glanced at him. Social skills are also a form of ability, Wang Hao said proudly, raising his eyebrows. Counselor Zhao entered the classroom on time. He had changed into a dark casual suit, looking slightly more formal than in the morning meeting. The class meeting mainly covered enrollment guidelines, course schedules, and explanations of the course selection system. Counselor Zhao spoke at a steady pace, occasionally interjecting a few corny jokes to lighten the atmosphere, but the effect was mediocre. The freshmen in the audience were becoming drowsy, with some already doodling in their notebooks. The last agenda item was to elect class committee members. Counselor Zhao said they would first self-nominate and then vote democratically. A boy named Zhang Peng was the first to stand up to run for class leader. He was not tall, but had a loud voice, starting with a well-rehearsed campaign speech. Serving as class leader for 3 consecutive years in high school, with rich student work experience, and would wholeheartedly serve the class. Wang Hao whispered beside him, this guy talks like he's reciting from a script. He'll definitely get into the student council. Another boy named Lu Yang also stood up, adopting a more casual speaking style, introducing himself as half a Northeasterner and half a Shanghainese, with an easygoing and helpful personality. The two spoke for a few minutes each, and the voting result was that Zhang Peng was elected. When it was time for the study committee member, a girl wearing glasses stood up to self-nominate, stating her excellent high school grades and her love for organizing notes. As soon as she finished speaking, Counselor Zhao was about to say, if there are no other students, we will begin voting, when a voice interrupted him. Teacher, I would like to run for study committee member. Su Qinghua stood up. Her voice was not loud, but very clear. Each word was pronounced crisply, as if cut cleanly through with a knife. All eyes in the classroom instantly focused on her. She stood by the window, sunlight hitting her profile, illuminating one side of her face brightly, while the other remained in shadow, the outline sharp. All right, please explain your reasons for running, both of you. Counselor Zhao adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint. Su Qinghua had not prepared a speech. She simply stood quietly for a few seconds before speaking. I scored full marks in both math and English in the college entrance exam. I am confident in helping my classmates academically and will organize and share review materials for all subjects. That's it. 3 sentences. No pleasantries, no grand narratives, no cliches about serving classmates wholeheartedly, and even her tone. But after she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the classroom followed by applause that was more enthusiastic than any previous. Su Qinghue was elected as study committee member with an overwhelming advantage. She's fierce and speaks little. Wang Hao whispered to do 3 sentences to secure a position that's unprecedented efficiency. The class meeting ended at 4:30. As they exited the classroom, Du Yi brushed shoulders with Su Qing. She was bending over to place her notebook into her canvas bag, her movements unhurried. After zipping it up, she checked to ensure the bag was securely closed. As Du Yi passed by her, he caught a faint scent. Not perfume, but the gentle aroma of some laundry detergent mixed with a hint of paper and ink. She looked up, their gazes meeting for a second. Then she withdrew her gaze, slinging the canvas bag over her shoulder and turning to exit through another door. The light golden crescent moon charm on her canvas bag swung back and forth at her waist. Du Yi turned away, catching up with Wang Hao and the others. Du Yi, Lin Chen suddenly called out to him. You almost bumped into the door frame while walking just now. No, I didn't. Yes, I saw it. Li Bowen chimed in, rarely adding his 2 cents. Wow, even our top student has moments of... Wang Hao threw an arm around Du Yi's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Let me guess why. Wang Hao. If you say one more word, I won't tell you where the gym is. You're ruthless. Please, dear readers, help by rating, commenting, and adding to your shelves. The more support, the faster the updates will come. Thank you. The coursework in the first week of school was still not too intense. Most courses were still in the introductory phase. Introduction to Monetary Banking, Principles of Management, Advanced Mathematics, College English. The teachers were leisurely explaining basic concepts at the podium, flipping through the PPT slides one by one, like guiding a group of newly arrived tourists around the city. But for Du Yi, every class was a validation. The jack of all trades skill set bestowed upon him activated, contrasted, and refined his knowledge system in these foundational courses. When the professor discussed the money multiplier at the podium, a complete diagram of the funding flow in the interbank market automatically surfaced in his mind. How the central bank regulates liquidity through open market operations, how commercial banks adjust credit issuance based on reserve requirements, and how enterprises respond to interest rate signals. As the professor talked about the 4 functions of management, he was already picturing the organizational structure of Xinghue Group and contemplating areas for optimization. He never actively flaunted this knowledge in class, but when the professor occasionally posed thought-provoking questions, his answers were always brief, yet precise, hitting the nail on the head, which made the professor at the podium glance at him more than once. There were no classes on Wednesday afternoon. His roommates all had their plans. Wang Hao dragged Lin Shun to participate in club recruitment, saying he wanted to collect several promotional flyers from different clubs for everyone to choose from. Li Bowen went to the library, claiming he wanted to check the research directions of several professors in the finance department. Du Yi was alone in the dormitory, opening his laptop. He transferred a small portion, 5 million, from the 300 million cash he had into an ordinary stock trading account. This account was opened under his own name and had no connection to Xinghue Group. The source of funds was broken down in the background into several small transfers dispersed over different time periods, each inconspicuous. On the screen, several trading software applications were opened simultaneously. Klein charts, volume bars, MACD indicators, RSI curves. These seemingly chaotic lines and numbers to others appeared to him like intelligence written in code. He selected 3 stocks. The first was a leading enterprise in the renewable energy sector with solid fundamentals, recently mispriced due to market sentiment fluctuations, and its stock price had fallen into a clearly undervalued range. Du Yi pulled up its financial statements. Steady revenue growth, a gross margin above the industry average, ample cash flow, and a reasonable debt-to-asset ratio. The market had downgraded its valuation due to a quarterly report that fell short of expectations, but the reason for that shortfall was a one-time asset impairment unrelated to its core business. The second was a mid-cap stock in the pharmaceutical sector which had just broken through a long-term consolidation pattern in terms of technical performance, with trading volume gradually increasing. Du Yi noticed that its R&D pipeline had several blockbuster products nearing phase 3 clinical trials, while the market had evidently not fully priced in this expectation. The third was a newly listed stock on the SciTech Innovation Board, whose main business was AI edge computing chips. Coincidentally, Xinghue Technology was also investing in this sector, and Du Yi's understanding of this niche field far exceeded that of ordinary investors. The valuation model of this company, filled with uncertainties in others' hands, was in his hands a precise judgment based on real industry data. He did not buy in all at once, but built his position in batches. Each order's quantity and timing were carefully calculated. The split-order algorithm ran automatically in the background, breaking large orders into numerous small ones executed in batches over different time periods to avoid drawing market attention. The numbers dancing on the screen were like a precisely rhythmic percussion piece, with each transaction representing a small measure. The entire process lasted nearly 2 hours. During this time, he meticulously recorded the price, quantity, and time of each transaction in his notebook, his handwriting neat, as if he were solving a complex math problem. After completing all of this, he closed his laptop and leaned back in his chair. His heart was beating a bit faster than usual. It was not nervousness. 300 million cash was sitting there, and 5 million in profit or loss meant nothing to him. It was excitement, an exhilaration of putting theory into practice, using knowledge and judgment to battle the market and validate his own abilities. He stood up to stretch his shoulders, went to the water cooler to fill a cup, and gulped down most of it in one go. In the following 2 weeks, he would take time every day to check the market trends. His holdings were like a bowstring being gradually drawn back amidst market fluctuations. The leading renewable energy stock began to steadily rebound after a few days of bottom consolidation. The market finally realized that the asset impairment was a one-time event unrelated to the profitability of its core business. The pharmaceutical stocks shot up after breaking through previous highs, with institutional buying becoming increased. The AI chip stocks surged nearly 20 points in one day due to a favorable industry news. The government introduced new support policies for the semiconductor industry. 2 weeks later, he liquidated all his positions. Total yield 23%. 5 million had turned into 615,000. He looked at the account balance, his expression not changing much. Compared to the 300 million cash from the system, this 115,000 in profit was just a drop in the bucket. But its significance was entirely different. This was the first money he earned through his own efforts. The system's money fell from the sky, but this money was earned through his knowledge, judgment, and calm mindset in the real market game. He organized the trading records, took screenshots, and saved them in an encrypted folder. Then he closed the trading software and sent a message to Chen Feng. Is there any investment decision that needs my review from the group recently? If so, please send it over. Chen Feng quickly replied, yes, director. There's a commercial complex acquisition case in the real estate sector that needs your approval with a significant amount. Additionally, General Shun said he would like you to participate in the next strategic seminar scheduled for next Friday afternoon. I'll just attend the strategic seminar as an observer, no need for me to speak. Send over the acquisition case, I'll review it tonight. All right. Just then a flurry of footsteps and laughter echoed down the corridor, followed by the dormitory door being pushed open. Wang Hao walked in, drenched in sweat, holding a huge stack of colorful club promotional flyers, encompassing everything from the esports club to the dance club and the debate team, with a bag of open chips resting on top. Old you seriously missed out by not going to the club recruitment. The playground over there is bustling like a temple fair. Students from the student council are handing out free milk tea vouchers. The dance club performed street dance on the spot, and the esports club set up a screen for competitions with layers of onlookers. Wang Hao dumped the pile of flyers onto the table. I grabbed several for you. The financial practice societies, the debate teams, and the basketball clubs. You said you play basketball, right? He picked out a simple promotional flyer. White background, dark blue border with the Financial Practice Society's logo, a character made of Klein charts, in the top left corner. The line below read, use practice to test theory, create value through investment. Joining the society requires passing a simulated investment interview. This society has a high threshold. He said. It's worth it precisely because the threshold is high. Wang Hao leaned in, pointing at the introduction on the flyer with a chip. Look, the advisor is Professor Zhou Mingyuan, the Vice Dean of the Finance Department, a big name in the industry, and he has been interviewed by CCTV's Financial Channel. Society activities include simulated investment competitions, corporate visits, and face-to-face meetings with fund managers. Moreover, the previous president's senior son secured an internship offer from a private equity firm in his junior year, which became a topic of admiration in the department. You've inquired so thoroughly. Of course. I stood in front of the Financial Practice Society's booth for 10 minutes and got all the details. Wang Hao chewed a chip proudly. However, joining requires an interview and submitting an investment analysis report. I estimate it will be tough. You should have no problem. I'll apply too. Then I'll apply as well. Let's join together from our dorm. If we get eliminated, it's not embarrassing anyway. Wang Hao stuffed the remaining chips into his mouth. By the way, Li Bowen and Lin Shen also applied. Li Bowen said the academic resources of this society are worth competing for, and Lin Shen said he wants to learn how to read financial statements to help his dad with the company in the future. He tucked the Financial Practice Society's flyer into his notebook. This society was not just a place for him to accumulate experience. It was also a platform where he could naturally showcase his abilities without raising suspicion. He needed a reasonable gradual growth trajectory to explain the potential business talents he might exhibit, an outstanding student actively participating in the financial practice society who begins to show investment talent in his sophomore and junior years. This image is far more reasonable than presenting himself directly as the president of a trillion-dollar company. Dewey, what are you thinking about? Wang Hao waved his hand in front of him. Thinking about the simulated investment competition. Oh right, the flyer said that after joining there will be internal simulated investment competitions, and the top 3 can participate in the National College Student Financial Challenge. Are you going to participate? Yes. I knew it. Wang Hao slapped the table. When you said yes, your eyes lit up like when I saw new weights in the gym. This is passion. Dewey smiled and did not deny it. It was passion. Just his passion was not for the simulated investment itself, but for constantly validating and enhancing his real abilities in the process. The system's skill set provided him with a foundation of knowledge, but true judgment mindset and intuition could only be honed in practical battles. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all 4 bedside lamps in dormitory 302 were lit. Wang Hao lay on the upper bunk looking at the case studies from previous simulated investment competitions of the Financial Practice Society, occasionally exclaiming how on earth did they achieve this return rate. Lin Shun was watching a Python quantitative trading tutorial with headphones on the code scrolling line by line. Li Bowen was quietly reading a book titled Financial Alchemy, a classic by Soros, with many fine horizontal lines marked in pencil on the pages. Dewey leaned against the headboard, opened his tablet, and began reviewing the commercial complex acquisition case sent by Chen Feng. The project was located in Pudong, Jinxiao, with a total acquisition amount of 4.2 billion, and the seller was a cash-strapped Hong Kong enterprise. Dewey spent half an hour reading from start to finish. The geographical location of the target asset, surrounding foot traffic data, existing tenant structure, renovation cost estimates, and future rental income forecasts. He made annotations besides several key data points using a stylus. The discount rate parameter of the rental income forecast model was too low and should be raised by 0.5 percentage points. The assumption for the renewal rate of existing tenants was overly optimistic and needed cross-validation with data from similar projects in the vicinity. The vacancy losses during the renovation period were not fully accounted for in the total cost. After finishing, he sent the annotations back to Chen Feng. Then he turned off the tablet and lay down. The moonlight outside spilled onto the ceiling through the curtain gaps, and faint laughter drifted from the next room 302. Was it Su Qingyu's roommate Shun Yue, the lively girl with a laugh that was very distinctive, like a string of wind chimes blown by the breeze? Lin Shen had said that in Su Qingyu's dormitory of 4, Shun Yue was the happy fruit Shun. She was the academic powerhouse, and another girl named Zhao Jia particularly loved watching variety shows. Dewey closed his eyes. Tomorrow there was still an advanced mathematics class. The professor set attendance. On the first Monday after school started, Class 1 of Finance held its first class meeting in the true sense. This meeting was not an orientation hosted by the counselor, but an event organized by the newly elected class committee themed ice-breaking and getting to know each other. The location was set on the lawn by the campus lake, specifically the crescent-shaped grassy area surrounded by ginkgo trees behind the library, which the students referred to as Moon Lake. At 5:30 in the evening, the sun had already faded from its midday harshness, with golden-red rays filtering through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, casting mottled shadows on the lawn. Moon Lake was not large. 2 black swans glided slowly across the water, occasionally dipping their heads to peck at something below the surface, creating ripples. In the distance, the red brick clock tower of the library was bathed in a warm orange hue by the setting sun, and the clock chimed the hour, its long reverberation drifting over the lake. Nearly 40 students sat in a large circle. Some were on picnic blankets, others sat cross-legged on the grass, and a few had brought folding stools. Class leader Zhang Peng stood in the center of the circle, holding a small megaphone, passionately explaining the rules of the ice-breaking game. His voice came through the megaphone, slightly distorted, reminiscent of an old radio, but his enthusiasm was evidently not limited by the equipment. The first game is called Name Chain. The rules are quite simple. The first person says their name along with a hobby, and the second person must first repeat the previous person's name and hobby before stating their own. And so on until the last student has to recite all the names and hobbies mentioned before. It's a game that tests memory and is also a great way for everyone to quickly remember each other's names. He'll start. My name is Zhang Peng, and my hobbies are playing basketball and organizing events. He patted his chest, speaking with a confidence that felt inherently natural. Following the clockwise order of seats, each student stood up in turn. Dewey noticed that most of the hobbies mentioned were quite similar: playing basketball, listening to music, watching movies, and reading. A few individuals appeared noticeably nervous when it was their turn to say their names, their voices trembling and their names mumbled. When Wang Hao stood up, he spoke loudly, as if calling out tactics on a basketball court, startling the girl sitting next to him. He stated his hobbies as working out and eating, then added these two hobbies complement each other, which made everyone around him laugh. When it was Su Qingyu's turn, all eyes were on her. Today she wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and a deep blue pleated skirt, her long hair tied back with a simple hair tie, sitting in a serene and upright posture on the grass. The evening breeze blew across the lake, gently stirring a few strands of hair at her forehead. Su Qingyu, my hobbies are reading and organizing notes. She finished and sat down without any embellishments. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear in the quiet of the lawn. That's too concise. Wang Hao whispered to Du Yi, at least mention an interesting hobby or something. A reading and organizing notes sound too much like a top student. Maybe she just enjoys it. Du Yi replied. That's true. True top students genuinely love learning. When it was Du Yi's turn, he simply said, Du Yi, I enjoy playing basketball and reading, then sat back. His gaze met Su Qingyu's for a brief moment. She was turned slightly, listening to the next student, her eyes sweeping past him before moving away. As the game progressed to the last few participants, the atmosphere became quite joyful. The third-to-last person mistakenly referred to Wang Hao's hobbies as eating and working out, prompting Wang Hao to loudly correct, it's working out and eating. The order matters, with working out first indicating I'm a disciplined person. The second-to-last person made a more outrageous mistake, saying Li Bowen's hobbies were playing chess and being an official, which caused the whole group to burst into laughter. Li Bowen, expressionless, pushed up his glasses and said, I never said my hobby was being an official. My hobbies are playing chess and studying macroeconomics. Isn't that just being an official, eh? Wang Hao shouted from behind. No. Li Bowen's voice remained calm as water, though the tips of his ears turned slightly red. The last person, he appeared nervous as he stood up, adjusting his glasses several times, then with remarkable memory recited the names and hobbies of the 30-plus people before him in a rapid-fire manner, as fast as reciting pi. The crowd erupted in applause. Wang Hao stood up and gave him a bear hug, nearly knocking him over. The second game was staring challenge. The rules were even simpler. Two people stood facing each other, looking into each other's eyes. Whoever laughed first would lose. Zhang Peng randomly divided the class into 20 groups, mixed gender. He couldn't tell if it was intentional or not. He felt that Zhang Peng glanced over at him a bit more when forming the groups. He and Su Qingwei ended up in the same group. Yishin, good luck, Wang Hao said in a meaningful tone before being assigned to a group with Shenyu. Shenyu was Su Qingyu's roommate, with a round face and big eyes and a cheerful personality like Wang Hao's. As soon as Wang Hao stood opposite her, he started laughing, earning himself 2 penalties of push-ups. Du Yi stood face-to-face with Su Qingwei. The last rays of the evening sun reflected off the lake, casting a soft, warm, golden hue on her profile. Her skin appeared particularly translucent in the sunset, resembling a thin layer of porcelain, with fine blue veins visible at her temples. He could clearly see the small mole at the corner of her eye from this distance. It was tiny, light in color, as if lightly dotted on with an extremely fine pencil. Hello, Su Qingwei said. Hello. Then both fell silent. Nearby, a few groups had already started cracking. Wang Hao was blushing from holding back laughter in front of Shen Yue's cheeks puffed out like a frog, and ultimately, he couldn't hold it in any longer, bending over in laughter to the point of nearly gasping. Shen Yu was also amused by him laughing as she said, How can you be so funny? Zhang Peng teased from the side. Wang Hao lost again. Push-ups. 10 of them. Du Yi and Su Qingwei remained standing in place, looking into each other's eyes. Her eyes were indeed very clear, the color appearing a warm amber in the sunset, like honey illuminated by sunlight. Her eyelashes weren't particularly thick, but each one curled upwards, adding a slight softness to her otherwise cool gaze. She wasn't straining to look at him, nor was she deliberately avoiding his gaze. She simply gazed quietly and peacefully into his eyes, as if reading the cover of a book, not rushing to turn the page or make a judgment. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Nearby onlookers began to notice their pair. Wow, why hasn't anyone laughed in Du Yi and Su Qingyu's group? Are these two devoid of nerves? Another voice chimed in. 15 seconds. Du Yi noticed that Su Qingyu's breathing was very light. The two stood facing each other, merely an arm's length apart, quiet enough that he could almost feel her breathing rhythm, slow and steady, matching his own breathing rate perfectly. Her gaze held no provocation, no shyness, and none of that nervousness typical of game participants, only a calm, unprejudiced, direct stare. 20 seconds. Then Su Qingwei suddenly spoke. You've seen me on the subway. It was not a question but a statement. Her tone was flat, like stating an objective fact. The weather is nice today, the cafeteria's braised pork is a bit sweet, you've seen me on the subway. Du Yi was taken aback for a moment, his lips twitching involuntarily. A minuscule movement, but it definitely happened. You smiled. Su Qingwei said. Her tone remained calm, but the curve of her lips seemed to undergo an almost imperceptible change. If his gaze hadn't been fixed on her face, he would have completely missed it. That doesn't count. It does. Her gaze did not waver, her eyes shimmering in the sunset like a small ripple spreading across the lake. The rule is whoever laughs first loses. Nearby onlookers finally reacted. Wang Hao was the first to jump up. Xinyu smiled. I saw it. Your lips moved. It definitely moved. Li Bowen, rarely taking on the role of a referee, chimed in. Push-ups. Push-ups. Wang Hao led the chant. He conceded, dropping down to do 10 push-ups. His form was standard, his rhythm steady, and after finishing, he was barely out of breath. You have good stamina, Su Qingwei remarked as he stood up after his last push-up. Her tone remained flat, but He detected a hint of barely perceptible approval within it. Perhaps the instinctive satisfaction of a top student recognizing another top student reaching the acceptable line in non-academic domains. It's from playing basketball, he said. She returned to her spot on the lawn and took a sip from her water bottle. After the game, it was a free communication session. The sun had already sunk behind the library's clock tower, and the ground lights around the lawn lit up, casting a thin layer of warm yellow light on the grass. Someone brought over a Bluetooth speaker from the dormitory playing Jay Cho's old songs, and several people began to hum along as soon as the prelude started. He initially wanted to walk over and say a few words to Su Qingwei. Having seen her twice on the subway, once at the registration point, having exchanged glances at the class meeting, and now grouped together in the ice-breaking game, it seemed somewhat unreasonable not to have any serious conversation. But she was already surrounded by several girls, with Shunyu pulling her hand and chattering away, she quietly laughing beside them, and a girl named Zhao Jia distributing snacks. He could only see her profile from behind a circle of people slightly lowered in the warm yellow light, and as he listened to Shunyu, her lips carried a hint of a gentle smile. Not the polite social smile, but a relaxed one that came when one was genuinely amused. That smile cracked open a small gap in her cool demeanor, revealing a touch of softness beneath. Hey, who are you looking at? Wang Hao had unexpectedly approached, following his gaze, and then sporting a knowing expression. Just enjoying the view. This view is indeed quite nice, Wang Hao replied seriously. Aren't you also looking at Xinyu? Wang Hao's face turned bright red from his neck to the roots of his ears. He opened his mouth wanting to retort, but his mind clearly malfunctioned, and he ended up just stuttering. I'm going to check over there. Then he hastily fled. He chuckled and withdrew his gaze. As night fell, people gradually dispersed from the lawn. Someone led a rendition of the school song, the melody every new student had learned during the opening ceremony, echoing over Moon Lake. The singing mingled with the evening breeze and the footsteps of night runners in the distance, forming a unique rhythm of campus evenings. He stood up and brushed the grass clippings from his pants. I'm leaving. Li Bowen had already packed up the mats and stood next to him. Su Qingwei is our class study committee member. We will definitely be grouped together for future assignments. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses, speaking in a tone as calm as if conducting an academic analysis. You should seize the opportunity then. You come too. I'm merely stating a fact. Li Bowen's mouth curved up slightly and unusual. As they walked back to the dormitory, he unconsciously glanced back. There were only a few people left on the lawn, the ground lights still shining, and the black swans were still leisurely gliding across the lake. In the second week of the semester, the most striking man-made spectacle on campus was not the fountain before the library, nor the freshman military training formations on the playground, but the 100 Regiment's war. Overnight, hundreds of tents had sprouted along the main avenue from the library to the playground, red, blue, yellow, and green, resembling a river that had overturned a pallet. Each club went all out at its booth. The dance club speakers shook the ground, the esports club set up 3 screens for a live campus tournament, and the debate team stood ramrod straight in suits under the blazing sun like soldiers awaiting inspection. Members of the anime club dressed in cosplay wove through the crowd, drawing a flurry of phone cameras in their way. Wang Hao led the group like an experienced tour guide, frequently turning back to brief his roommates. That's the photography club. They won gold in last year's National College Photography Competition, but their president is super aloof. You need to submit 20 works to join. Over there is the Volunteer Association. Perks are good and activities boost your comprehensive evaluation score, but you often have to get up early on weekends. That's the skateboarding club. Last semester, a member broke his arm sliding down the library steps, and the school almost shut them down. How do you know all this? Lin Shen adjusted his glasses, genuine bewilderment in his tone. Social skills are skills too. Wang Hao patted his chest, then pulled a neatly folded A4 paper from his pocket. It was densely annotated with the name, star ratings, entry requirements, and his own scores for dozens of clubs written in different colored pens. I did my homework last night. I scoured all the club's official accounts, asked around a few seniors, and compiled a guide to avoiding pitfalls in finance university clubs. 5-star recommendations are the Finance Practice Club, the Debate Team, and the Volunteer Association. The Photography Club and Drama Club are 3-star. Okay, but not essential. 1-star, definitely avoid. Well, I won't name names, but that club only recruited 3 people last year, and 2 dropped out halfway through the semester. You made a rating chart for club recruitment. Li Bowen took off his glasses to wipe them, a hint of disbelief in his voice. What's the big deal? I made a 20-page PPT for course selection, and my dad scolded me, saying there's something wrong with me. Your dad's right. Du Yi chimed in. Hey, the Finance Practice Club's booth was set up under the ginkgo tree at the library entrance. It wasn't the busiest spot, but quite a crowd had gathered. Beside the booth stood a 2-meter-tall display board covered with the club's recent honors. Champion of the National College Financial Challenge East China Division Gold Award in the Shanghai University Simulation Investment Competition, and a 3-time consecutive 5-star university club. In the bottom right corner of the board was last year's Simulation Investment Competition ranking table. Next to the first place name, a line was written in red marker: annualized return rate 47. 3. When Du Yi walked over, Su Qinghua was already standing in front of the booth. Today she wore a light gray knit cardigan over a white t-shirt. Her long hair, usually tied up, was loose, cascading over her shoulders with the ends slightly curled inward. She held an application form, filling it out with a pen, her head bowed. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, sprinkling fragments of gold over her. A junior in a white shirt sat behind the booth wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name tag read Sun Howard, president of the Finance Practice Club. He was introducing the club to Su Qinghua with an overly enthusiastic tone, leaning forward and gesturing animatedly, as if pitching to an important client. Our club only admits 20 people each year, and applications have already exceeded 100. The interview has 2 rounds. The first is a basic knowledge test covering macroeconomics and financial statement analysis. The second is a simulated investment case study where you analyze a real listed company and provide valuation and investment advice. With your perfect math score in the college entrance exam, you'll surely pass the written test. When is the interview? Su Qinghua's voice remained clear and concise. Next Wednesday evening. The location will be sent via text. Oh, could you leave your contact info for notifications? Sun Howard pulled a delicately designed club business card from his holder and handed it over with a smile that was a bit too forced. Su Qinghua took the card, nodded politely, but didn't offer her number. She finished filling out the form, placed it in the collection box on the booth, said thank you, and turned to leave. Sun Howard's gaze lingered on her retreating figure for 2 extra seconds, his smile still in place. He only snapped back to reality when the next student approached the booth. Du Yi observed all this without saying a word. He walked over and picked up an application form from the booth. Welcome. Sun Howard immediately switched back to his enthusiastic mode, perhaps seeking to regain confidence after Su Qinghua's indifference. Interested in the Finance Practice Club? We hold weekly investment seminars and invite industry fund managers to share insights. After joining, you can participate in the Simulation Investment Competition. Last year's champion had a return rate close to 50% and was scouted by a private equity fund. I know. Du Yi cut off Sun Howard's impending monologue and bent down to fill out the form. Name, student ID, class, contact info, investment experience. He hesitated briefly at the investment experience field before writing, have real a share market trading experience, simulated annualized return rate consistently above 20. He had deliberately understated this figure, but even so, it was an impressive achievement for someone his age. Sun Howard glanced at the form, his eyes pausing on the investment experience line before he looked up and gave Du Yi a second appraisal. There was a new layer of scrutiny in that gaze. Du Yi, from finance class 1. Yes. I've heard. Sun Howard's expression shifted several times, from enthusiasm to scrutiny, then to a kind of guarded warmth. You're the top scorer in our department this year. I saw your name in the academic affairs office. Sun Howard handed over his business card. His smile remained bright, but Du Yi noticed the gesture was less eager and more measured than when he had given one to Su Qinghua. Sun Howard handed over his business card. His smile remained bright, but Du Yi noticed the gesture was less eager and more measured than when he had given one to Su Qinghua. Du Yi took the card and turned to leave. After a few steps, he glanced back. Sun Howard was organizing the forms on the table, pulling out Su Qinghua and placing it on top. He averted his gaze and casually tucked the card into his notebook. So how'd it go? Wang Hao pushed through the crowd holding 3 grilled sausages and handed one to Du Yi. Did you sign up? I just checked out the esports club's booth. They actually have professional gaming chairs and mechanical keyboard sponsorships. I almost joined on the spot. But then I remembered my dad saying don't spend your college years just gaming, so I held back. I signed up. It's not like it's a sure thing. Worst case, I get rejected, no big deal. The real shame would be my dad saying, see, you don't study, just work out and game, and now even the clubs don't want you. Wang Hao bit into his sausage, speaking indistinctly. Li Bowen signed up too. He said this club has the best academic resources in the department. Lin Chen didn't. He said he wants to join the computer club and the innovation and entrepreneurship club. Du Yi nodded and took a bite of his sausage. It was a starchy sausage, crispy on the outside and soft inside, slathered in sweet chili sauce. The familiar, cheap, yet satisfying taste of food stalls near the university. By the way, Wang Hao lowered his voice, leaning close to Du Yi's ear with a mysterious air. What gossip? About that Sun Haoran. Wang Hao jutted his chin toward the finance practice club booth. His dad is a senior executive at Shanghai Group. Not sure of the exact position. He's pretty influential in the department. The student council club's party membership applications, they're all his people. Last year, a senior who challenged him for the student council president position ended up in a bad way and eventually dropped out. Du Yi's eyebrow twitched slightly. A senior executive at Shanghai Group. His group. But it might not be true. There are plenty of rumors in college. Wang Hao shrugged and took another bite of his sausage. Anyway, we're not competing with him for anything. We'll just join the club, learn stuff, and keep our heads down. As long as we don't cross him, we should be fine. Du Yi didn't respond. He recalled the overly eager look in Sun Haoran's eyes when he had watched Su Qingyue and the gesture of pulling her application form out and placing it on top. His instincts told him this Sun Haoran would not be a fine character. Let's go eat. Wang Hao slung an arm over his shoulder. I'm hitting the gym tonight for leg day. Want to join? Another time. All right, but you owe me a gym session. Du Yi walked under the plane trees, twirling the skewer of his grilled sausage between his fingers. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. On September 12th, the opening ceremony of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics was held in the gymnasium. Thousands of chairs were neatly arranged in the gym, with freshmen from each college wearing their respective uniforms, seated by area. The uniform of the School of Finance consists of deep blue polo shirts with the college's golden emblem, a badge formed by ancient coins and books, symbolizing the fusion of wealth and wisdom printed on the left chest. Thousands of freshmen dressed in the same deep blue attire sat together, appearing like a tranquil deep sea when viewed from the second-floor stands. The ceremony's process was standardized: speech by the principal, address by a faculty representative, message from a senior student representative, speech by a freshman representative, and an oath by all. Above the gymnasium floated several large banners inscribed with slogans such as "Welcome new students, be knowledgeable and determined, ask questions, and think critically, and today's students of the Finance University, tomorrow's pillars of the nation." Large screens on both sides of the stage cycled through promotional videos of the school, showcasing Trillion Path's red brick lecture halls, the library's clock tower, and groups of smiling students. The principal was an elderly economist in his 60s, his hair graying, yet full of vigor, speaking with a strong Shanghai accent, his voice soft, but every word articulated clearly. He spoke of the century-long history of the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, shared the achievements of alumni who had emerged from here in finance, academia, and politics, and conveyed the spirit of the motto benefiting the world and serving the people. Next was the speech by a faculty representative. Professor Zhou Mingyuan, the vice dean of the School of Finance, the industry giant who had appeared on the CCTV finance channel, as Wang Hao mentioned, took the stage, speaking without notes in standard Mandarin about the essence of finance. What he discussed was entirely different from what the counselor had mentioned at the freshman meet. He did not talk about employment rates, competition pressure, or the so-called Wolf of Wall Street. He spoke of the historical mission of finance as a tool for resource allocation, asserting that good finance makes society better. Du Yi listened intently. Zhou Mingyuan spoke with the certainty and sincerity of a scholar, avoiding sentimentality and preaching simply, breaking down complex principles into clear and comprehensible ideas. Du Yi felt that this person was worth forming a deep connection with. Next, let's welcome the freshman representative, classmate Su Qingyue from the School of Finance, to speak. The host's voice pulled Du Yi's attention back from his thoughts about Zhou Mingyuan. Su Qingyue walked out from the side aisle. Today she was not in uniform, but dressed in a simple white shirt and dark trousers, the hem of her shirt tucked into her waist, presenting a poised and sharp silhouette. Her long hair was tied back with a plain hair tie pulled up higher than usual, revealing her slender neck. Her pace was calm and unhurried, the canvas shoes softly thumping rhythmically against the wooden floor of the gymnasium. She stood before the microphone at the podium, her gaze calmly sweeping across the thousands of eyes below. In that moment, Du Yi felt her gaze linger momentarily in the direction of the School of Finance. Perhaps it was just his illusion. Hello, leaders, teachers, and fellow students. Her voice resonated through the gymnasium's sound system, still calm and clear, with each word pronounced crisply, without any superfluous fillers. Like the last time she campaigned for class committee, 3 sentences were enough to make her memorable. Some say choosing finance is to choose pragmatism. I want to say that choosing finance is to choose an angle from which to understand this world. She paused slightly, her gaze steadily scanning the audience. The gymnasium was so quiet that the hum of the air conditioning could be heard, with thousands of eyes fixed on the girl in the white shirt on stage. The flow of currency reflects human needs, the logic of capital reflects societal choices, and the competition in the market reveals the competition within human nature. Behind these seemingly cold terms are real industries, individual lives, and families and destinies being. I hold a simple belief. finance should not merely make the wealthy wealthier. It should allow those with dreams to find the resources to realize those dreams, ensure that valuable creations receive their due rewards, and enable every earnest individual to share in the fruits of economic development. This is the responsibility of our generation of finance students, and the reason I am here. After finishing her speech, she gave a slight bow. The audience fell silent for about a second, then erupted into enthusiastic applause. It was not the perfunctory, polite applause that stopped after a few claps, but a wave of applause that surged from the back, lasting nearly 10 seconds, filled with genuine emotion. Some shouted, "Well said," while others stood up to clap. Wang Hao clapped until his hands turned red, continuously exclaiming, "That was excellent." He applauded, his gaze never leaving the figure on stage. As Su Qingwei walked down from the podium, her steps remained composed, but in the moment she turned, he saw her slightly exhale, a hint of relaxation in her shoulders, her lips briefly pressed together. So she was also nervous, just better at hiding it than others. "Was that speech from our class flower the most impressive freshman speech you've ever heard?" Wang Hao said beside Du Yi, "And did you notice she didn't look at her notes the whole time? Every word was memorized, yet it didn't feel scripted when she spoke." "She really prepared very thoroughly," Du Yi replied. "Aren't you going to show your appreciation? Like treating her to a milk tea or something?" "Why would I treat her to milk tea?" "Because you are the representative of our class. She spoke on behalf of all freshmen and you applauded on behalf of all freshmen. Isn't that a perfect match? Can you use a different idiom? How about a match made in heaven?" After the opening ceremony, all freshmen gathered on the steps outside the gym for a group photo. Thousands of people squeezed onto the steps, lining up row by row as the photographer with a tripod directed from the front. "Third row, move a bit to the left. Yes, a bit more to the left. Boys in the fifth row, don't tiptoe. Do you think I can't see you? First row, squat down. No, not kneeling, just squat." Du Yi was pulled to a position slightly left of center by Wang Hao. Su Qingwei was slightly right of center, about 10 people away from him. When he peeked through the gaps, he saw Su Qingwei slightly turn her head, talking to a nearby girl. Shen Yue, who was on her tiptoes, chattering in her ear, while Su Qingwei listened with a faint smile. After the photo was taken, everyone dispersed. As Du Yi exited the gymnasium, the sky was very blue, and the September sun was still fierce, illuminating the entire campus brightly. He squinted, watching the distant figures of Su Qingwei and Shen Yu walking away, her white shirt reflecting dazzling light under the sun, and the hem of her dark trousers swaying gently as she walked. "Stop staring, they've already walked far away," Wang Hao said as he slapped his shoulder from behind. "I was looking at the weather. The weather is over there." Wang Hao pointed at the sky. Du Yi shrugged off his hand from his shoulder and walked toward the dormitory. Wang Hao caught up from behind, still adding, "By the way, there's an interview for the Financial Practice Society next Wednesday. Are you ready?" I heard the interviewer is Sun Haoran himself, and he loves to ask tricky questions during interviews. Last year someone cried after being asked by him. "I'm ready." "Then I'll prepare too. Although there's a high chance of being eliminated, at least I want to lose gracefully." Wang Hao clenched his fist as if to encourage himself. "My dad said no matter what you do, your attitude should be correct. Even if you get eliminated, you should leave a memorable impression when you do." "Did your dad really say that?" "That's the gist of it." At midnight on September 1st, the system's notification sound resonated deep within Du Yi's conscience. He was leaning against the headboard, flipping through a copy of Financial Markets borrowed from the library, while the rhythmic sound of Wang Hao snoring came from the upper bunk, steady and measured like a smoothly operating engine. A faint light seeped through Lin Chen's curtains, probably indicating he was video chatting with his childhood sweetheart. On the bow inside it was silent, but Du Yi knew he was still awake. He had seen his reading lamp still on when he got up earlier. Du Yi put down the book and summoned the system panel with his thoughts. The deep blue interface silently unfolded before his eyes. September sign-in has been triggered. Monthly sign-in rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 custom Rolls-Royce Phantom. Color scheme deep space gray, interior cashmere white with walnut. Currently stored in the A08 position of the private garage of Cloud Top 1 adjacent to the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. The key has been stored in an encrypted cloud account. 2. 1 Global VIP Lounge, unlimited, covers priority booking access to over 300 airport lounges worldwide, high-end hotel, executive lounges, private clubs, and 5-star restaurants. The card has been stored in an encrypted cloud account supporting both electronic and physical card modes. Du Yi looked at this message, his expression calm to the point of surprise. Compared to the Bugatti from July's sign-in, this time the impact of the Rolls-Royce was noticeably diminished. It wasn't that the car was inferior. Rolls-Royce Phantom, the pinnacle of luxury sedans, a single car's price could buy several luxury apartments in second-tier cities. Rather, he realized he was adapting to this outrageous lifestyle at an astonishing speed. From 300 million in cash to a $1 trillion empire, from Bugatti to Cloud Top 1, each move by the system was redefining his understanding of the term wealth. After several limits had been pushed, the threshold had risen. The Bugatti was flashy, instantly recognizable as a top supercar suitable for moments of passion. In contrast, the Rolls-Royce exuded a different aura, steady, reserved, unhurried, like a British gentleman in a bespoke suit, always calm. He understood the system's underlying considerations. These two distinctly different atmospheres corresponded to two completely different social scenarios. The Bugatti suited his private moments, as while the Rolls-Royce was more appropriate for business occasions where he needed to appear as Mr. That black card was even more intriguing. It wasn't about the card itself. A global airport lounge pass wasn't a pressing need for him, but the accompanying privileges. Priority booking for high-end hotel executive lounges, private clubs, and VIP access to five-star restaurants. These perks often proved more useful in social situations than a luxury car. Business negotiations sometimes don't take place in meeting rooms, but on the sofas of executive lounges, in private dining rooms of Michelin-starred restaurants, or in the tea rooms of private clubs. He stored the electronic certificate of the black card, then glanced at the newly added Rolls-Royce Phantom. Two photos were displayed side by side on the screen. On the left was the deep-sea black Bugatti Lavwater, nor the only one in the world, sleek and fierce. On the right was the deep-space gray Rolls-Royce Phantom, dignified and solemn like a moving palace. He turned off the system panel and sent a message to Chun Feng. The sign-in reward for September has arrived: a Rolls-Royce and a VIP black card. The car is parked in the Cloud Top 1 garage. The physical version of the black card will be sent to the nearest Sanyao station by the school. I will pick it up myself. Chun Feng replied quickly, as concise and efficient as ever received. The car has been arranged for regular maintenance. The physical card will be delivered to the designated station tomorrow. Additionally, Mr. Shen said that the real estate acquisition case you commented on last time has been supplemented with a stress test report according to your suggestions. Please review it when you have time. Send it over. I'll take a look tomorrow. Understood, Mr. Also, one more thing. A strategic seminar for the entertainment sector will be held next week. Mr. Shen asked if you could attend. No need to speak, just observe. What time? Next Wednesday afternoon. He calculated the time. There were no classes next Wednesday afternoon, and the Financial Practice Club's entrance interview was in the evening. Okay. Arrange it discreetly. Don't attract too much attention. Understood. He put down his phone and turned over. Wang Hao in the upper bunk turned over and mumbled something incoherent in his sleep. Boss, another order of tripe, before sinking back into steady snoring. A gentle laugh came from Lin Chen's bed curtain, probably indicating he was video chatting with Zhao Shui. From Li Bowen's side, the sound of pages turning broke the quiet of the night, the paper making a faint rustling sound. 3 roommates, 3 sounds. An ordinary yet authentic daily life. He closed his eyes. September, the month of military training. Under the scorching sun, they would stand at attention, sing, and march, followed by the official start of classes for freshmen. More importantly, he needed to lay the foundations of a trillion-dollar empire deeper in this city, step by step, all while remaining unnoticed by everyone. On the weekend of September 15th, he found an excuse of going to my sister's place to pick up something and returned to Cloud Top 1. He took the subway to Lujiazui Station, walked through a high-end shopping mall after exiting, and confirmed that there were no familiar faces behind him before turning into the entrance of the underground garage of Cloud Top 1. In the private garage on the 3rd underground level, the deep-sea black Bugatti and the deep-space gray Rolls-Royce were parked side by side under the lights, one like a poised cheetah, the other like a silent and noble beast. He opened the door of the Rolls-Royce and sat in the driver's seat. The interior space was astonishingly large. The back seat could recline, and the legroom was so lavish he could stretch his legs completely. Above him was the iconic starry sky ceiling of Rolls-Royce, countless tiny optical fibers woven into a dazzling starry pattern slowly flowing across the deep blue roof. The leather of the seats emitted a faint scent of genuine leather, not a pungent chemical smell, but a soft and natural aroma, well maintained. Cashmere white leather with walnut inlays, each piece of wood was meticulously selected and pieced together, resembling a moving work of art. He started the engine. The sound of the Rolls-Royce engine was extremely restrained, almost inaudible, with only a low, even hum, like a sleeping giant breathing steadily. The sound insulation of the entire vehicle was taken to the extreme. At the moment the windows were closed, the outside world seemed to have been muted with all noise blocked out. He drove around the night of the Magic City, from Pudong to the Bund, from the Bund to Nanjing Road, then looping back to Pudong. The neon lights outside the window reflected on the dark glass, filtered into a blurred, yet brilliant. When passers-by occasionally turned to glance at this top luxury car, he could feel their gazes landing on the dark windows, but those looks were blocked by the glass, leaving only blurred silhouettes. This feeling was completely different from driving a Bugatti. When driving the Bugatti, there was a sense of confrontation with the outside world. The roar of the sports car felt like a declaration announcing your existence and your flamboyance. Driving the Rolls-Royce felt as if the world automatically opened a quiet path for you. All noise was isolated outside, leaving only tranquility and composure within the car. He recalled a line from the commercial versatility skill set granted by the system. True business magnates do not need to flaunt themselves constantly. Their power comes from understated control. He parked the car back in the garage, closed the garage door, and took the elevator up to the top-floor apartment. In the 820 square meters of open space, the night view of the Huangpu River outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was as dazzling as ever. He stood by the window, drank a glass of water, then changed into a regular t-shirt and jeans, and took on the subway back to school. He suddenly remembered something. Earlier today, at the base of Cloud Top 1, he seemed to have seen a familiar figure. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit stepping out from a black business vehicle and walking into the high-end office building next to Cloud Top 1. He had seen that face somewhere, but couldn't recall where. He thought for a moment, but couldn't come to a conclusion, so he set the matter aside for now. New book looking for support. Please help rate and review, add to your bookshelf, and urge updates with likes. Data will immediately lead to continuous updates. I beg everyone. Adding a chapter 25, Military Training Mobilization Calm Before the Storm. On September 20th, the Military Training Mobilization Meeting. Freshmen at Magic City University of Finance and Economics will undergo military training for 2 weeks with training locations on the school playground and several nearby sports fields. This September in Magic City was particularly hot, with weather forecasts predicting temperatures around 35 degrees for the next 2 weeks, with almost no rain. Such temperatures are not particularly uncommon for September in Magic City, but for freshmen about to stand at attention under the scorching sun, it was akin to a warning. The mobilization meeting was held on the playground. All new students wore uniform camouflage uniforms, sitting on the rubber track, the army green formations arranged neatly. The camouflage uniforms were issued by the school of average quality with stiff fabric that felt somewhat abrasive against the skin. The hats were very tight. Wang Hao struggled for half a day before getting his round head fitted in, with the brim pressing down so low that only a slit of his eyes remained visible. A red banner hung on the podium. Magic City University of Finance and Economics 202X Freshman Military Training Mobilization Meeting. The instructors on stage stood in a row in crisp military uniforms, their expressions serious, eyes sharp. The central instructor had several stars on his epaulettes, his skin dark, his face square, standing like a stone statue. I am your chief instructor, surname Liu. His voice resonated without a microphone, causing people's chests to tremble. From today onwards, you are no longer students, but new soldiers. Military training is not a formality. It is to let you experience discipline and hardship. I do not care how many points you scored on the college entrance examination. On the playground, scores mean nothing. The only things that matter are your attitude and performance. Wang Hao murmured beside Du Yi, this voice is louder than when my dad scolds me. Keep it down. Lin Shun lowered his voice, burying his chin in the collar of his camouflage uniform, revealing only his glasses and half of his face. The instructor is looking this way. Wang Hao quickly straightened his back, looking straight ahead, his expression shifting to one of righteousness. Chief Instructor Liu spoke for a full 15 minutes about military training discipline. Wake up at 6, gather for morning exercises at 6:30, breakfast at 7, training begins at 8, lunch at 12, training resumes at 2, dinner at 6, and from 7 to 9 is time for internal affairs and discipline study with lights out at 10. Phones can only be used during breaks and after dinner and are not allowed during training. Camouflage uniforms must be worn properly every day with badges and collar flowers not ask you. Dormitory housekeeping must meet the standards of the quilt, must be folded like tofu, the floor must reflect light, and items must be aligned in a straight line. I'm done for. Wang Hao said in a hushed voice, my quilt has never been folded into a tofu block. My quilts are always folded by the maid. That's in the past for you. Li Bowen surprisingly chimed in, now you. Li Bowen, can you not make sarcastic comments at a time like this? After the meeting, each squad was taken by their instructor to the designated training area. The Financial Academy, where Dormitory 302 was located, was assigned to the 3rd Battalion 8th Company. The instructor's surname was Sun, around 27 or 28 years old, not tall, but solid like a steel bar, his face bronzed by the sun, speaking with a powerful voice that could make one's eardrums buzz. His camouflage uniform was somewhat faded from washing, but its lines were sharp and his military boots were polished to a shine. I am your instructor, surname Sun. For the next 2 weeks you will do whatever I say. No bargaining, no buts, no excuses. Do you understand? Understood. 120 voices from the entire company responded in unison. Your voices are too low. Have you not eaten breakfast? Do you understand? Understood. At ease, attention. The first training exercise, standing at attention. Instructor Sun stood at the front of the line, hands behind his back, his stance like a spear, feet together, toes angled 60 degrees apart, knees straight, abdomen tucked in, chest out, chin slightly down, eyes looking straight ahead. 30 minutes. Start. The sun beat down directly overhead, and the temperature inside the camouflage uniform quickly began to rise. September in Magic City, while not summer, still felt like being wrapped in an electric blanket with the 35-degree heat combined with the thick camouflage fabric. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, flowing along the arch of his brow to the corner of his eyes, sliding down his cheekbones to the tip of his chin, ultimately gathering into a shiny droplet that fell with a patter on the rubber track and instantly evaporated into an invisible mist. He stood in the line motionless. His physical fitness was quite good, having developed his cardiovascular and core strength from 3 years of playing basketball in high school, giving him an advantage in a static endurance task like standing at attention. He adjusted his breathing, evenly distributing his weight on both feet, slightly tightening his abdominal muscles to maintain the natural curve of his spine. Someone beside him began to sway. A boy's knee buckled slightly, and he almost fell forward only to be caught by a classmate. Another girl's face had already turned pale, her lips losing color. Instructor Sun walked over to check on her and immediately instructed her to step out to the infirmary. Wang Hao's sweat had soaked the collar of his camouflage uniform. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging, his eyes wide open, like copper bells fixating on a certain point ahead, without moving. His physical fitness was indeed decent. The muscles he developed at the gym were not for nothing, but he was not quite adapted to this prolonged static endurance. Fitness is dynamic and rhythmic, while standing at attention is static, enduring, and a continuous battle against gravity. Lin Shen was in worse shape than Wang Hao. His physical foundation was thin, as he mostly sat in front of the computer writing code, hardly exercising. After standing for 15 minutes, his face had already turned pale, his lips dry, and the lenses of his glasses fogged up with heat rising from his forehead. But his gaze remained resolute, with his hands tightly against the seams of his pants, not swaying even once. Instructor Sun patrolled the line, stopping in front of students whose postures were incorrect, lightly tapping their shoulders or lower backs. Keep your shoulders level, tuck in your abdomen, don't hunch your back. His actions were swift and decisive, with just enough force to make you remember. After half an hour of standing at attention, everyone was allowed to rest for 5 minutes. Wang Hao plopped down on the track, unscrewed his water bottle, and gulped down half a bottle of water, then collapsed on the ground, arms and legs spread out in a big shape. I can't take it anymore. I need to call my dad and tell him I don't want to continue. Your dad will say you're just lacking exercise. He sat down beside him and took a sip from his water bottle. Yes, my dad will definitely say that. Then he will add, back in my day, I stood 12 hours in the kitchen, and you can't even stand 30 minutes without complaining. Wang Hao pressed the water bottle against his face, so I won't call. I will use my willpower to conquer military training. I want to impress my dad. Lin Shen sat on the ground, wiping his glasses with a wet wipe, his voice a bit weak, but his tone resolute. It's only 2 weeks. Rounding up is 14 days. Rounding up again is 2 weeks, and rounding again is just the blink of an eye. When I write code, I can sit for 7 or 8 hours, so theoretically my endurance should be better than yours. But sitting and standing are 2 different things. Li Bowen also rarely sat down, keeping his back perfectly straight. His physical fitness was surprisingly good. After half an hour of standing at attention, he only broke a slight sweat, his breathing still steady. My dad said in their generation, when they served in the military, they stood at attention for 2 hours straight. 30 minutes is already pretty lenient. Your dad is a vice mayor. How did he serve in the military? Wang Hao asked. My grandfather was a soldier. My dad grew up in a military compound. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses. I may not have my dad's physique, but at least I can't embarrass him too much. He glanced at Li Bowen. This roommate's physical foundation was clearly not the result of last-minute efforts, but rather a long-term commitment to self-discipline. The son of a vice mayor, having grown up on the fringes of the system, understood that discipline is not a virtue, it is a survival skill. After a brief rest, Instructor Sun blew his whistle. Assemble. Next, quick march. Line up. By the end of the first day's training, everyone walked back to the dormitory, dragging their legs. Wang Hao flopped onto his bed as soon as he entered, falling into a steady snore without even taking off his shoes. Lin Shen sat in a chair, both hands massaging his sore calves, his expression resembling someone debugging a program with a bug, painful yet focused. Li Bowen took off his military boots, pouring out a pile of fine sand, and then took out iodine cotton swabs to treat the blisters on his heels, his technique as skilled as that of a medical student. He leaned against the headboard and took out his phone. There were 2 unread messages on the encrypted platform. One was from Chun Feng. The strategic seminar for the entertainment sector will be held on Wednesday at 2 o'clock on the 46th floor of the headquarters, and the attendance list has been sent to your email. Mr. Shen said you are welcome to observe. The other was from Du Yao brother. A good piece of news. I passed the 2nd round of auditions for Phoenix Cry. I got the role of the 3rd female lead. The director said my audition left a deep impression on him. I start filming next week. followed by a series of emojis. Little people beating drums, little people setting off fireworks, little people with hands on their hips laughing heartily. Du smiled and typed a reply, "Congratulations, sis. I knew you could do it. Hee hee. Once I get my salary, you'll treat you to a feast. This time it's not hot pot, it's Michelin. A star. Okay. Sis, be careful, call me anytime if anything happens. Got it. You also watch out for sunburn. Don't come back as black as charcoal." He put down his phone and stared at the ceiling. His sister's acting dream had taken a substantial step forward. And next week, he was to attend the strategic seminar for the entertainment sector. This sector would one day become his sister's strongest support. But he also knew that the entertainment industry was not a fairy tale world. Behind every opportunity might lie unseen undercurrents. He just hoped those undercurrents wouldn't harm his sister. On the second day of military training, the sun was even harsher than on the first day. The wake-up call at 6 o'clock shattered the tranquility of Building 8. A commotion erupted in the corridor. Someone yelled, "Who took my socks?" Because they couldn't find them, another person had worn their camouflage uniform inside out and was being laughed at by their roommate. Someone else was desperately rubbing their eyes while holding a toothbrush in line at the bathroom. Wang Hao was dragged out of bed by Li Bowen, sitting on the edge of the bed in a daze, for a minute, his eyes vacant like a stone statue. It's 6:15. Li Bowen was already dressed, his camouflage uniform crisp and tidy, his hat perfectly aligned, and even his belt was fastened meticulously. "I'll sleep for 5 more minutes. Wang Hao leaned back. Li Bowen expressionlessly pressed a bottle of cold mineral water against the back of his neck. Wang Hao jumped up with a yelp, nearly hitting his head on the upper bunk. At 6:30, the entire squad gathered on the playground. The morning sun had just peeked out from behind the library clock tower, painting the plastic track of the playground. The air still retained the coolness of the night, with dew clinging to the blades of grass, but everyone knew this refreshing chill wouldn't last long. Once the sun fully rose, the playground would turn into an open-air oven. Instructor Sun stood at the front of the formation, dressed in a clean camouflage uniform, his military boots polished to a shine. He scanned the ranks, his gaze lingering for a moment on Wang Hao's unbuttoned collar. "Wang Hao, here, check your collar button." Wang Hao looked down and saw that the second button had popped off, revealing a white t-shirt with the logo of How High Restaurant. He quickly fastened it, his face turning bright red. The training content for this morning: stand at attention for 40 minutes, march for 2 hours, and practice the slow march breakdown for 1 hour. Instructor Sun's voice rang clearly in the morning air. "Yesterday, someone told me that standing for 30 minutes is too long. Today, I'm telling you that 30 minutes is just the warm-up. The real training begins after 40 minutes. A wave of suppressed wailing arose from the ranks. Standing at attention for 40 minutes was far more brutal than 30. It wasn't just the extra 10 minutes, but because the body enters a special fatigue threshold between 30 and 40 minutes. Knees began to tremble, feet ached and numbed, and sweat flowed not drop by drop, but like a burst dam streaming down cheeks and backs. Lin Shen's glasses were fogged up. He had to blink forcefully every few seconds, yet his body remained motionless. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging, sweat dripping from the tip of his chin, forming a dark little circle on the plastic ground. He adjusted his breathing, pulling his focus away from the soreness in his legs, redirecting it to the knowledge area in his brain activated by the commercial all-rounder skill package. He began to mentally review the strategic report of the Shanghai Group's entertainment sector, the project reserves of Tianxing Film and Television, the scheduling strategy of Shanghai Cinemas, and the profit model of the artist management business. These figures and charts unfolded in his mind like a giant virtual screen. The 40 minutes of standing at attention was enough for him to run through an 80-page industry analysis report from start to finish. Time's up. Instructor Sun's whistle cut through the heat waves above the playground. Rest in place for 10 minutes. Everyone collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been removed. Wang Hao lay flat on his back, covering his face with his hat, his chest heaving violently, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Lin Shen took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with the hem of his camouflage uniform, and after discovering the hem was soaked with sweat, ended up smudging his glasses. Li Bowen pulled out his water bottle, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, then handed the bottle to Lin Shen beside him. He took the water bottle and gulped down a large mouthful. When he looked up, he saw the sky was painfully blue with not a single cloud in sight. "Can you guess how hot it is now?" Wang Hao's voice emerged muffled from under his hat. "The perceived temperature is at least 40 degrees, Lin Shen said. "I think it's 50. "At 50 degrees, your hat would have already caught fire," Li Bowen said. "Can you not use logic to argue with me at a time like that?" He put down the water bottle and suddenly noticed on the other side of the playground the 3rd Battalion's 9th Company, where Su Qinghue was located, was also resting. Their ranks were scattered across the lawn on the opposite side of the track, and the camouflage uniforms made everyone look alike, but he quickly spotted that figure. Su Qinghue was sitting at the edge of the lawn, unscrewing her water bottle to drink. Her camouflage uniform looked like everyone else's, but on her it inexplicably exuded a sense of neatness. Her collar buttoned tightly, the cuffs rolled up 2 fingers above her wrists, revealing her slender wrists. Her drinking motion was very quiet, unlike the nearby girls who gulped noisily. Instead, she sipped delicately, tightening the cap of the water bottle after drinking and placing it back into the water bottle holder at her waist. Then she lifted her head and glanced over towards the track. The 2 companies' resting areas were separated by a whole plastic track far enough apart that they couldn't see each other's expressions. But Dewey could sense that her gaze lingered in his direction for a moment. Oh, enjoying the scenery again. Wang Hao, who had sat up, he didn't know when, followed her gaze and then revealed an I get it expression. Didn't you just say you were about to die? After enjoying the scenery, I feel alive again. Wang Hao grinned, then was startled by Instructor Sun's whistle. Gather. March. Form ranks. Please support the new book. I would appreciate it if every reader could rate, review, and add it to their bookshelf. Your encouragement and likes are greatly appreciated. On the 4th day of military training, the temperature continued to rise. The rubber track on the playground became soft under the scorching sun, yielding slightly underfoot. The heat waves in the air rose from the ground, distorting the distant scenery. The school hospital set up 2 temporary medical points beside the playground with white tents glaring under the blazing sun, stocked with stretchers, oxygen bags, and several large boxes of Huoxiang Jingqi solution. The school doctor was a bespectacled middle-aged woman sitting in the tent, fanning herself, her expression weary yet vigilant. Instructor Sun was teaching the breakdown of the march step. Kicking legs, stretching toes, maintaining balance in midair. This action was more torturous than standing at attention. One leg on the ground, the other extended forward, and suspended, knee straightened, toes pressed down, arms positioned as instructed. This one-legged balance exercise required exceptional core strength and leg endurance. One would begin to wobble within 10 seconds. Left leg support, right leg extended. Arms back. Hold. Hold. Let's see who puts their leg down first. Instructor Sun weaved through the ranks, occasionally tapping a student's knee with his pointer if their posture was incorrect. Lin Chen's leg trembled like a sifting sieve, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he gritted his teeth and did not lower it. Wang Hao's ability to maintain balance was better than Lin Chen's. His core strength and body awareness developed in the gym were proving useful now, but his face had turned a color reminiscent of liver, sweat dripping in streams from his chin. He maintained a standard breakdown posture, his gaze steady ahead, muscles controlled with precision and efficiency. He noticed a girl in the ranks wobble slightly. It was a girl from the adjacent class, petite with darker skin, her lips already turning pale. Her supporting leg shook violently, and her body began to lean to one side. Report, instructor. The girl raised her hand. I feel unwell. Before she could finish, she collapsed to the side. Instructor Sun dashed over and caught her before she fell to the ground. 2 school doctors quickly arrived to check her pupils and pulsed decisively, escorting her to the medical point. Rest in place for 5 minutes. Instructor Sun waved his hand, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Although he was a strict instructor, he was not heartless. After the ranks dispersed, Dewey's gaze unconsciously swept towards the direction of the 3rd Battalion's 9th Company. The 9th Company was practicing marching. Rows of new students passed by on the track, their steps uneven, while the instructor at the side shouted commands with a tone even more severe than Instructor Sun's. Dewey spotted Su Qingyue in the ranks. Her steps were steady and her arm swing was standard, but her complexion was off. Her usually clear and fair skin now bore an abnormal flush, and her lips were drier than usual. After completing a round, she stood at the back of the ranks waiting for the next turn, lifting her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, her movement a beat slower than usual. Dewey looked around. Wang Hao was sprawled on the ground, drinking Huoxiang Jingqi solution, grimacing as he said it was worse than traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Chun was spraying Yunnan Baiyao on his aching knees. Li Bowen was meditating quietly, maintaining a standard sitting posture. No one noticed him. He stood up, grabbed his water bottle, and rummaged through his backpack for a pack of unopened medical. The ice packs were packed by his mother into his suitcase. At the time he thought he wouldn't need them, but now he had to admit his mother's foresight. He activated the ice pack by kneading it until the cool sensation seeped out, then quickly crossed the track to the side of the 9th Company's rest area. Su Qingyue was standing at the edge of the rest area, leaning against a phoenix tree, sipping from her water bottle in small sips. Her bottle was almost empty, with only a little water left to moisten her lips. As she twisted the cap back on, her movements carried a hint of fatigue. Su Qingyue, Dewey called out to her. She looked up and saw him. Her eyes were still the same clear amber, but they lacked the usual calm sharpness, now infused with a layer of weariness brought on by the sun. Your water bottle must be empty. Dewey handed over his bottle, placing the ice pack in her palm. Use this ice pack on the back of your neck or the inside of your wrist to cool down quickly. Have you drunk the Huoxiang Jingqi solution? She looked down at the ice pack in her hand, seemingly confirming what it was before raising her gaze to meet his. Her expression showed little change, but her eyes held a hint of confusion and an indescribable softness. "Thank you," she said. Just 2 words. But Dewey noticed that when she said these words her tone lacked the usual deliberate politeness, carrying a bit of natural warmth instead. "You're welcome." Dewey turned and walked back to his unit. When he returned to the 8th Company's rest area, Wang Hao was staring at him with a meaningful look. The information in that gaze was comparable to an 800-word college entrance examination essay. "What did you just go do?" "I delivered water to Su Qinghua." "Deliver water. Just deliver water. Nothing else." "I also gave her an ice pack." "An ice pack, eh?" Wang Hao slapped his thigh, his expression one of deep regret. "Why didn't you teach me this trick beforehand? I need to use this technique when pursuing girls in the future. First observe if the other person's water bottle is running low, then timely offer water and a cooling artifact, both natural and unobtrusive, considerate, yet not greasy. I've learned something. Keep your voice down." Lin Shin tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve. "Why should I keep my voice down if I've learned something?" Wang Hao said this, but he still lowered his volume. "But Dewey, you're really bold. With so many people around, you dare to deliver it directly. That's Su Qinghua. Aren't you afraid of what others will say?" "What others say has nothing to do with what I want to do." Dewey twisted open his water bottle and took a sip. Li Bowen quietly listened from the side, his eyes behind the lenses flashing slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. During the afternoon's dismissal, Dewey passed by the 9th Company's assembly point. Su Qinghua was organizing the ranks, her gaze brushing past him. Her complexion had returned to normal, and the redness on her forehead had faded. On the evening of the 7th day of military training, the entire camp organized a singing competition. The daytime training was shortened by an hour because the evening singing was deemed by the chief instructor as artistic military training. The singing competition also counted towards the overall evaluation of each company. Although the leading instructors of each company verbally stated singing is not training, relax a bit, they had already thoroughly mobilized their respective teams behind the scenes. This subtle competitive spirit was even more intense than the direct confrontations on the training ground. The location was on the lawn in the center of the playground. 8 companies formed a large circle, each occupying a sector, leaving an open area in the middle as a performance zone. The sky had completely darkened, and the streetlights around the playground, along with several temporarily erected searchlights, illuminated the lawn as brightly as day. The night breeze finally brought a hint of coolness, gently swaying the grass blades on the lawn and drying the camouflage uniforms that had been soaked with sweat during the day. Before departing, Instructor Sun gathered the 8th Company for a brief pre-match mobilization. The essence of singing lies not in pitch, but in momentum. You may sing off-key, but your voice must not be small. Anyone who hides at the back without opening their mouth will have to practice military posture for an extra half hour when we return. Instructor, what if I have no sense of pitch? Wang Hao raised his hand to ask. Just shout if you have no sense of pitch. If the people next to you can't tell that you are off-key, then it's a success. The first round of the singing competition was each company taking turns to sing military songs. Unity is strength, returning from target practice 1, 2, 3, 4 song. These songs had all been learned during high school military training, but back then they were merely hummed perfunctorily. Now, under the binding of collective honor instilled by the instructor, the volume increased several times. After the 8th Company finished singing, Instructor Sun rarely nodded and said, "Not bad." Those 2 words from him were equivalent to excellent from other instructors. The second round was free singing. Companies challenged each other by calling out names. The challenged company had to sing a song to accept the challenge and could then call out the next one. The competitiveness in this round escalated significantly, with companies starting to compete. The 5th Company was called to sing Song of the Strong Army, and after finishing they directly challenged the 8th Company. Wang Hao was the first to jump up, belting out were soldiers with such volume that it startled a flock of pigeons. As the free singing reached a fever pitch, the chief instructor suddenly added a temporary segment. Next we have a personal talent show. Each company should push 1 or 2 people up to perform. Singing, dancing, playing instruments, or performing a comic act are all acceptable. Those who sign up will be given priority. If no one signs up, I will call someone at random. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. The personal talent show during military training was essentially a game of whoever goes up is awkward. Most people wore camouflage uniforms that had been soaked in sweat multiple times, their hair too greasy to fry food with, and their voices hoarse from shouting slogans all day. However, this segment also had a hidden benefit. Appearing in front of the entire freshman class was a great way for those looking to quickly build connections and influence in college. The first person to step up was Sun Haoran, the president of the Finance Practice Society, and a senior who was there as a representative of the student council to observe the military training. He was not wearing a camouflage uniform, but a crisp white shirt and dark trousers with hair neatly styled with hair wrap. He took the microphone from the host and sang Nanshan South. His vocal quality was quite good, with smooth transitions between chest and head voice, and with the backing of his senior status, the audience erupted in applause after he finished. Thank you, everyone. This song is dedicated to all the new students who are undergoing the trials of military training. I hope you cherish this time. After bowing slightly, he spoke with a gentle and appropriate tone, a smile gracing his lips. As he left the stage, his gaze swept across the direction of the finance college, lingering on Su Qingyue for a brief moment. After a few more students went up to perform, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. A girl from the accounting college performed a short ethnic dance in her camouflage uniform, nearly tripping over her baggy pants, but the laughter and applause she received surpassed that of all previous performers. After finishing her dance, she laughed and said, "Dancing is risky, and dancing in camouflage is even riskier." Then someone from the 8th company shouted, Do E come up." Du E turned to see Wang Hao cupping his hands around his mouth, shouting enthusiastically. Lin Shun beside him also joined in the encouragement, and even Li Bowen rarely patted him on the shoulder to show support. Do E. More and more people from the 8th company joined in the call. Instructor Sun turned to Du E and gestured towards the performance area with his chin. "Go on. Don't embarrass the 8th company. If you do, you'll stand for an extra 20 minutes tomorrow." Du E stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and walked to the center of the performance area. The bright light from the searchlight above cast his shadow into a circular dark spot. Hundreds of eyes in the audience focused on him. Most were curious, while a few were expectant. He took the microphone from the host. "I will sing The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. This is for the brothers of the 8th company and everyone present." The prelude automatically played in his mind. He held the microphone without any unnecessary movements or intentional interactions with the audience. He simply stood quietly and began to sing. The moment the first note sounded, the chaotic chatter on the lawn fell silent. His voice was not the kind that was bright and showy. Instead, it carried a hint of depth and a gritty texture, like a stone polished by time and experience. He sang very calmly, without reaching for high notes, showing off, or being overly emotional, but every word was imbued with just the right emotion. When he sang the chorus line, "I pray for a transparent heart," his voice flowed like a gently flowing river, neither rushed nor anxious, yet drawing everyone into its current. Wang Hao's mouth fell open, the water bottle in his hand hanging suspended in the air as he forgot to lower it. Lin Shin took off his glasses, wiped the lenses with his shirt tail, then put them back on, his expression as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses, the curve of his mouth more pronounced than usual. As he sang the last part of the chorus, Du E's gaze inadvertently swept toward the direction of the 9th company. Su Qingyue sat among the crowd, a half-open notebook resting on her knee. The searchlight on the playground was too bright, obscuring her expression. But he could see that she was neither looking down at her book nor talking to her roommate. Instead, she was quietly and intently watching the performance area. As the last note fell, the entire audience fell silent for half a second before erupting into what was nearly the most enthusiastic applause of the night. Some shouted one more song, while others whistled. Wang Hao stood up, clapping his hands loudly, still shouting, "Whose roommate?" Someone next to him asked. "My roommate. From 302. Du E." Du E returned the microphone to the host and walked back to his position in the 8th company. Wang Hao threw his arm around his shoulder, excited as if he had just won the lottery. "Old Du, why have you never told us you sing so well? Did you secretly practice? Do you have some musical family background you haven't told us about?" "I just hum while playing basketball, nothing special." "Just humming at this level? Are you serious? I can't even get this feeling singing at KTV until my voice is hoarse." "So you are not suited for singing." Li Bowen chimed in timely from the side. "Li Bowen, have you been critiquing me more frequently lately?" Im just stated. The singing competition ended around 9 o'clock at night. By the end, everyone's voices were hoarse, but the 8th company was commended by the chief instructor for their impressive performance during the free singing segment and Du E's personal talent. Instructor Sun rarely smiled, and that smile was particularly precious on his bronze-colored face. On the way back to the dormitory, Wang Hao was still humming the melody of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, but his version was completely off-key. Lin Shin covered his ears and said, "Stop ruining this song." Li Bowen walked beside Du E and suddenly said, "Someone was watching you while you were singing." "Who?" Li Bowen's tone was as flat as if he were giving a weather report, but there was a hint of a smile hidden behind his glasses. Du E did not respond. He walked in the night breeze, hands in his pockets, his steps a little lighter than usual. Online plea for support from readers. Please rate, add to your bookshelf, and urge for updates. The more positive reviews, the higher the collection, the steadier the updates, and the more intense the bursts. Thanks to all the big shots for their support. On the 10th day of military training, a sudden thunderstorm disrupted the afternoon training schedule. The dark clouds rolled in swiftly from the eastern sea. Just moments ago, the sky was so clear that one could sunbathe. Within a few minutes, it turned a dull gray, and the floodlights on the playground lit up prematurely, appearing especially glaring against the somber sky. The wind suddenly picked up, whipping sand and grass clippings from the playground into painful stings against their faces, while the leaves of the parasol trees rustled loudly, like countless small flags fluttering simultaneously. Instructor Sun looked up at the sky, then glanced at his watch, blowing the whistle for assembly. Afternoon training is suspended. All squads return to the dorm. Pay attention to safety and do not linger under the trees. As soon as the words left his mouth, large raindrops began to hammer down. The first drop of rain struck the rubber track, leaving a dark, coin-sized mark. Then came the second and third drops, and with a crash it was as if the sky had been torn open, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rubber track instantly erupted into countless splashes, with the rising mist being scattered by the wind. Run! Wang Hao was the first to react, pressing his hat down and charging forward. His running style was quite distinctive. Not a standard sprint, but a peculiar gait somewhere between fleeing and revelry, his arms flailing like windmills, splashing higher in the puddles than anyone else. The entire playground instantly turned into chaos. Over 1,000 freshmen in camouflage uniforms were sprinting towards their respective dormitories with their heads tucked down, some holding their jackets over their heads, others lifting their backpacks like umbrellas, while some laughed and got drenched. A girl slipped while running past a puddle, but her roommate beside her reacted quickly and grabbed her, nearly causing both of them to fall, but they ended up laughing together in the rain. When the 4 members of room 302 returned to their dormitory, not a single part of them was dry. Their camouflage uniforms, soaked, darkened by a shade, clung to their bodies, heavy and cold. Wang Hao was the first to dash into the bathroom, taking off his camouflage uniform and twisting it to wring out the water, creating a puddle on the floor. After wringing it out, the clothes felt nearly half as light. This rain is like pouring water. Wang Hao stood bare-chested in the center of the dormitory, towel in hand, drying his hair. His towel was also camouflaged, just like the official military training issued towels, but it had already frayed from use. After drying his hair, he wiped his face with the towel, then out of habit from the gym looked at his abs in the mirror. Probably noticing that he had tanned a bit more over the past 2 weeks of military training, making the lines of his abs more pronounced, he nodded contentedly. Lin Shen stood by his bed, carefully taking off his glasses and cleaning them with the edge of his clothing. His camouflage uniform was the wettest, he had run back the slowest, and had been exposed to the rain the longest. However, the plastic bag he cradled was well protected, containing his tablet and phone, untouched by a single drop of water. He opened the bag to check, confirming that all electronic devices were safe, before letting out a sigh of relief. Just now Zhao Shui sent me a message saying it's pouring rain in Nanjing, to Lin Shen said, while wiping his glasses. The playground at their school is half flooded. Ushi posted a photo in her friend's circle, showing the water reaching the steps by the track. She said the 4 of them in the dormitory didn't bring umbrellas and are stuck in the cafeteria, debating whether to use the cafeteria trays as boats to paddle back. Long-distance couples can synchronize even in the rain. That's a connection of the heart. Wang Hao sighed, draping the towel over his shoulder, and walked over to pat Lin Shen on the shoulder. But I'm curious about one thing. What do you two talk about for so long every day on video calls? We talk about a lot of things. What classes we had today, what we ate for lunch, funny things our roommate said, interesting. Lin Shen put his glasses back on, adjusting the bridge, a blush forming on his face that often appeared when Zhao Shui was mentioned. Sometimes we don't talk about much at all, we just have the video on while doing our own things. She reads over there, and I code over here. Occasionally I glance up to see her flipping pages, and she sometimes looks up to watch me typing. Being quietly together isn't awkward, instead it feels like she's right there with me, and my coding efficiency even improves. You just have the video on without talking. Is that how it works? Wang Hao's eyes widened, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. I thought long-distance relationships were just about making a call at a set time to say goodnight, like clockwork romance. You guys have turned long-distance dating into the experience of being in the same city. Lin Shen replied, it's not that exaggerated. Sometimes the signal is poor and the video freezes on her, flipping pages for several seconds before suddenly fast-forwarding, like she's performing some teleportation technique. Lin Shen smiled, though the smile carried a hint of bittersweetness. Long distance is indeed not easy. I can't accompany her on her birthday. Oh, I can only send her gift in advance and watch her open it on video on her birthday. When she's sick, I can't deliver medicine. Oh, I have to find a nearby delivery guy online to help. But we both believe. She once said something that I remember vividly. She said the best part of long-distance relationships isn't when we meet, but knowing there's someone who, although not by your side, is always in your heart. That feeling makes me feel like I'm never alone in whatever I do. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds. Outside, the rain continued to pour, cascading down the window glass, blurring the ginkgo trees and playground into a swirling green haze. I want to jot that down to use when I'm pursuing girls in the future. Wang Hao seriously pulled out his phone and opened the memo. But I think Zhao Shui is right. The toughest part of long-distance relationships isn't being apart, but that helplessness of not being there when you're needed. You guys are amazing for being able to stick it out. You understand it well too. Lin Shen looked at him with some surprise. I said I'm rich in theoretical knowledge. Wang Hao tossed his phone back onto the bed, leaning against the bed ladder. But don't laugh at me. Oh, I'm actually quite afraid of long-distance relationships. I seem carefree and indifferent, but I'm actually very clingy. If my girlfriend were in another city, I probably wouldn't be able to resist taking the high-speed train to see her every week. My dad once had a business partner whose son was in a long-distance relationship. He took a night train to Wuhan every Friday night and returned on Sunday night, maintaining it for 4 years. I thought that guy was crazy at the time. But now that I think about it, he probably really liked that girl. Everyone in love is a bit crazy. Li Bowie suddenly spoke up. He was sitting at his desk slowly cleaning his delicate framed glasses with a piece of cloth, checking for fingerprints against the light after finishing. When he was running in the rain, just now his steps were the most composed. Not the slowest, but the most efficient, as if he had calculated each stride and landing point. His camouflage uniform was the least wet, but he still changed into a clean shirt buttoned up neatly to the second button. Have you ever been in a relationship? Wang Hao asked. No, Li Bowie replied, putting his glasses back on, adjusting the bridge with precision as if operating a delicate instrument. But I have observed. There's an uncle at my dad's workplace who was in a long-distance relationship for 8 years from college to work, but broke up right before getting married. It wasn't that their feelings were problematic, but rather that their life trajectories drifted further apart until they realized that besides memories, there was nothing else connecting them. His tone was very calm, as if stating an economic case study. However, he noticed that his hand paused momentarily while cleaning the lenses. So you're not optimistic about long-distance relationships? Lin Shan asked. My lack of optimism doesn't mean your long-distance relationship will fail. When it comes to feelings, statistical patterns have no meaning for individuals. Li Bowie turned his chair to face Lin Shan, adjusting his glasses, and said in a serious tone, as if discussing an academic topic, your situation with Zhao Shui is different from the examples I've seen. The foundation of your relationship is built on over a decade of growing up together, not a fleeting moment of college hormones. Your shared memories are not just a few months of chat logs, but the entire growing process from kindergarten to high school. The resilience of such a relationship is unmatched by ordinary long-distance relationships. Wang Hao raised his hand beside him. I'd like to interject. Li Bowie, that analysis you just gave sounds like you're writing a paper on the success rate of long-distance relationships. Arguments, evidence, logical deductions, all present. I'm just stating facts. Li Bowie's tone remained calm, but he noticed a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Okay, you're the academic representative of our dorm. Wang Hao stood up, walked to the folding table in the center of the dorm, bent down, and rummaged beneath it, then pulled out a sealed bag. Since it's raining today, and we can't go out, and it's rare that all 4 of us are here, why don't we open that bag of duck-flavored potato chips that Lin Shan brought? I know you all have wanted to eat them for a long time. I only brought 2 bags, Lin Shan said a bit reluctantly. Eat 1 bag, and save the other. I suggest you hide the remaining bag to avoid someone stealing it in the middle of the night. As Wang Hao spoke, he also took out a box of marinated snacks from his cabinet, which his father had sent via the driver last week. The vacuum-sealed packaging released a fragrant aroma that instantly filled the dormitory once opened. Marinated duck wings, marinated duck necks, marinated tofu, all neatly arranged, glistening with a shiny surface. He pulled out a bag of peanuts and a pack of beef jerky from the depths of the cabinet, laying them out on the table like a magic trick. Is your cabinet Doraemon's pocket? Lin Shan looked at the increasing number of snacks on the table, his eyes widening in disbelief. These are survival supplies. Wang Hao corrected him seriously. I brought these from home, originally prepared in case the cafeteria food was too awful during military training. But now that military training is about to end, no. Eat for free. Li Bowen stood up and took out a bamboo tea canister from his desk drawer. The canister was small but exquisitely crafted with a delicate engraving of a bamboo leaf on the lid. This is Longjing tea gifted by my dad's friend, this year's new batch. I had planned to open it during the final exam week, but it's raining today and the atmosphere calls for it. Young Master Li is actually sharing something voluntarily. The sun must be rising from the west today. No, there isn't any sun today. Wang Hao took the tea canister, looked at the bottom under the light, and then whistled softly. I recognize this brand, and my dad has a can of the same kind. He usually doesn't drink it and only takes it out for particularly important guests. Li Bowen, your friend's gift is quite impressive. It's a gift from a friend. Li Bowen repeated, his expression unchanged. He went downstairs to buy a pack of iced cola from the vending machine. The cola cans in the vending machine were chilled to the touch. He hugged them tightly as he hurried back to the dormitory, getting splashed in the face by the rain that blew in from the corridor as he went upstairs. When he returned to the dormitory, Wang Hao had already moved a small folding table to the center of the room, surrounded by 4 chairs with an abundant spread of snacks laid out on the table. Outside, the rain poured down, pattering against the glass, and the playground in the distance had become completely invisible, shrouded in a blanket of white mist. Yet the warm yellow light in the dormitory kept all of this at bay, illuminating the small space with a sense of comfort and tranquility. Come on, everyone gets a can of cola, 4 cans in total. Wang Hao distributed the cola and then raised his own can with condensation running down his fingers. To this timely rain, so we don't have to stand in military posture this afternoon. To the first snack party of room 302. To the heartfelt conversations we've shared today. He lifted his cola. Lin Shun did the same, and Li Bowen adjusted his glasses and raised his can to the same height as the other three. To 4 years, Dewey said. The 4 cola cans clinked together, producing a discordant crisp sound, with a few drops of the icy drink splashing onto the table, mingling with the aroma of the marinated snacks. 4 years, the 4 of them said almost in unison. Wang Hao took a big gulp of cola, grimacing from the cold, and then seized a duck wing to nibble on. His technique for eating the duck wing was quite professional. First nibbling off the soft bones at both ends, then using his teeth to tear off a chunk of meat from the middle, leaving the bones completely clean. Delicious. My dad's marinated duck wings have been improved, adding Sichuan pepper for an extra layer of numbing flavor compared to the traditional method. You should try this. It's my second favorite among all the marinated snacks from my family. The first is marinated beef shank, but I didn't bring that this time. Oh, I'll make sure to bring it next time. Wang Hao mumbled, a small piece of chili flakes stuck to his chin, completely unaware. Lin Shin opened the bag of duck-flavored potato chips and poured them onto the table, the golden chips spilling across half the table. He carefully tasted one, and then his eyes lit up. This flavor does resemble the duck sold on the streets of Nanjing, albeit a bit milder. Zhao Shui said this flavor of potato chips is her favorite. She buys it every time she goes to the supermarket. So did you bring this because you miss home, or because you miss Zhao Shui? Wang Hao asked while chewing on the duck wing. Both. Lin Shin stuffed a chip into his mouth, mumbling. Last time she said that when she comes to Shanghai she wants to try all the flavors of potato chips, and then make a ranking of them. When she comes, let me know, and I'll treat you both to a meal. My dad's restaurant has a new crab soup dumpling that girls generally like. Wang Hao patted his chest. Why should I come too? Li Bowen was busy using a small knife to slice an apple into 8 equal wedges, each piece appearing nearly identical to the naked eye. Because you can't always be alone and you need to get out and socialize. Your dad wants you to practice your drinking skills at dinner, so you can practice at our dormitory gathering as well. You're drinking cola, so you can't practice drinking skills. Then practice your courage. Are you daring enough to dip this apple wedge in the spicy oil from the marinated food before eating it? Wang Hao challenged him. Li Bowen fell silent for 2 seconds, then picked up an apple wedge, dipped it lightly in the spicy oil, and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his brows furrowed slightly, his lips pressed tightly together, and his Adam's apple bobbed, yet his expression remained calm as ever. How does it taste? Lin Shin asked anxiously. Acceptable, Li Bowen replied. But the next second he grabbed the cola on the table and gulped several mouthfuls, his ears subtly turning red. Your ears are red, Dewey remarked. I know. No need to remind me. Wang Hao was already laughing so hard, he was leaning on the table, nearly knocking over the box of marinated snacks. Young Master Li, your expression management skills are quite strong, it's just that your ears have betrayed you. In the future, when you get spiced up at a dinner, don't wear contact lenses. It's easy for your opponents to see your pupils dilate. I usually don't wear glasses. Li Bowen picked up the small knife again and sliced another apple wedge, this time without dipping it in spicy oil. I just didn't expect the spicy oil to be spicier than I imagined. This level of spiciness is what economists call information asymmetry. I didn't know the real spiciness before placing my order. You can even link eating spicy food to economics. Wang Hao sat up straight and bowed to Li Bowen. I'm convinced you are the unique academic representative of our dorm. No one is allowed to contest this title with you. Outside, the rain gradually diminished from pouring to a light drizzle. The playground had formed shallow puddles that reflected the light from the street lamps. In the distance, the ginkgo trees appeared hazy in the rain mist, their leaves greener after being washed by the rain, forming a stark contrast with the yellowing leaves of the parasol trees. Raindrops slid down the window, dividing the outside world into countless delicate flowing lines. He leaned back in his chair, watching the dorm filled with warm yellow light, observing Wang Hao wiping the chili flakes from his chin, Lin Shin secretly moving the last piece of duck wing towards himself, and Li Bowen meticulously cleaning the juice that splattered on the table while slicing the apple, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility rise within him. The 3 of them came from different family backgrounds, had different personalities and life trajectories. In this dormitory of less than 20 square meters, these differences were temporarily set aside. They were simply 4 individuals from room 302 stuck indoors due to a heavy rain, snacking, drinking cola, and sharing their thoughts. Dewey, Li Bowen suddenly called out to him. Moi, is your sister also in Shanghai? Yes, at the Shanghai Theater Academy, in her senior year. The Theater Academy. Wang Hao immediately became interested. Your sister is studying acting. Is she going to be a star? What does she look like? Do you have a photo? Wait, no. Why have you never mentioned your sister? If I had a sister studying acting, I would have already posted about it on social media for the whole class to know. She just landed a supporting role in a period drama, Dewey said. His tone was calm, but there was an unmasked brightness in his eyes when he spoke those words. He probably didn't realize it, but the other three noticed. What's the name of the drama? Let's watch it together when it airs, Lin Shan said. It's called Phoenix's Cry. The director is Lu Chuan. My sister said he's a very serious director with a good reputation in the industry. He looked outside. The rain threads floated like silver lines under the street lamp, blurring the row of ginkgo trees along the edge of the playground into a shimmering golden shadow. She prepared for this role for a long time, writing several thousand words for the character profile. What's your sister's name? Wang Hao took out his phone and opened the notes app, his expression very serious. They'll write it down, and when she becomes famous on screen, I'll be known as Du Yao's early follower. This identity can be useful for bragging later. Du Yao. Got it noted down. Wang Hao diligently typed a few lines in the notes app, then looked up at Du Yi. Your sister is working hard in Shanghai. Oh, it must be tough for her. When she has some free time, let's invite her to have a meal together. My dad's restaurant has private rooms available. Wait until she finishes this drama, Du Yi said. Okay. Lin Shan stood up to clean up the remnants of snacks on the table, crushed the empty cola cans to throw them into the trash, and sealed the remaining half of the marinated food back up to place it in Wang Hao's cabinet. Li Bowen wiped the small knife used for slicing the apple clean with a tissue and put it back in the drawer, then tightened the lid on the tea canister and returned it to its original place. Wang Hao folded the small table and leaned it against the wall, then patted off the crumbs of potato chips from his hands. Today's rain was quite good, Wang Hao said. Even though the training was cancelled, chatting like this was much more interesting than standing in military posture. I've noticed that the four of us in the dorm seem different on the surface, but deep down we all have a bit of stubbornness. Du Yi doesn't talk much, but knows everything. Li Bowen appears aloof, but is quite attentive. Lin Shan looks honest, but is the best at romance. And well, I'm just the most handsome, no need to explain. The last one is debatable, Li Bowen said. What's debatable about it? You're debatable in every aspect. Lin Shan and Du Yi both laughed at the same time. Wang Hao first widened his eyes, and then couldn't help but laugh, falling back onto the bed and throwing his pillow at Li Bowen, who caught it with an expressionless face and placed it back on his own chair. The rain completely stopped by evening. The water accumulated on the playground reflected the last rays of the setting sun like a shattered mirror. Someone downstairs shouted, a rainbow has appeared. Du Yi opened the window and indeed saw a faint rainbow arching over the library clock tower, one end landing on the rubber track of the playground, while the other vanished into the canopy of the ginkgo trees. The air was filled with the unique freshness after rain, a blend of soil grass and the scent of wet concrete. There are still 4 days left of military training. On the last day of military training, the military parade ceremony was held. At 5:30 in the morning before dawn, the hallway of Building 8 was already bustling. No one stayed in bed, and no one complained. Everyone started tidying up their belongings and appearance half an hour earlier than usual. Today, all the squads would be inspected in front of the entire school faculty and students. The 2 weeks of sweat and perseverance would culminate today in a synchronized march past the reviewing stand. Du Yi adjusted his camouflage uniform in front of the mirror. He fastened each button, meticulously adjusted the belt to the most suitable position, and polished his hat emblem until it reflected his blurry image. He looked at himself in the mirror. His face was a bit darker than 2 weeks ago, but his gaze was more resolute. It was not the calm brought by wealth, but rather the toughness forged through 14 days of endurance under the scorching sun, a blend of body and spirit. Wang Hao stood in front of the mirror for 5 minutes, repeatedly adjusting the angle of his hat's brim. He had secretly ironed his camouflage uniform with hot water from a mineral water bottle last night. Though it wasn't very successful, leaving a faint scorch mark, at least it was much smoother than before. He took a deep breath while looking at himself in the mirror, then slapped his face hard. My dad said he would come to watch my parade, he said with a tone rarely devoid of his usual lightheartedness. Your dad, Lin Shan, who was cleaning his glasses, looked up and asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Because he only notified me this morning. He said I happened to be passing by your school, so we'll drop by to see how you were doing. What does it mean to pass by? Our home is in Jinggan district. How is it on the way to Yangpu district? That route seems a bit too intentional. Wang Hao complained, but the curvature of his eyes betrayed him. He referred to his dad as passing by, yet he had adjusted his hat for 5 minutes. The parade officially began at 9 in the morning. All the formations lined up outside the playground waiting to enter according to their squad numbers. The National Flag Guard led the way, marching in perfect unison, their military boots striking the ground with a sound as precise as a metronome. Then came one camouflage formation after another, marching past the reviewing stand, calling out their respective squad slogans. The slogan of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Battalion was personally revised by Instructor Sun. Financial 8th Squad, forge ahead, serve the world mission on our shoulders. To ensure the slogan was shouted in unison, Instructor Sun practiced it separately no less than 10 times. During the first shout, someone mistakenly shouted serve the world as economic service and was punished by Instructor Sun with 20 push-ups. Prepare. Instructor Sun stood at the front of the formation, his voice several degrees louder than usual. His camouflage uniform was sharp as a knife, his military boots polished to a mirror shine, and the medals on his chest glistened under the sun. Right, look. He stepped forward. His right foot kicked out, toes pointed, his foot lifted 25 centimeters off the ground. His left arm swung forward at 60 degrees, while his right arm swung back at 30 degrees. The actions were precise to the angle of every joint, as if measured by a ruler. The entire formation radiated a sense of synchronized rhythm from his start. 120 people's steps adjusted to the same frequency. Within seconds, the sound of footsteps transforming from uneven clatter to a unified thud like a great drum struck at once. He focused straight ahead, his peripheral vision sweeping across the reviewing stand. The principal, college leaders, the chief instructor, and several unfamiliar guests sat on the platform, among them a middle-aged man whose figure seemed somewhat familiar. The man wore a dark business jacket, sitting upright, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the marching formation. The CEO of Shanghai Group, Shun Hanlon. He paused internally, but his steps remained steady. Why would Shun Hanlon come to the military training parade at the finance university? Was he an invited guest? Was he an alumnus? Or was there another reason? His gaze lingered on Shun Hanlon for just a moment before returning to maintain the standard marching rhythm. Shun Hanlon nodded slightly on the reviewing stand, his calm gaze sweeping over the formation, not lingering on for any extra moment. When the 8th squad marched past the reviewing stand, Wang Hao's father, sitting in the audience, a middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt, slightly paunchy, but with sharp eyes, stood up. Unlike the other parents beside him who were raising their phones to snap pictures, he didn't shout his son's name loudly. He simply stood quietly, hands crossed in front of him, his gaze following the round-faced, crew-cut figure in the formation. When the formation shouted in unison, "Serve the world mission on our shoulders," his lips moved slightly, as if reciting along, or perhaps talking to himself. After the parade, all the new students held a brief closing ceremony on the playground. The chief instructor stood on the reviewing stand, his expression still serious, but his tone had softened a bit compared to 2 weeks ago. 14 days ago, most of you couldn't even stand in military posture. Today, you marched past the reviewing stand in perfect unison with great momentum. This is what you have earned through your sweat. I hope you remember these 14 days. Because in your future lives, there will be many things more challenging than standing in military posture, and many situations more despairing than 40-degree heat. But you have already proven that you can. Salute. All formations raised their right hands in unison. This salute was much more standard than 2 weeks ago. Fingers together, palms slightly downward, the middle finger lightly touching the brim of the hat, the angle precise. After the closing ceremony, it was time for group photos of each class and squad. The playground was a mix of chaos and joy, with some throwing instructors up and catching them, some hugging their comrades and crying heartily, and others holding up their phones looking for people to take selfies. Instructor Sun was surrounded by students from the 8th squad, taking turns for pictures. Wang Hao was the first to rush up and wrap his arm around Instructor Sun's shoulder, only to be caught by Instructor Sun in a reverse hold and pinned down. Lin Shin stuffed a bag of duck-flavored potato chips into Instructor Sun's backpack, saying, "Instructor, don't dislike it. This flavor is a specialty of Nanjing." Instructor Sun rarely smiled, patted Lin Shin on the shoulder, and then turned his gaze toward Dewey. "You have a good foundation," Instructor Sun said. This was the closest thing to praise he had said in 2 weeks. "Thank you, Instructor. I'm not complimenting you. I'm stating a fact. Keep exercising, don't let it go to waste." Instructor Sun nodded at him, then turned around to continue taking photos with other students. He watched Instructor Sun's back, and then glanced at the crowd on the playground, filled with laughter and tears. At that moment, he was not the mastermind behind Shanghai Group, nor the invisible wealthy man sitting on billions in assets. He was merely a new recruit of the 8th Squad of the 3rd Battalion, standing under the scorching sun, having stood in military posture, sung military songs in the rain, and marched in a parade with 120 others. That evening, back in the dormitory, Wang Hao neatly folded his camouflage uniform and placed it in the innermost compartment of the wardrobe. His movements were gentle, as if preserving a battle robe that he would never wear again, but could never part with. "Not washing it?" Lin Shin asked. "I'll leave it for a couple of days to let the sweat smell linger," Wang Hao replied, closing the wardrobe door and leaning against it. "My dad sent me a message on his way home today. He said he saw it. He said the march was better than he imagined. Just that one line without any other compliments." "That's already a compliment," Li Bowen said. "Yeah, so I'm really happy." Wang Hao smiled broadly, then rubbed his eyes. "Is the air conditioning too strong? My eyes feel a bit sore." No one called him out on it. "I humbly ask all book friends for help by giving a rating to the new book and casually adding it to your bookshelf." The university life officially enters its routine after the end of military training. The class schedule is not too packed. 16 classes per week spread across Monday to Friday mornings and afternoons, with no classes on Wednesday. For the freshmen who have just experienced the hellish Gaokao and the devilish military training, this rhythm feels feels like being pulled out of a pressure cooker and thrown into a hot spring. In the last week before the National Day holiday, the atmosphere on campus noticeably relaxed. The seat occupancy rate in the library dropped by half, but the number of people jogging at night on the playground doubled. Everyone wanted to salvage their tan skin from military training before heading home. The edges of the phoenix tree leaves began to turn yellow, and occasionally a leaf would spiral down to the sidewalk, swept into a pile by the cleaning lady with a large broom. The National Day arrangements of Dormitory 302 became the core topic of conversation. Wang Hao lay on his bed, counting on his fingers. I'm not going home for National Day. Our family's restaurant business is at its peak with all 20-plus locations fully booked. My dad will definitely make me work as free labor. Last National Day, I served plates for 7 days straight, standing from 10 in the morning to 10 at night, and my legs felt like they weren't mine anymore. But this year, my dad said, since I studied finance, I don't have to serve plates. I'll be helping in the finance department with account reconciliation. Your dad is promoting you. Li Bowen looked up from the Go manual. Reconciliation is more painful than serving. At least when serving plates, I could sneak a bite or two in the kitchen, but when reconciling, my eyes start to blur, and those numbers crawl across the paper like ants. Wang Hao turned over and tossed the question out. What about you guys? I have to accompany my dad to a few banquets for... Li Bowen's tone was as flat as if he were discussing the cafeteria food. There's a business promotion event in the city during National Day, and my dad is in charge of hosting a few out-of-town entrepreneurs. He said I should follow along to see the world and practice my drinking capacity. Last time I got tipsy after half a glass of baijiu and was scolded by him. The banquet of the vice mayor's family must be quite fancy, right? Lin Chen adjusted his glasses. Whether it's fancy or not is not important, or whether the food tastes good is also not important. Li Bowen paused. What matters is that the people at the table are likely to be those I'll have to interact with in the future. My dad says these things have to be learned sooner or later, so it's better to start from freshman year. Your family is very strict. Wang Hao remarked, then turned to Lin Chen. What about you? I'm going back to Nanjing for National Day. Lin Chen was checking high-speed train tickets on his tablet, swiping his finger on the screen. The 4th is Zhao Shue's birthday. I promised to go back and celebrate with her. The gift is already prepared. I wrote a small program that can automatically generate an acrostic poem with her name on a web page paired with her favorite anime-style background image. You wrote code for a gift. Wang Hao's eyes widened. Your operation is way more advanced than my standard procedures. I need to remember this. But you don't have a girlfriend. What do you need to remember this for? Li Bowen said. To build. Wang Hao replied confidently, then turned to Du Yi. What about you? Du Yi leaned against the headboard, flipping through a book titled Securities Investment Analysis. He had long since decided on his National Day plans: attend a strategic seminar on the entertainment sector at Shanghai Group and handle a few matters that required his personal approval. But he couldn't say that. I'll be staying in Modu for National Day. My sister just happens to have a new play starting. I'll go check on her. I'll also stroll around the school to familiarize myself with the environment. Want to come eat at our family's restaurant? There are a few places doing promotions during National Day. Oh, we just launched a new crab soup dumpling. I'll save you a basket. Wang Hao enthusiastically suggested. Sure. Then when I return, I'll bring you some salted duck from Nanjing. I don't have anything to bring. Li Bowen pushed up his glasses and thought for a moment. If you eat something good at the promotion event, I can ask my dad if he can package some. Are you serious or just joking? Half serious, half joking. The dormitory fell silent for a second, then the four of them burst into laughter. Wang Hao laughed the loudest, bouncing up from his bed and almost hitting the ceiling. Li Bowen, you actually told a joke. I thought your sense of humor was as serious and formal as your dad's banquets following the procedures. I was just stating a fact. The corners of Li Bowen's mouth curled slightly. The last class before National Day was Advanced Mathematics on Wednesday morning. The professor ended the class 5 minutes early, and the classroom was immediately filled with the shrill noise of chairs scraping against the floor and the rumbling of luggage. Some people had already brought their suitcases to class. A boy leaned his suitcase against the back wall of the lecture hall, and as soon as class ended, he grabbed it and ran, earning Wang Hao's comment of the first to have a heart to return home. Du Yi packed his backpack and walked out of the classroom with his roommates. At the entrance of the teaching building, Wang Hao's family driver was already waiting by the roadside. A black commercial vehicle with the Haohai Xiaowan logo printed on its side, low-key and practical. Lin Chen dragged his signature oversized suitcase toward the ride-hailing pickup point at the school gate, chatting with Zhao Shui on video, the reflection of his girlfriend's smiling face visible on his glasses. Li Bowen was picked up by a black sedan. Not an official vehicle, but Du Yi took a second glance at the license plate. Back in the dormitory, Du Yi sent a message to Du Yao's sister. I'll be staying in Modu for National Day. When are you starting? Du Yao quickly replied, I officially start on October 3rd at that film base in Songjiang. Aren't you going home for National Day? That's great, we can celebrate together before you start. Mom called yesterday to ask if I was going back. I said I was filming and couldn't go. She seemed a bit disappointed. Then let's have a meal together on National Day. It's on me. You're treating me. Where are you getting the money? Du Yao sent a skeptical emoji. Isn't your living expense the 30,000 your dad gives you? Save some money, don't spend it extravagantly. I made a small investment and earned a bit. Investment? You're already investing in your first year. Du Yao paused for a moment, then sent a string of question marks. You're not getting involved in campus loans, are you? Brother, I'm telling you those things are a total no-go. No. I just used my pocket money to buy a few stocks and got lucky with some profits. Stocks? Du Yao sent another string of question marks. When did you learn to trade stocks? I researched it a bit during the summer vacation when I had nothing to do. Du Yi casually brushed over the topic. Don't worry, sister, I know what I'm doing. All right. Anyway, you've always been smarter than me since we were kids. Du Yao seemed to reluctantly accept this explanation. See you on National Day. I'll go practice now. The director said we need to rehearse a few key scenes before starting. Du Yi put down his phone and opened the encrypted platform. Chen Feng sent a new message. Mr. Du, the detailed agenda for the strategic seminar on October 3rd in the entertainment sector has been sent to your email. Mr. Shen suggests you arrive half an hour early. He has some ideas he'd like to discuss with you privately before the meeting. Understood. I'll arrive half an hour early. Du Yi finished replying and leaned back in his chair. During the National Day holiday, each of his roommates had their own plans, and he too had his own things to do. I sincerely ask all book friends to help give my new book a rating and add it to your bookshelf. Your encouragement to update more frequently is my greatest motivation. Every rating and each bookshelf edition drives me to post more. On October 1st, a National Day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a familiar notification sound echoed deep within his consciousness. Clear and crisp like a silver needle falling onto glass, the lingering tone creating subtle ripples in his mind. Du Yi opened his eyes. He was alone in the dormitory. Wang Hao had been picked up by his father's driver yesterday afternoon. Before leaving, he stuffed 3 textbooks into his backpack, claiming I will study hard during the National Day, and was then urged down the stairs by the driver. Those 3 books were now gathering dust on Du Yi's desk. Lin Chun took the evening high-speed train back to Nanjing. Before departing, he circled the dormitory 3 times to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything. Charger tablet birthday gift for Zhao Shui. Only to send a message on the train saying he forgot to bring his razor. Li Bowen was picked up by the family's black sedan. Before he left, he hesitated for a rare moment, asking Du Yi if he would be bored alone in the dormitory during National Day. Du Yi said he wouldn't, and only then did he nod and take his suitcase out the door. The entire building No. 8 was nearly empty, about 70 to 80%. The corridor lacked the usual sounds of slippers shuffling and the game sound effects coming from the neighboring rooms. There was no one queuing in the bathroom to wash up, and even the stray cats that Wang Hao often fed were sprawled lazily in the flower bed, soaking up the sun, their tails lazily sweeping across the concrete. Du Yi didn't rush to get out of bed, summoning the system panel with his thoughts. The deep blue interface silently unfolded before him, with words appearing stroke by stroke. October sign-in has been triggered. Monthly sign-in rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ownership of the entire luxury apartment building Jinxiu No. 1 along Century Avenue in Pudong New District. The building has 22 stories totaling 176 units. The current rental rate is 93% with an annual rental income of approximately 24 million. Property ownership documents, lease agreements, property management entrustment agreements, and the operating reports for the past 3 years have been stored in an encrypted cloud account. The original owner was an overseas investment institution, and the transaction has completed all legal procedures and cross-border tax settlements. Du Yi leaned against the headboard, reading the information from start to finish. In the previous 3 months, the system had provided 300 million in cash and a $1 trillion conglomerate. That was the foundation and framework. Bugatti and Yunding No. 1. That was the lifestyle configuration. The comprehensive business skill package. That was the armament of ability. Rolls-Royce and VIP black cards. That was the social tools. He hadn't had time to think deeply about the September sign-in rewards, but the October rewards had already come crashing down. This time it was an entire building. Not a single apartment, not a top floor, but a whole 22-story apartment building. 176 units, a 93% rental rate, 24 million in annual rent. This was not a consumer product, it was an asset. It was an investment-grade asset capable of generating continuous cash flow and stable appreciation expectations. If we reverse engineer the valuation based on the capitalization rate commonly used in the commercial real estate market, the market value of this building would be around 8 to 10 billion. Of course, the newly available residential land along Century Avenue is extremely scarce, so the actual transaction price is likely to be higher than the figures provided by the valuation model. He opened the encrypted cloud account and began to carefully examine the property ownership documents page by page. Jinxiu No. 1 is located in the middle section of Century Avenue, less than a 5-minute walk from the subway station, surrounded by 3 Grade A office building clusters and a large shopping center. The tenant demographic mainly consists of white-collar workers in the finance and technology sectors working in Pudong, with an average age of under 30, and the rent collection rate has remained above 98% for the past 3 years. The building itself was constructed 5 years ago, featuring a facade of dark gray glass curtain walls with light-colored stone managed by a professional company and is in good maintenance condition. The operating reports clearly listed even the elevator waiting times on each floor, public area lighting, energy consumption, and the waste classification compliance rate. He set down his tablet and sat on the bed for a while. He suddenly realized that the system's distribution was gradually upgrading, not just in terms of quantity, but also in the nature of the assets. 300 million in cash is the most basic liquidity. Yunding no. One is a top-tier residential property for personal use, and the 2 luxury cars are for transportation. But Jinxiu no. One is different. It is an operational asset, an asset capable of generating its own cash flow, a true wealth carrier that has transcended the category of consumer goods. The system is teaching him to walk. First, it gives him money, so he doesn't worry about survival. Then it gives him the ability to manage wealth. Now it starts giving him assets, so he learns how to make money generate more money. He sent a secure message to Chen Feng. The October sign-in reward is a building. Jinxiu no. 1. Along Century Avenue, 22 stories, 176 units, current rental rate of 93%. Have the real estate team conduct a detailed assessment focusing on several aspects: whether there is room for rent increases, whether the cost structure of property management can be optimized, and a comparison of the capitalization rates of similar properties in the vicinity. If it's not incorporated into the Starshine real estate asset pool, just maintain the current property entrustment model. Chen Feng's response was as prompt as ever, even on the morning of National Day received. Jinxiu no. 1 is in a great location. There has been almost no new supply along Century Avenue in recent years, making it a scarce asset. I will arrange for the real estate team to conduct an assessment and provide you with a detailed report before the holiday ends. No rush. Take a good rest during National Day. Thank you, Director Du. Happy holidays to you too. He put down his phone and drew the curtains. The weather in the magical city during National Day was surprisingly nice. The sky was a light blue clear after the autumn winds had blown away the haze, with a few white clouds hanging on the skyline towards Century Avenue, as if someone had casually stuck them there. Looking out of the dormitory window, he saw people jogging on the playground, the red rubber track shining brightly in the morning light. The clock hands of the library bell tower had just passed 7 o'clock, and the bell toll echoed in the quiet campus long and clear. The leaves of the ginkgo trees downstairs had begun to turn yellow, with a golden edge gradually fading inward, as if lightly licked by a flame. He stood by the window for a while, feeling the emptiness and tranquility of the entire dormitory building. This tranquility was not loneliness, but a rare clarity. When his roommates were around, this room was always lively. Wang Hao's loud voice, Lin Chen's keyboard clacking, and Li Bowen's page-flipping rustle. But now there were only his own breaths and the occasional chirping of birds from outside. He needed this quiet. In the stillness, he could clearly delineate the line between Du-Yi and Director Du. After washing up, he changed into a white t-shirt and dark long pants, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and heading out. This year for National Day, he had promised to take his sister out for a meal. It took about 40 minutes to take the subway from school to Nanjing East Road. The subway on National Day was even more crowded than usual, filled with tourists carrying shopping bags and young parents pushing baby strollers. Du-Yi leaned against the corner of the subway car, listening to the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, which he had sung during the singing night. He recalled the figure of Shun Hanlin he had seen on the reviewing stand during military training. The thought had not crossed his mind then, but now he realized that Shun Hanlin must have been invited as an alumnus guest. Starshine Group has a long-term talent transfer collaboration with the Financial University, and every year during the campus recruitment season, Starshine holds a special event at the university. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from Du Yao. Brother, I'm on the subway. 3 stops to Nanjing East Road. Have you arrived yet? He replied by typing almost there. Nanjing East Road Station is always one of the busiest stations in the magical city's subway system, especially during National Day. As Du-Yi squeezed out of the exit, he spotted Du Yao standing next to the flower bed by the subway entrance. Today she was wearing a light yellow dress with a light denim jacket on top, her ponytail tied high, and her feet adorned with white canvas shoes. She looked more vibrant than the last time they met, with an undeniable excitement in her eyes. Sister. Du Yao jogged over, sizing him up from head to toe. You haven't tanned too much. It seems you slacked off during military training. Unlike me back then, after military training I was so dark that even my roommates couldn't recognize me. Didn't you say your school doesn't have military training? I meant, if, hypothetically. Okay, let's not dwell on those details. Du Yao hooked her arm through his and walked towards Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. Come on, you're treating today. Oh, I want to feast on you. Didn't you say you made some money with your investments? How much did you make? Not much, just enough to treat you to a meal. So mysterious. Du Yao rolled her eyes at him, but didn't press for more. Fine, fine, since you've always been prudent in whatever you do since childhood. I just need to eat. Let me tell you, I purposely skipped dinner last night, just for this meal today. Sister, you don't have to do this. What does it matter to you? What's wrong with me starving a bit since you're treating? It's basic table etiquette. Du Yi smiled. His sister was like this. She clearly wanted to save him money, but insisted on framing it as her own strategy. He knew his sister would never truly overcharge him. She would definitely order the most economical dishes, while she claimed, let's get another one, but would end up flipping through the menu, only adding one vegetarian dish. The two of them found a local cuisine restaurant on a side street behind Nanjing Road. The restaurant was small, located on the first floor of an old-style alley with several red lanterns hanging at the entrance and a row of small flower pots on the windowsill. Inside the restaurant, there were only a few tables covered with red and white checkered tablecloths and old Shanghai calendar advertisements hanging on the walls. The owner was a middle-aged Shanghai lady in her 50s, speaking softly as she recommended the restaurant's braised pork and salted pork soup. Du Yao flipped through the menu, and as expected, she ordered 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, then closed the menu saying that's enough. Sister, how is the preparation for Fengming going? Du Yi placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl. I've memorized the script. The role of the third female lead isn't particularly extensive, but each scene is crucial. There's a rain scene that I'm particularly looking forward to where I confront the male lead about his betrayal of the sect. The lines are beautifully written. I cried while reading the script. When Du Yao spoke about the role, her eyes would light up, and she forgot to pick up her chopsticks, raising them in the air. The director said my temperament fits this role well. I don't need to act deliberately, just be myself. But I still did a lot of homework. I wrote a character profile, analyzed the character's growth arc, and even designed a small action for her, where she subconsciously touches the tassel of her sword at her waist when nervous. What small action? It's this. Du Yao instinctively touched her waist and made an extremely natural motion of gripping thin air. The script didn't write this, but after the director saw it, he said it was great and asked the screenwriter to add this action into a few key scenes. Your sister is quite capable, isn't she? Sister, you're going to be famous, Du Yi said. Du Yao paused for a moment. She stirred her soup, then looked up, smiling even brighter than before. Of course, when I become famous, you'll be known as the younger brother of Best Actress Du Yao, and you'll walk with a breeze in school. Then I can walk with a breeze right now. Not now. Right now, I'm just a new actress who just got her first serious role. But it won't be long. I start filming on October 3rd for 3 months, and the wrap-up is expected before the Spring Festival. If post-production goes smoothly, it will air next summer. By then, you'll be able to see me on TV. Du Yi looked at his sister, who was full of excitement, silently noting down several key pieces of information. Filming starts on October 3rd at the Songjiang Film and Television Base with a shooting period of 3 months. He would have Chen Feng keep an eye on the crew's situation when necessary to ensure the filming environment was clean and fair. After finishing the meal, Du Yao eagerly paid for the drinks. 2 cups of lemon tea. She said, you treat for the meal, it'll cover the drinks fair and square. Du Yi didn't argue with her. After leaving the restaurant, the siblings strolled along Nanjing Road towards the... On the night of National Day, the crowds at the Bund were terrifying. The viewing platform was filled with tourists from all over the country, and tour guides holding small flags shouted for people to gather every few meters. The skyscrapers of Lujiazui across the Huangpu River were lit up with dazzling lights. The sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower shone brightly in the night, and the outer wall of the Jinhua building displayed a giant National Day slogan. The cruise ships on the river slowly passed by, trailing colorful lights with their whistles echoing long in the night sky. Du Yao leaned over the railing of the viewing platform, gazing at the lights on the opposite bank, suddenly becoming quiet. The girl who had been garrulous at the dinner table had vanished, replaced by a young woman staring blankly into the distance. The river breeze ruffled her bangs, and the hem of her light yellow dress swayed gently beneath the railing. Brother, do you really think I can become famous? Her voice was soft, almost swallowed by the river wind and the noise of the tourists. But Du Yi heard her clearly. Yes, he said. What makes you so sure? Du Yao turned to look at him, her eyes reflecting the lights on the opposite bank. Today, the director told me that my role as the third female lead might be cut as the investors want to slot someone in with connections to play another storyline, and the budget and time need to be redistributed. I worked hard to secure this role, but it seems I could be replaced at any time. Du Yi fell silent for a second. His fingers tightened in his pocket, then loosened. He wanted to tell his sister, it's okay, the investor for this crew is Tianxing Film. Tianxing Film is a subsidiary of Starshine Entertainment. Starshine Entertainment is a subsidiary of Starshine Group, and Starshine Group belongs to him. As long as he made one phone call, no one could touch her role. But he couldn't say that. Because you work harder than others. Effort doesn't guarantee success, but if you have put in your utmost effort, at least you won't regret it. Didn't the director say, your audition left the strongest impression on him among all newcomers? The investors want profit, but the director wants quality. Good works require good actors. You are that good actor. Du Yao looked at him silent for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Not the kind of carefree laughter, but a laugh that came from being securely supported and then relaxed. Brother, when did you become so eloquent? In the past, your comforting words were always, "It's okay, sister," at most adding, "What are we having for dinner?" Learn from my... What kind of people are your roommates to have made you so articulate? Du Yao stood up straight and patted his shoulder. All right, I believe you. Since my brother says I can become famous, then I definitely can. You've always been smarter than me since childhood. Your judgment should be correct. She stretched with a big yawn. Let's go back. Tomorrow I have to go run an announcement, and there's still a lot of preparation work before filming starts. Even if my scenes might be cut, as long as I still have a scene, I will perform it to the best of my ability. Dewey nodded and walked with his sister towards the subway station. On the subway back to school, Dewey leaned against the corner of the car and took out his phone to send a message to Chun Feng. The Tianqing film project filming the director is Lu Chuan, and the third female lead is Du Yao. Keep an eye on whether anyone from the investors is trying to sneak someone in through improper channels to cut scenes. If so, let me know immediately. Don't alert anyone. Chun Feng's reply was as concise as ever received. Will arrange for someone to follow up immediately. On October 3rd, the third day of the National Day holiday, the campus was quiet as a deserted city. The sycamore leaves began to fall, and the cleaning ladies swept them in the morning, only for a thin layer of golden leaves to cover the ground by noon. Only a few students who stayed on campus were jogging on the playground track, their footsteps echoing clearly in the air. The library was only open on the second floor, with less than a third of the usual seating occupied. The few coveted seats by the window were surprisingly vacant. Du stayed in the dormitory until noon, finishing the pile of group documents that had accumulated before the holiday. He reviewed Lin Rooking's fourth-quarter asset allocation adjustment plan for the finance sector twice, making red annotations with a stylus next to several key assumptions. His expectations for the decline in interest rates were overly optimistic, suggesting an increase in the coverage of stress test scenarios. The due diligence report on the acquisition of an AI chip startup from Xiaoran's technology sector also arrived, a thick document of over 80 pages. He read through the core terms and risk assessment section page by page, writing a detailed review. Closing the tablet, he glanced at the time. It was 11:30. There were still 2 hours until the meeting with Shun Hanlin for their private discussion. He changed into a freshly pressed white shirt and donned a dark blue jacket, checking himself in the mirror. It made him look like a college freshman interning during the holiday. This image was good. It was neither ostentatious nor shabby, perfectly blending in with the young white-collar workers bustling between the office buildings in Lujiazui. He took the subway to Lujiazui Station and crossed the circular sky bridge after exiting. During the National Day holiday, the number of tourists in Lujiazui doubled compared to usual. The circular sky bridge was crowded with tourists holding selfie sticks, some posing in front of the Oriental Pearl Tower, while others leaned over the railing to capture time-lapse footage of the traffic below. Du navigated through the crowd, descending from the other side of the bridge and turning into the dedicated entrance of the Xinhui Building's underground parking lot. As the black access card swiped to open the dedicated elevator, the floor indicator lights on the panel illuminated in sequence like a row of silent sentinels. The corridor on the 46th floor was quiet and empty. During the National Day holiday, only a few staff members were on duty at the group headquarters. The sensor lights in the corridor lit up one by one as he passed, then extinguished behind him like a zipper made of light, opening and closing around him. Shen Hanlin was already waiting in the president's lounge. The lounge was small, but every detail could withstand scrutiny. The deep brown leather sofa sank just right to the most comfortable angle for the back, while the armrests of the matching armchairs were wrapped in a layer of matte metal warm to the touch. A large contemporary ink painting hung on the wall depicting the skyline along both sides of the Huangpu River, with dark ink illustrating the buildings and lighter ink representing the river, leaving the empty spaces to the sky's light. Du recognized the seal on the painting belonging to a heavyweight contemporary artist from the Magic City. The Xinhui Group's art investment fund had several of his works in its collection. On the coffee table were 2 cups of freshly brewed Longjing tea, the green and clear brew steaming gently in the air, swaying softly in the breeze of the air conditioning. Director Du, happy holiday. Shen Hanlin stood up from the sofa and gave a slight bow. He was not dressed in formal attire today, wearing a dark gray cashmere cardigan that revealed the collar of a white shirt underneath, appearing less sharp than usual as a professional manager and more amiable like an elder. Happy holiday, Director Shun. Du sat down opposite him and took the teacup that Shen Hanlin pushed over. Did you not go out to play during the National Day, eh? Aren't young people supposed to travel during the holiday? Shen Hanlin rarely wore a hint of a smile, his tone much more relaxed than usual. I dealt with a few documents. Du took a sip from the teacup, the refreshing bitterness of Longjing tea melting on his tongue, leaving a sweet aftertaste. I reviewed the evaluation report for Jinxiu No. 1. The real estate team's opinion is that it is more cost-effective to merge it into the group's asset pool for unified management. I agreed. Have them come up with a consolidation plan by the end of the month. All right, I'll have Zhou Jiangwo's side push it forward as soon as possible. Shun Hanlon nodded, putting down his teacup, and took out a not-thick report from the briefcase beside the sofa, sliding it in front of Du Yi. The cover of the report was stamped with the word confidential, and the title read, Shanghai Entertainment Sector 202X Annual Strategic Investment Direction Draft. Du Yi opened the report, quickly scanning the table of contents and core summary. The entertainment sector planned to invest an additional $5 billion next year, but there were two completely different voices internally regarding how to spend this $5 billion. One side advocated for continuing the heavy asset model, investing most of the funds in theater expansion and film-based construction. The other side argued for a shift to a light asset model, increasing investment in content IP incubation and artist management. President Zhang and Director Lu Chuan each hold their own views. Shun Hanlon's fingers were crossed on his knees, his tone steady. President Zhang has been in the cinema industry for over 10 years and knows theater operations like the back of his hand. His reasoning is quite sound. Cinemas are currently the only stable profit-generating business line in the entertainment sector, and expanding cinemas means expanding the cash flow base. Director Lu Chuan believes that the core competitiveness of the film and television industry in the future lies not in channels, but in content and talent. Whoever controls quality IP and top artists holds the pricing power. Both proposals have their merits and risks. Du Yi turned to the last page of the report. The financial forecasting comparison table for the two proposals was placed side by side. The heavy asset proposal required a significant initial investment with a long payback period, but provided stable cash flow suitable for long-term holding. The light asset proposal had high risk and volatility, but once a hit or a top artist was cultivated, the return rate would be exponential. He closed the report and remained silent for a moment. What do you think, Director Shun? I tend to favor a dual approach. Shun Hanlon picked up his teacup, gently nudging the tea leaves floating on the surface with the lid. We can't give up the basic cash flow from cinemas, but we must also address the shortcomings in content and artist management. My preliminary suggestion is a 5,050 split, $25 billion to continue upgrading cinemas and expanding in core cities, and $25 billion to Tianqing Film for content incubation and artist training. But the exact ratio needs your approval. Du Yi thought for a moment and said, your thinking aligns with mine, but the ratio needs adjustment. The cinema side does not need $25 billion. The prime locations for quality cinemas in core cities have already been mostly taken, and further expansion yields diminishing returns. Cut it down to $20 billion, focusing on upgrading boutique cinemas in the core areas of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen without spreading ourselves too thin. The remaining $30 billion should be entirely invested in content and artists. Shun Hanlon was slightly taken aback. $30 billion for content and artists was much more substantial than he had anticipated. A $30 billion budget can accomplish quite a lot in the current market environment. Du Yi continued his pace steady, but each word firm and reassuring. In-grade costume drama typically requires an investment of about $200 to $300 million, while the promotional cost for a leading film easily exceeds $100 million. For Tianqing Film to make an impact in content, at least 3 to 4 projects need to be pushed forward simultaneously to create economies of scale and schedule synergy. $20 billion can only cover 2 projects, while $30 billion can fund 4. The more projects, the greater the chance of producing a hit. You have a positive outlook on the content sector. Shun Hanlon gazed at him thoughtfully. It's not merely optimism, it's a judgment. Du Yi lifted his teacup and took another sip. Future entertainment consumption will become increasingly fragmented. The competition for cinemas isn't just from other cinemas, but also from short video platforms, live broadcasts, and online games. If Shanghai Entertainment is merely a channel provider, it will inevitably be replaced. However, if Shanghai Entertainment possesses its own IP matrix and top artists, no matter how the channels change, content will always remain upstream. Shun Hanlon fell silent for a moment, then placed his teacup down, a complex yet appreciative smile appearing on his face. Director, do your words remind me of someone? Who? The old chairman. Shun Hanlon's gaze fell on the ink painting on the coffee table, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Back then, everyone said real estate was a surefire business, but he insisted on pouring money into finance and technology when the group was at its most profitable. People at the board meeting thought he was mad, but he said, you see the present, I see 5 years ahead. Later, when real estate regulations came, many peers fell, but Shanghai survived the toughest years thanks to the profits from the finance and technology sectors. He turned to look at Du Yi, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. The decision you're making now is in the same direction as that of the old chairman. It's not about what's most profitable now, but about what will be most valuable in 5 years. Du Yi did not respond to this. He knew that Shun Hanlon's reference to the old chairman was a background setting implanted by the system, but such a comparison made him feel somewhat uneasy. He was not a visionary genius, but an ordinary person armed with a skill package by the system. However, he was confident in his judgment, not because of what the system provided him, but because he had genuinely spent a lot of time studying the industry. The all-around business skill package provided him with analytical tools, but the conclusions drawn from those tools were ones he arrived at step by step himself. Director Shan, he set down his teacup. I will not speak at the seminar. The plan will follow the direction I just mentioned, 20 billion for cinema upgrades and 30 billion for content incubation. But do not mention that it is my idea. Understood. Shun Hanlon nodded. I will propose the adjustment plan in the name of the management team. Additionally, regarding Tianqing Film, I have already had someone keep an eye on the funding connections for the Fengming production team. Everything is currently normal, and no one has attempted to interfere with casting or script changes through improper channels. However, there is one thing you need to know. The agency for the female lead has recently been negotiating with the production team to increase her screen time. Such matters are common in the industry and are not considered overstepping, but I will have someone monitor the developments to ensure that it does not affect the reasonable rights of other actors. Dewey nodded. He knew who Shun Hanlon referred to as the other actors. The two exchanged a glance, not breaking the silence, but a mutual understanding was reached. Let's go to the conference room. He stood up, fastening the button of his jacket. Director Shun Hanlon also stood up, hesitating for a moment. Are you really not going to speak? I believe your analytical ability would leave a deeper impression on the executives if you said a few words at the meeting. I won't speak. He shook his head. I do not need them to remember me right now. I only need them to remember the plan. Shun Hanlon fell silent for a second, then leaned slightly. Understood. After you, Director The two walked out of the lounge side by side. The sensor lights in the corridor lit up sequentially, and the thick carpet swallowed the sound of their footsteps. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the corridor, the skyline of Lujiazui sparkled in the sunlight of the National Day. The sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower, reflecting blinding white light, while the boats on the Huangpu River glided by, leaving long white trails behind them. Dear friends, the success of the new book relies entirely on your support. If the content suits your taste, please give it an objective rating so more readers can discover it. Adding it to your bookshelf will allow you to see updates immediately. If you urge for updates, I promise to speed up my writing. The strategic seminar was held in the first meeting room on the 46th floor. The meeting room was larger than he had imagined. The entire floor-to-ceiling window faced the Huangpu River, with the afternoon sun refracting off the river's surface, sliced into even beams of light by the electric blinds illuminating the deep gray surface of the conference table. Nearly 20 people sat on both sides of the long table, including executives from the entertainment sector, a production team from Tianqing Film Industry, operational leaders from Shanghai Cinemas, and several core members from the group's strategic development and financial management departments. In front of each person was a neatly bound agenda document and a deep blue thermos cup embossed with the star logo of Shanghai Group. He sat in the listening area at the far end of the long table against the wall, with an open notebook and a fountain pen placed before him. He had chosen his seat carefully, not at the main position, not drawing attention, yet with a vantage point that allowed him to cover the entire table, observing the expressions and body language of every speaker. Shun Hanlon sat at the main position in the center of the long table, delivering the opening remarks, his tone steady and measured. Today we will establish the strategic direction for the entertainment sector for next year. The allocation of funds for the two directions of cinema expansion and content incubation will be discussed thoroughly in this meeting. After the discussion, we will form a resolution and execute it. Zhang Demao, the current head of the entertainment sector, was the first to speak. His full name is Zhang Demao, in his 50s, and he is one of the longest-serving executives at Shanghai Group, having joined around the same time as Shun Hanlon. He wore a dark suit, his hair meticulously combed, and when he spoke he habitually tapped his fingers on the table, each tap landing precisely on a keyword. He was not very skilled in operating the projector, pressing the remote several times before the PPT turned to the next slide, eventually laying the remote down and simply pointing at the screen. His proposal had a clear logic. Continue to solidify the cinema's foundation by investing $3 billion to add 15 theaters in core cities, 5 of which would be flagship stores featuring IMAX and Dolby Cinemas. Every page of the PPT was filled with dense data, support box office growth rates for various cities, per-screen output comparisons, and the expansion pace of competitors. The cinema sector is the only stable profit-generating business line in the entertainment sector. Last year, Shanghai Cinema's net profit accounted for 62% of the entire entertainment sector. The risks of content production are too high. Last year we invested in 3 films, 1 lost money, 1 broke even, and 1 barely turned a profit. As for artist management, it's even more challenging with long cultivation periods and high attrition risks. Of the 3 newcomers we signed last year, 2 were poached by other companies. Now is not the time for an aggressive transformation. It is the time to consolidate the foundation. Zhang Demao flipped to the last page with the remote, then set it down, placing both hands on the table, his gaze sweeping across Lu Chuan opposite him. Director Lu, I am not denying the value of content, but creating content requires the right timing, location, and people. Every penny we earn from the cinema is real cash flow, while every penny spent on content is a gamble. Lu Chuan sat across from Zhang Demao, not interrupting his speech. Lu Chuan was somewhat different from Du Yi's imagination. He was a well-known director who had produced several critically acclaimed works, yet he dressed very simply in a dark gray cotton linen shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up to the elbows, revealing a forearm tanned by the lighting on set. His fingers were long and strong with calluses developed from long hours of gripping a camera. He did not use a PPT, with only an open notebook in front of him, hastily written with a few key points in pencil, the handwriting almost indecipherable. Zhang has made a very valid point. The cinema is the foundation of cash flow. Lu Chuan began, his voice low but quick, infused with the unique excitement of a creator, but the foundation can only provide stability, not growth. Last year, Shanghai Cinema's net profit growth rate was 3.8%, and this year it is expected to be under 3%. Why? Because the premium locations in core cities have already been snatched up and the marginal efficiency of newly added cinemas is declining. If you open 15 more and all are in third and fourth tier cities, the per-screen output will be less than half of what it is in core cities. This growth curve will peak within 5 years. He stood up and walked to the whiteboard at the front of the meeting room, picking up a marker and drawing a steep curve. The growth curve of content is not like this. Content follows a power law distribution. One blockbuster can generate profits exceeding the total of 10 ordinary works. The 3 films we invested in last year performed mediocrely, not because the content field is unviable, but because we did not invest in truly good projects. Where are the good projects? In the hands of good screenwriters, in the minds of great directors, and in promising new actors. If we do not begin to systematically lay out content starting now, in 3 years, when the channel dividends are completely exhausted, it will be too late to transform. As Zhang Demao was about to retort, Lu Chuan raised a hand signaling, "Let me finish," and continued writing on the whiteboard. Talent is the primary productive force. I have been a director for nearly 20 years. In these 20 years, I have seen too many talented young actors turn to other careers due to not waiting for a good role. I have also seen too many good scripts rot in screenwriters' drawers due to lack of investment. Shanghai Entertainment does not lack money, it lacks patience. Cultivating a top-tier artist takes 3 to 5 years, while building a quality IP matrix requires 5 to 8 years. If you only look at the next quarter's financial report, you will never invest in content. But if you look 5 years ahead, you will see that every penny spent today is spent wisely. The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. Du Yi noticed that Zhang Demao showed no signs of being swayed. Instead, the fingers lightly tapping the table accelerated slightly. Clearly, Lu Chuan's words touched on not only the divergence in strategic direction, but also something more subtle. Zhang Demao, as a veteran from the cinema sector, inherently harbored a distrust towards content production, a distrust that stemmed not just from business judgment, but from a deeper genetic predisposition. The clash of 2 commercial genes is harder to reconcile than pure financial analysis. Shen Hanlin did not rush to express an opinion. His gaze scanned between Zhang Demao and Lu Chuan before he spoke. Both of your opinions are very valid. There is no rush to make a decision today. Let's first hear the independent analysis from the Strategic Development Department. The head of the Strategic Development Department was a female executive around 40, surnamed Liang, with short, neat hair and an extremely clear speaking style. She stood up and used the remote to light up the projection screen on the wall, displaying a set of comparative data that Du Yi had already seen in the report. A financial model of the 2 proposals under different market scenarios, the results obtained from a Monte Carlo simulation appearing intuitive and precise. The light asset plan yields a return rate over 3 times that of the heavy asset plan in high-growth scenarios, but in pessimistic scenarios the losses are also greater. The group's recommendation is 3 to 2, 3 billion for content and artists and 2 billion for cinema. After Liang finished her analysis, Shen Hanlin summarized, his tone steady, as if reporting the weather. This ratio ensures continued investment in the cinema's foundation while providing sufficient ammunition for content to strive for blockbusters. How to allocate it specifically can be further discussed by Director Zhang and Director Lu. But in general, I suggest following this ratio. As he said, I suggest, his gaze inadvertently swept toward the listening area. It was just a moment, but Du Yi caught it. Zhang Demao was silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. His fingers finally ceased their tapping on the table. Since Director Shun has set the direction, I will no longer insist. However, I want to use the 2 billion allocated to cinemas wisely. I will refine the expansion plan and focus on the core business districts of several new first-tier cities. Lu Chuan nodded decisively. 3 billion is enough for me to undertake 4 projects. 1 major historical drama, 1 film, a support plan for new directors, and an artist training system. I will report the detailed plan to Director Shen later. After the meeting, he did not rush to leave. He sat in the listening area, closed his notebook, and put the fountain pen back in his pocket. The people at the conference table gradually dispersed, each tidying up their documents and thermos cups, whispering as they exited the meeting room. Zhang Demao walked out with heavy steps, his briefcase tucked under his arm, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was surrounded by several producers passionately discussing the casting issues for the new projects. Shen Hanlin approached Du-yi and slightly leaned forward. Director, do you have any opinions on today's discussion? None. The direction is correct. I'll let Director Lu and Director Zhang negotiate the execution. Du-yi stood up, securing his notebook. Regarding the crew of Fengming, please keep an eye on it. Do not interfere with the creation, but ensure that the actors are not bullied on set. Understood. Shen Hanlin nodded and turned to leave the meeting room. As Du-yi stepped out of the Xinhui building, the sky had already darkened. The neon lights of Lujiazui began to illuminate, and the tourists on the circular sky bridge were more numerous than during the day, some taking photos of the night scene, and others leaning against the railing, enjoying the evening breeze of the Huangpu River. The National Day Light Show had just begun. The orb of the Oriental Pearl Tower changing colors between red and gold, casting a swaying reflection on the river's surface across from it. He took out his phone and saw that Du Yao had sent a photo. The entrance to the Songjiang Film and Television Base, a massive replica ancient city gate with a banner for the crew of Fengming hanging above, reading Fengming crew begins filming successfully. In the photo, Du Yao was taking a selfie in front of the gate, dressed in her casual clothes, her eyes squinting into crescent moons as she smiled, with rows of ancient-style architecture in the background. Brother, sister has officially joined the crew. The director just led us in a kickoff ceremony where everyone lit 3 sticks of incense and prayed in all directions, and we also received a red envelope. A series of emojis followed the message. Du-yi smiled and typed back, "Congratulations, sister. Act well and call if there's anything." He put his phone back in his pocket and walked along Century Avenue towards the subway station. The sound of steam whistles from the Huangpu River stretched long in the night, like a deep tonal background in the city behind him. On the last day of the National Day holiday, the library's occupancy rate was still low. When Du-yi entered the second-floor study area of the library at 2 in the afternoon, only half of the most sought-after seats by the window were occupied. Sunlight streamed in diagonally through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filtered by the blinds into thin golden beams that fell upon the dark wooden table, making the wood grain clearly visible. The air was filled with the scent of old book pages, the faint lingering aroma of disinfectant, and the coffee aroma wafting up from the cafe on the first floor. He chose a table against the wall, spreading open securities investment analysis and his notebook, preparing to clarify several professional questions he encountered while reviewing group documents during the National Day holiday. The National Day holiday provided him with a whole uninterrupted period to deal with group affairs, but it also accumulated quite a few backlog tasks. The club's membership interview for the Financial Practice Society is next week. Although he doesn't need to prepare specifically, he doesn't want to appear too casual. Less than 10 minutes after he opened the book, a light blue figure emerged from between the bookshelves and stopped at the 2 tables in front of him. Su Qingwei wore a light gray knitted cardigan over a white t-shirt, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders. She held 3 thick books in her arms, the top book face up. Du-yi glanced at the title. Corporate Finance, a classic textbook by Stephen Ross, the cover slightly worn. She placed the books on the table, pulled out a chair to sit down, and took out a deep blue pencil case and a notebook from her canvas bag. The pencil case was cloth, slightly faded from washing, but clean, and the sound of unzipping the zipper was very soft. She did not notice Du-yi. After sitting down, she stacked the 3 books in order of size on the top left corner of the table, opened Corporate Finance to the page with a bookmark, and lowered her head to begin reading. Her reading posture was very standard, her back straight, but not stiff, the pages at a 45-degree angle to the table, her gaze moving down at a steady pace, occasionally stopping to write a few lines in her notebook. Sunlight illuminated her from the side, casting a faint golden hue over her profile, a few strands of hair falling by her ear, gently swaying with her subtle movements as she wrote. Du-yi withdrew his gaze and continued to read his book. The two were separated by 2 tables, quietly reading. Occasionally someone would pass between the bookshelves, their footsteps mostly swallowed by the thick carpet, leaving only a faint rustling sound. This silence lasted nearly 40 minutes. Then Su Qingwei closed her book, stood up, and walked towards the bookshelf area. Her steps were light, and her canvas shoes made almost no sound on the library carpet. A few minutes later, when she returned, she had 2 more books in her arms, and as she walked to her table, her expression. The light casually swept towards Du-yi's direction and paused for a moment. "You are here too," she said. Her tone was neither a question nor an exclamation, but rather a calm statement. Just reading a few books." Du-yi raised his head. "Did you register for the Finance Practice Society's interview?" as she asked. "I did." Sun Haoran said that the number of applicants this year is nearly double that of last year. The written test will weed out at least half of the candidates. She placed the newly borrowed book on the table, but did not rush to sit down. Are you prepared? I've read some books. What books? Du Yi turned the cover of the book titled Securities Investment Analysis to show her. Su Qingwei glanced at the cover and then looked at the open notebook on his desk. The notebook was densely filled with annotations, the handwriting neat, but the content was clearly not just copied from the book. Some contained his doubts and supplements regarding the theories in the text, with arrows and brief derivation formulas drawn alongside. Her gaze lingered on a certain page for a moment, slightly tilting her head as if she were examining a particularly small annotation. You are analyzing the applicability of the CAPM model to the share market, she said. Du Yi was somewhat surprised. The CAPM, capital asset pricing model, was a topic covered in depth in the third year, and a freshman might not even have heard of this term. Have you read any related papers? He asked. I skimmed through a few during the summer. Professor Zhou Mingyuan has an empirical study on the stability of beta coefficients in the share market published in the Journal of Finance Research. His conclusion was that the explanatory power of the CAPM in the share market is less than that in the U.S. market due to the weaker market efficiency of the share market. She pushed the book to the upper left corner of the table, speaking at a moderate pace, but with clear logic. However, Professor Zhou's sample period is 5 years old, and there have been significant changes in market structure over the past few years. His conclusion may need updating. Du Yi leaned back in his chair, watching Su Qingwei. When she spoke, her gaze was level with his without any display of arrogance or false humility. She was simply stating a fact. She had read these, she had thought about these, and she had her own judgments. This natural display of professionalism was far more persuasive than any deliberate exhibition. You are right. Du Yi flipped to a new page in his notebook, but the issue of market efficiency is not just about the beta coefficient. The problem with the share market lies in the high proportion of retail investors. The herd effect can collapse many rational pricing frameworks. The same CAPM applied to the CSI 300 constituents versus the entire share sample would yield vastly different results. Have you conducted a subsample test? Her eyebrows moved slightly, her tone tinged with genuine curiosity. I did some backtesting by myself during the summer. Have you conducted a subsample test? Her eyebrows moved slightly, her tone tinged with genuine curiosity. I did some backtesting by myself during the summer. For stocks with a higher proportion of institutional holdings, the explanatory power of the CAPM is stronger. For stocks crowded by retail investors, the explanatory power of market risk premiums is almost zero. Du Yi said. However, the sample period was too short, only 3 years, so the conclusion may not be reliable. Su Qingwei fell silent for 2 seconds. Her gaze towards Du Yi underwent a subtle change. Not one of being dazzled, but rather a more restrained, scrutinizing acknowledgement. Someone who has also invested a lot of time in a particular field recognized the equal effort of another. So what you did isn't just ordinary reading, she said. It's just ordinary reading. Du Yi chuckled. I just like to verify things after reading. Su Qingwei did not respond further. She pulled out her chair, sat down again, and opened the book Corporate Finance on the table. But after flipping to the page with a bookmark, her hand paused. She glanced at Du Yi, thought for a moment, and then lowered her head to continue reading. The two returned to their respective quietness. The library was filled only with the rustling of turning pages, the occasional buzzing sound from the distant copier, and the soft rustle of wind blowing through the sycamore leaves outside. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, gradually shifting angles with time, pushing the patches of light on the desk from left to right. The 3 books on Su Qingyu's desk were neatly stacked, and the writing in her notebook became increasingly dense. Du Yi recalculated the backtesting data for the CAPM in his mind, and found that one of the data sources used in a calculation might have issues, marking it with a question mark in his notebook. More than an hour later, Du Yi closed the book and prepared to leave. As he stood up to pack his things, Su Qingwei looked up. The Finance Practice Society's interview will test financial statement analysis. Sun Haoran likes to ask questions about the DuPont analysis system, she said. Du Yi placed his notebook into his backpack and zipped it up. Thanks for the reminder. Not a reminder. Su Qingwei withdrew her gaze, returning to the pages of the book, just stating a fact. Du Yi smiled, and having secured his backpack, paused as he walked past her desk. Could you send me the paper by Professor Zhou that you read during the summer? I'd like to have a look too. Su Qingwei raised her head to glance at him, took out her phone from her canvas bag, opened a PDF file, and turned the screen towards him. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send it to you. Her tone remained plain and concise. But as she said this, she looked at him for half a second longer than usual. Du Yi took out his phone to scan her QR code. The friend request was sent, and was almost immediately accepted. She sent the PDF of Professor Zhou's paper, and also sent another document, a reading note she had written herself, highlighting the core hypotheses, data sources, research methods, and areas she believed could be improved in different colors. You wrote this yourself? Du, he looked at the notes. I wrote it during the summer. Some parts might not be accurate. He'll read it and let you know. Su Qingyu's lips twitched slightly, a movement so minimal that it would have gone unnoticed if one were not looking directly at her face. Then she placed her phone back into her canvas bag and lowered her head to read again, returning to that quiet, focused state as if nothing had happened moments before. When he left the library, the sky had already darkened slightly. The leaves of the ginkgo trees rustled in the evening wind, and a few golden leaves danced as they fell onto the steps. His phone vibrated. Su Qingyue had sent another message. No emojis, no filler words, just a single line. The DuPont analysis system we mentioned earlier tests the decomposition of ROE into 3 factors: net profit margin, asset turnover ratio, and equity multiplier, and then analyzes the trend of each factor's changes. During last year's interview, Sun Haoran asked a question requiring the interviewee to analyze a company whose ROE is suddenly soared. As a result, most people only looked at the net profit margin, neglecting the change in the equity multiplier. This company's soaring ROE was due to increased leverage, not an actual improvement in profitability. Another message followed. This trap is very typical. He stood on the steps reading the 2 messages. The style of Su Qingyu's messages was identical to her speaking style, concise, precise, and with a high information density. No unnecessary words, yet she conveyed the most critical points clearly. She had pointed out a potential pitfall that could easily trip someone up in an interview. He typed a reply: received. Thanks. After waiting a moment with no response, he put his phone back in his pocket and descended the steps. On the sycamore tree-leaned path, ginkgo leaves and sycamore leaves mixed together, fluttering in the evening breeze. More people were out for a night run on the playground, the red rubber track shining under the streetlights. In the distance, someone was playing basketball with the sounds of dribbling and the dull thud of the ball against the backboard alternating. As he walked back to the dormitory, he recalled the half-second pause in Su Qingyu's gaze when she said, "Add me on WeChat." It was neither ambiguous nor suggestive, just a small, almost imperceptible pause, like she was confirming her decision. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hao was sitting at the desk looking at a compilation of past interview questions from the Finance Practice Society. On his computer, his expression serious, as if preparing for a final exam. His notebook was densely filled with key points, and beside it lay a book borrowed from the library titled Introduction to Financial Statement Analysis. "Lao Du, you're back just in time. Take a look at this question." He turned the computer screen towards him. This question asks if a company's cash flow from operating activities is persistently negative while net profit remains positive, what could be the reasons? "I think it's too much accounts receivable. What do you think?" "It could also be that revenue recognition is too aggressive." He sat down in the chair and thought for a moment. An increase in accounts receivable is one aspect, but we also need to consider whether there is abnormal growth in inventory and whether accounts payable have been artificially extended. Only when these 3 items are considered together can a complete operating capital analysis be made. If all 3 items are deteriorating, then it's not just a problem of slow payments, it might be a fundamental issue with the entire business model. Wang Hao quickly jotted down a few notes without lifting his head. "Got it, I'll remember to look at these 3 together. I still have 15 questions left to go through. I won't sleep tonight. You said during military training that you would never stay up late again during your 4 years of college. That was said during military training, it doesn't count." Wang Hao didn't turn his head, continuing to browse through the questions on the screen. "Right now it's for getting into the Finance Practice Society. I don't want my dad to say you got eliminated in the first round, so staying up late is justified." He pulled out his chair, opened his notebook, and prepared to reorganize the backtesting data from earlier. His phone vibrated again. Su Qingyue sent a new message. "You mentioned doing a 3-year backtest. Where did you source the data?" He typed his reply. "I took some data from Wind and Tonghuashan. The CSI 300 constituent stocks used Wind, while the entire share sample was from Tonghuashan. There are discrepancies between the 2 data sources for some indicators, but the trends are consistent. The industry classification standards of Wind and Tonghuashan differ. If you do industry neutralization, you need to be aware of this difference." He looked at this message and smiled. Indeed, when she said some parts might not be accurate, it was modesty. Her question had already pinpointed a technical detail that was easily overlooked in backtesting analysis. The lack of uniformity in industry classification standards can lead to biases in attribution analysis, a problem he had encountered during backtesting. It took him quite some time to come up with a solution. "You were quick to catch on," he replied. "Because you mentioned an R-squared difference of 15 percentage points, that's a significant discrepancy. It can't be a problem with the CAPM itself, though it's likely a data processing issue." "You are correct. I later discovered that Tonghuashan's industry classification misclassified some financial and real estate stocks, resulting in skewed weights during industry neutralization. After correction, the R-squared difference was less than 8 percentage points. 8 percentage points still seems large. So the remaining difference indeed comes from market efficiency itself. The other side of the chat remained silent for a few seconds. Then she replied, "This conclusion could make for a good course paper. Writing a paper in the first year. Can't a first-year student write a paper?" He looked at this reply, chuckled, and typed 4 words, "Sure. Want to write together." This time she replied quickly, "Okay. Just 1 word." He set his phone down, leaning back in his chair. Outside the window, the ginkgo tree glimmered in warm gold under the streetlight, and the night wind seeped in through the window cracks, bringing with it the crispness unique to autumn. Wang Hao was still beside him, buried in his questions, mumbling the DuPont analysis formulas, occasionally looking up to ask how to understand a certain concept. Light streamed through Lin Chen's curtains, probably while she was on a video call with Xiao Shui. The sound of Li Bowen flipping through chess scores was crisp and regular, the rhythm of the black and white pieces landing on the wooden board, neither hurried nor slow. He glanced at the word, "Okay," in Su Qingyu's reply again. Then he set his phone aside, opened his notebook, and began to outline what might become his first formal paper during his university years. The data backtesting was complete, the revised conclusions were in place, and all that remained was to write it into a rigorous paper that met academic standards. He suddenly thought of the reading notes Su Qingyue had written during the summer, highlighting the core hypotheses, data sources, research methods, and suggestions for improvement in different colors. That kind of analytical framework could complement his strengths in data processing. Although their ways of thinking were not entirely the same, when pieced together, they should be able to produce a commendable. Urgent call to all the big shots. Are there any vacant spots on the bookshelf? Can I stuff my little book in there? A footprint in the rating area is also requested. I desperately need updates, and every action from you is a lifesaver for my writing. The first week after the National Day holiday saw the campus bustling with its usual crowd. The cafeteria was once again lined with long queues. Wang Hao stood at the front, critiquing the appearance of each dish. "This braised chicken has too much soy sauce, the color is too dark. That sweet and sour pork has a thick batter, it's not freshly fried." The cafeteria lady found his comments both amusing and exasperating, eventually giving him an extra scoop of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, saying, "Little student, don't just critique, eat more." Su Qingyue walked from the serving window to the dining area with her tray, scanning the room and noticing few empty seats, with only 2 available at a 4-person table in the corner. She walked over and placed her tray on one of the seats just as a boy in a dark blue polo shirt hurried over and sat down opposite her. Sun Haoran was dressed quite elegantly today, his dark blue polo shirt embroidered with a small Finance Practice Club logo on the left chest. His hair was styled meticulously with wax, and he wore a large mechanical watch on his wrist, the second hand catching the light as it moved. He placed his tray on the table, which contained only a small bowl of stir-fried vegetables and half a bowl of rice, giving the impression that he was not there to eat, but rather to occupy a seat. "Su Jr., what a coincidence," he said with a smile, his tone as friendly as if he had run into an old friend not seen for many years. Su Qingyue glanced up at him, gave a slight nod, and continued to focus on her meal. Her tray held a portion of stir-fried asparagus, a small bowl of seaweed and egg soup, and 2 portions of rice, all arranged neatly with her chopsticks resting on the edge of her bowl. "So about the interview notification last time, I wanted to confirm it with you again." Sun Haoran shifted his chair slightly forward, leaning in a bit. "The written exam is scheduled for next Wednesday at 7 in classroom 405 of the 3rd teaching building. Just arrive 10 minutes early, and there's no need to be nervous. With your foundation, you'll definitely do well on the written exam. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime." "Okay, thank you," Su Qingyue replied, her voice light and brief as she picked up a piece of asparagus with her chopsticks to eat. Sun Haoran showed no sign of wanting to leave. He pushed his untouched bowl of stir-fried vegetables aside, resting his hands together on the table, adopting a more relaxed posture. "By the way, I heard you scored full marks in math for the college entrance exam. That's impressive. There are quite a few competition students in our club, but you are the only one with a perfect score. Do you have any study tips? For the upcoming club sharing session, we would like you to talk to the new members." Su Qingyue set down her chopsticks, took a sip of the seaweed and egg soup, then continued eating, not expanding on this topic. At that moment, Du Yi and his roommates walked into the cafeteria. Wang Hao had just finished critiquing the quality of the dishes at the serving counter and was enthusiastically explaining to Lin Shun that the soul of the cafeteria's braised pork lies in the amount of rock sugar used, his voice louder than the cafeteria's ventilation system. Du Yi quickly scanned the dining area with his tray and almost immediately noticed the table in the corner, not because of Sun Haoran's conspicuous polo shirt, but because of Su Qingyu's expression. She was eating slightly faster than usual, her chopstick rhythm a bit unnatural, her shoulders slightly hunched inward. This was a posture that instinctively minimized one's presence in an uncomfortable environment. Sun Haoran was still talking. "Our club collaborates with fund companies on projects every year, and outstanding members can get direct internships. One of the juniors I mentored last year is already interning in a brokerage firm's research department. Su Jr., you have a good foundation. Oh, as long as you follow my pace, you'll definitely do well in the internship. Moreover, our club's activities will benefit your future application for graduate studies. Many professors in the department know me. Su Qingwei replied, I'll think about it. Her tone remained polite, but was noticeably shorter than usual. He handed his tray to Wang Hao. Help me hold this. What are you going to do? As soon as Wang Hao took the tray, he walked over to the table in the corner. He casually placed his water cup next to Su Qingyu's tray and then pulled out a chair to sit down. Su Qingyue, about the paper we discussed in the library, I've rerun the data. After standardizing the industry classification, the results are much more stable than before. Dui's tone was casual and natural, as if he were chatting with a classmate at the same table. Su Qingyue looked up, saw him, and her shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. What did you get the squared value down to? She continued. After adjustment, it shrank by nearly half. The remaining differences are mainly concentrated in the small and mid-cap stock samples, while the large-cap portion has little discrepancy compared to the U.S. stock data. This conclusion is more precise than the paper you referenced before. He took a sip from his water cup. It indicates that the main driving factor for the captain's failure in the shares is the high proportion of retail trading in those stocks. Sun Haoran's expression stiffened slightly, but it lasted less than a second before he adjusted back to a smile. Isn't this Dui? What are you guys discussing? It sounds very profound. A small study on the applicability of CAPM. He turned to look at him, his gaze calm. I'm working on it with Su Qinghua. Working on it together. Sun Haoran's voice raised slightly, but quickly returned to normal. You guys are doing empirical research in your freshman year. That's impressive. But our club has a lot of research project resources, some led by professors personally. If you're interested, I can help connect you with resources once you join the club. I have plenty of connections. Thank you, senior. We'll try to handle it ourselves first, Dui replied. Sun Haoran's eyes quickly darted back and forth between Dui and Su Qinghua. His hand resting on the table, which had been lightly tapping, stopped moving and slowly retreated to his knee. His smile remained, but the curve had become a bit more strained. That's great. By the way, Su Jr., don't forget about the written exam I mentioned earlier. It's next Wednesday evening. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. He finally stood up, picking up his tray, which had hardly been touched. You guys eat first. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving now. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Qinghua deliberately before turning to leave. As he walked away, his steps were slightly hurried, and the bowls and chopsticks in his tray made soft clinking sounds from the movement. He watched Sun Haoran's back as he exited the cafeteria, then turned to find Su Qinghua looking at him. Her eyes still held that light amber color, but there was an added depth in her gaze that hadn't been present in the library. Neither gratitude nor shyness, but a serious look with a hint of scrutiny, as if she were confirming something. You don't need to help me, she said. I didn't help you, he replied, picking up a piece of braised pork from his tray and putting it in his mouth. I genuinely wanted to discuss the data with you. After standardizing the industry classification, I'll send you the backtesting report tonight. Su Qinghua fell silent for 2 seconds before picking up her chopsticks and continuing to eat. But her pace of eating had slowed significantly compared to before. It was no longer that hurried rhythm of finish eating and leave quickly. After putting the last piece of asparagus in her mouth and chewing it slowly, she finally spoke. I want to see the complete data processing workflow in that report. Regarding the issues you mentioned with the small and mid-cap stock samples, I suspect it's not just the proportion of retail investors, but it may also relate to liquidity premiums. CAPM assumes that assets can be infinitely divisible and that transaction costs are zero, but the liquidity costs of small-cap stocks in the shares are relatively high, which is not reflected in the model. Right. This is also a discussion point I want to add to the paper. He took out his phone and made a note in his memo. If possible, let's outline the framework this weekend. Saturday morning at the library, Su Qinghua said. Okay. When he returned to his roommate's table with his tray, Wang Hao was looking at him with an extremely restrained expression. That expression was like a golden retriever desperately trying to remain quiet, yet its tail had turned into a propeller. Its mouth opened several times to speak, but swallowing the words back, ultimately making the whole person tremble with suppressed excitement. Just say what you want to say, He sat down. No, I need to pick the most precise word. Wang Hao took a deep breath and then said slowly, what you just did was the most natural way to defuse a situation I've ever seen. There was no direct conflict, no awkward silence. The moment you walked over and sat down, I knew that Sun Senior was done for. You didn't say anything to him, but you said everything you needed to. How did you do that? I just talked to her about the data for the paper, Dewey replied, discussing the paper's data while conveniently sidelining Sun Haoran. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses from the side, his tone as calm as if analyzing a business case. Your intervention was very clever. Using an academic topic as an entry point, providing Su Qinghua with a dignified excuse to avoid the conversation while giving Sun Haoran no leverage to act against you. If he were to lose his temper, it would make him seem petty. If he stayed, it would make him seem unnecessary. You gave him a way out, but that way only led in one direction, the exit. If he were to lose his temper, it would make him seem petty. If he stayed, it would make him seem unnecessary. You gave him a way out, but that way only led in one direction, the exit. His mouth. Wang Hao laid his head on the table, burying his face in his arms, letting out a muffled sigh. I've learned so much. Every time, I feel like I've grasped the essence of social skills. You all use real-life examples to remind me that I'm still far from it. However, I think Su Qinghue must have noticed too. She just didn't point it out. He did not respond. He recalled the look Su Qinghue had when she said, "You don't need to help me." Not a rejection, not indifference, but rather that she truly did not need to be rescued. She could handle Sun Haoran's entanglement herself. It just required a bit more time and patience. Him sitting down was less of a defusal and more of offering her a more efficient option. His phone lit up. Su Qinghue sent a message without any preamble, just a line: clarify the steps in the data processing workflow, noting methods and parameters for each step. He smiled and typed back, "When did you start taking such an interest in my data processing? Since you mentioned the R-squared value dropped by 15 percentage points. She replied swiftly, "That number is too abnormal. A normal person would overlook it, but you didn't." He looked at the message and put his phone in his pocket. Wang Hao stole a glance at him from the gap in his arms, then whispered to Lin Chen, "Look at old Dust's expression, the curve of his mouth, when he's looking at his phone. This is definitely more than just a discussion about the paper." "Keep your voice down," Lin Chen said. "I'm already being quiet." Li Bowen put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, then stood up with his tray. "Let's go, we have classes, and let Dewey be for a while." "I haven't finished eating." Wang Hao's protest was cut short as Lin Chen pulled him away. The interview for the Financial Practice Society is scheduled for Wednesday evening at 7 p.m. in classroom 405 of the 3rd Teaching Building. The 3rd Teaching Building is one of the oldest academic buildings at the university, its outer walls covered with ivy that turns red in autumn, giving the entire structure the appearance of being engulfed in flames. Classroom 405 is located at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor of the 3rd Teaching Building, a tiered classroom that can accommodate 60 people, typically used for small group seminars. When and his roommates arrived 10 minutes early, more than 20 people were already seated in the classroom. A few boys in the front row were hunched over their notebooks, reciting formulas monotonously. The atmosphere was even tenser than during final exams. Wang Hao stopped at the door, took a deep breath, his expression resembling that of someone preparing for a heavy lift. "I worked on 12 practice problems last night and reviewed the DuPont analysis formula this morning. I should be able to get through the first round." He pulled a pen from his pocket, twirled it in his hand a few times before nearly dropping it, quickly gripping it instead. "Unless he asks some questions I've never even seen before, then he'll just have to guess." "You're about to send that pen flying," he remarked. "I'm nervous. I wasn't this tense during the college entrance exam. If I don't perform well in the college entrance exam, I might end up at a less prestigious university, but if I fail this interview, my dad will hang me up in the store as a sign, exhibit of a bad example." Wang Hao's voice was low, but his rapid speech gave him away. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses as he walked past, his footsteps steady. "The written test assesses foundational knowledge and logical analysis skills, not rote memorization. Half of the questions you practiced last night won't appear on the exam. Take a deep breath and relax. Are you comforting me or scaring me? Just stating facts. Your facts always make me more anxious." Over 20 people were already seated in the tiered classroom. He scanned the room and noticed Su Qinghue sitting by the window in the 3rd row. Again by the window, she seemed to have a fixed preference for window seats. In front of her lay an open notebook, a pen resting on it, but she wasn't writing anything. She was simply waiting quietly. She wore a deep blue sweatshirt today, the sleeves slightly rolled up to just above her wrists, revealing a slender. The collar of the sweatshirt revealed a glimpse of a white t-shirt underneath. Sun Haoran stood beside the podium, wearing a crisp white shirt, a pen tucked into his breast pocket, his hair styled with wax for a neat look. He was quietly conversing with a vice president beside him, occasionally glancing at the students in the classroom. When he saw Su Qinghue, his gaze lingered for a moment, and a prepared smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing the arc of his smile subtly narrowed almost imperceptibly, but it indeed happened. "Students, please quiet down." Sun Haoran walked to the center of the podium, clapped his hands. Although not loud, his voice was enough to halt all conversations. "Welcome to the Financial Practice Society. This year we have a record 123 applicants, the highest since the society's founding. However, we only have 20 spots available. This means an elimination rate of nearly 85. The written test is the first barrier, which will filter out at least half of the candidates. Those who pass the written test will enter the second round, where they will face case analysis presentations." As he spoke, his gaze slowly scanned the classroom, his pace unhurried, yet each word carried a confidence. The written test lasts 60 minutes and consists of 25 questions, all objective. It covers 3 sections: foundational financial knowledge, financial statement analysis, and logical reasoning. Please set your phones to silent mode. Any cheating discovered will result in immediate disqualification. When the test papers were handed out, Wang Hao opened the first page, his pupils visibly dilating. He poked Du Yi's arm with his pen, lowering his voice. The first question asks about the ROE DuPont decomposition. This is exactly what you explained to me yesterday. 3 decomposition formulas, 5 influencing factors, 4 analysis dimensions. You're practically a walking question bank. Just focus on answering the questions, Du Yi replied. The written test questions were indeed not simple. The first 15 were foundational financial knowledge, time value of money, bond pricing, the basic assumptions of the CAPM model. The middle 5 were financial statement analyses, one of which was a trap question based on the DuPont analysis framework. The company's ROE surge was indeed due to a significant increase in the equity multiplier rather than an actual improvement in profitability. As Dewey completed this question, he remembered the message Su Qinghua had sent. This trap is quite typical, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. The last 5 questions were logical reasoning problems that tested mathematical logic and inductive reasoning. One question provided 7 known conditions and 3 conclusions, asking which conclusions were necessarily true. Du Yi sketched a simple logic tree on a draft paper, quickly eliminating 2 distractors and circling the only correct answer. As the test ended, Wang Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, slumping back in his chair, his hands hanging limply at his sides, staring at the ceiling. I think I can pass, provided the luck of the multiple choice questions is on my side. Did you not practice a dozen DuPont analysis questions last night? Lin Shun was waiting outside the classroom. He hadn't applied to the Financial Practice Society, but had joined the Computer Society, and the interview times conflicted. Still, he came to support his roommates. I practiced, but the questions Sun Haoran said are a level harder than the ones I practiced. One question asked if a company's ROE remains unchanged, but its ROA decreases, what could be the reason? Among the 4 options, 2 were nearly identical, differing only by the phrases increased equity multiplier and decreased asset turnover. I stared at it for 3 minutes and ended up choosing the latter by process of elimination. Wang Hao rubbed his temples. Finance is really not meant for humans to study. You guys in computer science have it easier. Coding is either right or wrong. If it doesn't compile, it just fails. In finance, even after calculations, you don't dare to assert you're right. When your code doesn't compile, you wouldn't say that. Lin Shun patted his shoulder in comfort, but his expression clearly conveyed, I haven't been through any of this either. Du Yi turned to glance back at the classroom. Su Qinghua was just exiting through the door, placing her pen into the side pocket of her canvas bag, zipping it up. Her expression remained calm, showing no signs of tension or relief from the recent written test. She paused briefly as she walked past, Dewey locking eyes with him. You had already warned me about that DuPont analysis question, Dewey said. You would have been able to answer it too, Su Qinghua replied. Her tone was flat, but Dewey noticed that she did not immediately divert her gaze after speaking. She looked at him for about a second and a half, almost a second longer than usual, before slinging her canvas bag over her shoulder and turning to head towards the dormitory. Wang Hao observed everything nearby and nudged Du Yi with his elbow. She said you would have been able to answer it too. That's not just regular politeness. She's expressing confidence in your abilities. Did you know Su Qingyu's highest form of praise for someone isn't flattery? It's not allowing you to refute her when she denies her own help. It's a very sophisticated form of acknowledgement. You get it again. I told you I'm a master of theory. Wang Hao patted his chest. Although I might not even pass the written test, my analysis of others' feelings has always been spot on. The next afternoon, the interview results were posted on the Financial Practice Society's bulletin board and public account. Wang Hao checked it on his phone and jumped up from his chair, nearly hitting his head on the upper bunk. I passed. His voice pierced through the dorm walls, and people in the corridor turned to glance in their direction. I passed the written test. I can advance to the second round. If my dad finds out, he will definitely say not bad. When he says not bad, it means he's quite satisfied. He excitedly paced around the dormitory, then hugged Li Bowen, who was closest to him. Li Bowen was sitting at his desk studying a game of Go, interrupted by Wang Hao's sudden embrace, holding a black stone in his hand suspended in midair. He waited expressionlessly for Wang Hao to finish before slowly saying, Congratulations. Can you let me finish this move? No, I want to tell the world. Wang Hao confirmed once more on his phone screen, then paced back and forth in the dormitory. 26 people advanced to the second round, and 20 are accepted. This means only 6 will be cut in the second round. As long as I don't say anything wrong during the interview, I have a high chance of making it. Then I will officially be a member of the Financial Practice Society. This title is worth at least 1 grand meal in front of my dad. Du Yi saw his name on the list, as well as Su Qingyu's and Li Bowen's names. Out of the 4 in room 302, 3 made it to the second round, while only Lin Shun had not applied. When Lin Shun heard the news, he lifted his head from his coat, took off one earphone, and sincerely said congratulations, before putting the earphone back on to continue debugging his web scraping program. The voice of his childhood friend Zhao Shui came through. Your roommate passed. Congratulations, congratulations. The two of them hadn't hung up the video call yet. The second round of interviews was scheduled for Friday afternoon in a case study room at the School of Finance. Sun Haoran, along with the vice president and a graduate student senior whom he had previously met at the society's booth, would serve as interviewers. The three of them sat on one side of a long table, each with a laptop and several printed resumes in front of them. The interview format involved each group drawing a real public company case with 30 minutes for preparation, followed by a 15-minute analysis presentation and concluding with a 10-minute QA session. The case drew involved a publicly listed company in the consumer electronics sector which had seen strong revenue growth in recent years but lacked performance in stock price. The case materials included the company's financial statements for the past 3 years, an analysis of the industry competition landscape, and summaries of several brokerage reports. He flipped through the materials, quickly scanning 3 financial statements. The accounts receivable item on the balance sheet had nearly tripled in the past 2 years, while revenue only increased by 1.5 times. The gross margin on the income statement was declining, but the net margin was rising. This discrepancy immediately raised his alert. The cash flow statement showed negative cash flow from operating activities for 2 consecutive years, but a substantial positive cash flow from financing activities indicated that the company was relying on external financing to maintain operations. He wrote down several key points on draft paper. The growth rate of accounts receivable far exceeded the growth rate of revenue, indicating concerns about income quality. The decrease in gross margin, but increase in net margin, likely suggested that non-recurring gains and losses were inflating profits. Sustained negative operating cash flow indicated weak earnings quality. During the interview after he finished his presentation, Sun Haoran added a question. You mentioned that the growth rate of accounts receivable far exceeds that of revenue, which is indeed a risk signal. But let me ask you from another perspective. If this company is the industry leader and its market share is rapidly increasing, granting payment terms to distributors to capture market share, would this growth in accounts receivable be a reasonable business strategy? He did not pause. Reasonable, but with boundaries. If the growth rate of accounts receivable is within 1.5 times that of revenue and the concentration of customers is low with stable bad debt ratios, it can be understood as a competitive strategy. However, this company's growth rate of accounts receivable is nearly twice that of revenue, exceeding the normal boundaries. Looking at the cash flow statement again, negative operating cash flow for 2 consecutive years indicates that they are not merely extending payment terms, but using accounts receivable to bolster reported revenue, with actual collection capability significantly lower than what the statements present. Once this model encounters credit contraction or difficulties in receivables from distributors, cash flow will rapidly deteriorate. Sun Haoran leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. The graduate student sitting next to him nodded slightly, jotting down a few words on the scoring sheet. As he exited the seminar room, Su Qinghue was waiting in the corridor. Her case was different from his. She had drawn a consumer industry company, but she had already finished her interview, leaning against the windowsill in the corridor while scrolling through her phone, her canvas bag slung over her shoulder. When she saw him come out, she looked up. "What did they ask you?" she inquired. He briefly summarized Sun Haoran's follow-up question. Su Qinghue remained silent for a moment after hearing this. Sun Haoran likes to probe cash flow questions. He asked a similar question during last year's interview, providing a seemingly reasonable business strategy and asking you to find boundary conditions. He wants to see how well you can resist the interference of seemingly reasonable. "How do you know? You didn't participate in the interview last year?" He asked. "I reviewed the interview records on the society's public account from the past 3 years." Su Qingyu's tone was as flat as mentioning today's cafeteria menu. The public account publishes an interview recap each year, including feedback from interviewers and typical cases. "I read all 3 of them." He leaned against the corridor wall, watching her. The light of the setting sun streamed in from the end of the corridor's window, casting a warm golden hue along the edges of her deep blue sweatshirt. Her expression remained calm, but he had learned to read different temperatures from those extremely subtle changes. How she slightly turned her head to look at him, and the nearly imperceptible arc that appeared at the corner of her mouth after he responded, all communicated the same thing. She was not merely conducting a routine discussion, but was sincerely and continuously attentive to every interaction between them. "You went through the public account records for the past 3 years?" He asked. "Not just flipping through them. I organized them categorically." She took out her phone from her canvas bag, opened a memo, and showed it to him. On the screen were her notes categorized by year, interviewer question type, and high-frequency topics. Each column densely filled, the font small, but neatly arranged, distinguished by different colors to indicate importance. He looked at the table, silent for a second. "Your study method is really systematic. Your analytical method is also quite systematic." Su Qinghue retrieved her phone and placed it back in her canvas bag. "The interview results will be released next week. The society will send a text notification then. Okay, have you finished writing your thesis framework? I still need to complete a robustness analysis for the hypothesis test, Dewey said. Let's continue at the library on Saturday. MHM. Su Qingwen nodded. Just when Dewey thought she would turn and leave, she spoke again. The way you answered Sun Haoran's question differed from what I saw in the interview recaps of those who were accepted. You didn't just say reasonable or unreasonable. You provided a quantifiable boundary condition. 1. 5 times. That thought process will stick in his memory. Are you saying I passed? I didn't say that. Su Qingyu's smile deepened slightly, almost resembling a faint smile. I was merely stating a fact. He watched her silhouette disappear around the corner of the corridor before turning back towards the dormitory. On Saturday morning in the library, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a light golden hue over the rows of bookshelves. By the time He arrived, Su Qingwei was already at her usual spot, the second table by the window, with a notebook and tablet spread out before her and a steaming cup of latte on her right. When she saw him approaching, she took the canvas bag from the opposite chair, hung it on her chair's back, and made room for him. Did your data finish running? It did. After correcting the industry classification, the results are more stable than last time. He replied, placing the tablet on the table. The main drivers for the CAPM failing in the share market indeed focus on small and mid-cap stocks. After adding the proportion of retail investor trading as an explanatory variable, the model's fit improved by nearly 10 percentage points. Su Qingwei took the tablet, sliding her finger across the screen to review the data tables. Her gaze paused on an outlier for a moment, then she took a pencil from her pencil case and wrote a variable name on Dewey's notebook. You only use turnover rate to control for liquidity here, but turnover rate reflects trading activity and cannot fully represent liquidity costs. I suggest adding an indicator for the bid-ask spread. The Omnihud illiquidity measure can also be used, as share data can be directly exported from Wind. Dewey gazed at the line she wrote and nodded. Su Qingyu's suggestion pinpointed the technical detail in backtesting analysis that is often overlooked: multidimensional measurement of liquidity. This just happened to be the area he had felt was inadequate during his last data run, but couldn't quite articulate. After adding this variable, the model's conclusions will be more robust. He circled that line in his notebook and drew a star beside it. I'll handle this part of the data. Can you take care of the literature review and hypothesis derivation? Sure. Su Qingwei used a pencil to sketch a simple division of labor chart in her notebook. I'll complete the first draft of the literature review this weekend. There are more than 10 core papers on the applicability of CAPM in the share market. I've already read them and organized my notes. She opened a folder in the tablet containing PDF copies of more than 10 papers and her draft of the review, each paper annotated with core viewpoints, research methods, and parts she found useful. Focus on these 3. Professor Zhou Minjuan's paper, The Empirical Study of the French Three-Factor Model in China, and this one regarding retail, trading behavior, and market pricing efficiency. These 3 are the theoretical foundation for our paper. Dewey took the tablet and quickly skimmed her draft of the review. Her writing style mirrored her speech, concise, precise, and highly informative, with each paragraph presenting a clear argument supported by literature without any superfluous phrasing. However, unlike her everyday conversations, her academic writing occasionally bore subtle personal touches, such as when evaluating a certain paper's methodology. She wrote, "The study suffers from survivor bias and sample selection," with a question mark next to survivor bias, as if still deliberating whether to keep that critique. "This review could be published as it is," Dewey commented. "Not even close," Su Qingwei replied, reclaiming the tablet and lowering her head to continue writing her part. But as she lowered her head, the tips of her ears slightly reddened, illuminated distinctly by the sunlight from the side. Dewey refrained from calling her out on it. The admission notice for the Finance Practice Society was issued uniformly on Monday night. When Dewey received the text message, he was organizing his thesis data in the dormitory. The moment his phone screen lit up, Wang Hao sprang up from his chair with astonishing speed, hitting his head solidly against the upper bunk, producing a dull thud. I got in. He couldn't care less about rubbing his head, holding his phone as he spun around the dormitory, almost tripping over the dumbbells Lin Shun had left on the floor. 3 people signed up from dorm 302, and all 3 passed. That's a 100% pass rate. If my dad knew, he would definitely. Not bad, Li Bowen finished his sentence. Exactly the tone. How are you getting better at mimicking it? Wang Hao stared at Li Bowen for 2 seconds before turning to Dewey. Old Dewey must have a celebratory dinner tonight. The hot pot restaurant I mentioned last time, the one that air freights fresh tripe on the same day, I'll treat. Weren't you saying last week that your living expenses were tight and you needed to mooch off us? That was last week. Today is different. I joined the Finance Practice Society. This good news is worth a... Wang Hao was already flipping through restaurant phone numbers on his phone, his fingers dialing as fast as if he were playing the drums. And let me tell you, this time joining the club isn't just for me. am doing it to make our dorm 302 famous in the department. In the future, when people mention the finance class 302 dormitory, they will say those three all joined the finance practice society. How impressive. What's the practical use of such prestige? Li Bowen asked. Psychological benefit. Subjective satisfaction in the utility function. Wang Hao earnestly cited an economic concept he had just learned last week. You see, you teach me economics, and I can immediately apply it in real life. The first general meeting is scheduled for Wednesday afternoon at the finance school's case study room. This seminar room was much smaller than the lecture hall where they had their last interview, and the setup was more exquisite. A long wooden conference table that could seat about 30 people each chair had a deep blue leather desk pad and a bottle of mineral water in front of it. A row of LCD screens hung on the wall capable of simultaneously displaying case analysis materials. The blinds by the window were set to half open, and the afternoon sunlight filtered in as even strips laid across the table. When Du Yi and his roommates arrived 5 minutes early, the seminar room was already filled with most of the new members looked excited yet nervous with a few familiar faces. There was a boy with black-rimmed glasses who was looking down at the club handbook, and a girl with a ponytail who was quietly discussing the difficult questions they faced during the interview with the person next to her. The old members sat in the back row of the conference room, appearing much more relaxed than the new members. Some leaned back in their chairs playing with their phones, while others chatted quietly over coffee. Su Qingyue sat in the middle section of the conference table by the window with a notebook open in front of her and her usual black gel pen resting on her right side. Her canvas bag hung on the back of her chair, the small golden crescent moon charm on the strap occasionally glinting in the sunlight that filtered through the blinds. Du Yi sat down diagonally across from her. The two exchanged a brief glance. Su Qingyue's gaze lingered on him for a moment before naturally moving away as she picked up her pen to write a few words in her notebook, likely noting the date and agenda as she arrived at the venue. Sun Haoran walked into the seminar room from the front door, wearing a light blue Oxford shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows and holding a stack of bound materials. He walked to the head of the conference table, placed the materials down, but did not sit down immediately. His gaze swept around the conference room, pausing for a moment on Du Yi. This pause was extremely brief, like skipping over a name in a contact list that did not require further confirmation, before landing on Su Qingyue, where it lingered noticeably longer. Congratulations to everyone for passing the interview and officially becoming a part of the Finance Practice Society. Sun Haoran spoke with a tone that was more formal than on the interview day. This year 123 people applied and 20 were admitted. You are among the most outstanding group. Among the new members present, some scored full marks in the math section of the college entrance examination, others had won provincial first prizes in financial knowledge competitions in high school, and there were also those like the two beside me who emerged victorious from a pool of over 200 people in the written and interview tests. He paused for a moment, flipping open the materials in front of him. The Finance Practice Society is not an academic society, it is a practical society. We do not engage in theoretical research, we validate investment logic with real capital. The society has two core activities each year. One is a simulated investment competition where each member manages a simulated account with an initial capital of 1 million at the end of the semester. The top 5 by return rate can participate in the National College Student Finance Challenge. The second is company visits. Last year, we visited 3 fund companies and a brokerage firm, and this year, we will continue to expand our resources. Wang Hao, listening from the side, had his eyes shining with excitement, whispering to Du Yi, a simulated account of 1 million. That number sounds exhilarating. Although it's fake, the operation must be completely different from playing a game. The rules of the competition are very simple. Sun Haoran picked up the remote and pressed a button, causing the LCD screen on the wall to light up, displaying the rules of the simulated investment competition. Initial capital of 1 million. Trading varieties include shares, ETFs, and convertible bonds. Leverage and derivatives are not permitted. The rankings will be announced at the end of each month, and total returns will be settled at the end of the semester. The champion not only gets to serve as the assistant president next semester, but also receives a direct internship recommendation from the partnering fund company. What is the position of the assistant president? Someone asked. It's the candidate for the next president. When Sun Haoran said this, his gaze swept around the conference room, finally landing vaguely in the direction of Su Qingyue. In the past few sessions, the assistant presidents have basically taken over as presidents smoothly in their junior year. This is not only a position within the society, but also an important leverage to prove your comprehensive ability to professors in the department and partner institutions. The expressions of the new members noticeably became more serious. The championship of the simulated investment competition, the assistant president position, and the internship recommendations from fund companies. These 3 overlapping incentives are enough to make any ambitious freshman in finance give their all. Du Yi noticed that Su Qingwei wrote down a few lines in her notebook. Her handwriting was fast, yet still neat. From his diagonal angle. He couldn't see the specific content, but he could see she had drawn a small question mark next to assistant president. Next, we will divide into groups. Sun Haoran flipped to the last page of the materials. 20 new members will be divided into 5 groups, 4 members per group. Future group assignments, case analysis discussions, and interim reports for the simulated investment competition will all be conducted on a group basis. The principle of grouping is random drawing, but I made a slight adjustment. Those who ranked in the top 4 in the written and interview tests will be placed in 4 different groups to ensure that each group has someone who can lead. He started reading the group list. First group, second group, third group. Wang Hao was assigned to the third group along with a boy with glasses and a girl who looked very cheerful. Upon hearing his group assignment, Wang Hao leaned over to greet the girl, starting with, "Do you also like hot pot?" The girl was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. The fourth group consisted of Du Yi, Su Qingyue, and 2 classmates he had met during the interview, one named Chen Jia and the other named Zhao Min. When Sun Haoran read out these 2 names as being in the same group, his tone showed no signs of abnormality, but his gaze lingered on Du Yi's face for a fraction of a second longer. The leader of the fourth group, Sun Haoran, glanced at the list and paused, is Su Qingwei. First in the written test, and her performance in the interview was unanimously recognized by the judges. "You lead this group." Su Qingwei looked up, glanced at Sun Haoran, then calmly said, "Okay." The first case analysis task for each group will be assigned in next week's meeting. The remaining time today is for free discussion. Everyone should get acquainted with each other. Sun Haoran closed the materials and walked over to the coffee machine at the back of the seminar room to pour himself a cup of water, but he did not leave. Instead, he leaned against the wall, watching the new members gather in a relaxed manner. The 4 members of the fourth group naturally gathered around Su Qingwei. Chen Jia was a tall, thin boy wearing metal-framed glasses, speaking quickly. According to his own introduction, he had participated in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition in high school and had won a provincial second prize. Zhao Min was a girl with short hair who seemed to have a personality somewhat similar to Wang Hao's. She immediately dragged a chair over as she spoke, flipping through the club handbook while murmuring, "When does the simulated competition start? I can't wait any longer." "Su Qingyue, you scored first in the written test. What questions did they ask you during the interview?" Zhao Min leaned in to ask. "Cash flow analysis." Su Qingwei replied, her tone as succinct as ever. "That's it. Nothing else." There was also a question about the DuPont analysis system. DuPont analysis. Chen Jia adjusted his glasses. "I almost got tripped up by that question. The company's ROE surged because the equity multiplier increased, not because their profitability actually improved. That trap was too insidious." "It's not a trap." Su Qingwei opened her notebook, finding the page she had previously written on. "The core of DuPont analysis is to decompose the driving factors. ROE can increase for good reasons, if the driving force is an increase in net profit margin, or for bad reasons, if the driving force is leveraging. The key is to discern the nature of the driving factors, not just to look at the direction of ROE's change. This analytical method is very useful in practice, not just in exams." Chen Jia nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Min quickly jotted down a few notes, then looked up at Du Yi. "What did Sun Haoran ask you during the interview?" He added a question about accounts receivable. Du Yi briefly summarized the question Sun Haoran asked him about using credit terms to capture market share. "How did you answer?" Chen Jia asked. "Distinguish between reasonable boundaries and warning signals. An increase in accounts receivable growth within 1.5 times the growth rate of revenue can be understood as a competitive strategy, while exceeding 2 times and having consistently negative operating cash flow is a warning signal. That company belongs to the latter. Is that 1.5 times figure something you just made up, or does it have a basis?" Chen Jia pressed on. "It's a reference value based on industry averages." Du Yi said, twisting open a bottle of mineral water to take a sip. "Of course, different industries have different standards. The accounts receivable cycle in the construction machinery industry is inherently longer than that in the consumer electronics industry. Using the same multiples can lead to misjudgment." Su Qingyue slightly nodded as he explained, her pen not stopping. Du Yi noticed that she wrote down the number 1.5 times in her notebook with annotations stating, "Industry average empirical date needs verification." The free discussion lasted about half an hour. When the meeting was adjourned, Wang Hao walked over from the third group, his smile as bright as if he had just set a personal record at the gym. "The girl in our group, named Lu Yuqing, is particularly interesting. She said she also likes hot pot and her requirements for tribe are exactly the same as mine. Must be fresh, must be cooked to just the right degree, and must be dipped in sesame oil sauce. I think the atmosphere in our group will be great for discussions in the future." "What investment strategies did you discuss just now, eh?" Du Yi asked. Investment strategies." Wang Hao's smile faltered for a moment. "We haven't gotten to that yet. We mainly exchanged our favorite restaurants. But that's also part of team building. First establish good relationships, then discuss serious matters. In management studies, this is called the forming stage of team cohesion. There is no such stage in management studies. Lee Bowen walked over from the side. He had already exchanged contact information with the new group leader and seemed somewhat satisfied with his grouping. The 4 stages in Tuckman's model are forming, storming, norming, and performing. What you just mentioned belongs to the forming stage, but you need to quickly move into the norming stage, otherwise group assignments will be very challenging. You even memorized that. Wang Hao's eyes widened. I read an organizational behavior textbook before school started. Can you have a more normal hobby? As they left the seminar room, he was waiting for the elevator in the corridor when Su Qingwei walked up from behind and stood next to him. The 5 times you mentioned earlier, did you find that in Wind? Yes. The median growth rate of accounts receivable in the consumer electronics industry over the past 5 years has fluctuated between 1.3 and 1.5 times. Any company achieving over 2 times cannot be explained by normal business strategies. Dewey replied. I'll check the data for the construction machinery industry when I get back. The industry-neutral treatment you mentioned last time. If the normal boundaries for accounts receivable differ across industries, an industry adjustment coefficient will be needed for cross-industry comparisons. We can create an industry adjustment matrix. Dewey picked up on her train of thought. Set a normal boundary range for each industry, then compare the actual growth rates of accounts receivable of each company against the industry boundaries to calculate the deviation. Any deviation exceeding a certain threshold is a risk signal that requires attention. What threshold should we set? Initially, we can set it at 2 standard deviations. However, we need to run the entire market data to validate it. I'll run it when I get back. The elevator arrived. The 2 entered the elevator, and Su Qingwei pressed the button for the first floor. The mirrored stainless steel panels in the elevator reflected the 2's images. Dewey was nearly a head taller than her, making her figure appear even slimmer as she stood beside him. If you become the group leader, finalize the division of labor for the group by next Monday, Dewey said. I'm already thinking about it, Su Qingwei replied. The elevator doors opened on the first floor. As they exited the teaching building, the setting sun had turned the phoenix trees golden red. Su Qingwei walked a few steps toward the dormitory, then stopped, glanced back at Dewey. You performed really well in the interview. Her tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact. After saying that, she did not wait for Dewey's response, and turned to continue walking. The small crescent moon charm on her canvas bag swayed gently at her waist, glimmering in the afterglow of the sunset. Dewey stood on the steps at the entrance of the teaching building, watching her figure pass through the shaded path of the phoenix trees, then put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the dormitory. Wang Hao caught up from behind, holding 2 bottles of ice cola he had just bought from the vending machine, and handed one to Dewey. I just saw Su Qingwei walk over to talk to you in the corridor. Wang Hao opened the cola and took a big sip, and in a tone that tried to sound calm, but was clearly struggling to contain his gossip, said, What did she say to you? We discussed the data adjustment methods for industry neutrality. I knew it. Wang Hao lifted the cola and making a clinking gesture toward the sunset. Do you know what your current interaction pattern with her resembles? Like a pair of academic couples who have been together for a long time, discussing serious matters and using professional jargon, but the atmosphere, how should I put it, just makes you feel like you've been on the same wavelength for a long time. The night after the first general meeting of the Financial Practice Society was particularly lively in dormitory 302. Wang Hao excitedly made his way from the society meeting room to his dormitory, and the first thing he did upon opening the door was to toss the society handbook towards the ceiling. The handbook flipped in the air a few times before landing on his bed, almost hitting the pillow he had just arranged. Official member. From today onwards, I am a formal member of the Financial Practice Society. This identity is worth at least a big meal in front of my dad. No, at least it's worth a winter vacation without nagging rights. Isn't it already a compliment when your dad says not bad, eh? Lin Shun said, taking off his headphones. The code on the screen was half-written with the cursor still blinking. He didn't attend the society event tonight and was instead debugging a web crawler program alone in the dormitory. On his desk lay 3 bags of different flavored potato chips and half a cup of lukewarm instant coffee. That's different. Not bad means he's basically satisfied, but official member is hard currency that can be flaunted to relatives and friends. Wang Hao picked up the society handbook from the bed, flipped through it, found the page on member rights, and read it aloud. Members have the right to participate in all corporate visits organized by the society, including those to fund companies, securities firms, and publicly listed companies. See, in the future I can go to my dad's store to conduct case studies without any reservations, and I can mooch a meal while I'm at it. You're already allowed to go to your own store to mooch a meal, Lin Chen said. That's different. Before it was the son mooching off the father, but now it's the official member of the Financial Practice Society conducting field research in the catering industry under the guise of academic study. Wang Hao seriously closed the handbook and placed it in a prominent position on the desk. The change in identity brings about a change in nature. Last week you said that the stages in management studies don't exist. Li Bowen sat at his desk, a half-finished game of Go in front of him, holding a black stone and slowly turning it under the light. He had just returned from the society meeting and sat down at the chessboard without even taking off his coat. Last week was last week, but this week I've already finished the first 3 chapters of organizational behavior. Wang Hao declared confidently, and just now Lu Yuqing also joined the society. Oh, we're in the same group. So in the future we can discuss which hot pot restaurant has a new soup base, while discussing cases. That's resource integration. You haven't even started discussing cases, but you've already made a list of hot pot restaurants. He leaned against the head of the bed, flipping through a book on behavioral finance borrowed from the library. After tonight's society meeting, he and Su Qinghua briefly discussed data adjustment methods for industry neutralization in the elevator. After returning to the dormitory, he was still thinking about the framework of the industry adjustment matrix. We've made a list. She likes Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot, and I prefer Chaos Han beef hot pot, so we've decided to take turns choosing restaurants. Wang Hao sat on the edge of the bed, counting on his fingers. Next week, our first group discussion will be at Chuanwei Guan, and the week after that at Bali Haiji. This way they not only completed the society's tasks, but also enhanced team cohesion while satisfying their personal dining needs, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. That's called using power for personal gain, Li Bowen said without looking up. That's called designing an incentive mechanism. Wang Hao retorted. Lin Shen quietly listened for a while, and suddenly spoke up. In your society, the group leader system, Su Qinghua is your group's leader, right? My girlfriend Zhao Shui was also a group leader before. She said that the hardest part about being a group leader is not the projects, but coordinating the members' schedules. For people 4-class schedules, finding a time when everyone is free is harder than solving calculus problems. Exactly. This is the advantage of long-distance relationships. Your girlfriend isn't around, but you've absorbed all her experiences. Wang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is called knowledge spillover effect. Where did you learn that term? In last week's economics class, the professor mentioned it while talking about regional economics. I noted it down at the time, thinking I would definitely use it later. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows proudly, then leaned closer to Lin Shun and lowered his voice. By the way, I've been wanting to ask you how you maintain your long-distance relationship with Zhao Shui. I might be able to use it in the future. You don't even have a long-distance relationship partner. What use is it to learn now? Li Bowen finally put the ghost stones back in the container and turned around. Knowledge reserved. Wang Hao once again brandished his classic slogan, pointing at Du Yi. And Du might be, how could I use it? You're still in the same city with Su Qinghua, but what if one of you goes to another city for an internship in the future? Preparing for a rainy day. Wang Hao's expression was extremely serious. I'm in an academic partnership with Su Qinghua, Du Yi said. Right, academic partnership. Wang Hao repeated in a tone that implied disbelief, then turned to Lin Shen. Forget him, you tell me. How do you maintain a long-distance relationship? I heard you mention part of it last time, but I didn't catch all of it. Lin Shen took off his glasses and wiped them with his sleeve, his ears turning slightly red again. He thought for a moment, picked up his phone from the desk, scrolled to a photo, and handed it to Wang Hao. The photo was a screenshot of a programming interface with a line of text in pink font in the comment section. This loop is written elegantly just like you. Did Zhao Shui write this? Wang Hao stared at the line of text for several seconds, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't she studying Chinese? How could she understand code? She can't write code, but she said she wanted to understand what I do every day, so she asked me to teach her some basics. Later she learned to read the comments, because they were written in Chinese. Now every time I finish writing an important piece of code, she leaves me messages in the comments. When Lin Shen said this, the redness on his face was no longer just shyness, it was a warmth and solidity that comes only from being cared for. Sometimes she praises me for writing well, sometimes she reminds me not to stay up late, and sometimes she just sends a bunch of emoticons. Every morning when I open my computer and see new messages in the comments, I feel like writing code isn't tiring anymore. The dormitory fell silent for 2 seconds. That's so sweet. Wang Hao clutched his chest, leaning back on the bed. Even I, someone with such abundant theoretical knowledge, think it's sweet. So the core competitiveness of your long-distance relationship isn't about how long you video call every day, but rather the sense of presence that penetrates into each other's daily lives. Zhao Shui doesn't need to know how to code, she just needs to leave traces in your code, which means she sat down at your computer 1 step ahead of you every morning. Pretty much. Lin Shen nodded. And there's another thing. We agreed to watch the same anime every night at 10 each on our own screens, but with voice chat on. We laugh together at the funny parts, and when it gets sad she cries over there while I can only send a bunch of hugging emoticons, because I can't pass her tissues. Even though we're not physically together, our emotions are synchronized. The most important thing in all long-distance relationships is synchronization. Li Bowen suddenly spoke up. He took off his glasses and placed them beside the chessboard, his fingers interlaced on his knees, his expression as serious as if he were making a rigorous academic summary. It's not about synchronizing time, but synchronizing attention. You don't need to know what the other person is doing every moment, but you should focus completely on the same thing at a fixed time. This can help bridge the psychological distance created by physical distance. Li Bowen, how do you know everything? Wang Hao leaned out from the upper bunk looking at him as if he were an alien. This is a fundamental theory in social psychology. Shared attention is an important mechanism for establishing intimate relationships, not limited to couples. It applies to friendships and parent-child relationships as well. Li Bowen's tone was as calm as usual, but after a pause he added, "However, I have not practiced this. For theoretical reference only." All right, the title of theoretical master will be given to Li Bowen from today. You are the theoretical master, and I am the practical reserve. Wang Hao jumped down from the upper bunk and sat on the edge of the bed, rarely putting away his playful expression. Seriously, you all have your own love stories. Although Du-yi doesn't admit it, he at least has a clear direction of affection. Li Bowen has a deep theoretical foundation, and once he practices, it will definitely be a dimensionality reduction strike. Lin Shen goes without saying, having a sweet long-distance relationship for 4 years with his childhood sweetheart. It's practically a textbook example of a long-distance relationship. As for me, I still haven't found a solution. Aren't you with Shen Yu? Du-yi said. Wang Hao's expression changed dramatically within a fraction of a second. First shock, then panic, followed by an awkward attempt to hide the panic that ultimately failed, and finally turning into a candid honesty that comes from being exposed. How did you know it was Shen Yu? On the day of military training, you sat behind her, didn't look at the performance at all, just stared at the back of her head the entire time. On the way to the cafeteria, you said Shen Yu is quite interesting. On the day of the society recruitment, you stood in front of the Financial Practice Society booth for 10 minutes, 7 of which were spent chatting with Shen Yu. Last week, you bumped into her 3 times in the hallway, 2 of which were when you specifically went that way after knowing her class schedule. Du-yi listed these out one by one, his tone calm, as if he were reading a note from a financial report. Did you install surveillance on me? Wang Hao's eyes widened. Just observing. Wang Hao opened his mouth and then closed it again, then collapsed onto the bed, covering his face with a pillow and letting out a muffled wail. You all noticed. Was I that obvious? Pretty obvious, the 3 of them said almost simultaneously. Did Shen Yu notice? Wang Hao peeked out from under the pillow, his eyes showing a kind of desperate tension. She probably noticed too, Lin Shen said. Girls are more sensitive than boys in this regard. During the last society meeting, she actively sat next to you and even asked if the tripe from that hot pot restaurant was really air freight that day. This is already a pretty obvious signal. Was that a signal? Wang Hao removed the pillow and sat up, looking as if he had just awakened from a dream. I thought she was just genuinely interested in the tripe. I even told her that I could take her to see the cold chain logistics vehicle next time to prove that our tripe really is air freight that day. You asked a girl to see a cold chain logistics vehicle? Li Bowen's eyebrows furrowed unusually, his expression resembling someone watching a meticulously designed business model being ruined by a fundamental error. At the time, I thought this suggestion was very reasonable. She said she was interested in the freshness of the tripe, and I wanted to show her the cold chain logistics process. It's intuitive, professional, and convincing. Wang Hao abruptly stopped midway, burying his face in his palms. It's over. She must think him a lunatic. Who would say he'll take you to see the cold chain logistics vehicle to the girl they like? At least it shows you are serious. Du-yi said. Serious enough to choose the cold storage entrance as a date spot. Wang Hao raised his head, wanting to cry without tears. I thought with my rich theoretical knowledge, I should be smooth in practice. But in the end, I got so nervous that I mentioned the cold chain logistics vehicle. Lin Shen, where did you take Xiao Shui on? To the school library, Lin Shen replied. After it closed, we lay on the grass behind the library stargazing. Lin Shen added, she brought green bean cake, and I brought a bottle of mineral water. We shared a piece of green bean cake and drank a bottle of water. Looking back, it seems really silly, but at the time it felt incredibly sweet. See, even they had a minimalist date, but they were stargazing, not visiting a cold chain logistics vehicle. Wang Hao fell back on the bed with a sigh. The difference is right here. The same minimalism, one is romantic, the other is a logistics tour. Am I beyond saving? You can be saved. Li Bowen pushed up his glasses. Next time you ask her out, don't think so much theoretically. The more you try to follow the process in your head, the easier it is to say the wrong thing. Just treat it as asking a regular friend to eat. Your natural state is more charming than your theoretical state. Wang Hao stared at Li Bowen for a while. You've never been in a relationship, but what you said is more effective than my dad. From now on, you'll be my emotional advisor. The free kind. I didn't agree. Default is agreement. Li Bowen didn't argue further. He picked up the ghost stones again, and before placing a black stone, the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Du-yi leaned against the head of the bed, listening to his roommates banter with each other. Wang Hao had already recovered from the blow of the cold chain logistics vehicle and was starting to discuss with Lin Chun which restaurant to choose for his next date with Xinyu. Lin Chun seriously scrolled through the menu of Wang Hao's family chain restaurant on his phone, recommending a crab roast soup dumpling and a sweet and sour spare rib. Li Bowen quietly listened from the side, occasionally interjecting with rational analyses about the choice of date spots, such as lighting noise levels and psychological implications of per capita consumption. He recalled what Su Qingwei had said when she turned to look at him in the elevator earlier today. "You performed very well during your interview." Her tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact. But when she said that, her gaze lingered on his face for a second and a half. Nearly a second longer than usual. Li Bowen suddenly called him. "Moi. How's the progress on the paper with Su Qingwei?" "The data processing is done. Oh, we'll build the framework this weekend," Dewey said. "How long have you two been in the library together?" 2 weekends. 2 weekends plus society interviews, group discussions, and academic exchanges in the elevator. Li Bowen pushed up his glasses, his expression serious, as if conducting data analysis. "You call this academic collaboration?" "It's academic collaboration," Dewey said, but he himself sensed the slight rise in his tone at the end of that sentence. "All right." Li Bowen didn't pursue the question further. He simply placed a black stone steadily on the board, producing a crisp sound. "I'm merely stating a fact. Your level of attention towards Su Qingwei has exceeded that of a normal academic partner. You can deny it, but the data doesn't lie." Wang Hao sprang up from the edge of the bed, excitedly adding, "Exactly. You clearly counted how many times I bumped into Xinyu in the hallway, but have you counted how many times you ran into Su Qingwei in the library?" Dewey did not respond. The light from the street lamp outside filtered through the gap in the curtains and fell on the ceiling like a fine golden thread. The ginkgo tree downstairs rustled in the night wind, and a few fallen leaves were swept up by the wind, fluttering for a moment under the street lamp before disappearing into the darkness. In the distance, faint sounds of joggers and brief conversations could be heard from the playground. He remembered standing in the middle of the lawn, singing on the day of military training, with that quiet gaze in the crowd directed towards him. He thought of Su Qingyu's fingers as she wrote variable names in his notebook with a pencil. He remembered today in the elevator when she said, "You performed very well during your interview," the fleeting, extremely subtle softness in her eyes. "I'm going to get some water, he said as he picked up the water jug and stood up. "The water room is at the end of the corridor. Turn left. Don't get it wrong," Wang Hao said in a tone of someone who's been there, "though you're probably not going to get water. But he'll pretend you're going to get water." Just as Dewey reached the door, Lin Chun suddenly called out, "By the way," Zhao Shui said, "she's coming to Shanghai next month to see me. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Childhood sweethearts dropping into the magic city. Must arrange." Wang Hao immediately entered restaurant recommendation mode. "My dad's restaurant has private rooms. He'll reserve a table for you a week in advance." He opened the dormitory door and the motion sensor light in the corridor turned on. He walked towards the water room, holding the empty water jug, his steps a bit slower than usual. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he took it out to take a look. Su Qingwei sent a message without any preamble, just a line. "I've drawn the framework for the industry adjustment matrix. I'll show you tomorrow in the library." Below it was another message. "How did the discussion go tonight? Your group should also have had a small meeting, right?" He leaned against the wall of the corridor and typed a reply. "Our group didn't have a small meeting, and my roommates are discussing relationship topics. I participated partially." "What was the conclusion?" He thought for a moment and typed. "The conclusion is that Li Bowen said, I don't have enough data and need more observation samples." Su Qingwei did not reply immediately. After nearly a minute, she sent a message. "What aspect of the data is Li Bowen referring to?" "Various aspects." Again, there was a moment of silence. Then she replied with just 4 words, "Then take your time collecting." He looked at those 4 words, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He put his phone back in his pocket and continued walking towards the water room. In the water room at the end of the corridor, the hot water machine hummed the steam, fogging up the window glass, turning the light from the street lamp outside into a warm orange hue. In October, the weather in the magical city finally cooled down. The leaves of the phoenix trees turned from golden yellow to deep brown. After a night of wind and rain, a thick layer of fallen leaves covered the tree-lined path, crunching underfoot. The cleaning lady swept the area every morning, but by noon a thin layer of leaves had already settled again. The ginkgo trees were at their peak, their fan-shaped leaves shining brightly in the sunlight, translucent like beeswax. He had already become accustomed to the rhythm of the finance university. He woke up at 7 every morning and went to the cafeteria with Wang Hao for breakfast. Wang Hao's breakfast reviews had become a regular segment in dormitory 302, providing precise decimal point ratings for everything from the thickness of soybean milk to the crispiness of fried dough sticks. Li Bowen usually arrived at the cafeteria earlier than them, sitting alone by the window with congee and side dishes in front of him, flipping through an old issue of The Economist. Lin Chun was always the one rushing into the classroom just as the bell rang, his glasses askew on his nose, and holding a steamed bun he hadn't had time to eat. The morning classes were tightly packed. Monetary banking, advanced mathematics, college English, one after another. Du Yi sat in the middle of the classroom with Wang Hao always beside him. Su Qingwei sat in the front row by the window. Her preference for window seats had become a pattern. She would arrive 10 minutes early for class, placing her canvas bag on the chair to reserve the seat before heading to the end of the corridor to fetch water. When she returned with her cup steaming, she would flip to a new page in her notebook before the bell rang, writing down the date and course name. The interaction between the two remained succinct and efficient. Occasionally, Su Qingwei would turn around to borrow a pen. Though she brought a pencil case, sometimes the ink ran out halfway, and she would glance back at Du Yi. Du Yi would pull a pen from his pencil case and pass it over. She would thank him and return it after class, the cap aligned perfectly with the pen body. Occasionally, Du Yi would ask her a question during the break. Her responses were always a few calm sentences high in information density with no unnecessary words, but she would pause for half a second after each answer, as if confirming whether he needed to follow up. To outsiders, this interaction seemed bland, but Wang Hao would silently munch on a steamed bun beside them with an expression that said, "I understand everything." On Wednesday afternoons, when there were no classes, it was the fixed activity time for the Financial Practice Club. The simulated investment competition had already been underway for 3 weeks, with each member's simulated account starting with 1 million. The trading options included a shares, ETFs, and convertible bonds with rankings updated monthly. Du Yi's account return rate consistently ranked first, leading the second place by nearly 5 percentage points. After the fourth club activity, Wang Hao finally couldn't hold back, leaning on the table with a gaze of both admiration and despair, looking at Du Yi. "How on earth did you do it? I study Klein charts until midnight every night, yet I still lost 2 percentage points. Do you have some insider information?" "No insider information. Just looking at financial reports, industry trends, and capital flows." Du Yi opened the holding page of the simulated account for Wang Hao to see the new energy stock you are heavily invested in has no fundamental issues, but your timing was wrong. You bought it after it rose by 15% right at the short-term peak. Wait for it to pull back to the 20-day moving average before averaging down. The cost will be more reasonable. The 20-day moving average. Isn't that technical analysis? Didn't you say you focus on fundamentals? Fundamentals determine direction, technicals determine timing. The two are not contradictory. Du Yi drew a simple Klein chart on Wang Hao's notebook, marking support and resistance levels. "The question you asked me earlier, why do the stocks you believe in always drop after you buy them? The root cause is not a lack of judgment on your part, but that your entry points always chase the trend. Investing is not about predicting the future, it's about managing probabilities. Bet in positions where the odds are in your favor, cut losses when wrong, and hold on when right." "Understood, but I might still struggle to do it," Wang Hao said, looking at him for a long moment with an expression of realization. Then he lowered his head and forcefully wrote 4 characters on his notebook. "Manage probabilities," with 3 horizontal lines drawn beneath. On a weekend in mid-October, Du Yi returned to Yunding No. 1. There was no urgent matter to attend to, just the need to be alone for a while. Life in the dormitory was lively and fulfilling, but each day was packed. Classes, clubs, papers, and his roommates' jokes. He hardly had any long stretches of solitude to handle group affairs. The documents piled up during the National Day holiday included several projects that needed follow-up, and there were a few matters to discuss face-to-face with Shin Hamlin. The 820-square-meter top-floor apartment remained spacious and quiet. The Huangpu River outside the floor-to-ceiling windows shimmered in the autumn sunlight, while the skyline of Lujiazui appeared hazy in the thin mist. He changed into casual clothes, sat at the desk in the study, opened the encrypted platform, and began reviewing the documents Chen Feng had sent one by one. The integration plan for the real estate sectors, Jinxiu No. 1 had been completed, and Zhou Jiangwo's team's efficiency was higher than he had anticipated. The plan suggested incorporating Jinxiu No. 1 into the rental property asset package of Xinhui Real Estate for unified management and tax planning, expecting to save about 3% of operational costs each year. After reviewing the plan, Du Yi made 3 comments: retain the existing property management team without large-scale personnel adjustments, raise the occupancy target to above 95%, by optimizing rental pricing strategies, and produce an independent operational report each quarter directly submitted to Chen Feng and Shin Hamlin. The AI chip acquisition case in the technology sector also entered the final stage of due diligence. Xiao Ran's team had completed the technical assessment of the target company, and the conclusion aligned with Du Yi's previous judgment. This company's core patents were highly complementary to Xinhui Technology's existing business, forming a complete closed loop in the field of edge computing chips post-acquisition. Du signed the last page of the acquisition plan and wrote next to the integration timeline attached by Xiao Ran after the technical teams merged. The founder's equity lockup period will be extended to 5 years with retention incentives linked to performance targets. Retest the compensation terms for key technical personnel. Processing the documents had already taken him to 3 in the afternoon. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, drank a glass of water, and watched the cargo ships slowly pass by on the river, leaving long white trails behind. Then he changed clothes and took the subway back to school. Exiting the subway station, there were noticeably more people on the tree-lined path than in the afternoon. On the playground, someone was playing soccer, and those running on the track were already starting to warm up. As Du reached the dormitory, his phone vibrated. Su Qingwei had sent a message. "I finished the first draft of the literature review for the paper and sent it to your email. Please take a look this weekend and highlight any issues." Below was another message. "The structure references the framework of Professor Zhou Minjuan's paper, but I added a section on behavioral finance explanations. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. You can check it first." Du leaned against the ginkgo tree at the dormitory entrance, opened his phone's email, and reviewed her literature review draft. 12 pages in total, clearly structured, from the theoretical foundations of CAPM to the empirical studies on the effectiveness of the share market, ending with a new chapter on behavioral finance explanations. Her writing style remained concise and precise, but unlike her usual speech, her academic writing occasionally included subtle personal judgments. For instance, when evaluating a certain research method, she used a restrained but clear critique. "This study has a survivor bias in sample selection, and the generalizability of its conclusions is questionable." Du typed a reply, "I've read it. The structure is fine, and the behavioral finance chapter is the highlight of the paper. Your summary of retail trading behavior and market pricing efficiency is more solid than many master's theses." Su Qingwei replied quickly, "I was uncertain about that section because it was newly added. Are you sure it's fine? Keep it." There was a brief silence on the other end, then she replied, "Okay." Just one word. But after 2 seconds, she sent another message. "When will the results from your data part be ready? I can finish the last group of backtests this weekend." After adding the OmniHUD illiquidity indicator you mentioned last time, the model's fit improved by nearly 10 percentage points. This variable is one of the methodological contributions of this paper. Then this variable should be discussed separately in the methodology chapter. Finish writing the data processing flow this weekend and send it to me. I'll help you check the parameters. Okay. He put his phone back in his pocket and went upstairs. Pushing open the door of room 302, Wang Hao was sitting at the desk in front of his laptop, the screen displaying the ranking page of the simulated investment competition. His name was ranked 19th with a negative return rate of 1.5%. Seeing Du enter, he abruptly closed the laptop, his expression like that of a student caught sneaking snacks. "Don't hide it, I saw your ranking." Du said. "I'm not hiding anything. I was doing a review." Wang Hao opened the laptop again, pointing at the intraday chart of a stock he was heavily invested in. "Look at this one. It dropped another 3% today. I've already lost 5%. I feel like there's something wrong with my investment strategy, but I can't pinpoint what the..." Du walked over to him, glanced at the intraday chart and transaction details. "You're not investing. You're betting. This stock has already dropped 20% from its peak. Each time it falls, you average down, but its fundamentals haven't improved compared to before the drop. Its market share for main products is still shrinking, and the development pace of new products is lagging behind competitors. You are buying an increasingly worthless asset at an increasingly cheaper price. This is called the disposition effect in behavioral finance. Investors tend to hold onto losing positions, reluctant to cut losses, and instead keep averaging down during declines." Wang Hao stared at the screen in silence for quite a while. Then he opened the trading software and completely liquidated that stock, his movements brisk and decisive, like tearing off a page of a draft that had been written incorrectly. "Lost 5%. It hurts." He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. "But you're right. I bought it because it had already dropped a lot, thinking it must bounce back after falling enough. But falling enough is not a reason to buy. Improvement in fundamentals is. I exchanged my living expenses for a lesson. This lesson is worth a 5% loss. Worth it." Wang Hao took a deep breath and leaned closer to Du's screen. "Then teach me how to pick stocks. I'm not asking for codes. I want to learn the method. I want to know how you filter out those few companies worth buying from hundreds of listed firms." Du explained his stock screening logic framework, starting with industry prosperity, finding the subsectors that were in an upward phase, then filtering companies within that sector with both revenue growth and gross margin above the industry average, and not severely diverging cash flow and profit. Finally, conducting valuation analysis on the selected targets to determine a reasonable buying range. After listening, Wang Hao drew a simple flowchart in his notebook, marking several key screening criteria, then nodded seriously. "This framework is stronger than my buy when it has dropped enough by more than one dimension. From now on, I'll follow this. The framework is just a tool. Whether you can use it correctly depends on how you understand the business logic behind the data. Financial data is the result, not the cause. What you need to find are the core factors driving these data changes, whether it's industry cycles, technological substitutions, management changes, or policy influences. Got it. I'll remember the framework first, then learn slowly. Wang Hao closed his notebook, stood up, stretched, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you noticed that Su Qingyue's ranking has also risen? She's now ranked third. Du Yi was drinking water and put down his cup. What did she buy? 2 consumer stocks and 1 pharmaceutical stock. I didn't look closely at which ones, but the returns are stable and the drawdowns are small. Wang Hao flipped through the historical data on the ranking page. Her style is quite different from yours. You're aggressive, she's defensive. But she also has offensive elements in her defense. One of her consumer stocks has been rising particularly fast, indicating she likely anticipated the seasonal report's momentum in advance. Du Yi checked Su Qingyue's holdings in the simulated investment system. Sure enough, the fundamentals of the 3 stocks were solid, with clean financial data and valuations sitting at the lower middle range historically. Her stock selection direction differed from his. He emphasized growth and industry prosperity, while she emphasized valuation, safety margins, and financial stability. However, the underlying logic of both styles was consistent. Both were based on fundamental analysis, seeking targets priced below their intrinsic value. Du Yi leaned back in his chair, observing the analysis page of Su Qingyue's holdings on the screen. Her stock selection approach was nearly identical to her personality. Cautious, precise, leaving ample safety margins, avoiding chasing highs and taking risks, but once she made a correct judgment, she held firm. Every line of logic was clean and sharp, and every operation had clear triggering conditions. His phone. Su Qingyue sent a message with no preamble. The AI chip stock you are heavily invested in released an announcement today. Oh, did you see it? I saw it. Strategic cooperation with the industry leader has landed, and the RD progress exceeded expectations. The market hasn't fully digested this information yet. There should be another wave of momentum tomorrow. Did you anticipate this expectation in advance? Yes. How much did the model fit improve after you added the OmniHUD indicator to my data? About 10 percentage points. This indicator was suggested by you last time, Du Yi said. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then her reply popped up. I just made a suggestion. The data is run by you. Du Yi looked at the message and recalled that day in the library when she wrote down the variable names on his notebook with a pencil. She was looking down with stray hair falling at the sides of her ears, the pencil moving steadily between her fingers, the handwriting neat, as if measured with a ruler. The focus of that moment and the tone in her message now that deliberately downplayed her contribution overlapped in Du Yi's mind. Wang Hao leaned over from the side, glanced at Du Yi's phone screen, then silently pulled his head back, speaking to Lin Shan in a tone of someone who had been there. Look at his expression. That's not the expression of someone looking at paper data. That is, speak quietly. Lin Shan, wearing headphones, didn't lift his head, but the corners of his mouth had already curled up. On November 1st, at midnight, Du Yi was awakened by the crisp notification sound from deep within his consciousness while working on an exercise about convertible bond pricing models. The light from the desk lamp illuminated a small, warm-colored territory on the desk where the notebook was densely filled with formula derivations alongside a cup of instant coffee that had long gone cold. Wang Hao's snoring could be heard evenly from the upper bunk, and a faint glimmer of light seeped through Lin Chen's bed curtain, likely because he was video chatting with Zhao Shui, each engaged in their own activities. Li Bowen was silent on his side, with only the rustling of turning pages breaking the quiet. Every few seconds, the rhythm steady as a metronome. He put down his pen and summoned the system panel with his mind. November sign-in has been triggered. Monthly sign-in rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Social Master Skill Package. Skill description: this skill package covers all core areas of social interaction, including business, social etiquette, cross-cultural communication skills, psychological insights, negotiation strategies, networking and relationship management, public speaking, arts, emotional management, and expression control. Upon loading, the host will acquire a comprehensive social capability equivalent to that of a top business school's MBA social course system, combined with 10 years of high-end business social experience, including but not limited to micro-expression recognition and response, advanced listening and empathy skills, multi-scenario social etiquette, influence and persuasion development, crisis management and public opinion management, social networking and resource integration. Du Yi stared at this explanation, remaining silent for a while. In the previous months, the system had provided him with wealth, assets, business capabilities, and travel arrangements. This time it was about people, more precisely the ability to interact with people. He suddenly realized that the system's logic was shifting from internal strength to external force. 300 million in cash and $1 trillion group provided him with a platform. The comprehensive business skill package equipped him with the professional ability to navigate this platform, while the social master skill package granted him the soft power to truly connect and collaborate in this arena. He chose to load it immediately. This time the sensation was different from the previous experiences. The loading of the comprehensive business skill package felt like a door had been opened in his mind with a torrent of knowledge flooding in. In contrast, the loading of the social master skill package resembled a delicate permeative recalibration. His perception became more acute. The rhythm of his roommates breathing, the subtle rustling of leaves outside being brushed by the wind, the indistinct sounds of laughter from a dorm room at the end of the corridor. These background details, previously filtered out by his mind, were now clearly marked. More critically, it was his perception of people. He recalled the conversation he had with Su Qingwei in the library earlier that day about their thesis. When she mentioned an anomalous data point, she furrowed her brow, and he had assumed she was merely deep in thought. But upon reflection, that slight crease in her brow indicated not only contemplation, but also a trace of suppressed uncertainty. She was very confident in her judgments, yet when it came to matters involving him, she habitually left room for doubt, as if unwilling to fully express herself until she confirmed something. These subtle details, which previously required deliberate analysis to capture, now appeared as clearly as bold text. He turned off the system panel and picked up his phone. On the encrypted platform, there were several messages from Chun Feng, one of which was conveyed by Shun Hamlin. Next week, there would be a closed-door dinner for entrepreneurs across industries, inviting only the core figures of the business world in the Magic City, asking if he was interested in attending as an individual. He pondered for a moment and typed a reply: participate. No need to arrange a speech, just enter quietly. Got it, Mr. Du. The dinner will be at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund at 7 o'clock next Friday. The dress code is business formal. Understood. He put down his phone, leaning back in his chair, feeling the newly opened expanse in his mind. The knowledge about social skills, negotiation strategies, and cultural norms was integrating into his thinking in an extraordinarily natural way. It was not a matter of rote memorization, but rather unfolding like a decompressed zip file, layer by layer, intertwining with the existing knowledge network of the comprehensive business skill package. In the first week of November, the Financial Practice Society held a ranking announcement for the midterm mock investment competition. Sun Howard stood at the front of the seminar room with the LCD screen behind him displaying the earnings rankings of 20 members. His expression remained as confident and composed as ever, but when he glanced at the first line of the ranking list, the smile at the corner of his mouth was a bit less natural than usual. Du's name topped the list with an earning rate of 18.7%, nearly 6 percentage points ahead of the second place. Su Qingwei ranked third with an earning rate of 9.3%. Wang Hao's ranking rose from 19th last week to 15th, successfully reducing his loss rate from 5% to 1.2%. At the moment he saw his rank, he silently celebrated with a clenched fist. The midterm rankings are merely a temporary reference and do not represent the final results. Sun Howard flipped to the next page using the remote control, and the screen displayed the adjustments to the competition rules for the latter half of the mock competition. In the latter half, industry restrictions will be introduced. Each participant's concentration and holdings cannot exceed 30% in a single industry. This is to simulate the risk control constraints of real fund management. Additionally, before the final settlement, there will be a simulated investment defense where each person needs to present their investment logic for 10 minutes and answer questions from the judges. He noticed that Sun Howard's gaze lingered on Su Qingwei for a moment when he mentioned the simulated investment defense. That pause was brief, but more subtle than before. Not merely attention, but an additional layer of something that he could now recognize more clearly. Sun Howard looked at Su Qingwei differently than at other members. There was a sense of private interest subdued by rationality in his gaze, akin to a hunter spotting a worthy prey, but temporarily refraining from acting due to the occasion and identity. Su Qingwei had no reaction to this. She was busy taking notes on the adjustments to the competition rules, her pen moving steadily, without even lifting her head. After the meeting, Wang Hao pulled Du into the corridor to review his adjustments and holdings. After you advised me to cut losses on that losing stock, I divided the freed-up funds into 3 parts. 1 part went into the consumer electronics stock you analyzed before, 1 part into the pharmaceutical stock in Su Qingyu's holdings, and the last part is kept in cash for opportunities. As a result, over the past 2 weeks, consumer electronics rose by 6 points and pharmaceuticals rose by 4 points. So overall, I not only recouped the previous losses, but also gained nearly 2 points of positive returns. You learn quickly, Du, he said. Of course, a great teacher produces excellent students. Wang Hao patted Du on the shoulder and then lowered his voice, but honestly, I feel like Sun Howard's gaze towards Su Qingwei is a bit off. Every time he mentions defense ranking or president's assistant, he glances in Su Qingyu's direction. Du did not respond, but he knew Wang Hao's observation was accurate. After loading the social master skill package, he gained a clearer understanding of Sun Howard's behavior patterns. Sun Howard was not the type to openly harass, but rather someone accustomed to using systems and resources to construct power dynamics. He would not directly overstep boundaries, but he would gradually close the distance using grandiose excuses like guidance, mentorship, and resource connection. The danger of this approach lies in the fact that those being approached find it difficult to judge whether his intentions are benevolent on a professional level or personal level, and by the time they realize something is wrong, they are often already deeply entangled. On the second weekend of November, the Financial Practice Society released its first group case analysis task. Sun Howren shared a lengthy 15-page document in the group. It detailed a real medium-sized manufacturing-listed company, including its financial statements for the past 3 years, industry competition landscape details of the top 5 clients and suppliers, and summaries of institutional research for the last 4 quarters, all anonymized with the name Company A. The task required each group to submit an investment value analysis report within a week and make a 15-minute presentation during the next full meeting. Where did he get such detailed first-hand research summaries? Wang Hao flipped through the materials in his dorm, his eyes wide open. This summary even records the exact words of the company's board secretary responding to investors' questions. Regular retail investors can't obtain such information at all. It was provided by the society's partner organization. Li Bowen had highlighted several key points in his materials with a fluorescent pen, and his notebook listed an outline for an analysis framework. Sun Howren accumulated quite a few resources during his internship at the fund company. Although he has a few quirks, his ability to gather resources is indeed strong. He had not participated in the discussion. He flipped through the materials, his gaze lingering on several lines of numbers in the financial statements for a long time. Company as main business revenue maintained a compound growth rate of 15% over the past 3 years, with a gross margin stable at around 30%, making it seem like a quite decent medium-sized manufacturing enterprise. However, there were several figures on the cash flow statement that made him feel uneasy. The operating cash flow suddenly turned negative in the past year, while accounts receivable and inventory both rose sharply, with growth rates far exceeding that of revenue. This was the same type of issue he had analyzed during his interview at the Financial Practice Society regarding a consumer electronics company. Yet Company A's situation was less severe and the signals were more concealed. If one were not accustomed to scrutinizing cash flow notes, they could easily be misled by the attractive income statement. The phone lit up. Su Qingwei sent a message in the small group of Team 4. Have you all finished reading the materials? We'll discuss in the library tomorrow afternoon. Oh, I've booked the seminar room. Everyone should write down their preliminary analysis on one page and exchange opinions during the discussion. Chen Jiao replied with a received, and Zhao Min responded with an okay. He typed a reply, I finished reading. I'll bring my preliminary analysis tomorrow. On Saturday afternoon in the seminar room on the second floor of the library. This seminar room had been reserved by Su Qingwei 3 days in advance. A small room by the window with a square table and 4 chairs, a whiteboard hung on the wall, and the view outside was of a ginkgo forest. Sunlight streamed through the window at an angle reflecting off the whiteboard. Su Qingwei stood up to adjust the angle of the blinds, allowing just the right amount of light to fall on the whiteboard without being glaring. She spread the materials out on the table and flipped her notebook to the page with the analysis framework. He noticed that her analysis framework was more systematic than during their last discussion on the paper, from macro industry analysis to micro financial analysis, and then to valuation models and risk factors. Each module indicated the core issues that needed to be focused on. The handwriting was still neat, but there were several signs of revision at the margins. She likely spent last night pondering over the wording. Chen Jia's analysis focused on the valuation model. He used DCF and comparable companies' methods to cross-verify, concluding that Company A's current stock price was undervalued by about 15%. Zhao Min was responsible for the industry analysis, clearly outlining the competitive landscape of the subsector in which Company A operated, as well as the bargaining power of upstream and downstream players and the policy environment. However, when it came to the financial analysis part, she openly admitted that she was not very good at it and needed her teammates to fill in. When it was Du's turn to speak, he flipped his notebook to the financial analysis page. I mainly looked at the company as revenue had a compound growth rate of 15% over the past 3 years, and the gross margin was stable at 30%, making the income statement look indeed quite attractive. However, there were several figures on the cash flow statement that needed to be highlighted. He pointed to a few lines of numbers he had circled in the materials with his finger. The operating cash flow suddenly turned negative in the past year, and the deviation from net profit exceeds a reasonable range. Accounts receivable and inventory both rose sharply, with growth rates more than twice that of revenue growth. This indicates that the quality of the company's income is declining. The increase in book profits is largely supported by loosening credit policies and increasing inventory, while the actual cash collection ability is far below what the statements present. Chen Jia pushed his glasses up But if the company is in a high-growth phase, proactively loosening payment terms to seize market share, could the temporary deterioration of operating cash flow be acceptable? It could be acceptable, but there are limits. Company as accounts receivable growth rate is more than twice that of revenue growth, which cannot be explained by temporary deterioration. During a normal operating cycle, if the accounts receivable growth rate exceeds 1.5 times the revenue growth rate, it is already a warning signal. Over 2 times indicates that there is likely a problem with the channel partner's cash collections, and the company, in order to maintain revenue growth, has to continue pushing inventory, resulting in an escalating accounts receivable that forms a cycle difficult to untangle. Dewey flipped through the client details in the materials, now looking at the concentration of the top 5 clients. The largest client accounts for 40% of the revenue, but the payment cycle for this client has been continuously extending since last year from 3 months to nearly half a year. If there's an issue with this client, company as cash flow could deteriorate rapidly within a quarter. Su Qingwei had been quietly listening, her pen never stopping. When Du Yi finished speaking, she turned her financial analysis points from her notebook around for everyone to see. They were almost completely aligned with Du Yi's analytical direction, except her focus was on the sufficiency of the provisions for accounts receivable impairment. She noticed that company as allowance for bad debts for accounts receivable was significantly lower than the industry average. If recalculated according to the industry average ratio, the net profit would directly shrink by nearly 20%. So our conclusion is that company A lacks investment value. Chen Jia frowned, but the DCF model shows it is undervalued. The parameters of the DCF model were set by you. Su Qingwei said if you lower the growth rate of future cash flows by 3 percentage points and raise the discount rate by 2 percentage points. These 2 adjustments are completely reasonable given the continuous deterioration of company as cash flow. Would its valuation still be undervalued? Chen Jia was stunned for a second, then lowered his head to rerun the model on his notebook. When the new valuation result popped up on the screen, he remained silent for several seconds. According to the adjusted parameters, not only was company as current stock price not high, but it was actually overvalued. I was deceived by the income statement. Chen Jia leaned back in his chair, took off his glasses, and rubbed his nose. My DCF used the net profit from the statement, but if the real profitability is far below the reported profit, then the result from the model is garbage. This is why financial analysis cannot rely solely on the income statement, Dewey said. Zhao Min quickly jotted down this conversation, softly muttering keywords like accounts receivable, cash flow, bad debt provision, then looked up to ask, so our final conclusion is to short it. Short it, Su Qingwei said, but the report needs to speak with data. We cannot directly say this company has problems. Every piece of criticism must be supported by corresponding financial data or industry comparisons. I will write the financial analysis section, Dewey said. I will write the industry analysis and valuation sections. Su Qingwei opened her notebook to a new page and quickly wrote down the division of labor. Chen Jia rerun the DCF with the adjusted parameters and also conduct a sensitivity analysis. Zhao Min should refine the part concerning the bargaining power of upstream and downstream, focusing on whether the high accounts receivable is a common phenomenon in the industry. If it is, then company as problems might not be that serious. If not, our conclusion will be more persuasive. After she finished speaking, she looked up and found Du Yi was watching her. During her task assignment, her tone was decisive and clear, without a single unnecessary word, and each member's strengths were placed in the most suitable position. Compared to her usual concise and almost cold communication style, she showed a certain calm confidence while organizing the discussion. It wasn't that she suddenly became enthusiastic, but rather that when matters entered her familiar logical territory, all hesitation was replaced by precise judgment. What are you looking at? Su Qingwei asked. Looking at how you assign tasks, Du Yi replied, retracting his gaze and picking up his notebook, more efficient than Sun Haoren. Su Qingwei didn't respond, lowering her head to continue writing her part. But Dewey noticed that the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth had appeared again, a little deeper than last time. The discussion lasted nearly 3 hours. The 4 of them moved from financial analysis to industry prospects, and then to the selection of parameters for the valuation model, filling the whiteboard with formulas and logical arrows alternately written by Du Yi and Su Qingwei. Chen Jia encountered a technical problem while modifying the DCF parameters, and Su Qingwei took over the laptop to help him debug an Excel function. Zhao Min returned after checking industry data and confirmed that the accounts receivable turnover rate of leading enterprises in the industry, where Company A is located, generally remains at a reasonable level. Company A's performance is indeed an outlier. This conclusion further supported Du Yi's financial analysis. As she packed up to leave, Su Qingwei neatly stacked the materials back into her canvas bag and suddenly asked, your social skills have improved a lot compared to before. Du Yi paused his hand that was stuffing the notebook into his backpack. In what way? During the society meeting, you explained cash flow analysis to Chen Jia, not bombarding him with jargon, but using data comparisons to help him discover contradictions on his own. Last time when you spoke with Sun Haoran in the cafeteria, you used a different approach, turning his intention to get close to me into an inconsequential background presence. Su Qingwei zipped up her canvas bag, her tone as flat, as if she were conducting an academic review. Your adaptability and style is very strong. It's not something you learn deliberately, it's a natural ability to switch. This is a rare social talent. Du Yi leaned back in his chair watching her. Since acquiring the social master skill set, his perception of people had indeed greatly improved, including the subtle changes in tone when Su Qingwei said these words. She packaged this analysis into an objective observation report, but her attention to his behavioral patterns had already surpassed what an academic partner would typically focus on. She was paying attention to how he interacted with different people, analyzing whether there were patterns behind his words and actions. Have you been observing me for long? Dewey asked. Not for very long. Su Qingwei slung her canvas bag over her shoulder, her expression still calm, but the tips of her ears were slightly flushed by the slanting sunlight outside the window. The blinds in the seminar room were not completely closed, and a beam of golden sunlight fell right on her ear, exposing that detail without a place to hide. When did you start observing me? During the military training singing event. When she said these 4 characters, she didn't look at him, but lowered her head to check if the zipper of her canvas bag was closed properly, then stood up. When you sang that song, everyone on the playground was looking at you. But it wasn't because you were Du Yi, it was because when you sang there were no traces of performance. You were doing something that required a lot of courage, yet you made it seem like it didn't require any courage. Du Yi pushed his chair back into place and stood up as well. The seminar room was small, and the two stood on the same side of the square table, less than an arm's length apart. So you started observing me then. It wasn't intentional. Su Qingwei finally raised her head to look at him, her gaze calm and sincere. It's just that every time you appear there is one more reason to observe than the last time. When she said this, her tone remained flat, as if stating a conclusion that had been repeatedly verified. However, Du Yi could feel that beneath the expression of worth observing lay a softer logic than her usual precise wording. She was not evaluating the performance of an academic partner, but confirming whether someone was worth breaking her usual distance. What have you observed? Still observing. Su Qingwei picked up her water cup, unscrewed the lid, took a sip, and then walked toward the seminar room door. As she passed by Du Yi, she paused for a moment, slightly turned her head. So far the conclusion is positive. She pushed open the door to the seminar room, and the small moon pendant on her canvas bag lightly brushed against the door frame, producing a very soft, crisp sound. The motion-sensing light in the corridor turned on at once, casting her shadow long. Du Yi stood at the seminar room door, watching her figure disappear around the corner of the corridor. The formal defense for the group project was scheduled for Friday afternoon. Group 4's presentation was arranged as the last one. Su Qingwei, as the group leader, was responsible for the main presentation. Chunjia assisted in displaying the valuation model, Zhao Min supplemented with industry analysis, and Du Yi concluded with an in-depth analysis of the financial risks. The entire defense lasted nearly 20 minutes. During the QA session, Sun Haoran posed 2 additional questions, one concerning the assumptions for calculating the allowance for doubtful accounts, and the other about the basis for selecting industry comparison samples. Su Qingwei answered the first question, and Du Yi supplemented the second. They each responded, but their logical threads interlocked seamlessly, even omitting transitional phrases. After the presentation concluded, Sun Haoran wrote on the scoring sheet for a long time. When he looked up, his gaze lingered on Su Qingwei for a moment before he announced the result. Group 4, 92 points. The highest in the class. After the meeting, Zhao Min and Chunjia left first again. Du Yi and Su Qingwei walked out of the seminar room side by side. The motion-activated lights in the corridor flickered on one by one, and the sky outside the window had already darkened considerably. November's nightfall came early. The parasol trees stood with bare branches casting interlaced shadows under the streetlights. That supplement you added just now, the provision ratio for impairment losses, shouldn't just rely on industry averages. It also needs to consider customer concentration and the collection cycle. Did you come up with that on the spot? Du Yi asked. I prepared it in advance. Sun Haoran likes to add a detailed follow-up question at the end of a defense, usually about a point mentioned in the report, but not elaborated on. I compiled all the follow-up questions from his defense records last year, and found that his 2 most common attack angles were impairment provisions and industry comparisons. So this time I deliberately left 2 unelaborated but prepared details for him to use during the QA session. Su Qingwei's tone was flat as she said this, but her pace was slower than usual, as if deliberately matching his rhythm. You dug up all his defense records from last year. They're on the club's public account. Audio recordings of the QA sessions from every defense are compiled there. They're not verbatim transcripts, but they're enough to analyze questioning preferences. Su Qingwei took out her phone from her canvas bag and opened the memo app, which displayed a table archived by date and type. I've gone through the club's defense records, interview records, and judge comments from the simulated investment competition for the past 3 years. Not just Sun Haoran's, but also the vice presidents and that graduate seniors. He looked at the densely packed table and suddenly recalled the scoring table Wang Hao had made for the club's avoidance guide. The two people's methodologies were remarkably similar, but Su Qingyu's was more systematic, more persistent, and more discreet. How much time did you spend on this? I started during the summer break. Before signing up, I wanted to confirm if the club was worth joining, so I looked through all the public information I could find first. Later, I noticed Sun Haoran's questioning style had a clear pattern, so I casually created an archive. She put her phone back in her canvas bag and paused. This isn't any special technique. It's just minimizing information asymmetry. You minimized information asymmetry, but you never shared any of this with anyone. I'm sharing it with you now, Su Qinghua said. The tone was her usual flatness, but He could feel Su Qinghua wasn't the type to talk about trust. Her trust wasn't in words, it was in actions. Opening her information repository to someone was equivalent to handing over her core competitive advantage in this domain. This kind of trust didn't need emphasis because its expression was simply silently opening the door. The two continued walking. As they passed under a parasol tree, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Su Qinghua shivered. The dark blue hoodie she wore today wasn't thick. The edge of the white t-shirt peeking out from her collar fluttered slightly in the wind. He noticed she tucked her hands into her sleeves, a subtle movement, as if hiding the fact that she was cold. Are you cold? He asked. I'm okay. He stopped and took off his jacket, handing it to her. It was a dark, gray zip-up hoodie with a thin fleece lining which he often wore to the library. Su Qinghua looked at the jacket, then at him, and didn't take it immediately. The light from the street lamp cast a fan-shaped shadow from her lowered eyelashes. Put it on, He said. I have another layer on. Su Qinghua hesitated for a moment, then took the jacket and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket was clearly too big for her with sleeves that were too long. She rolled the cuffs up twice, revealing a slender wrist, her fingers gripping the folded edge, as if confirming that the jacket was actually on her and not just an illusion. The smell of laundry detergent. She set her tone, striving for neutrality, but she didn't meet his eyes as she spoke. Bought from the campus supermarket. I stocked up when it was on sale. Su Qinghua pulled the jacket tighter, and they continued walking. The distance from the seminar room to the library wasn't long, but tonight they walked exceptionally slowly. The streetlights stretched their side-by-side shadows long and dark across the leaf-strewn ground. As they passed the library entrance, Su Qinghua suddenly stopped. The group defense is over, and the paper is almost finished. Are there any club matters that require frequent meetings from now on? He looked at her. Her tone was still that flat declarative sentence, but the question itself revealed her intent. She was confirming whether their high-frequency contact would end with these two projects. The simulated investment competition is still ongoing. Aren't you ranked third? There's room for improvement, Dewey said. That can be done without meeting in person. Then think of a reason to meet. A flicker of light passed through Su Qingyu's eyes under the street lamp. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked down at the oversized dark gray jacket on her, gently rubbing the rolled cuff with her fingers. After several seconds, she spoke, her voice half a degree softer than before. There's a new cafe behind the school. You mentioned it last time, said the atmosphere was nice and not crowded. I want to check it out. He remembered casually mentioning after a club discussion that a new independent cafe had opened behind the school, quiet and good for editing papers. He had mentioned it, thinking she wasn't listening as she was flipping through materials with her head down. But she not only heard it, she remembered it for so long and turned it into an invitation at this moment. Saturday afternoon. He said. Su Qinghua pulled the collar of the jacket together, then pointed at his thin shirt. Aren't you cold going back? It's only 5 minutes from here to the dorm. I'm heading back then. She turned and took a few steps toward the dormitory, then stopped and looked back at him. Saturday at 2, see you at the library entrance. He nodded. Su Qinghua turned and continued walking. The dark gray jacket swayed gently on her shoulders with each step, the extra length of the sleeves fluttering in the wind. After she had walked about 10 meters, she suddenly raised her hand to pull the collar up higher, burying her chin into the fabric. A small, quick movement like a suppressed instinctive joy. He stood there watching her silhouette disappear around the corner of the dormitory building before turning and walking towards room 302. When he pushed open the dormitory door, Wang Hao was sitting at his desk facing his laptop, which displayed the ranking page for the simulated investment competition. His own name was ranked 15th and his return rate had finally turned positive. Though he had only made less than 2 percentage points, that green positive sign held immense significance for him. Old I'm in the black. Wang Hao spun around, his face beaming as if he had won the lottery. My dad called today to ask about my college life, and I told him I'm ranked 15th in the simulated investment competition with a positive return. He was silent for 2 seconds, then said not bad. What level is not bad on your dad's scoring system? Just below okay, far above, keep trying. Wang Hao swiveled his chair around about to continue boasting when his gaze fell on Dewey. Hold on. Where's your jacket? Gave it away. To who? Su Qingwei. Wang Hao's eyes widened, and he leaped up from his chair. You left wearing a jacket and came back without one, and the direction you came from matches the library. The only conclusion from this chain of reasoning is that you gave your jacket to Su Qingwei. Your deductive skills have improved lately. Of course I'm a master theorist. Wang Hao started, but was interrupted. I'm going for coffee with her on Saturday. Wang Hao's mouth hung open for a frozen 2 seconds, then he slowly and solemnly sat back down using a tone that said finally, and said, You finally made a move. I thought you two were going to exchange papers in the library until graduation. She's the one who said she wanted to go. I casually mentioned the cafe behind the school last time, and she remembered. She remembered. Wang Hao repeated the 3 words, shaking his head. Brothers, did you hear that? Su Qingwei remembered a casual comment Dewey made, and then proactively suggested going together. This isn't academic collaboration, this is moving closer to each other. Li Bowen finished the sentence for him from the side, holding a black ghost stone suspended above the board. From a behavioral psychology perspective, remembering a casual remark from the other person and proactively creating alone time is a high-frequency signal during the establishment phase of an intimate relationship. Li Bowen, you're using academic language to analyze emotions again, Wang Hao said. I'm just stating facts. Li Bowen placed the black stone on the board with a crisp click. On Saturday at 2 in the afternoon, when Du Yi arrived punctually at the library entrance, Su Qingwei was already standing on the steps. Today she wasn't wearing the dark blue hoodie. Instead, she had on an off-white sweater, a dark trench coat over it, and her long hair was loose, flowing over her shoulders. Seeing him approach, she handed him a paper bag. The jacket is washed. The detergent smell is the same as yours, so it won't clash. Du Yi took the bag. Inside the jacket was folded neatly, the rolled cuffs carefully smoothed out, and the collar was crisply ironed. He took the jacket out of the bag and put it on directly. The fabric still held a faint warmth from the dryer and a light, clean scent of laundry detergent. Let's go, he said. The cafe was tucked away on a quiet side street behind the school, nestled between a used bookstore and a flower shop. The storefront was small, with a hand-painted wooden sign hanging by the door on which the day's recommended beans and brewing method were written in chalk. Pushing the door open, the shop had only 5 or 6 tables, each paired with a different chair. Some with cushions, some woven from rattan, and one by the window that was an old-fashioned rocking chair. The walls were adorned with several works by local illustrators, and the blackboard behind the counter was filled with the origins and flavor profiles of various coffee beans. The owner was a young man with round glasses, focused intently as he poured water in a circular motion over a pour-over cone, the stream steady and even. Su Qingwei chose a table by the window, and Du Yi went to the counter to order 2 lattes. While waiting for the coffee, he leaned against the counter and watched Su Qingwei. She was flipping through the guest book on the cafe table. She paused at one page, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Something interesting must have been written in that book. When the 2 lattes were brought over, Su Qingwei pushed the guest book towards him, pointing to a page for him to see. On that page, someone had written a line in crooked handwriting. If one day you also take shelter in this shop on a rainy afternoon, order a hot latte, and finish reading the entire guest book, then we are strangers connected across time. Below it there was no signature, only a small sun drawn. That's well written, Dewey said. What's good about it? It's good because there's no signature. Without a signature, there's no expectation of a response. Without expectation of a response, there's no disappointment. But it still leaves something on the wall. Su Qingwei picked up her latte and took a sip. A bit of milk foam clung to her upper lip, which she quickly wiped away with a napkin. The sunlight outside the window was just right, the shadows of the parasol tree swaying on the tabletop, the aroma of coffee slowly permeating the quiet space. The group defense is over, and the paper is almost finished. Su Qingwei set down her cup, her gaze fixed on him. I don't want to need a reason to meet in order to keep seeing you. Du Yi looked at her. The afternoon sun streamed in from the side, making her amber eyes look clear and translucent. After saying this, she didn't look down to continue what she was doing as usual, but maintained eye contact with him. Then he'll be direct, Du Yi said, setting down his coffee cup. I want to be with you. Not just in the library, the seminar room, and the simulated account, but in all the parts of the world you're willing to let me into. Su Qingyu's eyelashes fluttered. She lowered her head, her fingers gently turning the ear of her coffee cup. After about 5 seconds, Du Yi counted silently in his mind. She looked up again, the tips of her ears tinged slightly pink in the slanted sunlight from the window. That line of yours, I've thought about it for much longer than you have. I've been thinking about it since the military training sing-along, when you were standing in the middle of the playground singing. After she finished speaking, she didn't look away. Those amber eyes quietly met his without flinching, without coyness, only with the calm and frankness that were so characteristic of her. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly, a deeper and more certain arc than ever before. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, gilding her profile in a light gold. He reached out and placed his hand palm up on the table. Su Qinghua looked at the hand, then placed hers. Her hand was cooler than he had imagined, with long, slender fingers and well-defined knuckles fitting perfectly within his palm. From now on, no reasons are needed. Su Qinghua held his hand back, her grip gentle but steady. No longer needed. Outside the window, the shadow of the parasol tree slowly moved across the tabletop. The cafe was filled with the low hum of the coffee grinder and the delicate sound of water falling from the pour-over kettle. The stranger who had drawn a small sun in the guest book shared this same quiet afternoon with them across a different span of time. The first person to learn about the news of Du Yi and Su Qinghua being together was Wang Hao. It was not Du Yi who initiated the conversation. When he returned from the cafe and pushed open the door to room 302, Wang Hao was sitting at his desk eating instant noodles in front of his laptop and merely asked how was the coffee. Upon seeing him, Du Yi took off his coat and draped it over the back of a chair, saying, "We are together now." Wang Hao's chopsticks paused in midair with steam rising from the noodles hanging from them. He stared at Du Yi for a full 3 seconds, then set down his chopsticks, stood up, and said in an extremely serious tone, "Say that again." "I am together with Su Qinghua." Wang Hao took a deep breath, placed his hands on Du Yi's shoulders, and his expression was akin to that of bestowing an honor. "Old Du, from the moment you delivered water and ice packs to her during military training, I knew this day would come. I, Wang Hao, have never misjudged a person, especially when it comes to others' romantic matters. What about your own romantic matters? Don't change the subject." Wang Hao retracted his hands and paced back and forth in the dormitory. "What day is today?" "It's Saturday afternoon in the cafe, and your confession was successful. From now on, today will be your anniversary every year. I need to note this down." He pulled out his phone, opened the notes app, and started typing while muttering, "Saturday afternoon, the independent cafe behind the school. Wait, you need to tell me which one it is first. I can't go to the same place with Shunyu for our date. It would be too awkward to run into our anniversary spot." Du Yi sat down in the chair. "You and Shunyu are not together yet. How can there be an anniversary? It's called taking precautions." Wang Hao picked up his noodles again and continued eating. After a few bites, he looked up. "By the way, how did you confess? What did you say? What was her reaction? Did she cry?" "No, she didn't cry. I said I wanted to be with her, and she said she had been thinking about this since military training." Wang Hao's chopsticks paused again. "Military training songs." His voice rose half an octave. "That was only in the second week of school. She has liked you for so long and didn't show it at all." She was very restrained in her expressions. "Of course she is Su Qinghua." Wang Hao leaned back in his chair and said in a summarizing tone, "Su Qinghua is the kind of person whose emotions are not outwardly visible and her expressions are indirect, but everything she does conveys the same message. She cares about you. She won't say 'I like you,' but she will remember something you said casually for months and reveal that she remembered it at the most opportune moment. This way of expressing feelings is far more effective than saying 'I like you 100 times. Du Yi looked at Wang Hao and suddenly felt that his roommate's insight into relationships was indeed much more acute than he usually displayed. Perhaps it was because he himself was also in a secret crush that he resonated particularly well with Su Qingyu's restrained way of expressing. "You are right," Du Yi said. "Of course," Wang Hao said, proudly patting his chest, then suddenly became serious. "But I remind you, your relationship might trigger some chain reactions in the club." "What chain reactions?" "Sun Haoran." Wang Hao put down his bowl of noodles and lowered his voice. "You know better than I do how he feels about Su Qinghua. Before you two got together, he could still approach her using reasons like club activities and academic guidance. Now those reasons are all invalid. The most dangerous moment for someone who has been rejected is not the moment of rejection itself, but the moment they realize they no longer have any reason to get close." Du Yi looked at Wang Hao, recalling his judgment of Sun Haoran's behavioral patterns after loading the social master. Sun Haoran is not the kind of overt harasser, but someone who is accustomed to using systems and resources to build power dynamics. He wouldn't directly cross boundaries, but he would use guidance, mentoring, and resource connection as lofty excuses to gradually close the distance. Now that these excuses have all failed, what will he do? "He'll be cautious," Du Yi said. "Not just you, Su Qinghua needs to be cautious too. Though I think she can handle it perfectly. Her social defense system is more robust than all of our dorm combined." Wang Hao picked up his noodles again and stirred them with his chopsticks. "By the way, how proactive is Su Qinghua toward you? You just said she said I've been thinking about this since military training songs. Did she confess first?" "Not exactly. I was the one who opened the conversation. But she had already paved the way before I spoke." "Paved the way? What do you mean?" "The cafe she chose is the same one I casually mentioned last time. She said she remembered. Today she specifically wore a sweater different from the one she wore in the library last time." Before I even opened my mouth, she had eliminated all the factors that could make me hesitate. She made it so that I only needed to do one thing: speak up. Wang Hao was silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Su Qingyu's way of love is completely consistent with her. She does her homework in advance, conducts systematic analysis, and executes precisely. Her liking for you is not a spuro-timid decision, but a cautious decision made after thorough verification. But the conclusion of the verification is, you're worth it. You analyze it even clearer than I do. Because I stand from the perspective of an observer. The observer sees clearly. Wang Hao finished the last of his noodle soup and wiped his mouth. By the way, when do you plan to tell the other guys in the dorm about you and Su Qingyue? Lin Shun will definitely bless you, while Li Bowen will probably say this is a pre-game thing and continue playing his Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Lin Shun and Li Bowen walked in one after the other. Lin Shun had just returned from an event with the programming club, carrying a computer bag and holding a cup of unfinished milk tea. Li Bowen was holding a thick book of political economy, looking as calm as ever. What are you talking about? Lin Shun placed his computer bag on the table. Old Du and Su Qingyue are together, Wang Hao announced in a tone reminiscent of breaking significant news. Lin Shun's eyes brightened behind his glasses, then he revealed a sincere and warm smile. Congratulations. Zhao Shui asked me during our last video call, does your roommate, Du Yi, have feelings for Su Qingyue? She said she could tell from the photos of you two in the library. What photos? Du Yi asked. Last time you asked me to take a picture of the ginkgo trees outside the library for your social media, didn't you? I accidentally captured Su Qingyue's profile as well. Zhao Shui said the way this girl looks at the camera is off. Lin Shun scratched his head awkwardly. She said that when a girl looks at someone she likes, there is a very subtle curve change in her eyes, which is different from how she looks at ordinary friends. Is your girlfriend studying Chinese or psychology? Wang Hao was astonished. The Chinese department also studies psychology. Lin Shun laughed. Li Bowen placed political economy on the table and pushed up his glasses. His expression remained calm, but the curve of his lips was a bit deeper than usual. From a probability perspective, the two of you being together is an inevitable event. The empirical data from observing you for 2 weeks in the library is already sufficient to demonstrate the issue. It's just a matter of time. But still, congratulations. This outcome has a positive utility value. Are you congratulating me or making an academic summary? Wang Hao asked. Both, Li Bowen said as he pulled out a chair to sit down, but I have one suggestion. After you two get together, your interaction in the club may need to be adjusted. Adjusted how? Du Yi asked. You don't need to deliberately avoid each other, nor do you need to make it publicly known. Just interact as you did before. I've been observing Sun Haoran since I joined the club. He is used to using systems and resources to build power. The more openly you two are, the easier it will be for him to find angles to attack. If you maintain your original interaction mode, he won't have any leverage. Li Bowen flipped open political economy, but this is just theoretical advice. The actual operation is. Du Yi looked at Li Bowen, recalling that his judgment of Sun Haoran's behavioral patterns closely matched Li Bowen's observations after loading the social master skill set. But Li Bowen did not have systematic support or skill enhancements. He reached this conclusion based on his innate sensitivity to power structures trained in his family environment. Your analytical ability is wasted if you don't join the intelligence department, Wang Hao said. I'm just stating my observations, Li Bowen said, lowering his head to continue reading. At 11 o'clock at night, room 302 fell silent after the lights were turned off. Wang Hao's snoring had yet to begin. He was likely still immersed in the excitement of my good brother has finally found love. Light seeped through Lin Shen's curtains, the blue-white glow of his phone screen reflecting on the curtain fabric, and the faint sound of typing could be heard, probably sharing the good news with Zhao Shui. Li Bowen was silent, but the sound of pages turning occurred every few seconds, the rhythm as consistently stable as ever. Du Yi leaned against the headboard, and his phone lit up. Su Qingyue sent a message with no preamble, just a line of text. My roommate Shun, you asked where I went this. I said I went to have coffee with you. She screamed for about 10 seconds. Below it was another message. Ran Chinchensy got out of bed and said finally. Du Yi chuckled and typed back, my roommate Wang Hao is about the same. He said he has been waiting since the day he brought water during military training. Su Qingyue replied, Wang Hao's predictive ability is quite strong. When will he be together with Xinyu? But last time he asked Xinyu to see the cold chain logistics truck, he turned the date into a logistics tour. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Then Su Qingyue replied, that's a unique approach. At least it proves he is sincere. Are you speaking up for him? I'm just stating the facts. She replied, then, after a 2-second pause, sent another message. Clumsy sincerity is rarer than practiced tricks. Du Yi looked at this line of text, recalling what Su Qingyue had said in the cafe. This sentence, I've thought about it for much longer than you did. Her way of expression is like this, not directly saying I appreciate your sincerity, but rather saying clumsy sincerity is rarer than practiced tricks. She hides her emotions in a logical package, but the material of the package is not cold hard theory, but a soft rationality that she has recalibrated herself. Tomorrow afternoon at the library. Du Yi typed. All right. I still have the last set of robustness tests for my paper to finish. She replied, then added, but this time it'll bring 2 cups of coffee. Why 2 cups? Because last time it was your treat. This time it's my turn. Du Yi looked at this message and placed his phone on the bedside. Outside, the ginkgo trees rustled in the night wind, and a few fallen leaves were swept up by the wind fluttering under the streetlight. He closed his eyes, and the scene of Su Qingyue placing her hand in his palm that afternoon in the cafe floated in his mind. Her hand was cooler than he imagined, but it warmed up quickly once he held it. In the final week of November, the simulated investment competition of the Financial Practice Society entered a white-hot phase. The numbers on the leaderboard fluctuated daily, with some leaping from 10th to the top 3 and others plummeting from 2nd to outside the top 10. A subtle tension permeated the seminar room. On the surface, everyone exchanged friendly banter, but behind the scenes, each participant scrutinized others' portfolio adjustments, attempting to deduce opponents' strategies from the faintest clues. During Wednesday's club activity, Sun Haoran announced the specific arrangements for the final defense. It's scheduled for December 20th, with 10 minutes for each presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Besides me and the vice president, the judges will include 2 professors from the college, Professor Zhou Mingyuan and Professor Zhao. The defense score accounts for 40% of the total grade, while the simulated account return makes up 60%. A low murmur rippled through the audience. Professor Zhou Mingyuan was the associate dean of the School of Finance, commanding far greater prestige in the industry than Sun Haoran. His involvement meant the value of this defense far exceeded a routine internal club assessment. Outstanding members might secure opportunities to participate in professors' research projects as early as their freshman year. Additionally, Sun Haoran closed his folder, his gaze sweeping across the conference room. The top 3 members in the final rankings can enter the club's core decision-making layer next semester, involved in planning club activities and liaising with partner institutions. The champion will automatically become the president's assistant. Du Yi noticed that when he said president's assistant, his gaze lingered on Su Qingyue for a moment. Su Qingyue was busy writing in her notebook, not lifting her head. After the meeting, Wang Hao pulled Du Yi into the hallway to review recent market trends. Lauda, using the framework you taught me last time. First filter by industry prosperity, then check revenue and gross margin. I picked a consumer stock and it's risen 8 points in the last 2 weeks. I'm ranked 13th now. Positive return of 4 points. The light in his eyes was brighter than the fluorescent lamps on the ceiling. When do you plan to sell that stock? Du Yi asked. I've set stop loss and take profit levels. I'll exit when they're breached. The stop loss is 5% below the cost price and the take profit is near the previous high. What you said? Manage probability bet when the odds are favorable, cut losses when wrong, hold when right. You've improved. Of course, a great teacher produces outstanding students. Wang Hao patted Du Yi on the shoulder, then lowered his voice, but seriously, with you and Su Qingyue ranked 1st and 3rd, have you 2 been secretly comparing strategies at home? No. Her stock selection direction is completely different from mine. She's defensive, focusing on valuation safety margins. I'm offensive, emphasizing industry prosperity and earnings momentum. We don't have a single overlapping stock in our portfolios. Then it's a meeting of minds, Wang Hao said with a knowing tone. You 2 even complement each other in style, offense and defense, growth and value. After you get married, you won't need to hire a fund manager. You 2 alone could form a perfect hedge fund. The defense on December 20th was held in the lecture hall of the School of Finance. The hall was larger than the usual tiered classrooms, seating over 200, but that day far more than club members attended. Many non-club students came to observe, with several rows standing in the back. Professor Zhou Mingyuan sat in the center of the judges' table, silver-haired with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes, holding a pen with a scoring sheet spread before him. Sun Haoran sat beside him, his demeanor more restrained than usual. Before the associate dean, his deliberately crafted composure noticeably diminished. Du Yi was scheduled to present 3rd from last. He stepped to the podium, inserted his USB drive into the computer, and opened the PPT. The first slide read: value growth strategy based on industry prosperity and cash flow quality. No flashy templates, white background with black text, clean and sharp. I started building my portfolio in late September with an initial capital of 1 million. The current total account assets are 1,312,000, with a cumulative return of 31.2% and a maximum drawdown of 5.8%. He clicked to the next slide, a summary chart of portfolio structure and transaction records. The core of my strategy is one sentence: in industries with rising prosperity, select targets with the best cash flow quality and strongest earnings momentum, buy at reasonable valuations, and sell when valuation is overstretched or the logic is broken. He spent 5 minutes explaining the method for screening industry prosperity, using 3 indicators: ROE, gross margin, and revenue growth rate for cross-filtering. Another 5 minutes were devoted to the analytical framework for cash flow quality, focusing on the alignment between operating cash flow and net profit trends in accounts receivable turnover and the stability of free cash flow. Finally, he used 3 minutes to review several key trades, including entry timing add-in logic and take-profit conditions. After the presentation, Professor Zhou Mingyuan asked the first question: when screening industry prosperity, you used ROE and gross margin. However, in cyclical industries, high ROE and high gross margin often appear at the peak of prosperity, followed by a downer. How do you avoid buying at the peak? You didn't pause, Professor, you're right. ROE and gross margin are indeed lagging indicators. Using them alone risks buying at the peak. So I added 2 leading indicators to the framework: industry capital expenditure growth and new order growth. If ROE is high but capital expenditure is starting to contract, it suggests that industry leaders' expansion willingness is declining and prosperity has likely peaked. Conversely, if ROE is still low but capital expenditure and order growth are picking up, it indicates the industry is emerging from the bottom. Professor Zhou nodded slightly and jotted a few notes on the scoring sheet. Sun Haoran took the microphone for a follow-up. Your maximum drawdown is only 5.8, far below the market's volatility over the same period. But the AI chip stock you heavily held once corrected nearly 15%. How did you manage the risk? Position management. Although the AI chip stock was my most favored target, my holding never exceeded 25% of the total portfolio. When it corrected to 10%, I added to the position, but still kept it within 25%. The remaining funds were diversified into 2 other stocks with low correlation, so the overall drawdown was controlled within a relatively mild range. Sun Haoran nodded and didn't press further. He noticed that when he put down the microphone, his fingers tapped lightly on the table, a habitual gesture whenever encountering an unexpectedly strong answer. After all contestants had presented, Professor Zhou Mingyuan took the stage for a concluding review. He first affirmed the competition's value. I've reviewed your trading records and analytical frameworks. Frankly, some sophomore elective course final papers aren't as solid as what you've produced. Then he shifted tone, his gaze landing on a specific direction in the audience, but I want to highlight 2 students in particular. One is Dewey. His analytical framework for industry prosperity and cash flow quality is beyond the level of a freshman. Last year, several graduate students I supervised didn't explain cash flow as clearly in their thesis proposals. Applause erupted from the audience. Wang Hao clapped until his palms were red. The other is Su Qinghua. Zhou Mingyuan adjusted his glasses and glanced at his notes. Her strategy style is the complete opposite of Dewey's, conservative, steady, emphasizing safety margins. Her portfolio drawdown is only 2.8%, yet she achieved an 11.5% return. In real markets, such a low drawdown, high return performance curve is harder to achieve than one with high returns and high volatility. You two, one offensive, one defensive, in a sense represent 2 completely different but equally effective investment philosophies. After the defense results were announced on the spot, Dewey ranked first overall, Su Qinghua third, and second place went to a sophomore senior. Wang Hao ended up in 12th, a commendable result for a freshman. As they exited the lecture hall, Su Qinghua caught up from behind and walked alongside Dewey toward the library. When Professor Zhou praised your cash flow analysis, Sun Haoran's expression didn't look too good. She said it in a flat tone, but Dewey noticed the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth. You saw that? I observed the judge's reactions throughout. When Professor Zhou praised you, Sun Haoran tapped his fingers on the table 3 times. He has that little habit when nervous. He did the same during the last group defense when Chun Jia pressed him on valuation parameters. You've cataloged his habits too. Just jotted them down for reference. Su Qinghua pulled out her phone from her canvas bag and opened the memo app to show him. Indeed, a new entry reads: Sun Haoran finger-tapping frequency positively correlated with stress level. Specifically about once every 0.3 seconds when suppressed by an unexpectedly strong answer, about once every 0.2 seconds when his authority is directly challenged. Dewey looked at the memo and couldn't help but laugh. If you become a fund manager in the future, the management of invested companies will probably fear you. You analyze not only their financials, but also their body language. Body language is also information, and often more truthful than financials. She put the phone back into her canvas bag. But this skill is useless on you. Why? Because you don't need to be analyzed in front of me. She said this without looking at him, instead lowering her head to gaze at the ground covered in sycamore leaves. The streetlight cast her shadow long, overlapping with Dewey's on the ground. On the evening of December 20th, the final rankings of the simulated investment competition were officially published on the club's public account. Dewey's name topped the list, followed by a green number, a cumulative return of 31.2%. Su Qingyu's name ranked third with an 11.5% return. Wang Hao screenshotted the post and shared it in the Dorm 302 group chat, captioning: Our dorm has 1 person taking first, 1 taking 12th, and 1 who didn't compete, but whose significant other took third. Rounding up Dorm 302 basically swept half the simulated investment competition. Lee Bowen replied, "Your rounding error is too big. Can't you just let me be happy for a moment?" He leaned against the headboard staring at the green return number in the simulated account, recalling the 23% return from his short-term trades in his private account. The 31.2% return in the simulated account was achieved under constraints of industry concentration limits and no leverage, while the 23% in the private account had no restrictions. Comparing the two, the simulated account's operations were actually closer to real fund management. This experience would be practically helpful when he later took over investment decisions for Star Glory Group, not relying on system-given skill packs, but on judgment honed step by step under real constraints. His phone lit up. Su Qinghue sent a message. "Professor Zhou just contacted me through the club to ask if I want to join his research project during winter break. He said he'll ask you to." He typed back, "I just got the invitation to." "What's the topic?" "An empirical study on the efficiency of the share market." Su Qinghue replied, then added, "It's the direction of the paper we're writing." He said he saw that I used fundamental analysis in the simulated competition and thought my understanding of market efficiency should have some depth. So it's like we've found the reviewer for our paper in advance. Exactly my thought. On the last weekend of December, he did not spend his time in the library preparing for final exams like most of his classmates. He took the subway across the Huangpu River, got off at Lujiazui Station, and swiped his card to enter through the dedicated entrance in the basement of Shanghai Tower. The black access card emitted a brief beep as it passed over the reader, and the floor indicator lights on the elevator panel lit up one by one like a row of silent sentinels. The corridor on the 46th floor was quiet and spacious. Only a few duty staff were present at the group headquarters on the weekend. Motion sensor lights flickered on one by one as he walked past, then extinguished one by one behind him. The door to the president's lounge was slightly ajar. Shen Hanlon had already arrived and was sitting on the sofa flipping through a paper report. He was not in formal attire today. The collar of a white shirt peeked out from under a dark gray cashmere cardigan. A cup of still steaming Longjing tea sat on the table beside him. "President Du, how are the finals preparations coming along?" Shen Hanlon looked up, his tone carrying an elder's concern. "They're going fine. Professor Zhou's project takes up quite a bit of time, but the exams themselves shouldn't be a problem." He sat down opposite him, accepting a teacup handed to him by Chen Feng. "Professor Zhou Mingyuan, the Associate Dean of the School of Finance." Shen Hanlon pushed up his glasses. "He has a very high reputation in the industry. Even the central bank's Monetary Policy Committee has seconded him. Getting into his research group shows that your professional abilities have already gained recognition at the college level. This is also beneficial for you to quietly accumulate academic capital at the University of Finance." President Shun seems very familiar with the professors at the University of Finance. The group has cooperated with the university for many years with connections in campus recruitment and research projects. Professor Zhou used to be an independent consultant for Shanghai Financial and provided many constructive suggestions regarding the financial sector's risk control system. He resigned later due to his busy schedule at the university. Shen Hanlon set down his teacup and pushed the report in front of him across the table to "Let's get down to business. The final due diligence for the AI chip acquisition in the tech sector has been completed. Xiao Ran's technical assessment conclusions align with your previous judgment. The three core patents of this company are highly complementary to Shanghai Technology's existing business lines, and the acquisition will allow us to form a complete closed loop in the edge computing chip field." He opened the report. The core terms of the acquisition plan were organized into a concise executive summary followed by a detailed due diligence report, technical assessment, opinion, and financial audit results. He flipped through the pages page by page, his gaze lingering on several key figures for a long time. The total acquisition price was $1.6 billion, with $1 billion paid in cash and the remaining $600 million through an equity swap of Shanghai Technology shares. The founding team of the target company had all signed a 5-year lock-in retention incentive agreement, and stress tests had been conducted on the severance compensation terms for key technical personnel. "I've reviewed the valuation section. The price Xiao Ran set is nearly $200 million lower than the other party's initial offer. He said it was your questioning of the valuation model parameters at the last strategic seminar that gave him bargaining leverage. The perpetual growth rate assumption in the DCF model the other party presented was obviously too high, and Xiao Ran refuted it on the spot using industry data." Shen Hanlon said this with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. "You didn't speak during the observation, but your annotated analysis logic had already reached Xiao Ran's hands. Xiao Ran has a technical background and isn't very sensitive to the financial details of valuation models. My annotations were just to supplement his weaknesses." He flipped to the valuation section and wrote a few more lines of annotation next to several key parameters with a stylus. "I've reviewed the post-acquisition integration plan. There's no issue with the method of merging the technical teams, but the redivision of product lines needs further consideration. The product life cycles of edge computing chips and cloud AI chips are different, and merging management could lead to resource allocation conflicts. I suggest keeping the two product lines operating independently, but with synergy in underlying technology research and development. Shen Hanlin nodded, jotting down a few notes. He'll pass this suggestion on to Xiao Ran. He might want to discuss it with you in person, but that's fine. You can continue to participate as an observer. Du Yi continued flipping through the next document, an execution report on the fourth quarter asset allocation adjustment plan for Shanghai Financial. He had already reviewed this plan during the National Day holiday. At the time, he had suggested increasing the allocation to equity assets and reducing fixed income assets, a direction opposite to Lin Rooking's initial plan. 2 months later, market trends had validated his judgment at the time. The share market had started a decent rebound rally in mid-October with returns on equity assets far exceeding those of fixed income. President Lin mentioned in the report that your judgment was more accurate than she had expected. She said the points you annotated on her stress test report that day have all come true one by one. Shen Hanlin took a sip of his tea. Her attitude towards your professional ability has shifted from initial cooperative execution to proactive consultation. That's rare for Lin Ruoqing. She spent nearly a decade on Wall Street, and there are very few people who can earn her respect. That's because her own analytical framework is already very solid. I just provided a different perspective. But there is something I'd like to ask President Shun. Besides technology, what other directions will be the group's strategic focus next year? Entertainment. The direction you set at the last seminar, $3 billion for content and artists, $2 billion for theater chains, is already being advanced at the execution level. Over at Tianqing Pictures, Lu Chuan, after receiving a $3 billion budget, has been working like a man possessed, initiating 4 projects in one go. A major historical costume drama titled Phoenix Cry is currently in production, 1 film, a new director support program, and an artist training system. Shen Hanlin set down his teacup and clasped his hands on his knees. For the artist training part, Lu Chuan would like to invite your sister, Du Yao, to serve as one of the young mentors in the training system. He said that although Du Yao is a newcomer, her performance in the Phoenix Cry crew has been exceptionally outstanding. Her understanding of the role far surpasses that of actors her age, and even the executive director praised her high aptitude for several scenes. Du Yi was silent for a moment. Having his sister serve as a young mentor for Shanghai Entertainment's artist training system, this was not something he had arranged, it was Lu Chuan's own proposal. This meant that his sister's professional skills had earned genuine recognition from industry insiders, not because of her identity as President Du's sister. Would the mentor role cause her to be treated differently on set? Du Yi asked. No. The artist training program is an independent system separate from the film production line. The mentor role is a part-time position and won't affect her filming on Phoenix Cry. Besides, Lu Chuan just has this idea. He hasn't formally communicated with Du Yao yet, waiting for your opinion. Du Yi thought for a moment. I agree. But don't mention that it was my idea. Let Lu Chuan approach her normally as the head of Tianqing Pictures. My sister is pursuing a career as an actress. Every step should feel like she earned it through her own efforts. Understood. Shen Hanlin nodded solemnly, wrote a few lines in his notebook, then looked up. Oh, one more thing. Regarding the Phoenix Cry crew you asked me to keep an eye on last time, everything is normal so far? Lu Chuan's management of the crew is very strict, with no instances of misconduct or bullying of newcomers. Du Yao has integrated well into the crew, and the director has praised her scenes with the lead actress several times. Du Yi picked up his teacup and found the tea had gone cold. Chen Feng had quietly come in and replaced it with a hot cup at some point. He took another sip. The bitter note of the Longjing melted on his tongue, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Keep an eye on things. Not just my sister, but all the young actors in the crew. If anyone encounters any unfair treatment, let me know promptly. Understood. Shen Hanlin stood up and gave a slight bow. President, the next group strategic report meeting will be scheduled during the winter break. Heads of each division will attend. If it's convenient for you, you can continue to observe, of course in whatever way you feel comfortable. All right. Send me the agenda and materials in advance. When Du Yi walked out of Shanghai Tower, the sky had already dimmed. The skyscrapers in Lujiazui were lit up with brilliant lights. There were even more tourists on the circular skybridge than during the day. Some held selfie sticks to take photos of the Oriental Pearl Tower, while others leaned on the railing enjoying the evening breeze from the Huangpu River. He took his phone out of his pocket and saw a message from Su Qinghua. The exam schedule is out. Advanced Mathematics is on December 28th at 9 a.m. and Money and Banking is on December 30th at 2 p.m. Did you get the notification? Below was another message. The library has been too crowded these days. I'm planning to study at that cafe behind the school. Want to join? Du Yi typed back, sure. I'm free on Monday. As soon as the message was sent, his phone vibrated. This time it was a photo from Du Yao, taken during a break on set. She was wearing a period costume with heavy makeup on her face, a cooling patch on her forehead, and holding a cup of milk tea, making a funny face at the camera. Bro, I was on wires all day for the fight scene today. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. But the director said I nailed that fight scene in one take. When we wrapped, the executive director even gave me a thumbs up. A string of emojis followed. He leaned against the railing of the skybridge, smiling as he typed, "Sis, you worked hard. Don't push yourself too much, make sure to rest." Yao replied instantly, "No pain, no gain. Filming is my way of life. Oh, by the way, there's this pretty impressive company called Tianqing Pictures. Their head approached me today and said they want me to be a young mentor for their new artist training program to teach acting insights to newcomers even greener than me. Does this mean I'm about to become famous? I'm already being asked to be a mentor." He looked at the message, the corners of his mouth turning up. Shen Hanlin had indeed not mentioned it was his idea, and Lu Chuan side had made the contact through normal channels. "It's because you have excellent professional skills, sis." Of course. When I'm famous, you won't just be Yao's brother anymore. You'll be young mentor Yao's brother, a whole level higher than before. He smiled as he typed, "Then I'll be waiting for my upgrade." On December 1st, at midnight, was awakened by a crisp notification sound from deep within his consciousness while organizing his final review notes at his desk in the dormitory. The sound of Wang Hao's snoring wafted down from the upper bunk, occasionally interspersed with mumbled dreams. "Boss, one more serving of tripe." A sliver of dim light filtered through Lin Chen's bed curtain, likely indicating he was video chatting with Zhao Shui, each absorbed in their own activities. Li Bowen's side was silent, but the rustle of turning pages echoed every few seconds, steady as a pendulum. He set down his pen and summoned the system panel with his mind. December sign-in has been triggered. Monthly sign-in rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received the complete code and patent authorization package for the world-leading AI core algorithm, Star Core Architecture. Reward explanation: this algorithm package includes a complete next-generation deep learning underlying architecture source code, training framework, inference optimization engine, and accompanying development documentation. This architecture significantly outperforms current mainstream solutions in three core dimensions: computational efficiency, energy consumption ratio, and model generalization capabilities, encompassing foundational technological breakthroughs in key AI fields, such as computer vision, natural language processing, and multimodal integration. Relevant patents have been completed for global major economies via PCT international patent application channels with patent rights held by an offshore RD entity fully owned by the host. Bonus: the plan for establishing the Tsinghua Frontier Scientific Research Institute and the recommended core. The list includes 3 top international AI scholars, 2 seasoned architects from the semiconductor industry, and 1 management expert from a technology company, all of whom have completed initial contact and expressed interest in joining. He stared at this information, remaining silent for a while. In the previous months, the system had provided wealth, assets, business capabilities, and social skills. This time, it offered a foundational technology capable of altering the competitive landscape of the entire technology industry. Bugatti and Rolls-Royce are consumer products. The Jinsho No. 1 is an investment-grade asset. The comprehensive business skill package is the ability to harness wealth, and the social master skill package is the soft power of interacting with others. However, the Star Core architecture is different. It's a productivity tool, a lever capable of prying open the entire industrial chain, and a foundational infrastructure that can create entirely new business models. A comprehensive AI underlying architecture that surpasses existing solutions in computational efficiency and energy consumption ratio, coupled with a fully established global patent protection network and a top-notch research and development team. This package is not merely giving you a technology, but providing you with a complete, immediately operable frontier technology research and development system. He opened his encrypted cloud account and clicked on the directory page of the technical documents. The document exceeds 3,000 pages, divided into 5 sections: architecture design principles, source code, implementation training framework, deployment guide, inference engine optimization manual, and patent list. He quickly browsed the summary of the architecture design principles. Star Core Architecture's core innovation lies in replacing traditional matrix multiplication with a novel tensor computation paradigm, reducing computational complexity from O(n) superscript 3 to O, while maintaining equivalent or even superior performance in model accuracy. This means that for the same AI task, the Star Core architecture requires only 1/3 to 1/5 of the computing power of current mainstream solutions, marking an unprecedented increase in energy efficiency. He flipped to the next page and saw the patent list. The PCT International Patent Application covers all major economies, including the United States, European Union, Japan, and South Korea, with an extremely tight patent barrier constructed, not through single-point breakthroughs, but through a systematic patent layout from the underlying architecture to upper-level applications. This layout means that any competitor attempting to bypass the star core architecture will encounter a series of unavoidable patent obstacles. Du Yi leaned back in his chair, starting to construct a strategic value map for this technological asset. The most direct application scenario for the star core architecture is Shanghai Technology's existing AI chip business. If this architecture is deeply integrated into Shanghai Technology's next-generation AI chips, the product's energy efficiency will deliver a crushing blow to competitors. However, the more profound impact lies in the fact that this architecture can permeate other business sectors of Shanghai Group. The quantitative trading and risk control models in the financial sector can directly benefit from higher computational efficiency and lower computing cost. The content production in the entertainment sector can utilize the multimodal capabilities of Star Core for post-production special effects, rendering, and intelligent editing. The smart buildings and smart homes in the real estate sector also require support from underlying AI capabilities. In other words, the Star Core architecture is not an independent business, but a foundational technological base that can empower all business sectors of Shanghai Group. He sent Chen Feng an encrypted message. The sign-in reward for December is a foundational AI architecture technology, including the complete code and patent package. The technical document is over 3,000 pages. I will review it in batches. Ask Xiao Ran to send me the current RD roadmap for the AI chips in the technology sector. I want to compare the technical stack differences between the Star Core architecture and the existing solutions. Additionally, the system has provided a list of recommended research team members, including 3 top international AI scholars and 2 semiconductor architects. Have the HR department conduct background checks and contact proposals. Chen Feng's reply was quick received. I will notify Xiao Ran immediately. How long will the background checks for the research team take? The sooner the better. I want to see the preliminary contact proposal during the winter break. Understood. Du Yi put down his phone and reopened the technical document, beginning to review it page by. The dormitory was incredibly quiet, with only Wang Hao's even snoring, the dim light from Lin Chen's bed curtain, and the rustle of Li Bowen turning pages accompanying him. The light from the street lamp outside spilled through the curtain gaps onto the ceiling, resembling a fine line of gold. During the first week of December, Sun Haoran announced the final rankings of the simulated investment competition. Du Yi secured first place with a cumulative return rate of 31. 2. Su Qingwei ranked 3rd with 11.50, and Wang Hao ultimately placed 12th. Already a commendable achievement for a freshman. The final defense is scheduled for December 20th, with judges including Sun Haoran and the vice president, along with 2 professors from the institute, Professor Zhou Mingyuan and Professor Zhao. Professor Zhou Mingyuan is the vice dean of the finance school, and you should all be aware of his reputation. Sun Haoran stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the conference room. His involvement indicates that the significance of this defense far exceeds that of a typical internal assessment. Outstanding members may have the opportunity to participate in professors' research projects as freshmen. After the meeting, Du Yi and Su Qingwei walked side by side towards the library. The temperature in the magic city of December plummeted, leaving the phoenix trees with only bare branches, and the ginkgo leaves had mostly fallen. The 2 walked slowly, each holding materials with a fist's distance between their shoulders. This distance had just shrunk by a fist, transforming from the space of academic collaboration to that of being together. Sun Haoran said, Professor Zhou will be the judge. He will probably ask you about cash flow analysis. Su Qing, how do you know? Professor Zhou's research direction is market efficiency and corporate finance. The core of your defense report is cash flow quality analysis, which directly aligns with his academic interests. Su Qingwei paused for a moment, her tone remaining calm. I reviewed all the papers published by Professor Zhou in the past 3 years and summarized his questioning preferences. He likes to probe into assumption conditions. If the macroeconomic environment changes, does your analytical framework still apply? You can prepare several stress test results for different scenarios in advance. Did you archive Professor Zhou's papers as well? Du Yi looked at her. Just something I did on the side. Su Qingwei zipped up her canvas bag. The club's defense records, interview records, and judges' backgrounds from the past 3 years are all in my database. After the final defense, I plan to organize this information into a guide for new club members to pass on to the next generation. This way, every newcomer will know the routines of interviews and defenses in advance, avoiding the need to spend a lot of time sifting through public information like I did. Du Yi watched her, a sudden, indescribable feeling swelling within him. Su Qingwei never makes a show of these efforts. Reviewing all the interview summaries from the past 3 years, organizing and analyzing each judge's questioning preferences, and summarizing Sun Haoran's behavioral patterns. This workload adds up to at least dozens of hours. She has never mentioned this to anyone, not even her own roommate may know how much effort she has put in. She quietly collects all the information she can find and then makes her own judgments based on that. Now she wants to turn this method into a guide for newcomers, leaving it for the next group. Not to have others remember her contributions, but to ensure that those who come after do not have to go through the same detours she did. Once you finish, send me a copy. Oh, I'll help you review the structure. All right, Su Qinghua said, stopping her steps, taking out a thermos from her canvas bag, and handing it to Du. It's getting cold, and the library's heating isn't enough, so drink something warm. Du Yi took the thermos, unscrewed the cap, and the aroma of hot cocoa wafted out. As thick and sweet as last time, the outer wall of the thermos is still warm, and a sticky note is attached to the cup and signed only a small sun drawn on it, just like the one drawn by a stranger in the cafe's message book that day. When did you draw this? Right before the meeting. It's not my best work, but it should be recognizable. Recognizable. Du Yi tightened the lid, not rushing to drink, but instead holding the thermos in his hands to warm them. The street lamp cast long shadows of them side by side, dragging two interwoven dark shapes across the leaf-strewn ground. You mentioned earlier that you also looked at Professor Zhou's papers. Du Yi resumed his pace. How many did you read in total? 17 papers. The core is 5, and the other 12 are supplementary readings. Su Qinghua took out her phone from her bag to show him a folder. The screen displayed 17 papers PDFs along with her summaries, each paper marked with core viewpoints, research methods, and relevant quotable sections. Similar to what he had seen before regarding Sun Haoran's questions, every column was densely filled with different colors marking the importance. You should find a platform to publish this database. Du Yi flipped through a few pages before returning the phone to her. Not everyone can spend as much time organizing information like you. Once the newcomer guide is ready, it can help many people. I'll post it after the final defense. Su Qinghua put her phone back in her canvas bag, but I want to ask you about something. I've noticed you've been quite interested in the tech industry lately. I saw you looking at an industry report on AI chips in the library last time. That has nothing to do with the final. Du Yi's footsteps paused slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. That report was pulled from Shanghai Technologies database to compare the technical roadmap differences between the Star Core architecture and the existing solutions. He had been browsing it in the library purely because the dormitory was too noisy, not expecting Su Qinghua to see him. Just browsing. He said AI topics are quite hot lately, just trying to get a sense of it. Su Qinghua glanced at him, her gaze lingering on his face for half a second longer than usual. She didn't press further, only saying, if you find anything interesting after reading, let me know, before continuing to walk ahead. Her pace remained calm, and the small moon charm on her canvas bag gently swayed in the cold winter wind. The final defense is scheduled for December 20th. After Du Yi concluded his presentation, Professor Zhou Mingyuan indeed questioned the assumption conditions, and the stress test results he had prepared proved useful. After the defense, when Professor Zhou took the stage to summarize and comment, he specifically mentioned Du Yi and Su Qinghua. One is aggressive and the other is defensive, representing two completely different but equally effective investment philosophies. As they exited the lecture hall, Su Qinghua walked up from behind, matching his pace as they headed toward the library. The cold wind swept through the bare branches of the phoenix trees, and she pulled her scarf up, the white mist from her breath dissipating under the streetlight. When Professor Zhou praised you, Sun Haoran's fingers tapped the table at least 4 times. Did you notice that too? I was observing the whole time. Su Qingyu's lips curled into a subtle arc, but that's not important. The important thing is that Professor Zhou just asked for my contact information through the club, asking if I would like to participate in a research project over winter break. He said he would ask you as well. I just received the same message. The research topic is an empirical study on the efficiency of the machine. The last exam of the semester ended on the afternoon of December 30th. When Du Yi exited the exam room, the sky had already darkened. The corridor of the teaching building was crowded with students dragging their suitcases, preparing to go home for the new year. Some were excitedly discussing their holiday plans, while others were still lamenting that they should have chosen B instead of C for the calculation question. Wang Hao emerged from the adjacent exam room, hooking his arm around Du Yi's shoulder, his expression resembling that of someone who had just completed a marathon. I feel like I can score 80 in monetary banking. His voice was half an octave higher than usual, clearly still recovering from the aftereffects of the exam. For the final essay question, the transmission mechanism of monetary policy, I just happened to memorize that flowchart you drew from open market operations all the way to the real economy. Not a single word was missed. If my dad finds out, he'll definitely say not bad. No, this time it should be pretty good. The last time you said pretty good was your highest praise. Du Yi replied. This time I can aim higher with very good. But it's uncertain whether that word exists in my dad's vocabulary. Wang Hao withdrew his hand from Du Yi's shoulder and pulled out his phone to check his messages. By the way, Xin, you just messaged me asking about my New Year plans. I said I hadn't thought it through yet. She mentioned that the School of Finance is holding a New Year's Eve party tonight at the University Activity Center and asked if I wanted to go with her. Did she take the initiative to ask you? Yeah. I hadn't figured out a reason to invite her for New Year's, and she asked me first. Wang Hao's face displayed an expression caught between ecstasy and confusion. Doesn't this mean she has some interest in me? Or is she just looking for someone to accompany her to the party? Do you know the difference between a girl asking, "Do you want to go together?" and "I happen to have an extra ticket"? The former shows she's actively creating an opportunity. The latter is just bringing you along. Du Yi remarked. Wang Hao stood still, processing Du Yi's words in his mind twice before nodding seriously. All right, I'll interpret it as her actively creating an opportunity. Tonight, I need to present my best self. Can you help me check? Does this coat look good? Should I go change? What you're wearing is just fine. Then it's settled. I'll wash my hair when I get back this afternoon. Wang Hao hooked his arm around Du Yi's shoulder again and moved forward, suddenly recalling something. By the way, what are your plans for New Year's? Su Qingwei should be free tonight, right? Why don't you invite her to the party as well? Du Yi didn't respond, but he slowed his pace. Yesterday, Su Qingwei mentioned in the library while reviewing for her last exam that she wouldn't go home for New Year's because winter break starts in just 2 weeks, and her mom told her to wait until then to go back. At that time, her tone was still that of a flat statement, but Du Yi noticed she looked at him a moment longer after finishing her sentence. Her gaze identical to when she asked in the seminar room, "Is there any other reason to meet?" He took out his phone and sent Su Qingwei a message. New Year's Eve tonight, there's a party at the School of Finance. Want to go together? The message changed from sent to read in less than 10 seconds. Then Su Qingwei replied with 2 words, "Sure." What time? 7 o'clock. At the University Activity Center. They'll be waiting for you downstairs at 6:30. Got it. No unnecessary modesty, no let me think about it as a buffer. Just sure. And what time? Du Yi put his phone back in his pocket, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Su Qingyu's manner of expression never needed any embellishment. She had already done all the groundwork, and what remained was just waiting for someone to initiate. You smiled, Wang Hao said with the tone of someone who has been there. Every time you message Su Qingyu, you wear this expression, your lips curling up just enough, as if holding back something. You observe very closely. Of course, I've seen your love life grow from the ground up. From delivering water during military training to confessing in the coffee shop, I've witnessed every step. Wang Hao patted his chest. Tonight on New Year's Eve, our dormitory has 2 couples going out together. You and Su Qingyue, and me and Shenyu. Although Shenyu and I aren't official yet, after tonight's New Year's Eve we probably will be. At 6:30 in the evening, Du Yi arrived punctually downstairs at Su Qingyu's dormitory. The December night in Shanghai was quite cold, the bare branches of the phoenix trees casting crisscrossing shadows under the streetlights, and the white breath quickly condensed into mist in the cold air. The dormitory manager sat in the ground floor duty room knitting a sweater. Upon seeing Du Yi standing outside, she glanced up at him and then returned to her knitting. She had seen this boy waiting for Su Qingwei several times this semester, going from initial vigilance to now a habit, silently noting in her heart this young man is quite patient. When Su Qingwei walked out of the hallway, Du Yi's eyes brightened. She wore a deep red woolen coat over a cream-colored turtleneck, and her long hair, rarely undone, hung loosely over her shoulders. The color of the coat appeared especially warm under the streetlights, quite different from her usual cool-tone dressing style. You changed your coat, Du Yi commented. Yeah, wearing red for New Year's to bring good luck. Su Qingwei approached him, hands tucked into her coat pockets. My mom said so. Does your mom believe in this? She runs a jewelry store. People in business tend to believe in such things to some extent. Su Qingyu's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she pulled out a thermos and handed it to him. For you. It's cold, drink it warm. Du Yi took the thermos, unscrewed the lid, and found it was hot cocoa, the same sweetness and temperature as last time. He suddenly recalled a detail. The first time she gave him hot cocoa was when the heating broke in the library, and there was a sticky note on the cup that read reciprocity. The second time was after the defense, with a little sun drawn on the sticky note. This time the sticky note had nothing written on it, just the word for. From reciprocity to for. The change in 2 words condensed her journey from probing to confirmation. The University Activity Center was bustling more than usual. 2 rows of red lanterns hung at the entrance, and the door frame was adorned with paper cutouts that said Happy New Year. The hall was decorated with colorful lights and balloons, and the stage backdrop featured a massive LED screen that played various New Year greeting videos from different colleges. Dozens of rows of folding chairs were set up in front, mostly filled with seats in the front row reserved for college leaders and guests still unoccupied. Sound systems on both sides were playing Jay Cho's old songs, and several student council members were busy adjusting microphones and lights, while someone on stage was hanging the final garland. Du Yi and Su Qingwei found a spot in the middle towards the back to sit down. He noticed that after sitting down, Su Qingwei didn't immediately take out anything to look at as she usually did in the library, but quietly scanned the entire hall. Actors rehearsing on stage, busy staff below, and arriving audience members, before bringing her gaze back to him. What's wrong? Du Yi asked. Nothing, she replied, but her gaze remained fixed, just remembering this moment. The party started promptly at 7. The hosts were two third-year students from the student council's art department, their delivery steady, and while their transitions were not particularly outstanding, they made no mistakes. The opening performance was "The School Choir's Tomorrow Will Be Better," followed by several colleges taking turns to perform. Girls from the accounting department singing solo street dance from the international trade department, and a crosstalk performance from the law school. The crosstalk sketch was average, but the audience was very supportive, laughter erupting in waves from the crowd. Halfway through the performance, Wang Hao and Xinyu squeezed in from the side door of the front row and sat down next to Dewey. Xinyu was dressed in a white down jacket with a red scarf, and after sitting down greeted Su Qinghua. The two exchanged a few low whispers regarding their opinions on the performances. Wang Hao shot Dewey a look with an expression of "I succeeded," lowering his voice to say, "She took the initiative to ask if I wanted to sit together. It was proactive. Congratulations. But it's not over yet. When the countdown hits midnight, I plan to ask her what her New Year's wish is. If she says I hope someone will accompany me next year, then I will confess. If she says I hope I pass my exams, then I'll wish her a happy new year first and find another opportunity." Wang Hao spoke with extreme seriousness, as if stating a rigorously tested investment strategy. "You even prepared alternative plans for your confession." "Of course. Managing probabilities, placing bets where the odds are favorable, cutting losses when wrong, and holding when right. You taught me that." Wang Hao spoke with confidence. After the last performance, the big screen began playing a countdown video produced by the school's publicity department. Drone footage of the campus through the Four Seasons flashed by the Phoenix tree-lined road transitioning from spring's tender green to winter's silver, and the clock tower's hands ticking through 365 days. The entire audience began counting down along with the numbers on the screen. 10, 9, 8. Su Qinghua turned to look at Dewey. The stage lights reflected tiny points of light in her amber eyes, and that deep red coat made her appear even warmer than usual. "Happy New Year," she softly spoke as everyone around shouted one. "Happy New Year," Dewey replied. Fireworks exploded on the screen, streamers floated down from the ceiling, and the entire crowd cheered and embraced. Su Qinghua did not hug him, but merely stretched out her hand to gently tap the back of his hand, her gesture light, as if afraid to disturb something. Dewey turned his hand over to clasp hers in his palm. Her fingers were just as cool as last time, but quickly warmed once held. As they exited the activity center, the night had grown quite deep. People were still gathered on the playground, taking photos, flashes flickering in the darkness. Xinyu walked beside Su Qinghua, discussing their plans for the winter break. Xinyu mentioned she would be going back to her hometown to celebrate the new year with her grandparents, while Su Qinghua said her mom was already urging her to return home. Wang Hao walked next to Dewey, his smile brighter than any performance that night. "At midnight, I wish Xinyu a happy new year," and she replied, "Let's celebrate New Year's together next year." Wang Hao lowered his voice, fearful that Xinyu a few steps ahead might hear. She said, "Together next year, not please take care of me next year, or hope you have a smooth year next year. It's together." This word falls within the realm of intimacy and interpersonal distance studies. "You even studied interpersonal distance." "For tonight, I did a lot of preparation." Wang Hao patted his chest, then put away his playful demeanor, his tone unusually serious. "Honestly, thank you for tonight. If you hadn't invited Su Qinghua to come along, I might not have had the courage to ask Xinyu to sit with me. You are the most reliable love template I've ever seen. Didn't you say that you watched my love life grow?" "Exactly, so you must continue to date well. If you do well, I'll gain confidence." Wang Hao looked up at the night sky. In winter, Shanghai doesn't show stars, but the light from the street lamps illuminated everyone's outlines clearly. "By the way, Su Qingyu's coat tonight is red. What about it? She usually doesn't wear red. Her color palette consists of cool tones, blues, grays, white. Tonight she specifically changed to red. There are only two possibilities. Either her mom really believes in the luck of red, or she wants you to remember tonight." Wang Hao concluded with an all-knowing tone, patting Dewey's shoulder. He quickened his pace to catch up with Xinyu ahead. Dewey slowed his steps, walking side by side, with Su Qinghua at the back. The crowd celebrating New Year on the playground was beginning to disperse, the streetlights casting long shadows, drawing two intertwined, dark lines on the asphalt. "Did you make a wish just now at midnight?" Su Qinghua asked. "I did. How about you?" "I did, but I won't tell you what it is. If I say it, it won't come true." Her breath formed a small puff of white mist in the cold air, and the streetlight's glow shone through the mist onto her face, making her expression seem softer than usual. "Then I won't tell you either." "Okay, but I know yours is probably related to me." As she said this, she didn't look at him, but slightly lowered her head to gaze at her shoe tips. That red coat glimmered with a warm sheen under the streetlight, creating a subtle, yet significant contrast to her usual cool demeanor. Dewey tightened his grip on her hand, resting in his palm. "Yes, it is related to you." After the New Year's holiday ended, the campus of Keida University quickly switched back to exam preparation mode. The colorful lights and balloons from the New Year's Eve party had yet to be taken down, while a printed A4 paper covered the New Year's poster at the library entrance. During the final exam period, the library will remain open until midnight. On the day that paper was posted, Wang Hao stood at the entrance for a long time, saying in a solemn tone the war seats in the library began to be claimed as early as 7 in the morning. Du Yi had gotten used to waking up early every day to secure a spot. Su Qinghua preferred to sit at the second desk by the window, so he arrived 10 minutes early to place his books and water bottle on the 2 spots at that desk. Su Qinghua arrived punctually at 8 every day, holding 2 cups of coffee, one a latte for herself and the other an Americano for him. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Coffee was a token of gratitude, and securing a seat was a gesture of goodwill. The balance would never truly be settled, but neither mentioned it. Have you reviewed Chapter 3 on the applications of multiple integrals in advanced calculus? Su Qinghua placed the coffee in front of him and took off her coat, draping it over the back of the chair. I finished it last night. While doing the exercises, I discovered that a problem regarding the area of a curved surface yielded different answers using 2 methods. I later realized that I had reversed the limits of integration. Du Yi pushed his notebook towards her, the pages densely filled with formula derivations, with a red pen circling the location of the error. Su Qinghua looked down for a few seconds, then picked up her pen and added a note next to his circle of error. Do not assume symmetry intervals. Draw a diagram first before setting limits. Her handwriting remained neat, as if measured with a ruler, with several keywords habitually underlined. What time do you go to sleep during finals week? Du Yi asked. Around midnight. Not too late. Your dark circles are almost dropping to your chin, and you still call that not late. Su Qinghua instinctively raised her hand to touch under her eyelid, then realized that this action revealed how much she cared about Du Yi's opinion, pausing her hand in midair before letting it drop. She lowered her head again to flip through her advanced calculus notes, her ears slightly reddening under the library's fluorescent lights. Last night, I was organizing the bibliography needed for Professor Zhou's research group. He said that the first round of discussions would start during the winter break, so we should read all the relevant papers in advance. The literature list he provided contains more than 30 papers. How many have you read? 17. I did an in-depth reading of 8 and skimmed through 9. She took out a folder from her canvas bag filled with her organized reading notes, each marked with core viewpoints, research methods, and quotable sections distinguished by sticky notes of different colors indicating their importance. Du Yi flipped through a few pages. Her note-taking style mirrored her personality, tidy, precise, and devoid of redundancy. Every blank space on the page was filled with her comments and questions, with preliminary answers written in another color next to the questions. This method of studying required immense patience and strong self-discipline, both of which Su Qinghua executed to perfection. What time did you go to bed last night? Du Yi returned the folder to her. Around 1. She paused. Not really all-nighter. Just a bit later than you. Around 1 isn't considered all-nighter. Your self-imposed bedtime limit is midnight. Last night was a special case. She stopped mid-sentence because Du Yi was looking at her with an expression that said, you're just making excuse. All right. They'll try not to go past midnight in the future. She placed the folder back in her canvas bag, picked up her latte, and took a sip as if trying to mask the embarrassment that had just been exposed by him. The last 3 exams were held in succession over 2 weeks: advanced calculus, monetary banking, and college English. Each was a closed-book written exam held in the largest lecture hall of the teaching building. Du Yi arrived half an hour early for each exam, sitting in a middle-back position, maintaining the same rhythm as in class. Su Qinghua sat in the front row by the window with several rows of seats between them, but after every exam, she would wait for him in the corridor, asking if his solution to a problem matched hers. Which word did you use for the translation question in the English exam? She asked. Sustainable. How about you? The same. Su Qinghua closed the exam folder, a slight smile reappearing at the corner of her mouth. Then it should be correct. Your vocabulary is broader than mine. If we both agree, my answer is likely correct. How do you know my vocabulary is broader than yours? Last time, when writing the literature review for the paper, you used the term heterosedasticity. She glanced at him. Econometrics is only taught in the 2nd year. Very few freshmen would use that term. Not only did you use it, but you also added a note explaining its specific meaning in CAPM regression analysis. You didn't use obscure words for the sake of it. That term precisely described the data characteristics you wanted to express. Du Yi did not refute. That term had naturally existed in his vocabulary after he had loaded the comprehensive skill set for business, but in front of an equally excellent peer, such advanced professional knowledge was hard not to be noticed. Fortunately, Su Qingyu's way of observing was filled with academic curiosity rather than suspicion. Her explanation for his knowledge exceeding the freshman level was, you enjoy researching on your own rather than what secrets do you have. This innate trust sometimes made him feel he owed her a confession, but he knew it wasn't the right time. Matters regarding the system couldn't be disclosed, nor could secrets regarding the group. At least not now. On the afternoon of the day the last exam ended, Wang Hao returned to the dormitory, threw his pen onto the desk, and collapsed onto the chair, limbs sprawled out in a big shape. It's over. It's all over. Next semester, I swear I won't procrastinate my studying until the last week. I will take notes from the first class. You said the same thing at the beginning of last semester. Lin Chun took off his headphones. That was last semester. This semester is different. I joined the Financial Practice Society and ranked 12th in the simulated investment competition, achieving a positive return. Next semester, I aim for the top 10. The top 10 requires a stronger foundation of professional knowledge, so I really need to start seriously from the first class, at least from the second class. Wang Hao turned his chair to face Du Yi. Old Du, what are your plans for the winter break? Du Yi was organizing study materials on the desk, stacking used draft paper and tossing it into the trash. I'm going home to spend the new year with my parents. I might take a trip to Magic City in between. Professor Zhou's research group has a few discussion meetings over the winter break. What he didn't mention was that those trips to Magic City also included the winter strategic reporting meeting of Shanghai Group, the AI chip integration plan report from Xiao Ran, and the closed-door meeting for entrepreneurs across industries mentioned by Shin Hanlin. Then I'll come back early too. My dad is busy at the store during the new year, and I definitely need to help out. After the new year, let's have a gathering in our dormitory and invite Li Bowen too. He was picked up by his dad right after the exam today, and he didn't even get to say goodbye. Wang Hao stood up and stretched his joints, cracking as he raised his arms overhead. By the way, what are Su Qingyu's plans for the winter break? She's staying in Shanghai. Her mom told her to stay until the winter break starts, saying they need to take inventory of the jewelry store's accounts before the spring festival, and they'll come to pick her up then. A jewelry store? Wang Hao's hand paused in midair. You mentioned her family is in the jewelry business. What exactly do they do? Her mom runs a jewelry shop near Chengwang Temple, mainly dealing with jade and colored gemstones, and has a good reputation in the industry, though it's not large. Her dad passed away when she was in middle school, and her mom has managed the jewelry shop alone ever since. Du Yi spoke at a measured pace. Su Qingyue gradually began to share these details with him only after they became a couple, always saying little, as if unwrapping a carefully packaged gift layer by layer. Wang Hao fell silent for a moment, then quietly remarked, so her dad is no longer around. She never mentioned. Her independent, calm demeanor and the habit of preparing everything in advance likely stemmed from that. Never mind, I won't analyze it too deeply. Please tell her Happy New Year for me. You can tell her yourself. I'm not that close to her. Besides, words from you carry more weight than from me. Wang Hao sat back down, unusually not joking. Outside the window, the ginkgo trees had shed all their leaves, their bare branches casting clear shadows in the winter sunlight, while a few sparrows hopped between the branches, occasionally shaking off a small pile of residual snow. On the third to last day before the official start of winter break, Su Qingyue invited Du Yi to that cafe, the same one they visited on the afternoon they became a couple. The cafe's windows were decorated with red paper cuttings, and a chalkboard sign at the entrance read in English, "See." The owner was still the same young man with round glasses who smiled when he saw them walk in, asking 2 lattes again. They sat again at the same table by the window. Su Qingyue took out a small box wrapped in deep blue paper from her canvas bag and pushed it across the table. A New Year's gift. It's nothing valuable, just something I thought you might need. Du Yi unwrapped the paper to find a fountain pen with a black body and silver clip, its design sleek and simple. He recognized the brand. Not the most expensive, but it had a good writing feel suitable for everyday note-taking and essay writing. The pen was engraved with 3 tiny letters, his initials. When did you get this engraved? Last week. At the engraving shop behind the school, the master said there were many orders at year-end, so I had to wait until after the new year. I told him that this paper needs to be submitted during the winter break and can't wait. She spoke in a flat tone, but Du Yi could imagine her negotiating patiently with the master at the engraving shop, calm and methodical until he agreed. Thank you. Du Yi held the fountain pen in his hand to test its weight. The thickness of the barrel fit perfectly with his pen-holding habit. Then he took out a small box from his backpack and pushed it toward her. I prepared something too. Su Qingyue unwrapped the paper to reveal a scarf, deep blue, made of cashmere, soft and warm to the touch. She gently stroked the edge of the scarf with her fingers, looking down at it before raising her head to meet his gaze, the amber light in her eyes shining brightly under the warm yellow light of the cafe. When did you buy this? After New Year's. That night, I saw that the collar of your coat was a bit loose. Su Qingyue unfolded the scarf and draped it over her shoulders, wrapping it around her neck. The deep blue of the scarf matched perfectly with her light gray coat today, like a pair of carefully coordinated complementary colors. She looked down at the ends of the scarf hanging in front of her chest, gently stroking the cashmere fabric with her fingers. Does it look good? She asked. It looks good. She nodded, not saying much more. But the small smile brought by that compliment lingered longer at the corner of her mouth than usual. She picked up her latte and took a sip, some milk foam sticking to her upper lip, which she wiped off with a tissue, then naturally adjusted the scarf to ensure it lay smoothly across her collarbone. The bare branches of the sycamore trees outside swayed gently in the winter breeze, and the cafe was filled with the deep hum of the coffee grinder and the delicate sound of water flowing from the pour-over kettle. The message book was still open on the table, and Du inadvertently glanced at it, noticing a newly added line in familiar neat handwriting on one page. This winter isn't very cold. The reason is known. There was no signature below, just a small sun drawn. 3 days after the last exam, the campus of the Finance University swiftly transitioned from a bustling atmosphere to a quiet one. The library seats no longer required early rising to secure a spot, and the cafeteria opened only 2 windows. The staff recognized each of the remaining students, serving nearly double the usual portions. Students dragging their suitcases walked in small groups toward the school gate along the sycamore-lined path, the wheels making a rolling sound on the asphalt, intertwining with the metallic clinks of the suitcase handles, resembling an encore that played every year as the crowd dispersed. The residents of dormitory 302 began their own rhythm of departure. Lee Bowen was the first to leave. His father's driver parked a black sedan beneath the dormitory. Lee Bowen placed his suitcase in the trunk and turned back to bid farewell to his 3 roommates in succession. His farewells remained concise and restrained. "Have a pleasant winter break, see you after the new year." But Dewey noticed him glance back at the dormitory windows before getting in the car, a small action, as if confirming that something wouldn't change with his departure. Lin Chun was the second. He dragged 2 suitcases, one large and one small, to Hongqiao Station, leaving behind the unfinished duck-flavored chips on the desk. "For Wang Hao, saying you need this more than I do." Wang Hao's eyes reddened slightly as he accepted them, but he replied, "What do you take me for, a snack recycling station?" Lin Shin smiled and patted him on the shoulder before turning to Du. Zhao Shui said, "She wants to visit Magic City for a couple of days during the winter break. If you guys are around, we should have a meal together. She has always wanted to meet you. Not to meet Su Qingyue, but you." "Why me?" "She said the last time she saw you in the simulated investment competition defense video, you had a kind of dedication when talking about cash flow analysis, as if saying, 'I don't care if you understand, I just need to clarify this matter.' She said this kind of dedication is quite rare." Lin Shin pushed up his glasses a bit shyly, adding, "Her exact words were, your roommate. Du Yi will either go to Wall Street or the central bank in the future. You should get to know him while he's still just a college student. Please thank her for her recognition on my behalf." Du Yi smiled slightly. "See you after the new year." Lin Shun dragged his suitcase toward the stairwell, paused for a moment, and turned back. "By the way, please wish Su Qingyue a happy new year for me. Zhao Shui also asked me to convey this." She said, "Welcome Su Qingyue to join the Finance University long-distance relationship family group. Although you two are not in a long-distance relationship, you can join in spirit beforehand." Wang Hao was the third to leave, but he was the least decisive about it. His father's driver waited downstairs for 20 minutes while he wandered around the dormitory, occasionally checking the drawers to confirm he hadn't left behind his charger, and then opening the wardrobe to see if he had missed any clothes. Finally, he carefully placed the box of duck-flavored chips that Lin Shun had left behind into his backpack, and stood at the dormitory door glancing around the room he had lived in for 4 months. Wang Hao's protein powder can still sat in the corner of the desk. Lin Chin's mechanical keyboard cover was coated with a thin layer of dust, and Lee Bowen's bookshelf was neatly lined with back issues of The Economist. "When I return from the break, I want to rearrange the wall in my room." He pointed at the blank wall beside his bed. "I'll stick up those celebrity autographs I got from my dad's shop. It's not about being a fan, but proving that many celebrities have indeed visited our store. This is very important for the cultural construction of our restaurant brand." "Where did you learn the term cultural construction again?" Du Yi leaned back in his chair. "Last week in management class. The professor was discussing corporate culture, and I happened to be awake." Wang Hao grinned for a moment, then put away his smile and walked in front of Du Yi, speaking with rare seriousness. "Old Du, thank you for this semester. I went from losing 5% in the simulated investment competition to a final gain of 4%, from chasing Xinyu to ask her out to now being able to talk normally about hot pot flavors. Every step has your contribution. Next semester, I will continue to learn investment from you, striving to break into the top 10. You learned it yourself. I only provided the framework. The framework is the most important part." Wang Hao patted Du Yi on the shoulder, turned, and walked to the door with his backpack. His silhouette paused under the corridor's light for a moment before he waved his hand behind him without looking back, the action brief, yet powerful, like a soldier hurrying off to the next battle. Du Yi stood by the dormitory window, watching Wang Hao climb into his family's black business vehicle marked with the Hao High restaurant logo, the car turning out of the school gate and disappearing at the end of the sycamore-lined path. The bare branches of the ginkgo trees cast clear shadows in the winter sun, while a few sparrows jumped among the branches, occasionally shaking off a small flurry of leftover snow. He turned around and began to pack his luggage. The high-speed train ticket home was booked for the day after tomorrow, leaving him with one more day. Su Qingyue had invited him to the city god temple, saying her mother's jewelry store would be taking stock before the spring festival, and she wanted to take him to see it. Her exact words were, "It's not to meet the parents, just to take a look," followed by, "And by the way." He zipped up his suitcase as his phone lit up. Su Qinghua sent a message, "See you at the school gate at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Dress warmly, it's windy at the city god temple." Below that was another message, "No need to bring a gift. My mom won't be at the store, she's going to Suzhou to check the goods tomorrow." He typed back, "Okay. I will take you out for a meal. Last time you mentioned that local restaurant, the one that uses white sugar instead of rock candy for braised pork. I want to try how it differs from the method back in your area." He recalled a remark he had made on the first day of school when Wang Hao took them to a Bao's local restaurant. That place used rock candy for braised pork while his family's method was to use white sugar. That remark was something he had casually mentioned at the dinner table. He had almost forgotten himself. But Su Qinghua remembered it, held on to it for an entire semester, and then brought it up on the last day before the winter break as a reason for their date. Her attentiveness was never openly expressed, but hidden within each of these details. Unobtrusive, unassuming, simply revealing at the most fitting moment that every word she heard from him was carefully treasured. The next afternoon, he met Su Qinghua at the school gate. She wore a dark trench coat wrapped in a deep blue cashmere scarf he had given her, her hair tied back with her ears slightly reddened by the cold wind. As he saw her approach, he noticed she had wrapped the scarf around her neck twice, just enough to bury her chin in the soft cashmere. "Let's go," she said. "First to the city god temple, then for a meal." It took about 40 minutes by subway from the school to the city god. On the subway, Su Qinghua took out a thermos from her canvas bag and handed it to him. It was hot cocoa still in that cup with a sticky note, this time reading "Last cup winter break refill." He took it, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. Both the sweetness and temperature were just right. The atmosphere at the city god temple was even more festive than usual at the year's end. Red lanterns adorned the trees on both sides of the winding bridge, and stalls selling New Year's goods lined up from the entrance to the exit. A vendor selling sugar paintings was surrounded by a circle of children, while there was a long queue in front of the stall writing Spring Festival couplets. Su Qinghua led through the main street and turned into a narrow alley, stopping at a nondescript shop. The shop front was small, but the displays in the window were exquisite. A few jade pendants were artfully arranged on a dark velvet background illuminated from above, making the jade appear transparent and lustrous. The sign above the door was inscribed with 4 characters, "Qinghua Jewelry." "Did your mom name the shop after you?" He asked. "Yes. When she opened the shop, I was 3 years old. She said this was the most important work of her life, so she named it after me." Su Qinghua pushed open the glass door, and the wind chime on the doorframe jingled crisply. The interior was larger than it appeared from the outside. The display cabinets on 3 walls showcased various jade and colored gemstones ranging from tens of thousands for ice jade pendants to hundreds for small, delicate colored gemstone earrings. Su Qinghua nodded to a staff member inside. The staff member was a woman in her 50s who, upon seeing Su Qinghua with a male classmate, displayed a glimmer of curiosity and satisfaction typical of elders, but asked no further questions, simply smiling and saying, "Qinghua is here. Your mom went to Suzhou and will be back tomorrow." Su Qinghua led from the outer hall into the workshop. The workshop was not large, with a solid wood workbench displaying various jewelry appraisal tools, magnifying glasses, tweezers, refractometers, and polariscopes, each neatly arranged. On the wall hung a row of appraisal certificates and professional books, and in the corner stood a safe. Su Qinghua stood beside the workbench, gently touching the metal frame of the magnifying glass with her finger. "My mom inspects goods here during the day and sits here to do appraisals at night. Sometimes she would be busy until late, and I would nap on the sofa over there until she finished and carried me home." He noticed a photo on the wall beside the workbench. A girl of about 8 or 9 sat at the workbench holding a magnifying glass bigger than her face, looking at a piece of jade rough under the light. The girl in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Su Qinghua, but her gaze lacked the calm scrutiny of now, replaced by a hint of innocent curiosity. "You could identify jade since childhood?" He pointed at the photo. "Not really. Back then I was just I gradually learned. Jade is assessed by its texture, watercolor, and craftsmanship, colored gemstones by their color, clarity, cut, and carat weight. She has run this shop by herself for over a decade. She does everything from selecting materials, appraising design. When I was young, I didn't understand why she always picked me up late from school, but later I understood and learned not to try. I would finish my homework myself, study for exams on my own, and if I encountered any issues, I would first try to solve them by myself before asking her." He looked at her. Although her tone remained even as she spoke, her fingers gently stroked the metal frame of the magnifying glass, the action identical to how she caressed the edge of her scarf, a suppressed, unspoken emotion seeking a small outlet. He suddenly understood that Su Qinghua's tendency to prepare thoroughly in advance, her reluctance to rely on others, and her acute sensitivity to information asymmetry stemmed from this. It wasn't innate, it was honed in this jewelry store during countless nights spent waiting alone on the sofa for her mother to finish her work. Your mother is an impressive person, Dewey said. She is. Su Qingyue lifted her head to look at him, her eyes reflecting pride and a softness he had never seen before. That's why I want to become someone like her. Someone who doesn't need to rely on anyone and can support the life I want on my own. You already are, Dewey said, but you can occasionally depend on me. Not out of necessity, but as an option. Su Qingyue looked at him, falling silent for a few seconds before lowering her head to wipe away the dust from the edge of the magnifying glass with her finger. The motion was slight, but as she bowed her head, a glimmer of moisture flickered in the corners of her eyes. She quickly blinked to suppress the moisture, then raised her head again, a subtle curve reappearing at the corner of her mouth. Let's go, I'll take you out for a meal, she said. The high-speed train raced across the plains of northern Anhui for nearly 4 hours. The scenery outside the window gradually transitioned from the dense skyscrapers of the Magic City to the industrial parks of southern Jiangsu, and then to the vast winter farmlands within Anhui, where the wheat seedlings glimmered a dark green under a light frost, and the villages in the distance shrank into silhouettes of gray tiles and white walls. Dewey leaned back in his seat, listening to the song, the brightest star in the night sky, that he had sung during military training. The train carriage was not crowded, the spring festival travel rush had not officially begun yet, and the flow of students returning home had just passed the first wave of peaks. This time he brought 2 pieces of luggage home. One was a suitcase containing his clothes and textbooks, the other was an unremarkable black travel bag. Inside the travel bag were gifts for his parents and sister, a cashmere scarf for his mother, 2 cans of fine Longjing tea for his father, and a skincare gift set for his sister. He had carefully selected all of these in the mall in the Magic City at a moderate price, made of solid materials, without any luxury brand logos. It wasn't that he couldn't afford better, but he needed a reasonable price range for a college student gift that wouldn't raise any suspicions. An ordinary freshman living off his allowance could hardly buy his mother a Hermes scarf. Across the aisle sat a boy roughly the same age as him, engrossed in flipping through a comprehensive mathematics review book for graduate school, the pages densely annotated with notes. Dewey glanced at him and recalled the days he spent studying until midnight during his senior year of high school. Those days now felt like a different lifetime, not because so much time had passed, but because his life's trajectory had been completely rewritten by the system. Yet he did not feel that ordinary struggle was meaningless. It was those days that taught him discipline and perseverance, allowing him to remain grounded in the face of sudden wealth. Around 2 in the afternoon, the high-speed train slowly pulled into the train station of the county town. The platform looked the same as always. The concrete floor cracked a bit, and pieces of paint had peeled off the canopy, exposing the rusty steel frame beneath. A few people were waiting on the platform, bundled up in thick down jackets, stamping their feet against the cold wind. Dewey dragged his suitcase out of the exit, and the cold wind hit him, bringing the dryness and chill unique to a northern Anhui winter. There was a familiar smell of coking coal in the air. It's the scent emitted by the smokeless coal used for winter heating in the county town, a smell he had known since childhood, which at that moment made him feel particularly grounded. He took a taxi home. The driver was an elderly man in his 50s who glanced at him through the rearview mirror and asked in a heavy northern Anhui accent, on break? Yeah, just got on break. Where do you study? Shanghai. Shanghai is great, a big city. The old man nodded. My son is also studying at university out of town in Hefei. He just got home yesterday, and my mother was as happy as if it were New Year's. The car passed through the main street of the shops lining the street were still the same familiar faces. The fruit store had boxes of apples and oranges out front, with the owner in a military coat sitting on a plastic stool engrossed in his phone. The hardware store's roller shutter was halfway up, with a few bundles of hoses and wires piled in front. A newly opened milk tea shop had a few middle school students in uniform lining up outside, probably rushing to buy a warm drink during their break. Nothing had changed much, yet it seemed a bit older than during the summer break. The sign at the fruit store had faded, the hardware store's roller shutter had new scratches, and even the branches of the old locust tree by the roadside seemed barer than he remembered. As the taxi turned into the entrance of the community, Dewey saw through the car window a figure in a floral apron standing at the entrance of the unit. The figure was on tiptoe, peering towards the road, nervously twisting the corners of her apron. Dewey recognized this action as his mother's unconscious habit when she was anxious. She had stood in the same spot twisting her apron when he was leaving for the Magic City during the summer break. Mom, Dewey called out as he got out of the car. Hearing him call Mom, she instantly turned as if a switch had been flipped, her eyes reddening. She quickly walked over, looked him up and down, muttering, "You've lost weight. Is the school cafeteria not good? Why are you dressed so lightly? Isn't it cold in the Magic City in winter? Your complexion is okay, but you've gotten a bit dark." She pinched his sleeve as if verifying whether this coat was thick enough. "Why aren't you wearing a scarf?" Her gaze fell on his empty collar. "It's in the suitcase. I haven't had the chance to take it out yet." He handed the suitcase handle to his mother. He knew that letting her help carry the luggage would make her feel like she was still the one needed to care for him, and that feeling was more important to her than any gift. Sure enough, when his mother took the handle, the concern on her face transformed into satisfaction from being needed. His father stood at the entrance of the unit wearing a somewhat faded but neatly ironed dark blue cotton jacket. He looked a bit thinner than during the summer with a few more strands of white hair at his temples, but his posture remained as straight as before. He took the luggage bag from Dewey's hand, saying only 4 words, "Good to be back." Dewey noticed that when his father said this, his Adam's apple bobbed. Then he quickly turned his face away, pointing in the direction of the corridor with his empty hand. "Your sister is upstairs. She's been waiting all morning." Dewey went up to the 4th floor, and the moment he opened the door to their home, a figure with a bun sprang up from the living room sofa and rushed towards him. Dewey was wearing a pink sweatshirt and loose sweatpants with plush slippers on her feet, looking nothing like a professional actress who performed stunts on set, but rather like an older sister who was about to go crazy waiting for her younger brother. "Dewey." She slapped him on the shoulder with a force that made him stumble forward a half step. Then she took 2 steps back and scrutinized him up and down, declaring in a critical tone, "You've lost weight, but your spirit looks all right. Have you been too busy hanging around the library this semester and not eating properly?" "Mom, do you think he's lost weight?" "I just said he has." His mother chimed in. "All right, sister." Dewey chuckled, placing the luggage bag on the sofa. "I brought you a..." "What gift?" Dewey's eyes lit up as she leaned closer. Dewey took out the skincare gift set from the bag and handed it to her. She flipped through it, saying, "You should save your living expenses, don't buy random things," but the corners of her mouth were already curving upwards. She held the gift set to her chest, opened the lid to sniff the cream, then winked at Dewey. "Since you spent money, I guess I'll reluctantly accept it." His father sat nearby in a rattan chair, receiving the 2 cans of Longjing tea that Dewey handed him. He didn't say anything emotional, just examined the packaging of the tea can closely, then got up and walked into the kitchen, placing the tea can in the most prominent spot in the cupboard, next to the bottle of bullion that he had never been able to bring himself to drink. Dinner was the result of his mother's labor for the entire afternoon. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed base, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, cold cucumbers, and tomato egg drop soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all of which were Dewey's childhood favorites. The braised pork was made with white sugar, unlike the Shanghai style that uses rock sugar. Dewey picked a piece and put it in his mouth. The balance of fat and lean meat, sweet and salty, was the taste his mother had perfected over more than a decade. Dewey sat opposite him, eating while telling stories of her various experiences on set. There was a rain scene that took the whole night to film, where artificial rain drenched her completely. She stood in the rain and shouted, "Sir, this maiden is wrong," then fell down pretending to be dead, resulting in 7 or 8 takes, and after returning home, she had a fever for 3 days. When she recounted these stories, her tone was as light as if she were telling someone else's tale, and her hands mimicked the actions from that time. The chopsticks she used to pick up food danced in the air, making their parents laugh uncontrollably. She transformed her story of getting drenched and having a fever into an impromptu comedy, hiding the toughest parts behind the most comical performance. Dewey watched his sister with delight, but in his heart he thought about those 3 days when she was drenched and sick on set. She hadn't told the family a single word about it. It was only today, upon returning home, that she turned it into a joke to share. After dinner, Dewey helped his mother clear the dishes. His mother washed the dishes at the sink while he dried the plates nearby. The faucet ran loudly, and the sound of his father watching the evening news filled the living room. The familiar melody of the news broadcast theme, mixed with Dewey's complaints of, "Dad, can't you change the channel?" After living in a dormitory for 4 months, these sounds felt particularly comforting, like a kind of white noise that belonged solely to home. "Shall we?" His mother suddenly spoke, her voice softer than usual. "Have you encountered any difficulties in Shanghai?" "No, everything is fine. My roommates are good, and I'm keeping up with my studies." "That's good." His mother handed him a clean plate, rinsed her hands under the faucet, turned off the water. "You've never liked sharing your difficulties with us since you were little. You always bear everything alone. Your sister would call me crying every time she got rejected during auditions at your age, but you never cry." Dewey placed the plate in the cupboard and turned to look at his mother. The corners of her eyes had developed fine crow's feet, and there were a few more silver strands in her hair. He suddenly realized that his mother hadn't aged suddenly, it was just that he had never truly looked at her before. "Mom, I'm really doing well." He draped the dry cloth over the dish rack. "I will let you know if anything comes up in the future." His mother nodded, gently patted his shoulder, and turned away to wipe the stove, not pressing further. The sound of water resumed, drowning out the sound of her quietly sniffling. When he returned to his room, he found that his mother had already cleaned it thoroughly. His desk still had the study materials from his senior year stacked on it, and the poster of the night view from the Bund in the Magic City was still in place, although the corners had curled a bit more, prompting him to retape it with clear tape. The window was slightly open, and the cold wind of the winter night rushed in through the gap, carrying the woody scent of the bare branches of the locust tree downstairs and the faint smoky smell of coal burning from a distant house. He sat on the edge of his bed, taking out his phone. Su Qinghua had sent a message half an hour ago. Are you home? How much of your mom's cooking have you eaten? Below was another message. I've also made it home. My mom was tallying the jewelry store's accounts today and was still at it until 9 p.m. I was helping her verify the data, and she said I was half an hour faster than last year. Du Yi smiled and typed back, just arrived. I ate a lot. My mom's braised pork is made with white sugar, and you said last time you wanted to try how it differs from your place. Su Qingyu's reply came quickly, then next time, when you go to the Magic City, bring some for me. I can heat it up in the microwave in the cafeteria. Sure, I'll bring some then. He put down his phone and looked around this small room again. The lamp on the windowsill was still the one he bought in his second year. The lampshade, having turned a bit yellow, the spines of the books on the shelf had faded in the sunlight. The handle of the wardrobe door was half broken, requiring him to hook his finger around the edge to pull it open each time. Nothing had changed, yet his mindset was entirely different. In the living room, Du Yao was excitedly telling his parents about her latest developments in the Phoenix Calls production, saying the director praised her for getting through that action scene in one take, that Tianqing film industry wanted her as a young mentor, and that some talent agencies in the industry had started to pay attention to her. Even as she spoke with that carefree pride, Du Yi knew how much effort she had put in behind the scenes. His sister's dream of becoming an actress was slowly becoming a reality while he stood behind the scenes, shielding her from the undercurrents she should not have to bear in a way she would never know. Du Yi leaned against the head of his bed, watching the fluorescent light flicker several times before finally turning on. Its starter had aged, but no one had replaced it. He decided to go to the hardware store tomorrow to buy a new one. It wasn't because he couldn't afford a new lamp, but because some things felt meaningful only when done by hand. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the Little New Year, the festive atmosphere in the northern Anhui County town began to thicken from this day onward. At 6 in the morning, sporadic firecrackers started popping in the streets, occasionally punctuated by the muffled boom of double-bang fireworks, their sound especially crisp in the dry, cold winter air. Awakened by the firecrackers, Du Yi smelled the aroma of frying New Year goods wafting through the kitchen door crack. His mother was frying lotus root and eggplant boxes. The lotus root slices and eggplants stuffed with minced meat and coated in batter tumbled in the sizzling oil, their crackling sound and fragrance permeating the entire house. He got up, washed up, and walked to the kitchen doorway. His mother, wearing her well-worn floral apron, stood before the stove, flipping the lotus root boxes in the oil with long chopsticks in one hand and holding a strainer to catch the finished ones in the other. On the counter, a full plate of golden, crispy fried goods was piled high, while in the steamer beside it, freshly steamed glutinous rice cakes warmed, their surfaces embedded with red dates and longans steamed to a translucent gleam. Up, go wash your face, then help me carry that bag of flour to the balcony. His mother directed without turning around, her tone carrying the unique bustle and satisfaction of Little New Year. Du Yi carried the flour to the balcony and returned to find Du Yao also up, sitting cross-legged on the sofa peeling garlic. She wore a fuzzy loungewear set, her hair casually tied in a bun, her face still bearing the drowsiness of just waking. Seeing Du Yi approach, she held up a clove of garlic and waved it at him. When we were kids, Mom made me peel garlic for New Year's. Now I'm a youth mentor, and she still makes me peel garlic. I'm an actor, the director praised for my quick understanding on set, and here I am, Mom's garlic peeler. Du Yi sat down beside her and picked up a clove to peel as well. The garlic skins crackled softly under their fingertips, white cloves dropping one by one into the bowl. Sis, how's the filming of Phoenix's Cry going? Last time you said you nailed an action scene in one take. How many more scenes are left? Just a few major scenes. One is where the heroine I play storms the villain's lair alone to save the male lead, and I have to fly down from a 3-story high city wall on a wire. The director said it'll be shot on location, no green screen. Du Yao's eyes lit up as she spoke, her peeling paused. On location. Can you imagine? Not some fake city wall in a studio, but a real flight down from the 110 replica ancient city wall at Songjiang Film Base. Sure, I'll be on a wire, but flying on a real set is completely different from a green screen. It's the scene I'm most looking forward to in this shoot. When will it be filmed? After Spring Festival. The director said we'll wait until it warms up a bit after the New Year, worried it's too cold for the actors on wires in winter. Du Yao tossed the peeled garlic cloves into the bowl with a crisp clatter. Bro, do you know how meticulous director Lu? He went to Xi'an specifically to see the real ancient city wall for that scene, then spent 2 days discussing with the stunt coordinator, designing 7 different flying action plans. He drew detailed storyboards for every plan. You know storyboards? Like a comic strip that sketches. When I saw those storyboards, I felt like this wasn't a TV drama shoot, it was like making a movie. Du Yi watched her animated expression, recalling what Xun Hanlin had mentioned in the group report, that Lu Chuan wanted to upgrade Du Yao's role from the 3rd female lead to the 2nd because her on-set performance far exceeded expectations. He had approved it with 2 words approved. Not because his sister needed special treatment, but because Lu Chuan's judgment matched Du Yao's talent. He merely ensured when necessary that this match wasn't disrupted by other non-business factors. But he would never let his sister know this. She was enjoying a pure path as an actress, earning recognition through her own efforts, and that pure pride was something she deserved. Sis, Du Yi placed the peeled garlic cloves into the bowl. For that location scene, make sure you stay safe. Wires are reliable, but 3 stories high is no joke. I know you're more nagging than me. Du Yao rolled her eyes at him, but the curve of her lips betrayed her. She always pretended to dislike his concern, but secretly cherished it. The little New Year lunch was especially lavish. His mother laid out 2 large plates of fried lotus root and eggplant boxes, stir-fried several hot dishes, and placed a bowl of braised pork in the center. Uncharacteristically, Du's father opened the bottle of Longjing tea Du he had brought back, brewing a pot of hot tea and setting it on the table. He took a sip, didn't say whether it was good or not, but gently rubbed his finger along the rim of the cup before taking another sip. Du Yi recognized this gesture. It was his father's unconscious habit when he was particularly pleased with something. After the meal, Du Yi accompanied his mother to the market for New Year supplies. The market was packed with people, every stall crowded with shoppers carrying large bags. The Spring Festival couplet stall had a wall of red ropes hung with couplets and fortune characters of all sizes, their gold powder glittering in the sunlight. The dried goods stall was piled with peanuts, sunflower seeds, red dates, and longans, the owner scooping and bagging with a large shovel, while hawking must-buy for New Year. Red dates nourish blood, longans boost qi. The seafood section had dozens of live fish in large basins, the stall holder wielding a net in one hand and a knife in the other, movements too fast to follow. His mother pulled Du Yi to the dried goods stall and browsed for a long time. She first held the peanuts up to the light to check their quality, then grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and cracked them open to see the plumpness of the kernels, and finally haggled meticulously with the stall owner. Peanuts at $8.50 per jean. She wanted 8. The owner said $8.30. She countered with $8.20, and they settled at $8.10. Du Yi stood by, watching her expertly weigh, pay, and tie the bags into her shopping tote, suddenly realizing that these trivial, seemingly insignificant routines were what he feared losing most after acquiring trillions in wealth. 300 million in cash could buy an entire street of shops, but it couldn't buy the vivid, grounded feeling of his mother earnestly bargaining over a 3-cent difference at the market. On the way home laden with bags, Du Yi took the chance while his mother was rummaging through the shopping tote to pull out his phone and send an encrypted message to Chun Feng. Arrange an anonymous lucky customer, prize notification for my mom, so she receives a fully paid check. Funds from my personal account processed through normal banking channels with complete tax deduction records, making it seem like a legitimate bank lottery event. Chun Feng replied, quickly understood. Which bank's name? Amount control. Use the bank where her salary. Keep the amount moderate, around 200,000. Any more, and she'll get suspicious. All right, arranged within 3 days. A bank staff member will visit to notify and assist with the prize claim process, fully compliant. Du Yi put his phone back in his pocket, picked up the shopping bags, and caught up with his mother. She was looking back to see what he was doing, a smile of satisfaction from her recent purchase still on her lips. Hurry up, we still have dumplings to make. Your sister said she'd help, but with her dumpling making skills, it'll end up being all my work again. Her dumplings are either too much filling or too thick-skinned. Exactly, but we still let her make them every year. It's New Year's. Only when the whole family works together does it feel like the holiday. His mother quickened her pace, her floral apron fluttering behind her, disappearing into the building's entrance along with the afternoon winter sunlight. Chinese New Year's Eve, the final day of the lunar year. From early afternoon, the county town in northern Anhui was enveloped by a ceaseless cascade of firecracker bursts. Steam billowed in Du Yi's kitchen. The steamer pot on the stove bubbled rhythmically, the pressure cooker hissed steadily, and meatballs sputtered and popped in hot oil. The entire house was steeped in a rich, layered aroma. Soy sauce, Sichuan pepper lard, and glutinous rice cakes. A scent Du Yi had breathed since childhood, the quintessential fragrance of Spring Festival, reaching its peak intensity only on this single night each year. His mother had tied on her brand new crimson apron at 3 o'clock and had not paused for breath since moving tirelessly through the kitchen. This year's reunion dinner held extraordinary significance, not because the number of dishes had increased, but because Du Yao announced at the table, the production team of Phoenix Cry has elevated my role from 3rd female lead to 2nd female lead. The director said my performance on set exceeded their expectations, and the screenwriter even added several pivotal scenes specifically for me. She spoke with chopsticks, still holding a piece of braised pork, her expression caught between the composure of a seasoned actress and an irrepressible upturn at the corners of her lips. His mother froze for a beat, then her eyes welled with tears. She never cried aloud during moments of joy. Instead, she silently wiped her fingertips again and again with the corner of her apron. Du Yi's father set down his wine cup and asked quietly, "Did the director say that?" Du Yao nodded vigorously. Her father fell silent for 2 seconds, then raised his cup and drank it all in one go, the slow roll of his Adam's apple betraying unspoken words. That single sip carried everything he could not voice. Watching his sister's animated face, he recalled Shun Hanlin mentioning in a corporate briefing that Lu Chuan had proposed promoting Du Yao's role. His own approval had been terse. Just 2 characters approved. Lu Chuan's judgment was sound. Du Yao deserved the promotion. He had merely ensured discreetly and firmly that this rightful recognition would remain untainted by any non-professional influence. And none of this would ever need to reach her ears. By the time the reunion dinner concluded, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Du Yao helped her mother clear the table. Their father reclined on the sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala while a tray of peanuts and melon seeds sat atop the coffee table. He carried the leftover dishes into the kitchen, only to be gently shooed out by his mother. Go keep your father company in the living room. The kitchen's too small for 3 people. He returned to the living room and settled onto the wicker chair beside his father. The skit on television boomed loudly. Waves of audience laughter rolled in succession. Father and son sat side by side peeling peanuts in comfortable silence. A quiet companionship that was for the Du family the most natural form of dialogue. As midnight approached, the entire county ignited as one. Firecrackers erupted from every direction and fireworks burst across the night sky in dazzling kaleidoscopic blooms. He stood on the balcony gazing at the rhythmic flares shimmering in the distance when his phone vibrated softly in his pocket. He pulled it out. Su Qinghua had sent a message. No text, only a photograph. A plate of dumplings on her living room coffee table beside it, a small dish of vinegar, the faint glow of the Spring Festival Gala visible in the background. Happy Chinese New Year, she typed next. Are the firecrackers loud where you are? Very loud. The whole city is celebrating. Leaning against the balcony railing, he felt cold wind sweep up from the locust tree below, carrying the sharp, acrid tang of gunpowder smoke. And yours? Nearly the same around Chengwang Temple. But Mom sealed all the shop doors and windows tight. She's afraid stray firecracker ash might drift inside. After a pause, she added, just now Mom asked me if I'd invite you over for a meal after school. Resumes. I said yes, but not a formal one. What kind of meal then? Just dinner. You'll be our guest. No need to feel nervous. Her reply was understated, yet he noticed she wrote when you come, not if you come. Su Qinghua's diction was always precise. Such subtle certainty was itself a signal. As he prepared to reply, a crystalline chime rang. Not from outside, but deep within his consciousness, like an exquisitely fine silver needle striking glass, its resonance lingering, delicate, and pure. Midnight struck precisely. The system activated its daily check-in on schedule. He summoned the interface with a thought. A deep blue panel unfolded silently before his mind's eye, characters appearing one by one with elegant clarity. January check-in activated, special temporal node detected, Spring Festival. System triggering bonus reward, this month's check-in rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received one. Monthly standard reward allocation to a world-class offshore hedge fund. Managed by a globally elite team, this fund has delivered a stable annualized return exceeding 12% over the past decade with the highest possible safety rating. The allocation amounts to $500 million held in an offshore trust structure with the host named as both sole beneficiary and controller. 2. Spring Festival Special Reward Guardian Physiological Enhancement Package. Upon activation, the host's immune system resistance to fatigue and capacity for injury recovery will be permanently elevated to elite athlete levels. A passive defense protocol will automatically engage whenever the host faces acute health risks. Bonus premium health management services for the host's immediate family, parents, and elder sister. Delivered annually as an anonymous high-end medical screening package through accredited healthcare institutions, including comprehensive physical examinations and specialist consultations. Read the description in silence for a long moment. The monthly standard reward was an allocation to an offshore hedge fund. $500 million. Less than half his current liquid assets, but its value lay not in scale but in global diversification. Combined with the annual rental income from Jinxiano, Warner returns from private investment accounts and Starlight Group's robust profitability, his asset structure was shifting from massive liquidity plus a single corporate equity stake toward globally diversified multi-asset allocation. The system was teaching him how to transform wealth from a solitary towering tree into a vast interwoven forest of roots. Yet what truly unsettled him was the Spring Festival Special Reward anonymous premium health screenings for his parents and elder sister. Annual comprehensive with expert consultation included. He remembered his father's temples increasingly dusted with silver, his mother's crow's feet deepening with each passing year, and his sister's 3-day fever after standing in the rain on set. He possessed wealth, commanded a trillion-dollar conglomerate, and maintained elite global connections. Yet he could not directly arrange top-tier medical care for his family. Because he had no plausible explanation, how could an ordinary freshman command such resources? Now the system had done it for him. The anonymous screening notices would arrive at the Du residence under the official letterhead of reputable medical institutions. His parents and sister would assume them to be public welfare benefits or lucky draws, never suspecting his hand behind them. When the Guardian Physiological Enhancement Package completed loading Du, he felt a gentle, almost imperceptible warmth spread from his spine to his fingertips and toes, then seep delicately into every organ. Not pain, not dizziness, but a singular, deeply internal sense of recalibration and ease. The process lasted less than a minute. When it ended, his body felt subtly lighter, not weightless, but as though every joint had just been perfectly lubricated. He stood again on the balcony. The wind retained its chill, yet his skin's tolerance to cold had markedly improved. His breaths grew deeper, longer, each inhalation delivering oxygen that invigorated his entire being. He perceived his own health with startling clarity, not a vague impression of well-being, but an acute, precise awareness of every physiological system operating at peak efficiency, like a precision-engineered machine freshly serviced. Returning to the living room, he found Du Yao reclining on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. She lifted the screen with a grin. "Hey bro, your university's New Year's gala photos just went up on the official account." "Oh wait, who's this?" She pointed to the profile of a young woman in a crimson coat, captured mid-turn, speaking softly to someone beside her. In the composition, that someone beside her appeared only as half a shoulder and a hand gripping a thermos. The hand belonged to Du Yi. "Suqing Yue," he replied. Du Yao's eyes widened instantly. She sprang upright from the sofa, staring at him with an expression that said, "How long have you been hiding this?" Then lowered her voice, likely to spare their parents' ears, though excitement still crackled in her tone. "Girlfriend? You've officially called her that. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? What's her major? How did you two meet?" "Less than a month. Finance major, classmate." "Finance? Classmate? A finance major girl?" Du Yao counted off on her fingers, then nodded emphatically. "Good. Finance is solid. She'll handle money wisely. And she's beautiful. Red suits her. You two look perfect together." She patted his shoulder with the air of a seasoned mentor after the holiday back in Shanghai. "You'll bring her to meet me. I'll treat you both to dinner." "Sure. Then it's settled. Your big sister's got real paychecks now. I can afford it." Yawning, Du Yao hugged her phone and headed toward her room, then paused at the doorway to add, "Bro, I'm genuinely thrilled you're in love. Don't worry about mom and dad. I won't say anything. You'll tell them when the moment feels right." The sound of firecrackers on New Year's Eve gradually faded after reaching its peak at midnight, like a grand tide that, having exerted all its strength, began to retreat slowly and contentedly. In the living room of the Du family, the Spring Festival Gala was nearing its end. The host on television was counting down to the new year with an increasingly passionate tone, while Du's father leaned back on the sofa, squinting, covered by a blanket draped over him by his mother. Their mother sat beside him, still holding an unfinished dumpling in her hand. She was exhausted before the clock struck midnight, yet insisted on waiting until the program ended before going to sleep. Du Yao stood up from the sofa, stretched lazily, and her joints cracked with a series of pops. She walked to the balcony, pushed open the glass door, and a cold wind rushed in, carrying the scent of distant fireworks and the woody aroma of the bare branches of the locust tree below. "Brother, come out and look at the stars." She turned back and waved to Du Yi. Du Yi set down the peanut shells in his hand and followed her to the balcony. The winter night in Wanbei County was cold, with temperatures dropping below zero, but the sky was exceptionally clear. Unlike the orange-tinted haze of big cities polluted by lights, it was a deep, pure indigo blue studded with stars like scattered diamonds. The 3 stars of Orion's belt hung diagonally in the zenith, while Sirius twinkled with a cold white light in the southeast. "When we were kids, you always dragged me out to the balcony to set off fireworks." Du Yao leaned her arms on the balcony railing, looking up at the starry sky. "One year you held the fireworks upside down and almost burned the quilt hanging on the balcony. Mom chased you around the house, and you hid behind me while I said, 'Mom, he didn't mean to.' In truth, you did it on purpose, just to see what would happen if the fireworks were upside down. Later, I still got punished. Well, you deserved it." Du Yao laughed, her laughter turning into a wisp of white mist in the winter night. After she finished laughing, she fell silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her tone was no longer as bright and excited as when she announced her role upgrade at the dinner table, but rather a steadier seriousness that only surfaced in the quiet of the night when she was alone with her brother. "Brother, do you know that in this industry, having acting skills alone is not enough?" Du Yao rested her chin on her crossed arms, her gaze falling on the dark fields at the edge of the county. "The reason I got the role of the 3rd female lead this time is that director Lu Chuan's crew is relatively clean. But in the past, during auditions, I saw too many of those situations. Sons of investors sitting in the audition room flipping through actor lists one by one as if they were choosing vegetables. A few times when it was my turn to audition, I was interrupted before I finished my lines, told that's enough, next." I thought it was because I didn't perform well enough, but later I realized that some roles were never up for grabs based solely on acting skills. He stood beside her silent. He knew his sister didn't need comfort, she was just expressing thoughts she had bottled up for a long time. I'm not complaining. Duyao looked up, tucking her hair blown by the cold wind behind her ear. I love acting. The moment I stand in front of the camera, everything is worth it. But this path is far more complicated than I initially imagined. Sometimes you think an opportunity has come, but it's just a trap set by others. Sometimes you think it's due to your own lack of ability, but in truth someone else has already taken the spot. The most exhausting part is not the physical aspect, but the heart. But I have no regrets. Duyao turned her head to look at him, the light in her eyes not weak, but a resilience forged from weathering storms. Sister is telling you this not to make you worry. It's just that I'm particularly happy today my role has been elevated, and I feel seen and recognized. This recognition has nothing to do with all the messy things. It's a decision made by the director and screenwriter after watching my performance. This kind of pure recognition is worth more than anything. He looked at the glimmer of starlight in his sister's eyes, a complex emotion surging in his heart. His sister was enjoying a moment of pure recognition, a purity earned through 3 years of hard work and perseverance in minor roles. And he stood behind the scenes ensuring that this purity would not be shattered by any external forces in a way she would never know. He couldn't tell her that the reason the investor's son didn't appear in this crew was that the compliance process of Shanghai Entertainment had been personally facilitated by Shun Hanlin. He couldn't tell her that the clean opportunity that fell upon her was because someone had protected her from the burdens she should not have to bear. But he could say another thing. Sister, when you chose this path, Mom and Dad didn't explicitly oppose it, but they weren't particularly supportive either. You went to the magic capital alone without a background or resources, and when you entered the program your grades weren't the best in the class. 3 years of playing minor roles, countless rejections, and you pulled through. Now you have earned the role of the second female lead with your own ability. The director and screenwriter recognize your performance, not who you have behind you. You weren't lifted by anyone. You have walked this path step by step on your own. Duyao stared at him blankly, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something lighthearted to ease the overly serious atmosphere. But the words didn't come out because her eyes had already turned red. She lowered her head, quickly rubbed the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, then looked up again at the starry sky. When did you become so articulate? Her voice had a slight nasal tone, but the curve of her lips was more pronounced than at any other moment. I learned it from my roommates. Is it that Wang Hao? Or Li Bowen? Both. What kind of philosophers have you raised in your dorm? Duyao sniffed and wrapped her coat tighter around herself. Then let me tell you something else. After we finish filming the scene on the city wall, when we return to the crew after the new year, Feng Ming will be nearly wrapped up. Tianqing Film Industry has officially approached me about being an artist training mentor, and the contract has been drafted. Am I dreaming? A newcomer who hasn't graduated yet is being noticed by a big company signing a mentor contract, and the role has gone from the third female lead to the second female lead. It's not a dream, Dewey said. Why are you so sure? Because you are my sister. Duyao stared at him for several seconds, then burst into laughter. That laugh rang clear in the quiet winter night. A dog in the distance was startled by the sound and barked twice before settling down. She patted Dewey's shoulder vigorously as if scolding a disobedient younger brother, but at the moment her palm landed on his shoulder, her 5 fingers unconsciously tightened, as if grasping a warmth she had always wanted to have by her side while navigating the magic capital alone. All right then, sister will continue to forge ahead. You stay in school, and don't think that just because you're in a relationship you can slack off in your studies. If sister really becomes famous in the future and becomes an actress, you'll be responsible for managing my money. Aren't you studying finance? Managing your sister's earnings is surely more pressing than managing someone else's money. When you're famous, it'll help you with asset allocation. Dewey nodded seriously. It's a deal. Duyao extended her pinky finger, swaying it under the faint starlight on the balcony. Dewey also extended his pinky finger, linking it with hers. Their fingers felt slightly stiff in the sub-zero night wind, but at the moment they intertwined, neither felt cold. When they returned to the living room from the balcony, Dust's father was already snoring on the sofa. The blanket slid down. Their mother tiptoed over, pulled the blanket back up to his chest, then turned off the television and swept the peanut shells from the coffee table into the trash can. Duyao slipped into her own room, poked her head out before closing the door to say good night to Dewey, and then shut the door. Soon her laughter could be heard as she video called her roommate to wish them a happy new year. Dewey returned to his own room, sitting on the edge of his bed. His phone lit up. Su Qinghua sent a message. Just now my mom asked me if I should bring my boyfriend home for dinner after school starts. I said he might be nervous. She said, what is there to be nervous about? It's just dinner. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, people welcome the god of wealth. The sound of firecrackers in the city of Wanbei began to echo continuously since midnight, even more intense than on New Year's Eve. After being woken by the noise, Dewey couldn't fall back asleep. Lying in bed, he listened to the crackling sounds outside the window as the smell of gunpowder seeped through the cracks, bringing with it the essence of the new year. After breakfast, father surprisingly brought up the plans for after the new year. Xiao, when will you return to the Magic City? Maybe after the Lantern Festival. The winter vacation lasts until mid-February. There are still 2 weeks left. He put down his chopsticks. It's better to go back early. Staying at home for too long can make one lazy. Father spoke in a flat tone, but Dewey noticed that he transferred the last fried egg from the plate to his bowl. This was Father's way of showing concern. Having worked in a repair shop for decades, he wouldn't say Dad will miss you, but would express those unspoken words by adding extra food to the plate. Du Yao poked her head out of her room, her hair in a messy state, a piece of bread in her mouth, mumbling, I have to return on the 8th. Feng Ming is resuming work after the new year, and the scene on the city wall is scheduled for the first week back. The director said to take advantage of the cold weather. The season in the play is set in late autumn, making the breath effect more realistic. Your director even calculates the weather for realism, Du Yi remarked. Of course. Director Lu Chuan is famous for his attention to detail. Du Yao took a bite of bread. By the way, bro, when you return to the Magic City, come visit the set. That city wall scene is filmed on location. It will definitely be spectacular on the restored ancient city wall at the Songjiang film base. You'll see how cool your sister is when you come to watch. Sure. Their mother came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly steamed buns and sighed lightly upon hearing the siblings' conversation. One leaves on the 8th and one after the Lantern Festival. The house will be empty again. She placed the buns on the table and wiped her hands with an apron. But it's okay, you both have your own things to do. Your dad and I will be fine at home, no need to worry. Just come back to visit during the new year. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Du Yao returned to the Magic City first. She hailed a taxi at the entrance of the community and waved goodbye to Du Yi while stuffing her suitcase into the trunk. Bro, see you in the Magic City. Bring Su Qingwen out, and he'll treat you to a big meal. After saying that, she jumped into the car, her ponytail flashing past before the door closed. Their mother stood at the entrance of the building watching the taxi turn out of the community, her eyes slightly red, but holding back tears. Father stood beside her, gently patting her shoulder before turning to walk into the corridor. Du Yi followed his father, noticing that his pace was slower than usual. Perhaps it was just because he was carrying something heavy, or perhaps it was something else. After the Lantern Festival, Du Yi packed his luggage. For the last dinner before leaving, their mother prepared an entire table of dishes. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, tomato egg drop soup. Almost identical to the meal he had before leaving for the Magic City, except there was one less dish, the steamed sea bass, as the market had not received fresh fish today. Du Yi polished off every dish, leaving his bowl spotless. Watching him eat heartily, their mother smiled, but there was a hint of barely noticeable reluctance hidden in her smile. Once you reach the Magic City, make sure to eat well. If the cafeteria food isn't good, go out to eat, don't save money. She added the largest piece of braised pork to his bowl. Mom, you said the same thing last time I left. Last time was last time, this time is this time. Every time you leave, I have to say it once. Saying it makes me feel at ease. After saying this, she added a piece of rib to his bowl. The next morning, father took Du Yi to the high-speed train station. It was still the same taxi, still the same road. They had traveled countless times from home to the train station, but this time father did not wave and turn away quickly at the entrance. He stood outside the fence watching Du Yi take out his ID and ticket to line up for entry, not lowering his gaze until Du Yi's figure disappeared behind the ticket gate. Then he quickly wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand before turning and briskly walking towards the parking lot. The high-speed train departed on time, heading east from the plains of Wanbei. The scenery outside the window transitioned from winter farmland to industrial parks with chimneys and factories, and then to the densely packed high-rise residences in the suburbs of the Magic City. More than 4 hours later, the train slowly arrived at Hanqiao Station. As Du Yi walked out of the arrival hall with his backpack, 2 figures in the crowd waved at him simultaneously. Du Yao stood beside a load-bearing column on the right side of the arrival hall, exactly where she had stood the first time she picked him up. Today she had not tied her hair in a ponytail, her hair flowed over her shoulders, and she wore a long, light, gray down jacket holding 2 cups of milk tea, one of which was already half drunk. Su Qingwen stood beside her wearing a deep blue coat paired with the cashmere scarf he had given her, holding a thermos cup, which appeared to be for him based on its size and style. Bro. Du Yao ran over first, shoving the milk tea into his hand. Your sister just rushed over from the set and didn't even have time to change her costume. Did you come wearing your costume? Just joking, this is casual wear. However, the director indeed added more scenes for me. After filming that city wall scene, the screenwriter said my character had too much tension and added 2 more dramatic scenes for me. Looks like my sister is becoming more important, Du Yao said, pulling Su Qingyu's hand. We chatted for a long time before you arrived. Your girlfriend is really interesting. She actually uses the SWOT analysis method to plan her winter vacation study goals and Gantt charts to manage her project group's progress. I just don't like wasting time, Su Qingwei replied, her tone as calm as usual, but there was no awkward distance between her and Du Yao, suggesting they had indeed enjoyed their conversation. Getting used to maximizing efficiency. Listen to this, she talks like she's writing a thesis, Du Yao chuckled, patting Su Qingwei on the shoulder before stepping back. All right, I need to head out now. There's another scene I have to rush back to shoot this afternoon. Broaching you two chat. The first big meal after the new year is on me. They'll treat you both to Michelin when Feng Ming wraps up. After finishing her sentence, she turned and quickly walked towards the subway station, her ponytail swaying in the crowd until it disappeared. Su Qingwei waited until Du Yao walked far away before handing the thermos cup to Du Yi. This is for you. Hot cocoa. I replenished it during the winter vacation so we can keep supplying it. Du Yi took the thermos cup, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. The sweetness and warmth were just right, just like every cup she had given him before school started. This time the sticky note didn't say return gift, didn't have a little sun drawn on it, and wasn't labeled last cup, but rather had 4 neat characters: see you in the new semester. On the subway back to school from Hongqiao, Su Qingwei leaned against the seat beside him. The car wasn't too crowded, and the winter afternoon sunlight slanted through the window, landing on the sleeves of her deep blue coat. She gazed out at the passing tunnel lights before suddenly speaking. Your sister is really nice. She talked a lot about you and your life back home. How you almost burned the quilt with fireworks when you were little, how you studied until midnight every day before the college entrance examination, and how she herself fell while hanging on wires in the set 3 times without telling your family. You siblings are quite alike. Both of you bear everything on your own. Du Yi remained silent. Su Qingwei turned to look at him, her amber eyes particularly bright under the subway lights. She told me to take care of you. I said you don't really need anyone to take care of you. She acknowledged that, but still wanted to say it, because as an older sister, not saying it just doesn't feel right. And how did you respond? I said okay. I said I would. Su Qingwei adjusted her scarf. She said thank you. I said no need to thank me. Do I do these things not to be thanked? Du Yi tightened his grip on the thermos cup. The warmth of the cocoa seeped into his palm, harmonizing with the gentle sway of the subway car, making this moment particularly stable. On February 17th, the Magic City Finance University officially opened for the new semester. The snow on the Phoenix Treeline path had nearly melted, with only a few small grayish piles of residual snow left in the corners shaded from the sun. The branches of the ginkgo trees sprouted tender buds the size of rice, grains trembling in the still biting spring wind. Students dragging their luggage streamed through the school gates, the wheels producing a rhythmic rumble against the asphalt, mirroring the tempo of their departure a month prior, but in the opposite direction. Du Yi was the first to arrive at the dormitory. He unlocked the door to room 302, a musty odor lingering inside that had been sealed during the entire winter vacation, a mixture of dust, old books, and the remnants of protein powder. He cracked the window open and the cold wind rushed in, flipping over the notice for winter vacation assignments. Then he began to tidy up his bed, neatly spreading out the bedding he had brought from home and tucking away 2 jars of new chili sauce that his mother had stuffed into his suitcase deep in the cupboard. The door was kicked open. Wang Hao stood at the entrance holding 2 massive plastic bags and wearing a bulging hiking backpack, his face alight with the excitement of having just escaped from home. Old Du, I missed you so much. He dropped the plastic bags on the floor and rushed over to give Du Yi a bear hug that nearly crushed his ribs. I thought about you every day during the winter break. Not in a cheesy way, but I really did miss you. My dad made me check the accounts in the finance department for 2 whole weeks, going over numbers from dawn till dusk, and those figures crawled before my eyes like ants. I was thinking if only Du Yi were here we could finish it in 10 minutes. So you were thinking about my skills, not about me. Both. I thought about both your skills and you. Wang Hao released him and began rummaging through the plastic bags. 5 boxes of various flavors of marinated delicacies, 2 jars of secret beef sauce, and a vacuum-packed bag of crab meat dumplings. My dad insisted I bring these. He said that last semester you helped me turn a 5% loss into a profit, and this is his token of appreciation. He originally wanted to thank you in person, but I said it wasn't necessary. Just bringing it for me would suffice. I was afraid he would get into a discussion with you about the food supply chain. Du Yi took the bag of crab meat dumplings, the packaging marked with the logo of Shanghai restaurant, and the production date was yesterday. Your dad is too polite. No need to be polite. This is what you deserve. My dad said that this winter vacation was the first time I didn't miscalculate the accounts in the store, and the cost accounting on the supply chain side even earned him praise. He said you finally got it, kid. I said it wasn't me who got it was my roommate, who taught me well. Wang Hao lowered his voice and asked in a gossiping tone, did you meet Su Qingwei during the winter break? She stayed in Shanghai. We met a few times during the winter break. A few times. Specifically how many? Wang Hao took out his phone and opened the Notes app with an extremely serious expression. I didn't count. Probably 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times. Good. How long did each visit last? Did any of them exceed 3 hours? Did Su Qingwei bring you hot cocoa? What did you bring her? Wang Hao's finger hovered over the screen, his eyes wide open. What are you recording? I'm updating my relationship observation log. You're my most important research subject. Wang Hao said confidently, then urged him, quick, tell me what you brought. I brought some local specialties from my hometown. And some chili sauce my mom made. Chili sauce. Wang Hao's eyes widened even more. You gave a Shanghai girl chili sauce. Does she eat spicy food? She can handle it. Just as Wang Hao was about to continue interrogating, the door was pushed open again. Lin Shun came in dragging one large and one small suitcase, his iconic oversized backpack slung over his back, and a layer of mist formed on his glasses from the cold air outside, meeting the warm air inside. He looked a bit heavier than before the winter break, probably due to being fed by Zhao Shui. What are you guys talking about? I could hear Wang Hao yelling about chili sauce from the hallway. Lin Shun set down the suitcases and wiped his glasses with the hem of his shirt. Old Du sent chili sauce to Su Qingwei. I think this operation is worth analyzing. The difference between sending chili sauce and sending chocolate is that chili sauce can last a long time, and each time you eat it, you'll think of the person who sent it. Lin Shun finished his sentence for him. Zhao Shui says the same thing. Every time she eats the duck-flavored potato chips I brought from Nanjing, she sends me a picture. Your love lives are all so logical. Wang Hao said with a face that showed he felt overshadowed, then turned to the door. Is Li Bowen not here yet? He's downstairs. Li Bowen's voice came from the doorway as he entered, dragging his deep gray suitcase, wearing a dark blue coat, with a scarf neatly draped over his arm. He scanned the dormitory and then nodded slightly. Everyone's here. Happy new semester. Happy new semester. Wang Hao walked to the center of the dormitory, opened his arms in a gesture to embrace the entire room. Room 302. The second half officially begins. This semester my goals are to break into the top 10 of the simulated investment competition, pursue Xinyue, and not fail any courses. Aren't your goals in the wrong order? Lin Chen said. They're not in the wrong order. The first two require effort while the third just needs me to perform normally. Wang Hao patted Du Yi on the shoulder. Old Du keep teaching me this semester. My dad said that during the summer vacation I should intern as an investment analyst at the store, not just checking accounts but real analysis. New store location selection, menu pricing, supply chain optimization. He said if I do well, the financial aspect of the family business will be handed over to me to manage. Your dad has high expectations for you. Yes. So I need to work even harder. Wang Hao said this with an unusual seriousness, a serious light shining in his round face's eyes. In the evening, Du Yi and Su Qingwei arranged to meet at the cafe by the back gate of the school. Still at the same table by the window, still with 2 cups of lattes. Su Qingwei looked a bit more energetic than before the winter break, probably because she had rested well during the break. She wore a deep red sweater that she had specially put on for their first meeting of the new semester, with the deep blue cashmere scarf he had given her wrapped around her neck. Professor Zhou's research group will start its first discussion meeting next week. He asked us to prepare a literature review of the papers we read during the winter break. Su Qingwei pulled out a folder from her canvas bag and pushed it over. I've organized it. A total of 32 papers with core arguments, research methods, and citable parts, all marked. Go through it, and it'll fill in any omissions. Du Yi opened the folder. Each literature review was neatly arranged like a printed publication, with different colored highlighters marking various thematic categories. Market efficiency, CAPM corrections, behavioral finance explanations. Su Qingyu's working style remained as it always was, systematic, precise, and without omissions. How much time did you actually spend on this during the winter break? Du Yi asked. I didn't count. I didn't have anything else to do anyway. My mom was busy at the store every day, and it was better for me to read and organize at home than to just dawdle. Su Qingwei took a sip of her latte, the foam sticking to her upper lip, which she wiped off with a tissue. And there's one more thing. Sun Haoran sent out the new semester's work plan in the club group. The selection process for the assistant to the club president officially begins this semester. Candidates are the top 5 from the simulated investment competition, plus the group leaders. I am a group leader, and you are first place. Oh, we are both on the candidate list. Du Yi put down the folder. Did he say anything to you privately? Su Qingwei paused for a moment. You guessed very accurately. Last night, he sent me a private message saying that in addition to competition results and group performance, the selection for the assistant to the club president also needs to comprehensively consider contribution to the club and personal comprehensive qualities. He said that as president, he has the right to recommend and can help me increase my chances. He didn't make it clear, but the meaning was obvious. He wants me to feel that I need his help. Du Yi recalled what Li Bowen had said last semester when analyzing Sun Haoran's behavioral patterns. He is accustomed to using systems and resources to construct power relations. Sun Haoran's approach is not simple harassment, Rather, he shapes himself into the role of a resource controller, making those who approach him feel that to obtain certain resources they must align with him. This method is harder to deal with than direct overstepping because it is wrapped in a layer of rules permitting. How did you respond to him? I replied, "Thank you, President Sun. I will prepare according to the selection criteria published by the club." I didn't say more, nor did I refuse his help, because I didn't want to give him any talking points before the official selection began. Su Qinghua put down her coffee cup, a slight curve appearing at the corners of her mouth again. Then I took a screenshot of his message and saved it for future reference. On the first weekend after the start of the second semester due, Yi did not return to Yunding No. One, nor did he go to the library, but was dragged by Wang Hao to a new branch opened by his family in Jinggan District. Wang Hao said, "My dad said today is the last internal tasting before the new store opens. Only relatives and a few close friends are invited." While changing shoes in the dormitory, Wang Hao rambled on. I said I wanted to bring my roommate, and he agreed, but with one condition: after eating, everyone must submit a tasting feedback of no less than 300 words. Li Bowen has already been designated as the main contributor for the feedback. His comments are even more professional than the menu descriptions at my store. So am I going to eat or do homework? Li Bowen lifted his head from political economy. Eating comes first, homework second. Moreover, this is not homework. It is a high-level food review. Wang Hao corrected him. The four of them took the subway to Jinggan District. The new store is located on a quiet side street amidst the bustle, with a facade larger than most of Wang Hao's family's branches spanning 2 floors. The decor style was designed by Wang Hao himself: wooden tables and chairs paired with dark gray walls, old photos of Sichuan cuisine and local dishes hanging on the walls, and a vintage record player placed in the corner. Wang Hao introduced that it was specifically sourced by his dad from a flea market, playing old Shanghai jazz to give guests a classy dining experience. The tasting lasted for more than an hour. Wang Hao's father, a middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform, slightly plump but with sharp eyes, personally served several signature dishes, including the crab roe soup dumplings that Wang Hao had been boasting about all semester. He stood by the table wiping his hands with an apron and waited until all four had tasted each dish before asking, "So what do you think? Speak honestly." The skin of the dumpling is nearly 0.3 millimeters thinner than the main store's. The broth is fresher, but the ginger flavor is a bit lighter. Wang Hao was the first to speak, his tone as firm as a professional reviewer. The amount of crab roe is more than at the main store, but the richness of the freshness is not as profound as at the main store. I suspect the crab roe comes from a different batch than the main store. Wang's father stared at his son for 2 seconds before laughing. The chuckle was not loud, but it made the entire table tremble. This kid, after eating my food for 20 years, finally knows how to say something insightful. This batch of crab roe is indeed not from the main store. The supplier changed, and the price of the Yanqing Lake crab roe has increased by 30% this year. So I try to substitute from Taihu Lake. You noticed it? Of course my palate is cultivated by you. Wang Hao proudly patted his chest. But Dad, the freshness of the Taihu crab roe is fine, but it's just that the fat content is a bit lower than that of Yanqing Lake, so it melts differently in the soup. You can add a little more lard to adjust, but not too much. Eat too much will make it greasy. Wang's father nodded, asking the waiter to note it down, then turned to Du, Li Bowen, and Lin Chun. "You three don't just eat, speak up." Xiao Wang said, "You are his best brothers, and best brothers should tell the truth." Li Bowen put down his chopsticks, wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, and then spoke in a tone reminiscent of an academic report. From the perspective of consumer pricing perception, if this crab roe soup dumpling is priced the same as at the main store, there will be 2 issues. First, the regular customers of the main store have become accustomed to the flavor of Yanqing Lake crab roe, and even if the freshness difference is not obvious when switched to Taihu crab roe, loyal customers will notice it. Wang Hao just noticed it. Second, the new store is located in Jinggan District, and the average price of similar dumplings in the surrounding competitors is about 8% higher than your current pricing. I suggest either maintaining the original source and slightly raising the price, or switching to Taihu crab roe, but noting Taihu crab roe soup dumplings on the menu, using the origin story as a differentiating selling point, instead of directly continuing to use the original product name. Wang's father fell silent for several seconds after listening, then pulled out a chair and sat down next to Wang Hao, his expression shifting from the politeness of an elder to the seriousness of a businessman. "Who taught you the pricing strategy?" "My dad is Deputy Mayor Li." Li Bowen's tone remained calm. He used to oversee commerce and has dealt with many catering businesses. "I've heard a lot at the dinner table since I was a child, and combined with my own studies in economics, I've summarized some rudimentary views." "Not rudimentary. What you just said is worth more than a whole day's meeting for my marketing department." Wang's father patted the table and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "Your roommate is more useful than you." "Dad, you just praised me." Wang Hao's expression instantly shifted from pride to grievance. "Your palate is good. That's innate, nothing to be proud of. Your roommate's intelligence is learned. That's worth learning from." Wang's father stood up and gently patted Du Yi's shoulder, Xiao Wang mentioned you several times last semester. He said you helped him turn his investment account from a loss into profit and taught him a stock selection framework. Xiao Wang has never been able to sit still. You are the first one who can make him settle down to learn investment. Thank you. Wang Hao learns quickly on his own. I provided the framework, he filled in the content himself, Dewey said. Modesty. Wang's father smiled. You four feel free to come for a meal anytime in the future regardless of which restaurant. Just mention Xiao Wang's name. Of course I will seriously consider the suggestion from Li just now. Come more often and give more feedback. This meal is on me as a kickoff feast for the new semester. By the time they left the store it was already dark. Wang Hao carried 2 large bags of packaged delicacies in front, still muttering that he needed to write a detailed tasting feedback when he got back. Not for the sake of fulfilling a requirement, but because he genuinely found it useful. Lin Shun was messaging Zhao Shui from behind saying that the crab roe soup dumplings they had today were better than any he had tasted in Nanjing. Zhao Shui replied, "Then you must take me when I go to Shanghai next time." And he immediately replied with 3, "Okay," and a string of exclamation marks. Walking back to the subway station, Du Yi's phone vibrated. Su Qingwei sent a message. Professor Zhou just posted a notice in the research group, the first discussion meeting next Friday afternoon at the seminar room of the financial school. He asked us to prepare the literature review report. I have already included the part you organized during the winter break and sent it to your email. Take a look and see if there are any changes needed. Below is another message. Also, Sun Haoran posted the official notice for the president assistant selection in the club group today. I am on the candidate list along with you. He added a note in the notice saying the final interpretation rights belong to the club management. The management refers to himself. Du Yi slowed down and typed a reply. I will review the literature review and get back to you. You don't need to reply to Sun Haoran's final interpretation rights separately. If he messages you again, just take a screenshot and save it. Keep the original text of the public group notice. His added sentence has no legal basis, but it can easily be treated as an imperial edict within the club. Already saved. Not just his private messages, but all notifications and discussions about the selection in the... I reviewed all public documents from the club over the past 3 years during the winter break. There is no clause stating the final interpretation rights belong to the management in the club regulations, and the selection rules from the previous session did not include it either. So if he wants to use this to adjust the rules, that would be overstepping. Su Qingyu's reply was as concise and precise as ever. I have already organized the rule framework. I will send you a copy when the time comes. Du Yi looked at this message and chuckled softly. Su Qingyu's way of handling things is like this. She does not entangle with the other party emotionally, but instead finds all the tools the other party might use in advance and analyzes the loopholes one by one. Sun Haoran wants to use the rules to construct a power relationship, but Su Qingwei has turned the rules themselves into her defensive fortifications. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hao placed the 2 large bags of delicacies on the table, just about to announce tonight's supper arrangement, when Du Yi's phone lit up again. This time it was a message from an encrypted platform, sent by Chen Feng. Manager Du, there is something that needs to be reported to you. Manager Shun asked me to inform you. Zhang Dimeo has been making some moves recently. During the Spring Festival, he personally invited several partners from the entertainment sector to dinner, during which he expressed some personal views on the group's strategic direction towards content. What exactly was said is still unclear, but several production companies we have been working with for a long time suddenly proposed to renegotiate next year's theater distribution quotas after the holiday. Manager Shin said this is not a big deal, but needed to let you know. Zhang Dimeo has been in the theater system for over a decade and many area managers below him were trained by him. It is unlikely that he would publicly confront the group's decisions, but there is still room for small maneuvers at the execution level. Below is another message. Additionally, there is another matter. Manager Shin mentioned that a wealthy second generation named Zhao Tianlin has been frequently appearing at the Songjiang film base, driving a Maybach said to be the young master of Zhao's industry. He has been loitering near the Fengming crew, treating the entire crew to boxed lunches twice, and sending flowers to several female actors. So far there is no evidence that he has engaged in any boundary-crossing behavior towards Miss Du Yao, but Manager Shin feels that this person is suspicious and has asked people to keep an eye on him. Zhao's industry used to collaborate with Xinghui Real Estate, but parted ways due to contract disputes. Now they mainly invest in the peripheral entertainment sector, essentially leveraging their wealth to place people in crews. Zhang Dimeo has some personal connections with the Zhao family, but to what extent is still unclear. Du Yi leaned back in his chair and read this message twice. Zhang Dimeo's dissatisfaction was expected. As an experienced veteran from the theater line, he cannot be fully supportive of the group's strategic direction towards content. However, his choice to complain in private dinners rather than raise objections in formal meetings indicates that he is not yet ready to confront the group's decisions directly. Zhao Tianlin's appearance is worth monitoring. an affluent second generation who loiters near the crew, treats people to dinner, and sends flowers to actresses regardless of whether he has engaged in specific boundary-crossing behaviors. His behavior pattern itself is a warning signal. He is testing the boundaries, assessing which individuals in this crew can be attracted by his resources and identity, and which may require further testing. Do we have background information on Zhao Tianlin? He typed. It has been organized and sent to your encrypted. Zhao's industry is a venture started by his father Zhao Zhengwo, primarily engaged in building materials trade and commercial real estate, and has recently begun to venture into film and television investment. Zhao Tianlin just graduated from college and owns 2 shell film companies and an artist studio, currently lacking any notable investment projects. His reputation in the industry is not particularly good. Manager Shin's exact words were not quite clean. Keep monitoring. If he engages in any boundary-crossing behavior in the crew, regardless of who it is directed at, inform me immediately. Understood. Late February in the Magic City, Phoenix trees began sprouting downy new buds, while the tender silver ginkgo shoots swelled from rice grain size to that of mung beans. Campus life at the University of Finance and Economics revived as students returned from winter break. Libraries and canteens filled once more, and night joggers reappeared on the track, its crimson rubber surface gleaming under the lamplight. The first formal meeting of Professor Zhou Mingyuan's research group was scheduled for Friday afternoon in a small seminar room within the School of Finance. The room was modest in size. A single oval conference table seated 12, and floor-to-ceiling whiteboards lined the walls, still bearing faint traces of formulas from the previous discussion. In attendance were Du Yi and Su Qingyue, along with 2 first-year graduate students, a third-year undergraduate senior, and a postdoctoral researcher who had previously collaborated with Professor Zhou. Professor Zhou himself appeared even more approachable than during lectures. He wore a deep gray cashmere cardigan and held a vintage enamel cup emblazoned with the words, People's Bank of China, steeping strong, nearly black pu'er tea. He invited each participant to briefly outline their research focus, then wrote the group's core framework on the whiteboard, multidimensional empirical testing of a share market efficiency. This project is not large in scope, but its entry point runs deep. Zhou Mingyuan underlined the word efficiency twice with a marker. The question of market efficiency has been studied for decades, both domestically and abroad, but the share market possesses unique characteristics: a high proportion of retail investors, frequent policy interventions, and profound information asymmetry. Do not aim to overturn established theories. Instead, ground yourselves firmly in data and conduct rigorous empirical work. The discussion lasted 2.5 hours. Du Yi presented the data processing workflow and methodological framework he had refined over winter break. Su Qingyue supplemented with a literature review and hypothesis derivation. They alternated seamlessly, so fluently in fact that Professor Zhou remarked during his feedback, "Your collaborative efficiency surpasses even that of my own graduate students." After the session, Professor Zhou asked Du Yi and Su Qingyue to stay behind. He took a sip of pu'er from his enamel cup and let his gaze linger thoughtfully between the 2 young scholars. I reviewed your draft paper over winter break. To be frank, few undergraduates in their first year have ever produced work of this caliber among all those I've supervised, no more than 3. The applicability of the capital asset pricing model CAPM to the share market is hardly novel, but your modifications, introducing the OmniHUD illiquidity measure and retail trading volume share as explanatory variables, are genuinely original. He paused, setting the cup down. However, there are several data processing details I'd like to verify with you. After standardizing the industry classification criteria, what percentage of your sample was lost? Approximately 8%, Dewey replied. Mostly boundary cases among mid and small cap stocks. We conducted sensitivity analyses. The loss had no statistically significant impact on our conclusions. Zhou Mingyuan nodded. Good. Once revised, I recommend submitting this paper to the student edition of the Journal of Financial Research. At its current level, it should pass peer review, but only on one condition: you must add a robustness test for the retail trading volume data source. Tung Huashan and Wind employ slightly different definitions. You must demonstrate that your conclusions hold firm even when switching between these sources. He jotted a few notes in his notebook, then looked up. I expect your revised manuscript by the end of this semester. As they stepped out of the seminar room, dusk had already begun to settle. Motion sensor lights flickered on sequentially down the corridor. Su Qingyue walked beside Du Yi, clutching a folder, her pace noticeably slower than usual. I'll begin the data source robustness test tonight. Tung Huashan's definition of retail trading volume is broader. Its divergence from Wind lies primarily in the classification of mid and small cap stocks. Rerunning the regression using Wind's data should preserve our core findings, though coefficients may shift slightly. I'll join you. You handle the Wind dataset. Oh, I'll run the sensitivity analysis, Du Yi said. Su Qingyue nodded, then abruptly shifted topics. Sun Haoran posted another notice in the club's WeChat group this afternoon. The selection process for the deputy club director has changed. Originally decided by vote of all members, it is now to be determined by comprehensive evaluation by a review committee. The committee comprises him, the vice president, and 2 graduate student seniors. Her tone remained calm, yet her brow furrowed faintly as she enunciated the phrase, comprehensive evaluation. He is gradually consolidating control. He recalled Li Bowen's earlier analysis. Sun Haoran habitually wielded institutional structures and resource access to construct power dynamics. Each rule revision subtly tilted advantage toward himself. Of the 4 committee members, the vice president is his classmate and the 2 graduate students were his teammates during an internship. In effect, he has assembled his own review panel. Has anyone openly objected? A few people posted question marks in the group, but no one directly challenged the change. After all, he chose the phrase comprehensive evaluation, which sounds more professional than simple voting. Su Qinghue retrieved her phone from her canvas bag and showed him the group chat. I've compiled the club's charter and all publicly available documents from the past 3 years. The charter explicitly states that the deputy club director shall be elected by all club members. If he enforces this new notice unilaterally, it violates the charter, but only if someone formally raises the objection in an official setting. When do you plan to raise it? Not yet. Not until he officially announces the review committee's membership and scoring criteria. Premature confrontation would only give him time to adjust his strategy. Let him finalize the rules first, then refute them with the charter's exact wording. At that point, he cannot alter already published regulations. He must either admit error or force through an illegitimate decision. Either way, he exposes his overreach before the entire membership. He watched her, a complex emotion rising within him. That was Su Qinghue's way, never entangling herself emotionally with opponents, never revealing her hand prematurely, but waiting patiently until the adversary deployed every maneuver, then striking with irrefutable evidence no one could dispute. Such a strategy demanded extraordinary patience and exceptional information organization skills, and she possessed both. If a joint proposal is needed later, I'll co-sign with you, he said. Good. She slipped her phone back into her canvas bag, then shifted effortlessly to another subject. Are you free Saturday afternoon? My mother would like you to visit her shop for tea and conversation. Not anything formal. She mentioned you stopped by last time, but she happened to be away, and now she'd like to meet you properly. She paused, adding, she also said you're welcome to bring your roommates. Wang Hao mentioned wanting to try our braised pork. Lin Xun and Li Bowen are welcome too. It's the weekend. The shop won't be busy. He glanced at the faint blush blooming on her earlobes beneath the lamplight and smiled. All right, I'll tell them. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hao lay sprawled on his bed, reviewing the Financial Practice Club's WeChat group history on his laptop. Upon seeing He enter, he sat up abruptly, his expression that of someone who had just solved a complex puzzle. Old did you see Sun Haoran's latest notice? Comprehensive evaluation by the review committee. What does that even mean? Isn't it just him appointing whoever he wants? More or less. I knew it. Wang Hao slapped the mattress. I noticed something off about the way he looked at Su Qinghue during the mock investment competition defense last time. He doesn't truly admire her ability. He wants to use the position of deputy club director to engineer an imbalanced dynamic, making her feel she needs his favor to obtain it. He turned his laptop toward Dewey. I just compiled every group notice about the deputy club director selection. Timeline crystal clear. From the original member vote to today's comprehensive evaluation by the review committee, the rules have changed 3 times, each revision incrementally tilting advantage toward him. You're compiling group notices too? He asked, surprised. Su Qinghue taught me. Wang Hao grinned. We ran into each other in the cafeteria over break and talked about the club. She said something that stuck with me. When dealing with people like this, the best defense is to archive every word they utter. You keep a record, because you never know which sentence will become your weapon. I thought it was brilliant, so I went home and sorted all the group chats chronologically. He fell silent for a beat. Su Qinghue protected herself this way, and quietly extended that protection to those around her. She never declared, I'm helping you. Yet her methods naturally radiated outward to everyone willing to listen. Wang Hao had learned to archive group chats. Soon he might learn to wield rules as shields too. Oh, and by the way, Wang Hao closed his laptop, slipping back into his usual playful grin. Do you and Su Qinghue have plans for Saturday? I overheard you two talking about Saturday afternoon in the hallway. Her mother invited us to her jewelry shop for tea, roommates included. Roommates? Wang Hao leapt off the bed, nearly stepping on Lin Chen's dumbbell lying on the floor. Su Qingyue's mother wants to meet us. Is this a family introduction? What should I wear? Should I bring a gift? Lin Chen, stop writing code. You're coming with and me to Su Qingyue's family jewelry shop Saturday afternoon. Lin Chen pulled off his headphones. His screen displayed half-written code cursor, still blinking. What are we doing at a jewelry shop? Meeting the family. Well, not exactly an official family meeting, but definitely the same atmosphere. This is the most important social event for room 302 this semester. Wang Hao had already flung open his wardrobe. Where's that new shirt I bought? The deep blue one. You dyed it purple washing it last week. It's been hanging on the balcony for 3 days, still damp, Lin Shan reminded him. Then I'll wear the gray one. Gray is understated and dignified, perfect for a jewelry shop. Wang Hao yanked the gray shirt from the closet, held it against his chest, then turned to Li Bowen. Brotherly, you're coming. You impressed everyone so professionally at my family's restaurant last time. This time at the jewelry shop, you'll surely make a stellar impression on Su Qingyue's mother. Who knows? She might even gift each of us a piece of jade. Just kidding, of course. Li Bowen lifted his gaze from the go board, adjusting his glasses. The ambience of a jewelry shop differs from that of a restaurant. There's no need for commercial analysis, only courtesy and sincerity. A bouquet of flowers or a box of fine tea makes an appropriate gift. First-time visits shouldn't be empty-handed. See, that's why our dorm needs you. You always deliver the most reliable advice at precisely the right moment. Wang Hao was already typing rapidly into his phone's notes app, finger hovering over the screen. Saturday morning. I'll buy the flowers. What kind? Carnations? Lilies? Or carnations suit maternal figures, lilies suit formal occasions. Su Qingyue's voice suddenly came from the doorway. She stood at the threshold of room 302, holding a folder, evidently having overheard Wang Hao's booming voice while passing the corridor. Her expression remained serene, yet the curve of her lips deepened slightly. There's no need to be so nervous. My mother simply wishes to meet the people I often mention. You often mention it. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Occasionally, Su Qingyue corrected gently. She handed the folder to Du Yi. I've reprinted the revised literature review. I've addressed all the data source discrepancies you annotated last night. As she turned to leave, the small crescent moon pendant on her canvas bag brushed lightly against the doorframe, producing a soft crystalline chime. Once her footsteps faded, Wang Hao whispered to Lin Shan with unusual restraint. She said occasionally. When Su Qingyue says occasionally, she means a little more than occasionally, but too modest to say so outright. I'm genuinely happy today, not because we're going to a jewelry shop on Saturday, but because Su Qingyue considers us people she can bring home to meet her mother. On Saturday afternoon at the city god temple, the March sun had begun to warm up, illuminating the red lanterns on both sides of the winding bridge, making the remnants of the spring festival glow faintly and brightly. The main street was bustling with crowds, tourists queuing at the entrance of the Green Wave corridor, while a few middle school students in uniforms lined up at the stall selling pear syrup. Su Qingyue led Du Yi and 3 others into a quiet alley next to the main street, as familiar as when she brought Du Yi here before the last winter vacation. Wang Hao started to feel nervous as soon as he entered the alley. Today he wore the most formal gray shirt from his wardrobe, buttoned all the way to the top, holding a bouquet of carnations paired with 2 lilies in his hand, selected by Li Bowen, who said this combination was safe and reliable. He walked at the back of the line, repeatedly adjusting the collar with his empty hand, muttering to himself, "Hello, Annie. I am Wang Hao, Du Yi's roommate. This is a little token of my appreciation. No, that's too formal. Hello, Annie. I am Wang Hao. The Haohai restaurant is opened by my dad. No, that sounds like I'm promoting the restaurant." He tugged at Lin Shan's sleeve. "Help me think of an opening line, something more natural. Just say hello, Auntie. I am Wang Hao. That would be fine." Lin Shan was holding a box of osmanthus cakes brought back from their hometown in Nanjing, wrapped in the unique oil paper of Su-style pastries, tied with twine, looking simple yet thoughtful. He thought for a moment, and added, "Zhao Shui said that when meeting elders for the first time, it's important to have sincere eyes and say little. Look at Du Yi. He brought nothing, but is not nervous at all." Du Yi walked beside Su Qingyue, indeed looking relaxed. He was carrying 2 cans of tea brought from his hometown. Not Longjing, but the local Liuan melon slices from northern Anhui, which his father bought directly from the production area every spring. Before returning to the Magic City after the winter vacation, Du Yi's father had specifically packed these 2 cans of tea into his suitcase, saying bring them to the Su family to try. They are not expensive, but they taste just right. Du Yi knew that his father's standard for value was different from most people's. These 2 cans of Liuan melon slices were ones his father had saved for years without drinking. The leaves were intact, their color lush, and opening the can released a subtle fragrance of orchids. Lin Shan noticed Du Yi's expression and sent a message to Zhao Shui. Du Yi is meeting Su Qingyue's mom and is not nervous at all. Zhao Shui replied immediately, "Of course, he's not nervous. He only gets nervous in front of Su Qingyue, otherwise he's as unflappable as a mountain." He panicked on the first day of school when Wang Hao caught him looking at Su Qingyue. Lin Shan typed. That was because Wang Hao exposed him, not because he was looking at Su Qingyue. Zhao Shui corrected. The Qingyue jewelry store was still as quiet and exquisite as last time. The jadeite chandelier in the display window was arranged in a staggered manner on a deep-colored velvet backdrop, with light shining down from above, making the jade appear transparent and lustrous. Su Qinghua pushed open the glass door, and the wind chime on the door frame made a crisp jingling sound. Su Wenqing stood up from behind the workbench. She was wearing a navy blue linen cardigan, her hair loosely pinned up with a plain-colored hairpin well maintained, but when she smiled, there were fine lines of laughter at the corners of her eyes. Her features resembled Su Qingyu's by 70%, especially those amber-colored eyes. Only Su Qingyu's gaze was cooler while hers was warmer, like jade polished by time. "You're here," Su Wenqing said as she walked around from behind the workbench, her gaze first landing on Du Yi, pausing for a moment, then naturally sweeping over the three boys behind him. "So many people. Qinghua told me that your roommates would also come, so I specially prepared extra cups. Come in and sit down, don't just stand there." The shop had already been tidied up in advance. On the empty space beside the display case stood a redwood tea table with several circular chairs, the table adorned with a set of purple clay tea utensils and a few plates of snacks. When Wang Hao handed over the carnations, his hand was clearly shaking, but his voice remained steady. "Hello, Auntie. I am Wang Hao, Du Yi's roommate. This is a little token of my appreciation. The flower shop owner said that carnations paired with lilies are suitable for giving to elders, so I bought them." "Thank you, Xiao Wang. The flowers are beautiful," Su Wenqing said as she took the flowers, turned around to take a crystal vase from the cabinet, skillfully trimmed the stems, and placed it on the shelf beside the workbench. Then she took the osmanthus cakes handed over by Lin Chen, sniffed the fragrance from the wrapping paper. "Osmanthus cakes from Nanjing. I haven't eaten this in many years. Thank your family for me." "Auntie, this is my own token of appreciation. No need to thank my family," Lin Chen said, rarely correcting her with a warm, yet firm tone. Su Wenqing glanced at him, smiled, and placed the osmanthus cakes beside the plate of snacks in the center of the tea. Finally, she turned to Li Bowen, who placed a box of Longjing tea on the table, and slightly bowed. "Hello, Auntie, I am Li Bowen. This is a little token, not a formal gift." "Longjing, this is too polite." Su Wenqing picked up the tea box and looked at the origin label on the packaging. Her eyes moved slightly. This was the first pick of Longjing from Maiju, not cheap in the market, but the packaging was extremely understated. Only those in the know could identify the quality from the production number. She looked up at Li Bowen, her gaze revealing a layer of subtle scrutiny, but her tone remained gentle. "You all sit, I'll go make tea." Su Qinghua sat down next to Du Yi. Today she was wearing her usual light gray knitted cardigan, her hair tied back with a plain-colored hair tie, and she wore a pair of very small jade earrings. Du Yi noticed they were the same pair he had seen at her family store during the winter vacation, of good quality, but not large, the kind that required you to look closely to appreciate their delicacy. Sitting in her mother's shop, Su Qinghua was more relaxed than at school, yet she still sat upright, her shoulders back. Su Wenqing returned with a pot of freshly brewed tea, serving tea to the boys one by one. Her movements were calm and natural, from warming the pot, warming the cups, pouring water, to serving tea, each step flowing smoothly. The first cup of tea she handed to Du Yi, not following the seating order, but as if part of some silent arrangement. "I've heard a lot about you from Qinghua." Su Wenqing sat down in a circular chair beside the tea table, her hands clasped on her knees. "Xiao Du is the first in the Finance Practice Club's simulated investment competition, and his paper was recognized by Professor Zhou. Xiao Wang's family runs a restaurant chain. Your dad's restaurant is very famous in the Magic City. Oh, I've eaten there once at the Jinggan branch, and the braised pork was particularly authentic." Xiao Li is the son of the vice mayor, studying finance to carve his own path. Xiao Lin's family is in the chemical industry, and he has a childhood sweetheart studying in the Chinese department in Nanjing. Wang Hao almost spat out the tea in his mouth. After swallowing, he looked at Su Qinghua with awe. "Did you tell your mom about each of our backgrounds?" "I only mentioned the basic information," Su Qinghua replied flatly, taking a sip of her tea. "I didn't say anything about interests or relationship status." Su Wenqing smiled slightly. That smile resembled Su Qingyu's, a gentle, understated, yet sincere smile. "Qinghua also mentioned some of your activities in the club to me. She said the selection rules for the assistant president keep changing, which is quite unfair. She's always been like this, feeling uncomfortable when rules are unclear, always wanting to sort everything out clearly. Auntie, in this regard, Su Qinghua is a role model for all of us in the dormitory," Wang Hao said, putting down his teacup, his tone unusually serious. "She taught us how to archive chat records, organize public documents, and analyze opponents' behavior patterns. I now have a folder in my phone's notes called Club Observation Log, all organized according to her method." Su Wenqing looked at Wang Hao, the smile lines at the corners of her eyes deepening. Then she turned her attention to Du Yi, her gaze resting on his face for a moment. This scrutiny was not critical, but the solemnity of a mother who raised her daughter alone, confirming something important. She did not ask, "What do you like about my daughter?" or "What do you plan to do in the future?" She simply picked up her teacup and, in the same calm tone as Su Qinghua, said, "Last time Qinghua brought you to the shop, I wasn't there. She said you helped her clean the magnifying glass on the workbench." Du nodded. She has never liked anyone touching her things. She let you touch them. Su Qinghue stood up, her ears slightly reddening under the light, carrying the teapot to refill the water, her movements slightly quicker than usual. Wang Hao looked at Du Yi with a historical witness expression, lowering his voice. This sentence means I acknowledge. This is the family style of Su Qinghue. Rather than directly saying I think you are good, it implies she let you touch it. So sophisticated. Su Wenqing seemed to have heard Wang Hao's whisper, but did not expose it. She lifted her teacup, her gaze shifting from Du Yi to the early spring sunlight outside, her tone gentle and natural. Come by more often in the future. Not just Xiao Du, all of you are welcome. Qinghue has had few friends growing up, and even fewer she can bring home. You are the first. On the first weekend of March, Wang Hao's new store officially opened. On the opening day, Wang Hao rarely did not shout loudly in the dormitory, only sending a brief message in the group. My family's new store opens today. Come over for dinner, if you have time, my dad said. He reserved the best private room for you. The message ended with a location and a fist emoji. At 6 in the evening, Du Yi, Lin Chun, and Li Bowen arrived punctually at that street in Jing'an district. The entrance of the new store was filled with opening flower baskets with various blessings from dining peers and suppliers written on the red ribbons. Wang Hao stood at the entrance welcoming guests, wearing a black polo shirt printed with the How High restaurant logo, his hair neatly styled with wax. Seeing his 3 roommates walking towards him from the subway entrance, the business smile on his face quickly transformed into a genuine grin. You all came. My dad specially reserved the window private room on the 2nd floor for us. It's the best spot in the whole restaurant with a view of the street. As I lead you upstairs, I'll talk about today's menu, which I personally drafted, featuring 7 signature dishes plus 1 hidden dish. The hidden dish is only known to our family. Crab roe tofu made with fresh crab roe, just opened this morning using my dad's exclusive recipe. This dish is not on the menu, but today it's an exception for you. The private room was small yet exquisite, with the round table already set with cutlery and several plates of cold dishes. The window faced an old phoenix tree on the street, and the streetlight's glow filtered through the newly budding branches onto the windowsill. After sitting down, Li Bowen habitually scanned the entire private room, from wall decorations to lighting, color, temperature, and the distance between tables and chairs. Then nodded. The location is more business-oriented than the main store, and the number of private rooms has doubled. Your dad is aiming for the business banquet market this time. That's right. My dad said there are many office buildings in Jing'an, and the demand for business lunches and evening banquets is greater than that of the main store. The main store focuses on repeat customers, while this new store aims to attract new customers. Wang Hao sat down in his chair, his face showing a rare seriousness. Actually, I invited you all here not just for dinner. There's something I want to tell you. My dad talked to me for a long time last night, saying he wants to hand over How High restaurant to me in 5 years. Not just to manage, but to make investment decisions. Location selection for the new store, pricing of dishes, supply chain integration, all of which require financial knowledge. He said he can only cook and cannot manage finances, having suffered losses in the past. He hopes I can fill this gap and manage the restaurant as a system rather than just a kitchen and a front counter. He pushed the plate of cold dishes aside and unconsciously drew circles on the tablecloth with his finger. Last semester, I joined the finance practice club, learned investment frameworks, and ranked 12th in a simulated investment competition, making positive returns. My dad said he saw all of this. He said you finally are not just someone who can eat. This phrase coming from my dad is equivalent to others saying I am proud of you. You are not just someone who can eat. Lin Chun said seriously, last time you tasted the dish, you noticed the change in the source of the crab roe. That level of taste differentiation is not something ordinary people possess. Zhao Shui said your taste sensitivity is comparable to professional instruments. Also, you helped me with the accounting faster than the finance staff at my dad's company, even though you only helped me once. That time was a special case. Your accounts were too messy. Wang Hao chuckled, then turned to Li Bowen. Young master Li, thank you for your pricing suggestions to my dad last time. He adopted them. The crab roe dumplings on the menu are now labeled Taihu crab roe, priced 5% higher than before, and sold over 80 dumplings on the opening day, nearly 20% more than the main store's sales during the same period. He asked me to tell you that you can come eat anytime free of charge. Li Bowen adjusted his glasses. No need for free meals. From now on, I'll pay the normal price when I come to eat. The last suggestion was analyzed from the perspective of consumer pricing perception, but to systematically optimize the pricing strategy, a complete menu engineering needs to be done, analyzing the gross profit contribution, ordering rate, and associated sales data of each dish. If your dad needs it, I can help you create an analysis template. You even understand menu engineering. Wang Hao, my dad has managed the business side before, and there's a book on restaurant management on our bookshelf. I flipped through it back in middle school. Li Bowen's tone remained calm, but the curve at the corner of his mouth was slightly deeper than usual. Lin Chin quietly took a sip of tea beside him, and then spoke up, I might also have some ways to help. You mentioned wanting to optimize the supply chain, and my dad has some logistics resources in the chemical industry. Though chemical and dining don't really overlap, there are commonalities in cold chain transportation. I can help you build a simple inventory management model, at least making the distribution of ingredients between your family's branches more efficient. Zhao Shui said your restaurant is her most wanted restaurant in Shanghai, and I hope you keep getting better and better. Wang Hao put down his chopsticks. He looked at his three roommates sitting around the table, opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat felt as though it was blocked by something. Finally, he raised his teacup and spoke in a tone that was completely different from his usual one, serious to the point of being almost formal. From elementary school to high school, I have always been the kind of student who had money at home, but was not taken seriously. Teachers thought I got into a good school through connections, and classmates thought I was just a fat guy who could eat. You are the first group of people who look at me without these labels. It's not because of the labels. It's because we saw how you care for your friends when you meticulously organized the group chat records. It's because we saw your sense of responsibility when you helped Lin Shun with his accounts. It's because we saw your professionalism when you identified the source of the crab roe. These have nothing to do with labels. Wang Hao lowered his head, quickly rubbing his eyes with the back of his hand. Then he raised his head, wearing a familiar grin, but his eyes were still tinged with an unspent redness. All right, enough of this emotional talk. Let's eat. The crab roe tofu will taste bad if it cools down. This was made by my dad himself, and he only cooks during the new year. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours. At the end of the gathering, Wang's father personally brought out a newly developed dessert, sweet osmanthus rice balls garnished with dried osmanthus, served in small blue and white porcelain bowls, one for each person. He stood by the table, wiping his hands on his apron, his gaze sweeping between Wang Hao and his three roommates. Xiao Wang told me about you all. Wang's father began, his voice not loud, but steady. Last semester, he went from a 5% loss in the simulated investment competition to a 4-point positive return, and it was because of your help. He doesn't fail any courses at school because of you all. He has recently started studying investment, seriously influenced by you. I have nothing else to thank you for. Anytime you come to the restaurant, feel free to order whatever you want. This is not just courtesy, it's genuine. I old Wang mean what I say. After he finished speaking, he placed a black VIP card on the table, which had the How High restaurant logo and a line of small print. Valid at all branches, lifetime free meals. It wasn't given to do, eat, but placed right in the center of the table for the entire room, 302. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Wang Hao put the packed crab roe tofu in the fridge, then sat on the edge of his bed looking at the VIP card that had been pushed back by the four of them. It was now pinned to the dormitory bulletin board wedged beside the class schedule, alongside last semester's photo of the entire room, 302, passing the interview for the finance practice club. No matter how many years we graduate in the future, this card will stay here. It is the asset of room 302. After saying this, Wang Hao picked up his phone from the bedside. By the way, Su Qingwei didn't come today. Oh, I just sent her a message saying the new store opened smoothly, and your dad's braised pork is still the same flavor. She replied, congratulations, I'll go next time. He flipped over, adding in a gossiping tone, she also added, help me tell Du Yi that the robustness test for the data in my thesis has been completed, and the conclusion hasn't changed. The way you two are dating is really something. Even sending messages involves academic content. Dear readers, the new book just went online like a little kid learning to walk, needing your encouragement to stand firm. If you find it appealing, please give it a rating and add it to your bookshelf. If you can urge for updates, my motivation to write will be greatly boosted. In mid-March, in the magical city, the new leaves of the phoenix trees have unfurled from their fuzzy buds, and the buds of the ginkgo branches have split open, revealing tender green fan-shaped leaves within. In the campus of Kaide, a few cherry blossoms have bloomed, with their pale pink petals swirling in the spring breeze, falling onto the windowsill of the library, on the rubber track of the playground, and on the half-open windowsill of dormitory 302. Spring arrives silently, but an undercurrent begins to surge in unseen places. The first general meeting of the Financial Practice Club's new semester is held in classroom 405 of the third teaching building. Sun Haoran stands at the podium, the projection screen behind him displaying the words Assistant President Selection Process Explanation. He is wearing a neatly pressed light blue Oxford shirt, his hair styled with wax to stand out distinctly, and his tone is more formal than last semester. The selection of the assistant president is one of the most important matters for our club this semester. The candidates consist of the top 5 from the simulated investment competition, plus the group leaders, totaling 9 students. He clicked the remote, and the screen switched to the next page, listing the review committee members and scoring criteria. To ensure fairness in the selection process, the review committee is composed of 4 core members of the club, myself, Vice President Liu Yang, and 2 graduate seniors. The scoring criteria are divided into 4 dimensions: the results of the simulated investment competition account for 30%, group project performance accounts for 20%, club contribution accounts for 30%, and personal overall quality accounts for 20%. Wang Hao sits in the third row, quickly jotting down notes in his notebook. He is not noting the scoring criteria itself, but rather how Sun Haoran subtly emphasized his tone when mentioning club contribution and the slight curve of his mouth when referring to the review committee. Since Su Qingyue taught him the method for information archiving, his observational notes have expanded from mere romantic observations to a comprehensive record of club politics. Su Qingyue sits in the second row by the window, her notebook flipped to a new page. She does not note the scoring criteria. She had already deduced its general outline from the club's regulations framework before Sun Haoran announced it, and it is not much different from the final version. She notes several unconscious small gestures made by Sun Haoran during his explanation. When he mentioned review committee, he tapped the podium twice with his fingers, and when he mentioned final interpretation rights, his gaze lingered briefly on her and Du Yi before moving away. Du Yi sits diagonally behind Su Qingyue, having noticed the same detail. The moment Sun Haoran's gaze lingered on him was shorter than when it rested on Su Qingyue, but that fleeting moment contained an extremely subtle, suppressed hostility. It is not because he is a competitor. Sun Haoran's position within the club is not something a freshman can shake, but because he is an undeniable presence beside Su Qingyue. For Sun Haoran, Du Yi does not pose a direct threat to his power, but he undermines the core leverage Sun Haoran uses to attract Su Qingyue: professional ability and resource connections. A person who can achieve first place in the simulated investment competition without needing Sun Haoran's guidance silently declares, "I have cards in my hand too." After the meeting, Su Qingyue walks alongside Du Yi down the corridor. She flips through the notes she just took and draws a question mark next to club contribution with her pencil. The definition of this dimension is the most ambiguous. The other three have objective indicators. The competition rankings, group project scores, and overall quality can be assessed through interviews. But how is contribution quantified? The number of times one participates in club activities, the duration of volunteer work for setting up venues, or the enthusiasm for cooperating with the review committee. The more ambiguous the definition, the greater the operational space, Du Yi said. Exactly. Moreover, he did not disclose the scoring criteria for each dimension in the scoring guidelines. For example, while club contribution has a full score of 100, there is no clear explanation of how much contribution earns how many points. This means the review committee can assign scores based on their subjective judgments without needing to provide any explanations. Su Qingyue closed her notebook, a slight arc appearing at the corner of her mouth. However, he added a line at the end of the scoring criteria. The final interpretation rights of these guidelines belong to the club's supervising teacher. He probably thought changing management to supervising teacher would seem fairer, but he forgot that the supervising teacher is Professor Zhou. Du Yi watched the fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Su Qingyue never shows such expressions on matters she is unsure about. Have you confirmed this with Professor Zhou? Not yet. But I compared this notification with the original text of the club regulations and sent it to Professor Zhou's assistant. The assistant replied that Professor Zhou would set aside a few minutes for us after next week's research group discussion. Us refers to you and me. You included me. You are also a candidate. Su Qingyue's tone was calm, then paused and added, "And I don't think you'd want me to go alone." On Friday afternoon, after the research group discussion, Zhou Mingyuan held the enamel cup inscribed with People's Bank of China leaning against the window of the seminar room as he listened to Su Qingyue's report. She did not say that Sun Haoran was unfair, nor did she say, "I think this rule is unreasonable." She simply organized the original text of the club regulations, the public records from last semester's assistant president selection, and the 3 versions of the selection rule modification notices published by Sun Haoran this semester in chronological order, comparing the differences one by one, and highlighted the points of difference with a red pen. Finally, she attached her compiled index of all public documents from the club over the past 3 years for Professor Zhou to verify. Zhou Mingyuan flipped through the materials, took a sip of portea from his enamel cup, and then looked up at the 2 young people standing in front of him. "Are you telling me that there is a club president who may have some irregular operations regarding the selection of..." His wording is cautious, but there is no hesitation in his gaze. Having been a scholar for decades, he is more sensitive to the term irregular than most. "We only found some inconsistencies in the public information during our organization process. Whether it is irregular or not requires the club's supervising teacher to judge," Su Qingyue said. Zhou Mingyuan took off his glasses and wiped them with his clothing. His gaze swept back and forth between Su Qingyue and Du Yi, then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That was the expression he only showed when he heard students respond to tricky questions during academic defenses with precise wording. This material is compiled very solidly with data timelines and comparative analyses. It is exactly the same style as your paper. I will have a chat with the club's supervising teacher, Professor Zhou. You know him, the one who sat next to me during the simulated investment competition defense. He also gave a high evaluation of your financial analysis at that time. He closed the materials and placed them back on the table. However, you need to be mentally prepared for one thing. Even if the supervising teacher determines that these rule adjustments are not compliant, all he can do is restore the rules to their original version. As for the review committee itself, as long as they operate within a compliant framework, the supervising teacher does not have the authority to directly interfere with the selection results. This is not academic fraud, it is a governance issue within the student club. The materials you compiled are very thorough, but they can only prove that the rules were changed. They cannot directly prove that he changed the rules to target a specific individual. He nodded. Understood. We do not need special treatment, we only need fair rules. As they left the seminar room, the sky had already turned somewhat dark. The motion-activated lights in the corridor lit up one by one as Su Qingyue tucked the materials under her arm, her pace noticeably lighter than when she arrived. Professor Zhou said he would have a chat with Professor Zhao. He didn't say would reflect on this or would check the situation, but would have a chat. Professor Zhou is very particular about his wording. Having a chat in his context means seriously discussing. She suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at him. Also, he said that the style of our paper is exactly the same as the style of this material. This indicates that he recognizes. It's not just the paper he recognizes, but also the way we handle this matter. He also stopped and looked at her. In the early evening of March, the phoenix trees have already sprouted new leaves, and the light from the street lamps filters through the tender green leaves onto her face, dappled and soft. Tomorrow at the library, let's finish running the last set of robustness tests for the paper together. Okay. Su Qingyue pulled her scarf up and turned to continue walking forward. After walking a few steps, she spoke up again. Actually, I initially intended to talk to Professor Zhou on my own. But then I thought with you by my side, he might pay more attention. Not because you're a boy, but because of the way you speak. Every time you speak in formal situations, it makes the other party feel like you are stating facts, not complaining or reporting. This way of expression requires both talent and long-term training of attention. He recalled his recalibration of communication methods after loading the social master skill set, as well as the experiences accumulated through countless practical situations in classes, clubs, defenses, and late-night discussions throughout the semester. You observe very accurately. It's not observation. Su Qinghua paused, turned to look at him. It's that every time you speak, I listen. Professor Zhou Minjuan's intervention came sooner than expected. On the last Wednesday of March, a notification suddenly appeared in the Financial Practice Society's group chat. Professor Zhao, in his capacity as the club's guiding teacher, requested to pause the selection process for the assistant president, reverting all rules back to their original version. From the end of last semester, every member would cast one vote and candidates would publicly present before the voting. Sun Haoran replied in the group with 4 words, receive cooperating, followed by a handshake emoji. These 4 words starkly contrasted with his usual verbose style when announcing information in the group. He did not explain why the rules had to be amended nor why they were reverted. He simply provided the briefest response. Wang Hao stared at his phone screen in the dormitory, reading Sun Haoran's reply 3 times before throwing his phone onto the bed with a long sigh that was somewhere between a cheer and an exclamation. Su Qingyu's move is absolutely brilliant. She doesn't confront him directly. Instead, she invokes the rules themselves to take him down a notch. You want to discuss the rules with me? All right, then I'll call upon the creator of those rules to see if yours are valid. Sun Haoran's received cooperating hides at least 20,000 unwilling sentiments. He is merely retreating temporarily. The selection voting has not yet begun. He still has time to manipulate the voting process. He leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. Such as what manipulation? Such as soliciting votes. Although the review committee has been cancelled, his identity as president remains. He can talk to candidates individually before the voting, subtly suggesting who is more suitable to be the assistant president. This maneuver is hard to classify as a violation since the content of the conversations would not be public. He could easily claim it was merely normal club communication. Does Su Qinghua have a countermeasure? Wang Hao's expression shifted from excitement to vigilance. She hasn't told me the specifics. He took a sip from the cup on the table, but she always has something. At the same time, Su Qinghua sent a private message. Sun Haoran just messaged me privately. He said, even though the rules have changed, I personally still hold you in high regard, and I will vote for you on voting day. I didn't reply. He typed that message intending to make me owe him a favor. Regardless of whether I get elected, he can always say I voted for you. This phrasing is quite clever. He used hold you in high regard and vote for you, which pose no legal or rule-breaking flaws, yet in terms of psychological warfare, it is a precise probe. If I reply thank you, it implies I have accepted his goodwill, making it harder for me to refuse his future requests. If I do not reply, he can interpret it as she is not very approachable, but not opposed. He has room to maneuver either way. Not replying is the right choice. The essence of such phrasing is to create a scenario that the other party finds hard to refuse. He uses vote for you as a gift, hoping you return a thank you as a receipt. If you don't reply, the gift remains in his hands, not officially given. He typed back in the days leading up to the vote. He is likely to privately message other candidates as well. Each person's rhetoric may differ, but the logic remains consistent. They are all weaving a new web of relationships after the rule change. I know. I've archived all his private messages, not just the ones he sent to me, but also the ones Wang Hao forwarded to me for comparison with those he sent to other candidates. I found that his rhetoric varies across different candidates. With me, he used "I will vote for you," while with another sophomore, he said you are the most experienced candidate. The former is to win over while the latter is to soothe. Very precise, but not crossing any boundaries. So he remains safe, at least for now. Su Qingyu's reply was as calm as ever, as if conducting an academic analysis. Then let's continue observing. She added after a few seconds, however, one thing makes me think he might not be as composed as he appears. Every time he sends a notification, if no one responds immediately, he will add a detailed clarification within 3 minutes. Sometimes that clarification adds no new information, it merely reiterates what was said before in a This habit is known in behavioral psychology as overjustification. When a person feels their legitimacy in a decision is insufficiently backed, they unconsciously pile on seemingly reasonable explanations to fill that invisible gap. When Sun Haoran modified the rules, he elaborated extensively. When reverting them, he only sent 4 words. This indicates he understands that those 4 words require no explanation, while the lengthy discourse needed plenty of justification. Du Yi looked at this message and thought about how she spent considerable time organizing his behavioral patterns, archiving his group chat messages, and deducing his psychological state from the changes in his wording. She never entangles herself with the other's emotions, but calmly establishes every file in her database, waiting for the other to expose a flaw. On a weekend afternoon, Du Yi was in the second-floor study area of the library, finalizing the regression results for the last set of robustness checks for his paper. Su Qingyue sat next to him with a revision draft of the literature review spread out before her and a cup of latte that had cooled by a third on her right. She was marking a citation format issue for a reference on the edge of her draft with a pencil, her brow slightly furrowed. Not due to difficulty, but because she had noticed a detail that others might overlook. At that moment, 3 boys walked out from between the bookshelves and stopped in front of Du Yi's desk. The leader was a sophomore wearing a hoodie emblazoned with a sports brand logo, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing a muscular forearm developed from working out. Du Yi had seen him a few times. He was a member of the Financial Practice Society, ranked mid-tier in the previous semester's mock investment competition, often trailing Sun Haoran. The 2 boys behind leaned against the bookshelf, one standing slightly farther back, maintaining a stance that allowed them to provide support at any moment. None of them had books, clearly not there to study. Du Yi, the leading boy, leaned both hands on Du Yi's desk. I heard you have a good relationship with Professor Zhou. You even got Professor Zhou to change the club's selection rules. Quite the troublemaker. Du Yi closed his notebook and looked up at him. His expression remained unchanged and his tone was very flat. The adjustment of the selection rules is a decision made by the club's guiding teacher according to the regulations. It has nothing to do with me. If you have questions, you can directly address them to Professor Zhou. Don't use the professor to pressure me. The boy leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice, but hardening his tone. I know what you and Su Qingyue have done behind the scenes. The position of assistant president is not won by organizing materials. It is earned through strength and contribution. You 2 are archiving data and reporting to the professor. Do you think you're particularly clever? He glanced at Su Qingyue, and in his gaze was not just provocation, but a more subtle element. He dared not speak harshly to Su Qingyue, knowing that addressing a girl with harsh words would be immediately judged as crossing the line by everyone present. So he chose to focus his fire on Du Yi, using U2 to encompass his true target. Du Yi detected this detail. After acquiring the social master skill set, he instinctively sensed the direction of the attack and its diversion. This sophomore did not come here on his own accord, he was pushed forward. Sun Haoran would not act himself, he would find a suitable tool nearby, and this tool was unaware they were being used. He placed his notebook on the desk, leaning slightly back to maintain a posture that was relaxed yet unyielding. The selection of the assistant president is based on comprehensive performance, not merely who is the loudest. What did you say? The boy leaned in closer, his knuckles whitening as they pressed against the surface of the desk. The surrounding students who had been studying raised their heads to look over, tension thickening the air. I said the selection of the assistant president is based on comprehensive performance. Du Yi repeated his speech, neither fast nor slow, not who is the loudest. The boy's fist tightened for a moment. Du Yi clearly caught this action, but he also noticed that the boy's knee retreated slightly, a signal of hesitation. He did not truly want to fight. He was simply lost in how to conclude this situation as he was sent here. Du Yi did not stand up, raise his voice, nor ball his fists. He simply remained seated, maintaining a distance that allowed the other to withdraw gracefully. The social master skill set provided him not only with techniques for attack, but also ways to offer a dignified exit when the other party was caught in a dilemma. The library is a place for reading. Du, he said, if you have concerns about the selection rules, you can address them openly at the next club meeting. There are others here reading. Su Qingyue, sitting next to him, still did not look up. But her hand had moved from the tabletop to beneath the desk, her fingers silently brushing against his knee. Not out of anxiety or a need for protection, but a very subtle signal, clear in meaning, if he truly struck, we would handle it together. She was not waiting for someone else to save her. She was merely waiting to see if an emergency plan needed to be activated. At that moment, she raised her head and glanced at the leading boy, her gaze cool and calm, devoid of any fear. That look made the boy unconsciously loosen his grip on the desk edge. He was not afraid of Du Yi, but he felt an instinctive apprehension towards Su Qingyue's amber eyes. Those eyes resembled a tranquil lake, not arguing, but quietly documenting. He had heard Sun Haoran say that Su Qingyue records everything in her notebook. He did not know what she was recording, but he knew that every word he spoke while standing there might be retrieved in some future moment, word for word. This fleeting concern caused him to hesitate. Du Yi also noticed this subtle change. Su Qingyue's presence itself was a silent yet effective deterrent. She did not speak, but her notebook, her database, and her ability to archive all of Sun Haoran's public actions over 3 years. These were semi-public secrets within the club. No one knew how much information she actually held, and this uncertainty itself was a form of defense. All right, you've got guts. The boy snorted coldly, his voice a few decibels lower than before. He needed to maintain his face, but his confidence was already leaking. He pulled his hands back from the desk and took a step back. See you at the vote. He turned and walked towards the stairs. The two companions exchanged a glance and followed one of them, looking back at Du Yi before leaving, confusion outweighing hostility in that glance. The confrontation from just seconds ago resembled a punctured drum. Initially fierce, but by the end only a hissing sound remained. The surrounding students gradually withdrew their gazes, the tension in the air slowly dissipating. Su Qingyue waited until the footsteps of the 3 boys completely faded in the stairwell before retracting her hand from beneath the desk, picking up her pencil again to continue marking the page numbers for that reference. Her fingers were steady, as usual. The unexpected incident left no visible trace on her. The leader is named Chun Feng, a sophomore, a classmate of Sun Haoran. At least 3 phrases in what he said earlier closely resembled Sun Haoran's previous statements in the group. For example, based on strength and contribution and what you did behind the scenes. Did you take note of all that? She flipped to the last page of her notebook where a few lines were hastily scribbled in pencil. Time, location, attendees, direct quotes from the other party, and possible sources of wording. Each line was concise, containing only keywords, yet the information was sufficiently complete. If you weren't here today, he might have come looking for me. But switching the target to you makes it easier for them. They believe that matters between boys can be resolved through body language without involving the risks associated with rules. Du Yi nodded. Her analysis aligned perfectly with his own judgment. The social master skill set enabled him to make the same reasoning in the moment of conflict, while Su Qingyue relied on her own cultivated insight from extensive information archiving. You did well. Not looking up is the right choice. If you don't look up, their firepower has no second target. If you look up to counterattack, it might give them a chance to think, if I can't win you in a debate, I'll just charge at you. Su Qingyue bowed her head and continued to write annotations on the draft paper, but her pencil hesitated when writing a number. When she spoke again, her voice was half a tone lighter than before. However, one thing he said made me uncomfortable. You two are archiving data and reporting to the professor. He was not critiquing our methods. He was insinuating that the two of us together represent an alliance that the club should guard against. What he fears is not your taking first place, nor my archiving. What he fears is us together. Du Yi paused for a moment. Su Qingyue was right. Sun Haoran's core anxiety was not about a competitor being too strong, but rather that the person he was trying to approach with resources and power had formed an alliance with another person. In Sun Haoran's eyes, this alliance represented a gap in his power structure within the club, one he could neither divide nor infiltrate, only attempt to weaken. At midnight on March 1st, the system notification sound resonated deep within Du Yi's consciousness. He leaned against the headboard, flipping through the revised election statement draft sent by Su Qingyue, while Wang Hao's snoring from the upper bunk resonated evenly, occasionally interspersed with a mumble of dream talk. It's not soaked, it's fresh. A sliver of dim light seeped through Lin Chen's bed curtain, presumably as he video chatted with Zhao Shui, both engaged in their own tasks. On Li Bowen's side, it was silent, with only the occasional rustle of turning pages echoing every few seconds. Du Yi set down the tablet and summoned the system panel with his thoughts. March sign-in has been triggered. This month's sign-in reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining complete ownership and operational system of the Zihong Charity Foundation. Reward description: established 8 years ago, the Zihong Charity Foundation is a national non-public fundraising foundation registered with the Ministry of Civil Affairs, with an original registered capital of 200 million yuan and current managed assets of approximately 1.5 billion yuan. The foundation's business scope encompasses four major areas: educational assistance, medical aid, disaster relief, and cultural preservation, with branches established in 12 provinces and cities nationwide, having funded over 300 projects. The foundation's operational team consists of more than 30 professional public welfare practitioners, with the current Secretary General being an experienced public welfare figure who has held senior management positions in several international NGOs. Over the past 8 years, the foundation has not engaged in any public promotion. Beneficiaries and partner organizations have all been invited selectively, resulting in low public awareness but solid reputation within the industry. All property transfer documents, foundation bylaws, audit reports for the past 5 years, and project lists have been stored in an encrypted cloud account. He stared at this explanation, remaining silent for a while. In the previous months, the system had granted wealth, assets, business capabilities, and social skills. This time it provided a charity foundation. It was not money nor technology, nor an organization that required him to start from scratch, but rather a public welfare platform that had been quietly operating for 8 years, managing assets of $1.5 billion with a professional team and a complete operational system. He suddenly realized that the system was pushing him toward a higher dimensional identity, not just someone who possesses wealth, but a controller who can influence the destinies of many using his resources and platform. He opened the project list of the foundation, flipping through the pages one by one. The educational assistance sector has funded over 200 impoverished students' tuition and living expenses from high school to university across 8 provinces, with the latest cohort achieving over 90% on the entrance examination. The medical aid sector has provided surgical fees for congenital heart disease patients from over 300 impoverished families and established designated cooperation relationships with 6 top-tier hospitals. The disaster relief sector has participated in numerous earthquake, flood, and epidemic material aid efforts, with a response speed ranking among the top in the industry. The cultural preservation sector has funded 4 national-level intangible cultural heritage skills training and digital preservation projects, with 1 achievement included by UNESCO as an exemplary case for cultural heritage protection in the Asia-Pacific region. Every project's execution report was well-written, containing data, photos, authentic feedback from beneficiaries, and third-party evaluation reports. He turned to the page, introducing the foundation's team. The Secretary General is named Chun Jing, 45 years old, with a master's degree in sociology. She served as the project director for China at an international child rescue organization for many years before leaving the international organization to establish this foundation. In the photo, she wears a pair of thin-framed glasses, has short hair, a gentle smile, but her brows carry a sense of determination and resolve that only someone with long-term frontline experience in public welfare would possess. The team consists of more than 30 people, most of whom, like her, have backgrounds in international organizations or leading domestic public welfare organizations, far exceeding the professionalism of ordinary charitable institutions. He sent a secure message to Chen Feng. The March sign-in reward is the Zihong Charity Foundation, managing assets of $1.5 billion, with a team of over 30 covering 4 project areas. Ask President Shun to arrange a meeting soon. I need to meet with the foundation's management. Handle this discreetly, don't alert the outside world. Chen Feng's reply came quickly received. I've heard of this foundation's name in the public welfare circle. Its reputation is excellent within the industry, but it remains very low-key, with almost zero media exposure. Their educational assistance project was awarded the National Excellent Charity Project by the Ministry of Civil Affairs last year, but they didn't send anyone to the award ceremony, only mailing a thank you letter. This style of operation is considered a breath of fresh air in the public welfare circle. He'll arrange it immediately. Setting down his phone, he leaned against the headboard and picked up the revised election statement draft again. Su Qinghua had scribbled densely with a pencil on the edge of the paper. This part's logical chain can be tighter. Adding a specific case here would be more vivid. Control the speech rhythm to around 8 minutes for the best effect. Her handwriting remained as neat as if measured with a ruler, with consistent spacing between each line of comment. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Qinghua. The statement draft is revised. I adopted all the points you commented on. Her reply came almost instantly. I made 3 wording changes to the final version and sent it to you. I saw it. The 3rd change is excellent. Changing resource docking to resource disclosure. This 2-word change shifts the power structure from centralized to open. He couldn't refute this because he couldn't say resources shouldn't be disclosed, yet the disclosure itself was undermining the cards he held. You noticed? Su Qingyu's reply was unusually punctuated with an ellipsis, only 3 dots, as if halfway through writing then deleting. Of course I noticed. He typed, I've read every word you revised. There was silence on the other end of the conversation for a moment. Then she replied, on the day of the election, I'll be sitting below to listen. Okay. The election for the position of assistant to the president is scheduled for mid-March in classroom 405 of the 3rd teaching building. The night before the election, Wang Hao paced back and forth in the dormitory, tripping over his chair twice. "Old Du, are you nervous about your presentation tomorrow?" "I'm more nervous than you. Your tone was too flat when you practiced, just now not emotional enough. Should we add some parallel sentences or famous quotes or something? My dad did it this way when he ran for vice president of the Catering Association. Once he used parallel sentences, the whole audience applauded. The assistant to the president is not the vice president of the Catering Association. Du, he closed the statement draft. And I don't need to be emotional. What I need to do is clarify the matters. On the first weekend after the election for the president's assistant, Du, he did not go to the library as usual. He donned a neatly pressed dark suit fastening the silver cufflinks gifted by Shun Hanlon last year to the cuffs of his shirt, and drove out of the underground garage in a deep space gray Rolls-Royce Phantom. The annual strategic conference of Xinhui Group was set at a five-star hotel in Pudong, owned by Xinhui Real Estate. The crystal chandelier in the hotel lobby hung down from the three-story high dome, slicing the light into countless scattered spots on the marble floor. A long line formed at the registration desk where executives from subsidiaries across the country, regional general managers, and core business leaders dressed in dark formal attire, wearing conference badges adorned with the Xinhui logo, whispered to each other as they entered the main venue. Among the crowd, a few familiar faces could occasionally be seen. Zhou Jiangwo from the real estate sector was quietly discussing something with Lin Ruoqing from the finance sector at the corner of the hallway, both wearing serious expressions. Du, he did not enter through the main door. He took a private elevator directly to the VIP lounge at the back of the conference hall, where Chen Feng was already waiting by the elevator. The lounge was small but exquisitely decorated, featuring dark gray leather sofas paired with walnut coffee tables and a contemporary ink painting of the Huangpu River's night view hung on the wall. Shen Hanlon sat on the sofa, flipping through the agenda. Upon seeing Du enter, he stood and slightly bowed. "Mr. Du, there are more than 120 executives attending today, including the regional leaders. Your seat is arranged in the observers area on the left side of the podium. You won't be in a primary position, but the view is the best. The only speaking segment is a brief address before the banquet starts. You mentioned last time that you didn't want to appear publicly, so I arranged for the group CEO to give the speech, and you just need to sit in the audience." Chen Feng added, "Of course, if you wish to say a few words at the last minute, adjustments can be made. No need. I'm just here to listen today." Dewey sat on the sofa, opened the agenda, and glanced through it. Morning sessions included annual summaries from each sector and plans for the next year, while the afternoon would consist of group discussions and strategic decoding, with the banquet allowing for free exchange. Each agenda item was marked with the person in charge and the time precise to the minute. The morning's general meeting was held in the main banquet hall. He sat in the third row on the left side of the podium, his dark suit and conference badge allowing him to blend perfectly into this elite gathering. No one cast a second glance at him. Among the more than 120 attendees, only Shen Hanlon and Chen Feng knew his true identity. Others might assume he was a young secretary or intern from the president's office. Shen Hanlon stood at the podium in a deep blue suit with a massive LED screen behind him displaying the group's annual core data. He did not use a speech script, only occasionally glancing down at the tablet on the podium before raising his head to deliver a strategic presentation in a steady and powerful tone. In the past year, Xinhui Group's total revenue exceeded 360 billion, with a net profit growth of 12, and all 5 business sectors achieved profitability. Xinhui Real Estate completed the integration of 7 core projects, including Jinxiano, one with rental income increasing by 18 year-on-year. Xinhui Finance's asset management scale surpassed 400 billion, with a bad debt ratio maintained at the industry's lowest level. Xinhui Technology completed the acquisition of an AI chip company, with the edge computing chip business officially entering mass production. And Xinhui Entertainment successfully incubated 4 leading projects, including Phoenix's Call, with the content sector's return on investment exceeding expectations. However, what I want to discuss is not the achievements. Achievements are in the past. The core strategy for next year is singular synergy. The buildings in real estate need the intelligent systems of technology, the funds and finance require content IP from entertainment, and the AI chips and technology need the manufacturing capabilities of the real economy. If the 5 sectors fight their own battles, each one is a good company worth billions. But if they can truly integrate, Xinhui will transform into an ecologically based group worth trillions. A round of applause erupted from the audience. He noticed that when Shun Hanlon mentioned the word synergy, Zhang Dima, sitting in the second row, stopped, gently tapping his fingers on the table. This was his habitual gesture whenever he heard a strategic direction he disagreed with, but could not refute. Next to him sat a young man in a dark gray suit, appearing to be under 30, with distinct facial features, but a languid demeanor, leaning back in his chair while scrolling through his phone, contrasting sharply with the other executives who sat upright. Du's gaze lingered on him for a moment. This person was not on the executive list he had seen before. Chen Feng had mentioned that Zhao Tianlin's father Zhao Jiangwo was a former partner of Shanghai Real Estate, but Zhao Tianlin himself had never appeared at internal meetings. His presence here indicated that someone had given him an invitation. Those who could issue invitations within the group were few and far between. After the afternoon group discussions, Chen Feng intercepted Du Yi in the corridor. Mr. Du Zhangdima proposed a suggestion regarding the distribution rights of cinema screenings during the afternoon discussions. He suggested that all newly added cinema resources for next year be directed towards production companies that have been partners for over 5 years. This proposal ostensibly rewards long-term partners, but would actually concentrate the new production capacity in the hands of a few older companies with whom he has close ties. General Manager Shen has temporarily shelved the matter, stating that more comprehensive data support is needed before making a decision. However, after the discussion, Zhang Dima privately spoke with several cinema regional managers. The specifics of their conversation are still unclear. Zhang Dima brought a young man to the meeting. The one in the front row scrolling through his phone, Dewey remarked. Chen Feng's expression tightened slightly. That is Zhao Tianlin, the young heir of Zhao's industry. I did not send him an invitation. He should have been brought in by Zhang Dima under the guise of a special invited partner. I will investigate this matter immediately. It is my oversight for not checking the changes in the attendee list beforehand. It's not your oversight. Zhang Dima has been in the cinema system for over 10 years. It is not difficult for him to bypass the administrative processes at headquarters to bring someone in. His ability to issue invitations within his authority is within the bounds of the rules. Only the boundaries of those rules need to be redrawn. Du Yi pondered for a moment. First, let's clarify this matter. Do not alert Zhang Dima for now. The banquet was held in the hotel's third-floor banquet hall. After the speech, Shun Hanlin approached Du Yi with a glass in hand, lowering his voice to say, Mr. Du, I have instructed the Financial Management Center to conduct a financial sensitivity analysis of the screening proposal overnight, and results will be available tomorrow morning. I am aware of Zhao Tianlin's situation. This was my oversight. I should have anticipated that Zhang Dima would use a public occasion like the annual meeting to showcase his network of relationships with partners. It's not oversight. His choice to bring Zhao Tianlin to the annual meeting is in itself a probe. He needs to display his position on a sufficiently large stage. If he sees that the group does not react to his actions, he will become bolder next. Du Yi set down his glass, his tone calm. Let him continue to think that his probing has gone unnoticed. As for Zhao Tianlin, I need his complete background information, not just about his shell company in the film industry, but also details of his father's past collaborations with Shanghai Real Estate and his recent activities at the Songjiang film base. On the first Monday of April, something unusual happened in the auditorium of the School of Finance. The course was Financial Market Studies, personally taught by Professor Zhou Mingyuan, and it was one of the most crucial courses in the second semester of the sophomore year for finance majors. Zhou Mingyuan's teaching style was well known at the university. He preferred not to read from PowerPoint slides, but would throw out a real market case after explaining a theoretical framework, then randomly call on students to stand up and analyze it impromptu. The students called upon often had two possible outcomes. One was to deliver a well-supported analysis, earning Professor Zhou's nod of approval and gaining face in front of the class. The other was to be left speechless under relentless questioning, wishing to disappear under their chairs in front of everyone. Today, he was discussing the valuation methodologies in corporate mergers and acquisitions, covering everything from the DCF model to comparable company analysis, from control premiums to quantitative analysis of synergy effects, and he spoke for over an hour, filling 3 whole blackboard panels with formula derivations. When he reached the section on synergy effects, he suddenly paused, set down the chalk, dusted off his hands, and turned to face the audience. It's pointless to just talk about theory, so let's have a little debate. He flipped through the attendance sheet. The topic is simple. In corporate mergers and acquisitions, pursuing growth is more dangerous than pursuing value. Pro side, pursuing growth is more dangerous. Con side, pursuing value is more dangerous. The whole class could form teams freely with 2 people from each side, 15 minutes to prepare, 5 minutes for each to present, followed by a 10-minute free debate. Let's start forming teams now. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a buzz of whispers. This impromptu debate was Professor Zhou's signature move, leaving no room for preparation, relying solely on how much knowledge students had accumulated and their ability to organize logical arguments in a short time. For freshmen who had just completed a semester of specialized courses, it was no small challenge. Su Qingwei stood up from her seat by the window in the second row, her gaze crossing the crowd to meet Du Yi's. The glance was fleeting, lasting less than a second, but it conveyed a substantial message. She tilted her head slightly to the right, while Du Yi tilted his to the left. In that instant, they both made the same decision to not choose the same team. Su Qingwei walked over to the con side's preparation area, while Du Yi moved to the pro side's. Wang Hao, who had been dozing on the desk, lifted his head only upon hearing the word debate, and upon seeing Du Yi and Su Qingyue each standing on opposite sides, he instantly woke up. He nudged Lin Shen beside him with his elbow, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. Now this is getting interesting. His girlfriend is standing opposite him. Do you think he can hold back? He knows his limits. Lin Shen responded quietly, but his eyes behind the glasses sparkled with anticipation. During the 15 minutes of preparation time, both the pro and con sides formed small circles on either side of the classroom. On Du Yi's side, his partner was a sophomore named Zhou Yang, who had ranked 4th in the previous semester's simulated investment competition and had some experience in analyzing merger cases. On the con side, Su Qingyu's partner was a junior sister who had reportedly interned in the investment banking division of a brokerage firm over the summer and was quite familiar with practical mergers. 15 minutes later, the debate officially began. The first speaker from the con side spoke first. The junior sister's presentation was standard. Her main argument was that excessive pursuit of growth could lead to valuation bubbles, blind expansion, and integration failures. She cited several cases of premium acquisitions in the share market that resulted in goodwill impairment with solid data, but a conservative style, and Professor Zhou exhibited no particular expression while listening. When it was Zhou Yang's turn to speak as the first speaker from the pro side, his core argument was that overly conservative value investing could cause companies to miss growth windows, citing several cases where internet giants regretted missing out due to overvaluation. The pace was tight, the arguments compelling, yet Su Qingyu's expression remained calm as she listened, only slightly raising her eyebrows when he mentioned a particular data source. She clearly noted that the statistical criteria of that data were controversial. After the alternating speeches from both sides concluded, the free debate segment began. Zhou Mingyuan sat beside the podium, holding a porcelain cup marked with People's Bank of China, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the debaters. His demeanor was identical to that on the day of the final defense. Non-interfering, non-committal, simply observing quietly. Su Qingyue stood up. Unlike others who reasserted the topic before expanding their arguments, she went straight to the point. The opposing debater just said that excessive conservatism may lead to missing growth windows. I agree with this premise. However, one question needs clarification. What is the cost of missing a growth window compared to the cost of blind expansion, which is more irreversible? Missing a good acquisition target means losing an opportunity. Your cash is still there, your balance sheet remains healthy, and you can make decisions in the next window. But if you made a poor acquisition due to pursuing growth, high premiums, high leverage, and integration failure, you lose not only that opportunity, but also your cash, your credit rating, and your refinancing capability in the capital market. The former is an opportunity cost. The latter is a combination of sunk costs and financial distress costs. The nature of these two costs is entirely different. After she finished speaking, the classroom fell silent for about 2 seconds. It wasn't a silence of having nothing to say, but rather everyone was digesting. She wasn't reciting from a textbook, she was redefining the debate topic using her analysis framework. A few boys in the front row exchanged glances. One of them lightly whistled, only to be shot a glare from Professor Zhou, and quickly retracted. Du Yi stood up. He looked at Su Qingyue, his gaze steady, and his tone calm. Qingyue's distinction between the two types of costs was very precise. I have no objections. However, one point needs to be supplemented. She assumed an idealized decision-making environment. The market will always give you the next window. But in the real world, structural windows often do not come back. When an industry enters a consolidation phase, and the leading targets are all taken, what remains are not cheaper targets, but the leftovers rejected by others. The cost of missing a window is not a one-time opportunity cost, but a permanent loss of strategic position. When Su Qingyue heard the term structural window, she straightened up slightly. She clearly had not anticipated that he would counterattack at this point, but she didn't shy away. She stood up to respond. The structural windows do indeed exist. However, the scarcity of structural windows demands a higher success rate for mergers, not a more aggressive, using high premiums to acquire targets during the window period. If integration fails, you lose not just that target, but possibly leave a failure case in the capital market. Subsequent refinancing will be harder and more expensive. The window period should make you more cautious, not more reckless. High premiums do not necessarily equate to high risk, nor do low premiums guarantee a margin of safety. Du Yi stood up to respond. His pace neither hurried nor slow. The level of premiums depends on the pricing benchmark. If the benchmark is the independent value of the acquired target, then a high premium is indeed high risk. However, if the benchmark is the synergistic value post-acquisition, where you are acquiring not an independent company, but a piece that creates a greater than an plus-zone effect with your existing business, then the reasonableness of a high premium is objectively present. When you compare the quantitative model of synergy effects with the independent valuation model on the same table, the extra portion of premium is not wasted, but investment. Su Qingyue's lips moved slightly. Not because she was convinced, but because she recognized this argumentative framework, valuation adjustments for synergy effects in mergers. This was precisely the analytical dimension she had used in her own paper. She had applied the same framework to the conservative side, while he had applied it to the offensive side. She did not stand up immediately, but lowered her head to jot down a few notes, then raised her head, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of her lips. I agree with your points on the quantitative boundaries of synergy effects. However, in practical mergers, the quantitative models for synergy effects are often turned into blank checks that can have numbers filled in at will by investment banks. Control, premiums, management synergies, channel synergies, brand synergies. Each one can be exaggerated enough to cover any premium. The question is not whether synergy effects exist, but who defines the boundaries of synergy effects. If the bidding party defines it, then there is never such a thing as too expensive a merger. If an independent third party defines it, then the negotiation space is too narrow. The real danger lies in narratives of synergy effects without boundaries. It makes any premium seem reasonable and any growth seem worthwhile. The two of them went back and forth for another 3 or 4 rounds, neither able to convince the other, but neither willing to. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted from quiet to a peculiar kind of focused silence. No one in the front or back row was looking at their phones, nor were there whispers. Even Wang Hao forgot to take his phone out to record, propping his chin up with both hands like an audience watching a Go match, his gaze switching back and forth between Du Yi and Su Qinghua. When the free debate reached the 8th minute, Zhou Mingyuan set down his enamel cup. He did not wait for the debate to conclude naturally. Instead, he stood up during the brief moment. Du Yi sat down, preparing to let Su Qinghua respond. This timing was precisely chosen, just as both sides had fully displayed their logical chains, but had not yet begun to repeat their points. Stop. He walked to the blackboard, picked up the chalk, and wrote 2 lines. On the left he wrote growth, and on the right he wrote value. Then he drew a bidirectional arrow between the 2 words. There is no standard answer in this debate. Most economic questions have no standard answers. But there is one thing that can determine the winner: your analytical framework. Use the academic language that your opponent is most proficient in to argue your point, and be able to accurately identify logical flaws within their framework. He turned to Su Qinghua. The issue of quantitative boundaries for synergy effects that you used is the core argument in your own paper. Then he turned to Du Yi. You also used the same synergy effect model to counter her argument. It's the same framework, but in 2 directions. He put the chalk back in the holder and dusted off his hands. This is the method of doing scholarship. The framework is more important than the stance. The methodology is more important than the conclusion. He paused. This semester's final exam will reference today's debate for the grading criteria of the case analysis questions. The rigor of the analytical framework will account for 60%, while the correctness of the conclusion will only account for 40%. Because the same framework can support different conclusions, but if the framework itself is rigorous, then regardless of what the conclusion is, it can be validated and revised. Conversely, if the framework has flaws, then even the correct conclusion is merely a coincidence. Applause erupted from the audience, more sincere than during any previous class. Several students who had just been arguing over which side was more reasonable fell silent for a few seconds after Professor Zhou's analysis, then broke into even more enthusiastic applause. Not because they were convinced, but because the quality of the preceding debate revealed to them something beyond winning or losing. After the class, Du Yi waited for Su Qinghua under the sycamore tree outside the teaching building. The sycamore leaves in April had already unfurled their tender green blades, shimmering with a translucent sheen in the afternoon sun. She walked out from the side door of the teaching building, clutching her notebook, and slowed her pace upon seeing him standing under the tree. She stopped in front of him, opened her notebook, and pointed it out to him. Each page was densely filled with the core argument exchanges between the two during the free debate segment, with each point annotated in pencil regarding logical sources and possible rebuttal directions. When you used the synergy effect framework to counter my argument earlier, was your mention of structural windows something you thought of on the spot, or was it pre-prepared? On the spot. I can't say it was completely spontaneous. I heard Professor Zhou discuss control premiums and window theory in mergers during the last class. He mentioned a viewpoint: the window during an industry consolidation period often only appears once. You just framed the discussion within a binary framework of conservative versus aggressive, but from the perspective of the industry life cycle, the discussion dimension can be expanded to static versus dynamic. Looking at it statically, the lower the premium, the safer it is. Looking at it dynamically, excessive pursuit of safety might cause you to miss the window forever, Du Yi said. I noted that down. Su Qinghua closed her notebook and looked up at him. The leaves of the sycamore tree cast tiny green spots of light in her amber eyes, and the afternoon sun illuminated her face with a faint golden halo. The calm debater who had just been in sharp conflict during the debate was gone, replaced by a relaxation and satisfaction that only emerged in front of him. Not the happiness of being praised, but the genuine fulfillment of someone who truly enjoys intellectual clashes, having found someone capable of matching wits. Next time there's a debate like this, well, stand opposite again, she said. Sure do, he replied, plucking a sycamore leaf from her shoulder and casually slipping it into the pages of his notebook. The leaf was tender and bright, freshly fallen from the treetop, still carrying the unique freshness of spring. On the second weekend of April, the Magic City finally welcomed a truly warm spring. The leaves of the phoenix trees had unfurled, transforming from tender green to a deep green, while the fan-shaped leaves of the ginkgo trees densely covered the branches. The sun poured down generously from the early morning, shining upon the Bun's foreign architectural ensemble, casting a soft golden glow on the granite facades and bronze domes. Du Yi and Su Qingwei agreed not to visit the library today. Although they had seen each other daily in classrooms, clubs, and research teams since the semester began, their true dates, not discussing papers, not participating in club activities, and not working on Professor Zhou's research group reports, had been nearly non-existent. On Friday evening, Su Qingwei sent a message in the group. There is a street art festival at the Bund this weekend, open Saturday afternoon and evening. I want to go. Her wording was as concise as when discussing academic issues, yet she used a period instead of an exclamation mark, which in her expression system meant she did not require anyone's opinion, merely expressing a thought that happened to involve Du Yi. Du Yi replied with a single word, okay. On Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, they set off from school and took the subway to Nanjing East Road Station. After exiting the station, they walked east along Nanjing Road pedestrian street. When passing through the long arcade of the Peace Hotel, Su Qingwei suddenly stopped and looked up at the mottled mosaic murals on the corridor's ceiling. Those murals had nearly a century of history. The colors had faded significantly, yet the lines remained exquisite. The founder of the Peace Hotel, Victor Sassoon, built more than a dozen such buildings in the Magic City, but the room he stayed in most frequently was not in the Peace Hotel, but in Huamao Apartment, now known as the Northern Building of Jinjiang Hotel. His investment philosophy was to build the best buildings in the best locations and never sell them. Du Yi glanced at her in surprise. You also research old buildings? Not research. When I was a child, my mother took me to the Bund to see a jewelry exhibition, and after the exhibition ended, she would take me for a walk along the foreign architectural ensemble. She would tell me the stories of each building as we stood in front of them. She said that jewelers also need to understand architecture, because like jewelry, architecture is about fixing beautiful things in time. Su Qingwei said, your mother is a very poetic person. She is. It's just that her poetry is hidden in the details, and she rarely expresses it. Su Qingwei continued walking. They crossed Zhongshan East First Road and climbed up to the Bund viewing platform. The Huangpu River shimmered under the afternoon sun, while the skyscrapers of Lujiazui appeared hazy across the river. The viewing platform was crowded with tourists. Some were holding selfie sticks to photograph the Oriental Pearl Tower, while others leaned against the low wall of the flood control embankment, enjoying the river breeze. The main venue of the street art festival was set at the southern section of the platform, with dozens of stalls lined up along the riverside. Some sketching portraits, others creating sculptures from scrap metal, some making handmade leather goods on site, and a street magician surrounded by a group of children performing tricks with a red silk scarf that seemed to change endlessly. Su Qingwei stopped in front of a stall selling handmade accessories. The vendor was a young girl with short hair, carefully inlaying a silver pendant with a moonstone using tweezers. Her stall was filled with various handmade accessories, silver earrings, brass bracelets, and brooches made from broken porcelain pieces. Su Qingwei bent down to examine the items for a while, then picked up a tiny pair of silver earrings from the corner. How much are these earrings? She asked the vendor. 80 yuan per pair. They are pure silver and hand-polished. Each pair has a slightly different shape, because they are handmade without molds, so each pair is unique. Su Qingwei held the earrings in her palm, examining them for a moment, then took out her wallet to pay. She placed the earrings in her pocket, neither putting them on right away nor explaining why she wanted to buy a pair of small star-shaped earrings that didn't completely match her dressing style. But Du Yi noticed that while the earrings had no relation to the cashmere scarf he had gifted her in material, they echoed in shape. A small, quiet embellishment that did not outshine, but gently emitted its own subtle light in the right corner. In the evening, they found a small riverside restaurant near the viewing platform for dinner. The restaurant was not large, with only 5 or 6 tables, but the window seats had a perfect view of the Bund's light show. After night fell, the skyscrapers of Lujiazui across the river lit up in brilliant colors, while the sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower transformed with hues of red and gold, casting a shimmering reflection on the river's surface. Cruise ships on the Huangpu River glided by with colorful light trails, their horns echoing long in the night sky. Su Qingwei set down her chopsticks, lifted her cup, took a sip, and her gaze briefly flicked between the window and Du Yi. Then she put down the cup and spoke in a tone different from their usual academic discussions, slower than usual. There is something I want to ask you. You previously analyzed cash flow issues during the interview for the Financial Practice Club, handled regression models in Professor Zhou's research group, and casually mentioned heteroscedasticity while discussing papers with me. None of this is typical for a freshman. I'm not questioning you, nor am I trying to pry into your privacy. I just feel that you must have some growth experiences that others are unaware of. Those experiences are yours, and you don't have to share them with me. He put down his chopsticks and fell silent for a moment. He knew this day would come sooner or later. Su Qingwei was too clever and observant, and she couldn't possibly overlook the professional qualities he occasionally displayed that exceeded the normal level of a freshman. She recognized during the debate in finance class that he had used her own analytical framework, and an ordinary freshman could not possibly have pulled out such precise theoretical tools on the spot. He could sense a restrained expectation in her gaze. She did not ask because she was disinterested, but because she didn't want to pressure him. If he wanted to talk, she would listen. If he didn't want to, she would continue waiting. She was merely telling him she had noticed, and she didn't care what it was. She just wanted to confirm whether he trusted her. I do have some experiences that are inconvenient to talk about. He began, his pace measured, each word carefully considered. They are not bad things, nor am I trying to deliberately conceal them. It's just that some things cannot be said right now. It's not because I don't trust you, but because I need the right moment. Can you accept such a vague answer? Su Qingwei was silent for a few seconds, then reached across the table to touch his fingertips. The gesture was gentle, as if confirming the warmth at his fingertips. I can. When I said you don't have to tell me, it wasn't a test, it was a promise. Everyone has things they aren't ready to I'm not rushing you, I'm just telling you that when you're ready, you'll listen. That's all I want to say. She did not pull away, but curled her fingers gently into his palm. The light show outside continued, and the sound of cruise ship horns echoed long in the night sky. As they exited the restaurant, the crowds at the Bund had thinned significantly. The river breeze carried a hint of moisture, sweeping away the residual warmth of the day. Su Qingwei leaned beside him, suddenly stopping in her tracks. There is something I originally wanted to wait for you to. What is it? Actually, I've already guessed that you probably have an additional source of resources. It's not a guess. It's last semester when you explained the investment framework to Wang, how you casually mentioned a data source, the institutional version of the Wind Terminal database. That version is not open to individual users, only to institutional clients. An ordinary freshman would not have access to that database unless you have some channel. I didn't press further because I know you have your reasons. She slightly tilted her head to look at him. What I'm saying tonight is not to make you confess anything. I just want you to know. I know you're not an ordinary student, but I still like you. He fell silent for a longer time than before. The wind from the Bund blew over from the river, carrying the unique crispness and dampness of an April evening. He held her hand a little tighter. Thank you. Not just for not pressing me, but for giving me time. When I can speak, you will definitely be the first to know. Not because of the order of priority, but because you deserve it. Su Qingwei lowered her head and quickly touched the corner of her eye with her finger. Then she lifted her head, and the slight curve of her smile bent deeper and lingered longer than ever. Okay, they'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes. She paused. But can you tell me something now? Do you really think those little star earrings are pretty? They are pretty. They match the way you bent down earlier to pick them out at the stall. She smiled down, took the pair of earrings from her pocket, and held them up to the lights across the river. The two small silver stars glimmered softly in her palm. Then she turned around with her back to the brightly lit Huangpu River and put on the earrings. She wore a light blue dress today with a small section of her fair collarbone exposed at the neckline. The two small stars quietly twinkled on her earlobes. Let's go. Back to school, she said. The street art festival at the Bund concluded at 9:30. The crowd on the observation deck gradually dispersed, and the artisans began to pack their stalls. The street magician folded his red silk scarf neatly and stuffed it into his backpack, while the artist finishing his portrait quickly rolled up his last charcoal sketch and secured it with a rubber band. The light show across the Huangpu River continued, with the sphere of the Oriental Pearl Tower slowly changing colors, while the Bund's international architecture was illuminated in a golden glow. After leaving the riverside restaurant, Du and Su Qingwei did not head directly to the subway station, but instead strolled leisurely along the less crowded southern section of the observation deck. The river breeze carried a damp chill as it brushed against the low wall of the flood control embankment, scattering the remnants of popcorn and flyers left by daytime tourists. In the distance, the ferry at Shalupu Dock docked its horn, emitting a low, muffled sound as passengers streamed out of the cabin, their shadows elongated under the streetlights. Su Qingwei walked to his left, her pace slower than usual. She wore a light blue dress and white canvas shoes, and the silver star-shaped earrings she had just bought occasionally glimmered faintly under the streetlights. Her hands were tucked into the pockets of her coat, the sleeves just revealing her slender wrists. After walking for a long time, neither of them spoke. This was not an awkward silence that required forced conversation, but a comfortable quiet that comes from spending time together without needing words. The southern section of the observation deck featured a half-moon-shaped platform that jutted out, with several potted plants hanging from the iron railing, their leaves glimmering with a silvery hue under the moonlight. This area was off the main path, and few tourists ventured here. Su Qingyue stopped and leaned against the railing, watching a cruise ship slowly glide across the river. The lights on the ship created a vivid arc of colors in the darkness, and the white wake trailing behind it gradually dispersed, finally merging into the black river water. "My mom sent me a message this afternoon," she suddenly spoke. "What did she say?" "She said that after our last meeting she thought for a long time and felt that you have a distinctive trait. You don't look at your phone, the clock, or outside when you speak. You just look at her and wait for her to finish." Su Qingyue turned to look at him. "She said people like that are rare these days. She also mentioned that during our last meeting you helped me clean the lens of a magnifying glass, and after you were done you returned it to its place without a hitch. She said that from the details one can see how much a person cares for another. Not about the size of the favor done, but whether there is thoughtfulness in the follow-up. Your mom has a keen eye. She works in jewelry appraisal. Her job is to pay attention to details." Su Qingyue paused. "So what she said was not just polite talk. She genuinely recognizes you." He leaned against the railing watching her. The moonlight tonight was not particularly bright, but it was enough to outline her features clearly. Her lowered eyelashes cast a small fan-shaped shadow on her eyelids, and the star-shaped earrings glimmered faintly, echoing the amber glint in her eyes. "Qingyue," he called her name. "From the very first day of school, when I saw you reading The Wealth of Nations on the subway, to later writing papers together in the library, working on case analyses in our club, and debating in class, you are the person I want to see every day in this university. Not because you are good at your studies or diligent. Others have those qualities too. It's because you make me feel that when I am with you I can set aside all my identities, backgrounds, and the expectations the outside world has of me and focus solely on one thing: taking our shared concerns seriously together." He paused. The river breeze swept across, tousling a few strands of her hair. "I like you. Not in a collaborative academic sense, nor in a friendly admiration. It's the kind of liking that wants to be with you. No matter what I do in the future, I hope the person standing beside me is you." Su Qingyue did not respond immediately. She lowered her head, fingers gently tracing the railing, the moonlight falling on her lowered eyelashes. After about 5 seconds, He counted silently. She lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with flecks of light. "Do you know when I started liking you, eh? It wasn't during military training. It was earlier. On the day of registration, you were standing in line behind me. I turned to glance at you, and you were looking at your phone, not noticing me. But at that moment I noticed something. You hadn't zipped your backpack properly, and the corner of that book, Securities Investment Analysis, was sticking out. I thought to myself, this person also reads securities investment analysis, maybe we'll have some overlap in the future," she said. "Later I saw you reading The Wealth of Nations on the subway again. I am very familiar with The Wealth of Nations, but I never brought it up in front of you because I felt it was unnecessary. You're reading your book, and I'm reading mine. It's unrelated. Until that day in the library when you told me you were analyzing the applicability of CAPM in the share market and had done a backtest. That's when I realized we weren't just reading the same book, we were thinking about the same problem in the same way." After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment, the subtle curve at the corner of her mouth rising. "Not because you treat me well, but because you make me feel like finally there is someone in this university who can stand on the same wavelength as me." After she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence. The moonlight illuminated her profile, causing the 2 small stars on her earlobes to glow faintly. Then she reached out, pulled his hand down from the railing, and intertwined her fingers with his. Her fingers were cool as before, but this time she did not wait for him to tighten his grip. Instead, she actively pressed his hand into her palm. "Is this a promise?" He tightened his grip on her hand. "MHM." She lowered her head, then quickly lifted it again, her ears slightly red under the moonlight. "From now on you are my boyfriend. I am your girlfriend. Not in an academic collaboration, nor in a friendly admiration. It's a romantic relationship." When she said the words romantic relationship, her tone remained Su Qingyue's characteristic succinct style, as if reciting a carefully calibrated definition. But after she finished, she did not avert her gaze. She looked directly into his eyes, as if confirming whether this definition was mutually acknowledged. After receiving his nod in response, the curve at the corner of her mouth bent to an unprecedented depth. He gently pulled her into his embrace. Her head rested just under his chin, the neckline of her light blue dress brushed against his collarbone, carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent and the coolness of the river breeze. She remained quiet in his arms for a few seconds before reaching out to squeeze his fingers. "You just mentioned that your dad said, this home will always have your pair of chopsticks. If we have our own home in the future, I want to place 2 pairs of chopsticks on the dining table. 1 pair for you, and 1 pair for me." Dui's throat rolled slightly. He tightened his hold on her hand a bit more. "Okay, There will definitely be your chopsticks on the dining table in the future. After saying this, he pulled her back into his embrace, this time holding her even tighter. The river breeze continued to blow, and the distant ferry horn sounded again, deep and prolonged, slicing through the night sky of the Huangpu River like an invisible thread stringing all the lights together. The moonlight bathed the Bun's international architecture, the granite facades that had weathered a century of storms shimmering softly, creating a timeless resonance with the dazzling neon lights of Lujiazui across the river. Su Qingyue whispered in his embrace, "From now on, at the end of each semester, we will come here once. Not necessarily like today, but whenever we are the busiest and most exhausted, we will take a night to sit by the river. To see if anything has changed here, to see if we have changed." "Unchanged," Dewey said. "MHM. Her fingers curled slightly in his palm, unchanged. The news of Du Yi and Su Qingyue being together spread rapidly across the campus of Keida University in April, like the flying fluff of the phoenix tree. The first to know was Wang Hao. On the night after returning from the Bun, Du Yi pushed open the door to dorm 302, and it was already close to 11 o'clock. Wang Hao was lying on his bed, watching a replay of a League of Legends match on his laptop. Hearing the door open, he lifted his head, his gaze resting on Du Yi's face for less than a second before he sprang up into a sitting position, nearly sending his laptop tumbling off the bed. "You confessed your feelings," Wang Hao stated rather than asked. "How did you know? That expression on your face. I've seen it in the mirror before. When I realized I liked Shinyu last semester, I had the same expression while looking in the gym mirror." Wang Hao jumped off the bed, standing barefoot on the floor, his voice a mix of excitement and gossip as he pressed on. "Where did it happen? What did you say? What was Su Qingyu's reaction? Did she cry? Did you hug? After she agreed, how long did you talk? I need details." "The Bund. Observation deck. She agreed. We hugged." Du Yi succinctly answered Wang Hao's barrage of questions as he took off his coat and draped it over the back of a chair. "That's it. Can you be more specific? Like, what exactly did you say to make her nod? What was her expression when you hugged? Did the lights at the Bund happen to change to that particularly romantic hue? These details are crucial for my future confession to Shinyu. I'm not gossiping, I'm collecting practical data." I told her that from the first day of school, when I saw her reading The Wealth of Nations on the subway, to later writing papers together in the library and doing case analyses in the club, she is the person I most want to see every day in this university. Du Yi leaned back in his chair and reiterated the core lines. Wang Hao fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly sitting back on the edge of his bed. "Old Du, your confession was better than any version I've written in my memos. You didn't just say 'I like you,' that vague confession. You strung together all the most important moments from the beginning of the semester to now." When Su Qingyue heard these words, she must have felt more than just touched. She would realize you remembered her, that you remembered every little detail. He paused, unusually refraining from asking for more details, and instead spoke in a lighter, more genuine tone. "Congratulations. Really. You are the most reliable love model I've ever seen." Lin Shun poked his head out from his own bed, wearing headphones, but clearly having been listening. He took off one earphone, his smile sincere and warm. "Zhao Shui just heard Wang Hao shouting and knew it must have worked. She asked me to convey to Su Qingyue, 'Welcome to the Keida long-distance relationship family group. Although you two aren't in a long-distance relationship, you can join the group in spirit.'" He shook his phone. "I've already told her the good news. She said she would talk to Shinyu and give her a heads up, because Wang Hao will probably soon use your confession as a template for planning his own confession." Li Bowen looked up from political economics, adjusted his glasses, his tone still flat, but the curve of his lips deepened slightly. "From the perspective of game theory, you two being together is Pareto optimal. Both of your utilities increase without harming either party's utility. If anyone were to suffer, it would probably be Sun Haoren." He paused, but that's his own doing. Wang Hao looked at Li Bowen with admiration. "You can even express blessings using economic models. Ooh, I'm impressed." The next day was Monday, and the students in the finance class quickly noticed something was off. In the morning class on monetary banking, Du Yi and Su Qingyue still sat in their usual spots. She by the window in the second row, he in the middle towards the back. But during the break, Su Qingyue stood up from her seat, walked over to Du Yi's desk, placed a cup of hot cocoa bought from the vending machine on his table, and said, "Drink it while it's hot," before turning to walk back to her seat. Her expression was as calm as usual, her steps as composed as ever, devoid of any deliberate intimacy or showiness. She simply placed a cup of hot cocoa on his desk as naturally as she had done countless times before. But this time she didn't attach a sticky note saying reciprocation or last cup. Wang Hao, sitting next to Du Yi, stared at him with a look that said, "Oh my God, is this public now?" and whispered, "Before you were together, she used to write sticky notes to explain when she brought you hot cocoa. Reciprocation, last cup. But this time she wrote nothing. No explanation is the biggest explanation. There's no need to explain why she brought you hot cocoa anymore, because it has already become routine." The news spread faster than Wang Hao had imagined. That noon, someone in the class group for finance sent a message. Du Yi and Su Qingyue are together. Followed by 3 wide-eyed emoji. The sender was Zhao Min, a member of the 4th group of the Finance Practice Society who had worked on group assignments with Su Qingyue for half a semester, observing her more closely than the average student. She added, "I saw Su Qingyue deliver hot cocoa to Du Yi during the break this morning, and she had that expression of 'it's only natural for me to bring you something, not the I just happened to bring you a cup' kind of look." The group fell silent for a few minutes before messages began to flood in like an avalanche. Some sent a string of exclamation marks, others asked, "When did this happen?" Some lamented, "Finally together, I've been waiting for a semester." Xinjia, who usually wasn't very active in the group, unusually sent a message: their relationship from the perspective of financial modeling will have lower variance and higher returns. That's good news. Wang Hao sent a long string of celebratory emojis in the group, from a little person playing drums all the way to a cat setting off fireworks, and finally a little yellow person being launched into the sky by a rocket. The parties involved did not say a word in the group. After school in the afternoon, Du Yi and Su Qingyue walked side by side along the phoenix tree-lined path. In April, the phoenix leaves had fully unfurled the dense green foliage covering most of the road, with only scattered sunlight filtering through the leaves. Su Qingyue held a notebook, her pace slightly slower than usual, the light golden moon charm on her canvas bag swaying gently in the afternoon light. "Did you see the news in the class group?" Du Yi asked. "I saw it. Zhao Min even private messaged me asking how you managed to win me over. I said it was him who pursued me, but I was also pursuing him. We just did the same thing at the same time." Su Qingyue replied. "What did she say?" "She said you two are in a relationship, and even that is different from others." Su Qingyue slightly curved her lips. Then she asked me if I could teach her how to do DuPont analysis. She has a midterm exam in financial analysis next week. I agreed. "So your first task after just going public with your relationship is to tutor a classmate in financial analysis." "That's normal. Love is love and studies are studies. They don't interfere with each other." Su Qingyue paused. "But can I sit next to you in financial class from now on? It would make it easier to discuss cases during breaks." Du Yi looked at her. When she asked this question, her tone remained a calm statement, but the tips of her ears slightly reddened under the sunlight. "Sure," he said. The two continued walking forward, passing by the playground where several boys were playing basketball, and paused to glance in their direction. One of them passed the ball to a teammate, lowered his voice to say something, and the teammate nodded the ball, making a round in his hands before returning the pass. They were probably discussing the news that had just spread that morning. Su Qingyue kept walking straight without glancing aside, but her fingers gently tapped the edge of her notebook twice, an unconscious gesture she made whenever she was under too much scrutiny, signifying that she was aware of those gazes, but had no intention of responding. "Not used to being stared at?" Du Yi asked. "Not really," she said, "but I can get used to it slowly provided that we are together." After the evening self-study session, the two went to the library as usual. Su Qingyue sat at the second desk by the window, while Du Yi sat across from her. Before her lay a data analysis report from Professor Zhou's research group, and to her right was a cup of latte that had already cooled down by a third. Du Yi, sitting across from her, was reviewing the new semester activities plan of the Finance Practice Society. The results of the election for the assistant president had been announced, and Du Yi was elected with over 2/3 of the votes. According to the society's regulations, he would automatically become the acting president at the start of the next semester and officially take over as president at the beginning of his sophomore year, becoming the captain of the next term of the Finance Practice Society. Sun Haoran only sent a short congratulatory message in the group: "Congratulations to Du Yi on being elected assistant president. I hope the society performs even better with your participation next semester." The wording was restrained and dignified, showing no emotional fluctuation. He then began to gradually withdraw from the society's daily management, citing the need to focus on preparing for his senior internship. Su Qingyue looked up from the report, her gaze falling on the society documents in his hands, pausing for a moment. "The term of the assistant president starts next semester and officially transitions to president when the sophomore year begins. There's nearly a year in between." "Yes. Do you have any suggestions?" "Not suggestions. I was just thinking. If you are the assistant president of the society next semester, and I am a core member of the research group, we might be busier than before. Our meeting times will not decrease, but will become fragmented." She looked down at the densely annotated literature in her notebook. "What I mean is, from tomorrow on, can I change my library seat to next to you? Before we faced each other for maximum efficiency. From now on, sitting next to each other won't change efficiency, but will bring us closer." Du Yi watched as the tips of her ears turned from light red to deep red under the fluorescent lights. This was the closest Su Qingyue had come to expressing "I want to be closer to you" in her own way. She used efficiency unchanged to package this proposal, but she didn't attach any academic purpose to it. She simply wanted to sit a bit closer to him. "Okay, we'll switch starting tomorrow. He closed the society documents, moved the books and notebook that were across from her to the space beside her. The library tables were long and narrow, and when they sat side by side, the distance between their shoulders shrank from the width of a table to less than a fist. Su Qingwei lowered her head to continue looking at the report, but she pushed the latte from her right side to her left side, the side closer to him. News of Du Yi and Su Qingwei dating spread across the School of Finance in under 3 days, prompting Shun Yue, Su Qingwei's roommate, to send an effusively worded invitation for a joint social gathering via Wang Hao. Shin Yu said that since the two had gone public, it was only fitting for their respective roommates to meet formally. She'd already chosen the venue, the newly opened Korean barbecue restaurant behind campus, and set the time for Saturday evening at 6. She asked Wang Hao to relay to Su Qingwei that there was no need to bring money. Shi Chun Shi and Zhao Jia would split the bill. Wang Hao sat on the edge of his bed, one leg draped over the other, holding his phone before his face like a royal edict. With solemn, almost ceremonial gravity, he recited Shun Yu's message verbatim, then lowered the device and broke into a smile so radiant it outshone the spring sunlight spilling through the window. "Old to your girlfriend's roommates are treating us to dinner. What does this mean?" "It means official recognition. From today onward, Dormitory 302 and Dormitory 303 are officially friendly dorms." "Isn't friendly dorm a term we used back in freshman orientation during military training?" Lin Shen lifted his head from lines of code and removed his headphones. "It's different. Back then it was merely verbal goodwill. Today marks formal diplomatic establishment, and every diplomacy requires ceremony. This barbecue is our ceremony." Wang Hao leapt off the bed and began rummaging through his wardrobe for his gray shirt. After 2 futile attempts, he paused, turned toward Du Yi, and asked, "Oh, by the way, Su Qingyue's dorm has 4 girls. I know Shin Yu well, but I haven't formally met Chen Shi or Zhao Jia yet. Any special notes I should keep in mind? Is Chen Shi like Su Qingyue a top-tier scholar? Is Zhao Jia similarly reserved? Should I prepare distinct conversational strategies for each? Chen Shi is academically exceptional, but her style differs from Qingyue's. Qingyue leans toward quiet introspection, while Chen Shi favors rational directness. Zhao Jia is the most vivacious of the 4. She loves variety shows and binge-watching dramas." Du Yi leaned back in his chair. "No need for scripted lines. Just be yourself." Li Bowen said the exact same thing. Wang Hao replied, pulling the shirt from the closet and holding it up against his chest. "All right, I'll just be me." By Saturday evening at 6, the Korean barbecue restaurant behind campus was packed. Exhaust ducts hung from the ceiling above each table, and every grill sizzled with golden fat and billowed white smoke. Shin Yu had reserved a corner booth by the window, 2 long tables pushed together accommodating exactly 8 people. She arrived early with Su Qingyue, Chun Shi, and Zhao Jia. The 4 women sat on one side of the booth leafing through menus while Shin Yu murmured aloud, "We must order 3 servings of pork belly, 2 of beef tongue, and 1 mixed mushroom platter. Qingwei doesn't eat spicy food, so keep the chili sauce separate." The 4 residents of Dormitory 302 entered right on time. Wang Hao led the way, wearing his gray shirt and carrying 2 bottles of his father's secret barbecue dipping sauce, packed specially after his dad heard about the upcoming social outing. "Sauce is the soul of barbecue," he'd insisted. "Bring 2 bottles, it adds prestige." Lin Shen followed closely, cradling a box of osmanthus cakes from his hometown of Nanjing, its original packaging replaced with fresh oil paper and twine. Li Bowen came empty-handed, but he carried an engineering-style analysis of the restaurant's menu, a printed chart detailing price, portion size, and online recommendation ratings for every dish, copied 8 times. Du Yi brought up the rear, carrying 2 thermoses of hot milk tea purchased from the campus-side bubble tea shop, 1 plain, 1 jasmine green, matching the flavor preferences Su Qingwei had once mentioned regarding her roommates. "You're here." Shin Yu stood and waved her gaze, pausing briefly on the sauce bottles in Wang Hao's hands. "My father's proprietary barbecue sauce, recipe refined over a decade. I brought 2 bottles today, 1 spicy, 1 mild. Please try them." Wang Hao placed the bottles at the center of the table, then added after sitting down, "Don't worry, it wasn't delivered by refrigerated logistics truck. I carried them myself on the subway." Shin Yu blinked, then burst into laughter. "You still remember the refrigerated logistics truck? That day, I'd only casually asked whether the tripe was air freighted that morning, and you launched into a 20-minute lecture on cold chain transport protocols. I wasn't just serious about tripe. I'm serious about every dish on our menu." Wang Hao nodded earnestly, then realizing the ambiguity of his statement, flushed faintly at the tips of his ears. "Of course I'm equally serious about friends." "Friends?" Shin Yu tilted her head, a slow, knowing smile playing at her lips. "What kind of friends?" "Just the kind who shared dinner together tonight." Flustered Wang Hao flipped the menu frantically, from cover to back, then back again, before calling out to the waiter, his voice half a decibel louder than usual, "Waiter, order." Su Qingwei sat in the center of the booth. Du Yi slid into the seat beside her and placed the milk tea before her. She glanced at the jasmine green thermos, then looked up at him, her lips curving into a gentle, unmistakable arc. You remembered their preferences. You told me. Xinyu likes plain Shen, she prefers jasmine green. Zhao Jia drinks both. You mentioned it once over lunch in the canteen when you were eating with them. That was 2 weeks ago. I remember what you said 2 weeks ago, in the canteen. Du Yi poured the tea into her small glass cup and slid it toward her. Su Qingyue took the cup, sipped quietly, and gently rotated her fingertip along its rim, as if confirming the temperature was precisely right. Chen Shi sat beside Su Qingyue, studying Li Bowen's printed menu analysis with focused intensity. After a moment, she looked up, speaking with the same crisp precision she used when answering a professor's question in class. You've constructed a matrix analysis of unit price, gram weight, and online recommendation scores for every dish, and appended a value for money ranking. Are you majoring in finance or industrial engineering? Finance, Li Bowen replied, adjusting his glasses. But menu optimization follows the same logic as financial statement analysis, maximizing optimal allocation of limited resources. Grill surface area is finite. So is gastric capacity. Therefore, we maximize satisfaction per unit of stomach volume. Then why recommend cheese corn ranked second to last in value for money? Because although its value for money is low, its marginal utility is high. It serves as a palate cleanser at the meal's end. Without it, the entire meal's finish would skew overly salty. Not everything can be measured by value for money. Li Bowen's tone remained characteristically calm, but the curve of his mouth deepened slightly, and his explanation to Chun Shi was at least twice as detailed as his usual responses. Chun Shi nodded thoughtfully, then began ordering precisely according to his recommended rankings. Her menu flipping mirrored the clinical precision of flipping lab reports. Meat portions calculated per person, an extra mushroom platter added, because his chart noted fiber pairing requires reinforcement. Wang Hao watched this exchange with an expression caught between awe and dawning realization. Is it fate that my roommate and my future girlfriend's roommate are sitting across from each other, chewing a piece of grilled pork belly while his gaze flickered repeatedly between Chun Shi and Li Bowen? Zhao Jia sat beside Shen Yue, filming sizzling pork belly on her phone. After snapping the shot, she posted it to her social feed with the caption, "Social dinner. Our dorm and the neighboring dorm. Star-studded lineup." Putting her phone down, she announced in the dramatic, omniscient tone of a variety show narrator, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's feast has a theme celebrating Du Yi and Su Qingyue's official relationship. As representative of Dormitory 303, I propose a toast, together with tea in place of wine." She raised her glass filled with the plain milk tea Du Yi had brought. To tea. 8 glasses clinked together, a chorus of uneven chimes. Pork belly crackled on the grill's exhaust ducts, hummed overhead, and the air shimmered with the sweet caramelized scent of barbecued meat and roasted sauce. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao placed a freshly grilled slice of beef tongue onto Shen Yu's plate, drizzling it generously with his father's mild sauce. Her eyes lit up visibly, though her words were modest. "It's all right, slightly better than the last place I tried." Wang Hao immediately pulled out his phone, opened notes, and recorded beef tongue mild sauce, all right. In Dad's rating system, all right implies directional refinement of the formula. Lin Chen ate quietly, occasionally glancing at his phone, where Zhao Shui had messaged asking how the social was. He typed back, "Going smoothly." Wang Hao served Shen Yu beef tongue. Li Bowen explained the menu matrix to Chen Shi. Du Yi poured milk tea for Su Qingyue. "I'm handling consumption and live streaming for you." Zhao Shui replied instantly, "You're in the best observational seat in the house. Tonight, submit a detailed field report, minimum 300 words." Lin Chen smiled, placed a slice of grilled meat into his bowl, and snapped a photo of the grill, making sure to include Wang Hao's 2 bottles of secret sauce. Across from him, Su Qingyue turned her head after the toast. "What do you usually talk about during dorm dinners?" "A lot, fitness, investments, girlfriends, and how to get one for those who don't yet have one." Lin Chen set down his chopsticks. Last semester, one rainy night, Wang Hao brought out his father's secret marinated delicacies. Li Bowen contributed a tin of Longjing tea, and Du Yi went downstairs for cola. "We ate and talked all night." "Sounds delightful." It was. But now it's even more delightful. Before it was 4 voices. Soon it may be 8. Lin Chen pushed his glasses up with a sincere, easy smile. Su Qingyue held his gaze for 2 seconds, then gave a slight, graceful nod. "Good. Let's gather." Lin Chen lowered his head to continue eating, but quietly sent Zhao Shui another message. "Su Qingyue," she said, "let's gather often." It's the first time she's initiated such a full sentence with me. You were right. Love has softened her, but not artificially. It's a deeper softness, relaxed, unguarded, utterly natural. Zhao Shui replied, "Told you so." A woman's intuition never errs. As the barbecue wound into its final stretch, Zhao Jia proposed each person share a light-hearted anecdote about their own roommate. She started with Shen Yue recounting how Shen Yu's alarm clock rang 3 times each morning and still failed to rouse her. So all 3 roommates took turns shaking her awake. until Su Qingwei devised a solution replacing the alarm tone with a recording of their calculus professor's lecture. At the first mathematical formula, Shen Yu sprang upright. The entire table erupted in laughter. Shen Yu blushed and retorted that Zhao Jia herself had spent 3 months learning Korean from variety show subtitles, mastering only appa and sarangi, earning Shen Shi's dry remark, "You're not learning Korean. You're memorizing fans peak." Shen Shi adjusted her glasses, acknowledging the observation with quiet neutrality. When it came time for Wang Hao to introduce his roommates, he rose, cleared his throat, and began, with ceremonial gravitas. Du Yi, the investment master of our dorm. He taught me a stock selection framework, turned my 5% loss into positive returns, and incidentally won Su Qingyue's heart. Romance and investment mastered simultaneously. The most extraordinary time management I've ever witnessed. Lin Chun, the coding knight of our dorm. He maintains a long-distance relationship with his childhood sweetheart, Zhao Shui, nearly a year strong. He is our benchmark for relational stability. He paused, then turned toward Li Bowen. Li Bowen, the academic pillar and theoretical sage of our dorm. He can explain anything, even love, through economic models. Though he remains without a girlfriend. I suspect that's about to change. Why do you suspect that? Zhao Jiao pressed, intrigued. Intuition. Wang Hao cast Li Bowen a look rich with implication. Li Bowen, expressionless, pushed up his glasses and took a slow sip of milk tea, saying nothing. But Dewey noticed when Wang Hao uttered about to change, Li Bowen's gaze flickered, light, swift, and unmistakable, toward Chen Shi. By the time they dispersed, it was nearly 9. The 8 young people parted outside the restaurant. Girls heading toward dormitory 303, boys toward dormitory 302. After walking a few paces, Shin Yu turned and called back to Wang Hao, "Your father's sauce recipe is genuinely excellent. Bring it again next time." Wang Hao stumbled mid-step, nearly colliding with a roadside phoenix tree. Regaining his balance, he murmured, dazed, "She said next time." She actually said next time, which means there will be a next time. Yes, there will be. He clapped him on the shoulder as they walked toward the dormitory together. Behind them, the restaurant's warm light spilled through the glass windows onto the pavement, mingling with the tender new leaves of the phoenix trees to cast a soft golden mosaic across the ground. On the last Saturday of April, he received the system's April sign-in reward in his dormitory. Wang Hao went to the gym. Lin Chun was in the library helping Zhao Shui look up literature, while Li Bowen was invited by Chun Shi to discuss the practical application of menu engineering. Ever since the networking dinner, the two had already met several times under the pretext of discussing culinary economics, analyzing dish pricing strategies, and studying consumer behavior. Wang Hao's evaluation was these two are using academic dates, which are at least 2 levels more sophisticated than my emotional rhetoric. Only he was in the dormitory. He leaned against the head of his bed and summoned the system panel with his mind. The deep blue interface silently unfolded before him. April sign-in triggered. This month's sign-in reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Gulfstream G700 private jet. This model is Gulfstream's latest flagship, capable of a range of 750 nautical miles, accommodating 19 passengers, and equipped with a full-size kitchen, a private master suite, and a satellite communication system. The aircraft has completed all airworthiness certifications and registration procedures and is currently managed at the Pudong International Airport Business Jet Terminal in the Magical City, with year-round management services provided by a top global business jet management company. The crew is fully equipped, with the captain having over 20,000 hours of safe flying experience. Relevant property documents, management agreements, and user manuals have been stored in an encrypted cloud account. He looked at this information and remained silent for a while. In the previous months, the system had provided cash, equity, real estate, luxury cars, business skills, social abilities, and charitable funds. Each step had been an upgrade, from ground to sky, from consumer goods to productivity tools, from personal enjoyment to strategic assets capable of mobilizing global resources. A private jet is not a luxury item, it is a time machine. With it, he can reach any place at the fastest speed, at any time, no longer constrained by commercial flight schedules. For someone who controls $1 trillion group, time is the most scarce resource. He quickly skimmed through the registration information and management agreement of the Gulfstream G700, then sent an encrypted message to Chin Feng. The April sign-in reward is a Gulfstream G700 managed at the Pudong Business Jet Terminal. The crew is fully arranged. In the future, if the group needs any cross-city executive transfers or urgent business trips, they can use my jet to improve efficiency. The specific allocation process should be proposed by the administration department. Chin Feng replied, quickly received. The Gulfstream G700 is currently the business jet with the longest range on the market, capable of flying directly from the Magical City to New York or London without issue. The administration department will immediately prepare an allocation plan. Additionally, President Shin asked me to remind you that the May Day holiday is approaching, and if you need to travel, arrangements can be made at any time. Not needed for now. I will be accompanying my girlfriend during the May Day holiday. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the chat box. Then Shin Feng replied with a tone that had a little more warmth than usual. Okay, Director Du. Wishing you a pleasant holiday. Du Yi put down his phone and picked up the data analysis report from Professor Zhou's research group on the table to continue annotating. After finishing this batch of data yesterday, Su Qingwei sent him the draft highlighting 3 categories that needed verification with different colored highlighters: the robustness of the data sources, the significance of the regression coefficients, and several anomalies she suspected had statistical errors. Her annotations were as precise and concise as ever, but at the bottom of the last page, she wrote a very small word in pencil. Let's go have coffee after it's done. It was not a question mark, but a period. When Du Yi saw that sentence at the time, he replied with a single word in pencil at the bottom of the page. Okay. On the last day of April, the May Day holiday officially began. Du Yi invited Su Qingwei to the cafe at the Bund where they had been during their last New Year's celebration. When he pushed open the glass door, the wind chime on the door frame rang with a crisp sound. The shopkeeper was still the same young man with round glasses who smiled when he saw the two enter and asked 2 lattes again. Then, without waiting for their answer, he began grinding the beans. The table by the window was empty, as if waiting for them. The April sunlight slanted through the window, casting clear patterns on the dark wooden surface. The French parasol trees outside were already lush, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze. The message book was still open on the table with the last line Su Qingwei wrote still visible on the original page. This winter is not too cold. The reason is known. The small sun drawn below had been mostly covered by later customers' messages, but the outline of the sun could still be discerned. Su Qingwei flipped through the message book, found the page she had written on last time, and added 4 words next to that small sun. Spring is the same. Then she pushed the message book back to the center of the table, picked up her latte, took a sip, and wiped the milk froth off her upper lip with a tissue, her movements as natural as before. During the May Day holiday, my mom asked if you would like to come to the shop for a visit. She said that after the last meeting, she felt like she didn't talk enough with you. She is very curious about you. Not scrutinizing, but genuinely curious. She said you pause for half a second before answering any questions, and that half a second is not hesitation, but a moment of contemplation on how to express your thoughts most accurately. She said this habit is very good. Su Qingwei said, when? The afternoon after tomorrow. You don't need to prepare anything special. It's just that my mom wants to know more about you. Okay. Du Yi picked up his coffee cup and took a sip, then asked again, what flowers does your mom like? Su Qingwei glanced at him, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. Carnations. She really liked the bouquet Wang Hao gave her last time. It has been in the vase next to her work desk for almost 2 weeks. She changes the water every day, taking care of it more attentively than her jewelry. Du Yi nodded and made a note on his phone. Su Qingwei watched him taking notes without saying anything, but her fingers gently traced around the rim of her cup. The leaves of the parasol trees outside shimmered with a translucent green under the sunlight, and the small sun in the message book and the 4 new words she had just added were together like a footnote of spring. On the 3rd day of the May Day holiday, Du Yi went to the Songjiang film studio. Du Yao's last few key scenes in the production Phoenix's Cry were scheduled for filming around the May Day period. She had previously messaged saying the crew won't take a break during the holiday. The director wants to keep to the schedule, but there was no hint of complaint in her tone, only a sense of excitement, as if she was about to sprint to the finish line. Du Yi replied, I'll come to see you, and she immediately responded with 5 exclamation marks and a location tag. The Songjiang Film Studio is located in the southwestern outskirts of Magic City, and it takes nearly 2 hours to get there by subway and bus from the school. After registering at the studio entrance, Du Yi followed Du Yao's directions through a street filled with Tang and Song Dynasty-style buildings, with blue bricks and gray tiles, upturned eaves, and props piled up by the roadside. Several extras in ancient costumes squatted in a corner eating boxed lunches, their hairdos slightly askew. This is always the life of a film crew. On camera, there are scenes of heroic battles and dramatic conflicts, while off camera, it's all about boxed lunches, folding chairs, and perpetually insufficient sleep. Du Yao was waiting for him at the entrance of Zone B Studio No. 3. She was dressed in a dark green outfit resembling a heroic female warrior, with a belt cinched at her waist, and her long hair tied back simply with a wooden hairpin, her face adorned with the fierce makeup of a warrior. Seeing her dressed this way, Du Yi truly felt that his sister was no longer that small extra she once was. She stood there, and her entire aura was different from before. Brother. Du Yao waved and ran over, nearly tripping over the prop stored at her waist. She reached Du Yi and looked him up and down, then nodded in satisfaction. You look good. Being in love really makes one radiant. What about Su Qingwei? Didn't she come with you? She has a discussion meeting for her research group today, which Professor Zhou added last minute. She said she'll invite you to dinner next time. Okay, I'll remember that. Du Yao tugged at his sleeve, leading him inside. Come, let me show you my battlefield. This afternoon, they're filming the most intense fight scene of the entire production. I play the female hero who battles her way from the city wall to the city gate, taking on 7 villains single-handedly. The martial arts director designed an incredibly cool sword dance for me. I practiced for 2 whole weeks, and my hands developed 3 blisters. She extended her hand to show Du Yi. Indeed, there were several small wounds already scabbed over near her palm with a layer of new calluses forming beside them. Du Yi glanced at her hand, but said nothing. However, Du Yao noticed his gaze and quickly pulled her hand back, saying, "This is nothing much lighter than what I used to endure when training for my body posture. When filming action scenes, if you don't develop a few blisters, how can you call yourself an actor?" The studio was bustling with activity. The lighting technician was adjusting the lights, the camera crew was laying tracks, and the martial arts director was demonstrating the movements for the next scene to several stunt performers, their actions quick as if in a fast-forward movie. In a corner, several actors wrapped in military coats napped on folding chairs, their makeup smudged only to be called back by the makeup artist for a touch-up. "Do you see that guy over there wearing sunglasses?" Du Yao gestured with her chin towards a middle-aged man sitting beside the monitor in the corner of the studio. "That's director Lu Chuan. He's very serious, exceptionally kind to the actors, but when he scolds people on set, he shows no mercy. Last time a stuntman was a beat slow in his positioning and almost got hit by a prop. The director halted the filming immediately and called the whole action team for a half-hour safety meeting. He said, in my crew, the safety of the actors is more important than the schedule. It's my fortune to encounter such a director in this industry." Du Yi glanced in Lu Chuan's direction. This director, known for his meticulousness in the industry, was focused on reviewing the playback on the monitor, his brow slightly furrowed, fingers tapping something on the keyboard. He knew that director Lu could film so cleanly because of the compliance system of Shanghai Entertainment supporting him. Shen Hanlin personally made arrangements, and there were transparent processes and complaint channels for every aspect of the production. But he would never let his sister know about this. She only needed to believe that the good directors and good crews she encountered were a result of the industry improving. During the crew's lunch break, Du Yao took Du Yi to the actors' resting area to eat boxed lunches. Her lunch was the same as the extras, a mix of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish with white rice with no special treatment. She sat on a folding chair, her sword resting at her feet, eating braised chicken pieces while sharing recent amusing stories with Du Yi. "By the way, there's something particularly funny. There's a second-generation rich kid hanging around near our crew lately, driving a Maybach with an especially ostentatious license plate. After Hui, it's followed by a string of 8s. I heard he's named Zhao, the young heir of Zhao Enterprises, who occasionally treats the whole crew to boxed lunches and sends fruits. Once he even sent flowers to several actresses, giving each of them a bouquet of red roses." When Du Yao spoke about this, her tone remained light, as if sharing gossip unrelated to her. Du Yi paused with his chopsticks. "Has he harassed you?" "No. He did have someone inquire about my schedule, saying young master Zhao wants to meet teacher Du. I told them I was busy filming, and he hasn't contacted me since. Maybe he thinks I'm ungrateful." Du Yao stuffed a piece of braised chicken into her mouth and replied vaguely, "Anyway, I'm not interested in that kind of person. A rich kid relying on his father, hanging around the crew despite sending so many flowers. None of the actresses truly paid him any mind. You know, our crew's atmosphere, director Lu, is strict and no one dares to misbehave." Du Yi remained silent, but in his heart he had already elevated this matter to the highest priority. When Zhao Tianlin was brought into the Xinhui annual meeting by Zhang Dimiai, he sensed something was off. Now seeing him frequently appear in the crew, this person isn't just flirting, he's testing which people in the crew can be attracted to his resources in the most traditional way. He didn't press his sister further, not out of respect for her rejection, but because he hadn't found the right angle to approach the situation. People like him usually take a step back after being rejected, then wait in the shadows for an opportunity that the other party cannot refuse. "Sister." Du Yi put down his chopsticks. If that person approaches you again, no matter what he says, tell me. It's not that you don't know how to refuse, but people like him often make subtle moves after being rejected. You can block him hidden, but he might try to sneak around behind you." Du Yao looked at her brother's suddenly serious expression. Her chewing slowed down. She put down her chopsticks and looked at her brother earnestly. "Are you serious?" "I am serious." "Okay." Du Yao nodded, resting her hand on the hilt of the prop sword at her waist, making a drawing motion. "Don't worry, this sword isn't just for show. If he dares to act out of line, I'll use the sword dance taught by the martial arts director to draw a checkerboard pattern on his face." She laughed and patted Du Yi on the shoulder. "But don't worry, if there's any situation, I'll definitely let you know. You're my backup, though I also don't know how much help you can provide, but when you say let me know, I feel reassured." Du Yi didn't explain how he could help. He simply opened a bottle of unopened mineral water beside him and pushed it in front of his sister. After finishing their meal, Du Yao took him to tour the filming location. The famous ancient city wall stood at the northern end of the studio, restored to a 1:10 scale of the Tang Dynasty city wall, with blue bricks and gray mortar. The city tower, towering high, and from the crenellations the distant skyline of Songjiang could be seen. Standing at the foot of the city wall and looking up, he suddenly recalled what his sister had said about that scene where she was suspended with wires and flew down from a 3-story-high city wall. She had prepared for that scene for over half a month, repeatedly practicing her aerial posture control and falling countless times onto protective mats. That scene on the city wall has already been filmed. The martial arts director said my wire action was the cleanest he's seen this year. Du Yao looked up at the wall's crenellations, her tone carrying a hint of pride that was hard to conceal, but then she switched back to her usual teasing mode. Now I'm a heroine who can spar with the stunt performers. In the future, if I run into bad guys on the street, I won't need to call the police. One sword dance will take care of it. Did you get hurt? No. Just bruised my knee a bit. It's already healed. Du Yao said this with a light tone, as if discussing someone else's matters, but Du Yi recalled the second-generation rich kid his sister mentioned during their late-night chat on the balcony. At that time she had still spoken in a relaxed tone, but the lightness then was different from now. Now her lightness was genuine, because she knew he was there listening. As they exited the studio, the sky had already darkened somewhat. Du Yi flagged down a taxi at the studio entrance, rolling down the window to wave goodbye to Du Yao. Du Yao stood beneath the ancient city wall, her dark green heroic outfit looking particularly imposing in the dusk. She called out to him, "Next time bring Su Qingwei. I want to have a good chat with her." Then she turned and ran back to the studio, the wooden hairpin flashing a brown luster in the sunset. As the taxi drove out of the studio gate, Du Yi saw a Maybach parked in the corner of the parking lot. Through the window, the license plate exactly matching what he remembered. By the car stood a young man in a dark gray suit, leaning against the car door, smoking, his gaze casually scanning the studio exit. His posture appeared relaxed, but Du Yi noticed that his position allowed him to see all vehicles and pedestrians entering and exiting the studio. Du Yi didn't stop. He simply committed that figure and the license plate number to memory. Then he took out his phone and sent a coded message to Chen Feng. Zhao Tianlin was at the Songjiang film studio today. He got his license plate number. Have the security team add a group of people around the crew, but don't alert anyone. Chen Feng's reply was as succinct as ever received. Arranging it now? Additionally, the materials on the past cooperation disputes between Zhao Enterprises and Xinhui Real Estate that you asked me to compile last time have been organized, and I will send them to you via email. Zhao Zhengwo owed Xinhui Real Estate a breach of contract compensation back in the day, which he has yet to pay. The amount is not small. In mid-May, the weather in the magical city began to heat up. The leaves of the phoenix trees had transformed from light green to deep green, and the fan-shaped ginkgo leaves densely covered the branches. The cicadas had yet to start chirping, but the air was already filled with the premonition of summer approaching. On Tuesday evening, Du Yi received a message from Du Yao, not a text, but a photograph. In the photo, she wore a dark green heroine outfit, standing on a mock Tang Dynasty city wall at the Songjiang film base. The setting sun behind her painted the entire sky in hues of orange and red, her hair slightly tousled by the wind, but the smile on her face was even more radiant than the sunset. Below the photo was a line of text. The live-action fight scenes wrapped up today. The martial arts director said my wire work was the cleanest and most impressive he had seen this year. The 2 dramatic scenes added by the director were also completed in one take, followed by a series of celebratory emoji. When Du Yi saw this message in the library, Su Qingwei was sitting next to him, organizing the reference list for her literature review. She noticed him pausing to look at his phone, turned her head to glance at the screen, and then said, "Your sister is smiling. It's not just an ordinary happiness, it's that kind of deep satisfaction that comes from accomplishing something." She said all her fight scenes wrapped up today. The director praised her wire work. Then she should be congratulated. Su Qingwei set down her pencil, but the expression in her eyes in this photo is off. You see more than just her happiness. There's something else. Du Yi enlarged the photo, pointing to the shadow beneath the city wall behind Du Yao. There was a dark sedan parked there, mostly hidden by the shadow of the wall, but the first 3 digits of the license plate were just visible. That's Zhao Tianlin's car. He is at the film set again. Su Qingyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. You mentioned he had someone inquire about your sister's schedule, but your sister rejected him. He has been around. He hasn't stopped. He just hasn't had direct contact with my sister. He always stays on the outskirts of the set, occasionally treating the crew to meals or bringing fruit. His strategy is quite seasoned. He doesn't overstep directly, instead establishing a familiar image, allowing people in the crew to gradually get used to his presence. By the time everyone thinks young Master Zhao is a friend, when he makes a move, no one will find it strange. Su Qingyue placed her pencil on the table and pondered. So what are you going to do now? Do nothing. He hasn't overstepped yet. But once he does, just one step is enough. On Friday evening, Du Yi arranged to meet Du Yao for dinner at a local restaurant in Zhujiaoui. Du Yao arrived 15 minutes late, still in casual attire, when she pushed open the door to the private room, but her makeup was not completely removed, with traces of dark eyeshadow remaining at the corners of her eyes. She sat down in the chair, placed her handbag aside, let out a long sigh, leaned back against the chair, closed her eyes, and wore a smile that she could not suppress. "I'm tired. If you're tired, have some tea first." "But I'm happy." Du Yao opened her eyes, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank half of it in one go. From the fight scenes on the city wall to the unknown duel in the city gate, every scene was completed in one take. The director said he was sweating with excitement while watching the monitor, saying, "My sense of rhythm and movements is better than many actors from martial arts backgrounds." When the martial arts director wrapped up, he high-fived me. This, she raised her right hand and waved it in front of Du Yi. "These hands have developed 3 blisters, and it's worth it." Du Yi looked at the fading blister marks on her hands and the new thin callus in the tiger's mouth, recalling her cheerful tone when she last said at the Songjiang film base in action scenes, "If you don't